up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Wednesday morning, April 29th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
He's back from Utah. Johnny Cake Sawville's here.
Hey, what's up?
And Jason Bishop.
I want to hear all about the trip.
Did you hit any sites in Utah?
Not really, just the town. We were just in Salt Lake. Very cool. Very cool city.
Well, hold on. Before you get to the city, I want to hear about the travel. How was travel out there? Because
I was anxious about it being a long flight.
Long flight getting out there, yeah.
It was fine. I mean, it was a long flight. For some reason, I was so tired, I was able to sleep a couple hours of it. It was like 4.5 to get out there. Mm-hmm. I downloaded a couple like podcasts, whatever I could listen to kind of keep me occupied. But it wasn't horrible. I had to get up and use the bathroom once in 4 hours.
So there are no delays and no long lines?
No. It was fine. It's just long. I don't think anybody likes flying.
What was it, about a 5-hour flight?
4.5. But It's funny. Everybody gets on the flight, and I noticed this, and everyone's, kind of freshly manicured, whatever, people ready to start their trip. By the time you land there 4.5 hours, people look like they've been through a hurricane.
Yeah, they look like they've been sleeping for
travel
4 hours.
It just saps your strength.
It just
takes
4.5 hours
in
in the plane, like people are just beaten down.
They're just ready to get off that death tube.
People are all nicely dressed and everything, and they're holding on to jackets. Their hair's all messed up. The plane is a mess.
Yeah.
The plane looks like a tornado hit it.
Yep.
It's amazing what can happen in 4.5 hours. But very cool city. As soon as you come flying in to Salt Lake, you see all the mountains and everything, and people are skiing year round there.
I've never been to Utah.
Yeah, it was my first time. Been to Colorado.
Been to Colorado, but I don't think I've ever been to Utah.
But I'll say the first thing you notice, very clean city,
right.
As you could probably imagine.
You boys want to go skiing with me?
Very clean city. I didn't smell weed once. I was there for 4 days.
Really?
Not once. Very clean, very safe. I was talking to the Uber driver, and he's like, "Yeah, you can walk around here morning, day, or night. You're
very
good."
safe.
Yeah,
very safe city.
There's some homeless people. They don't bother you.
Yeah.
It's not like in Santa Monica where they'll accost you and just basically tell you to give you everything you got in your wallet.
Mm-hmm. The city was really nice, really
was
clean.
Cool. Food was okay. Didn't have any extraordinary restaurant
What about
options.
the hotel? Hotel?
We stayed at. We're not real Marriott people. We're more like Hyatt people. But my buddy, one of the dads on the team, he always books the hotels at a good rate. He's a Marriott guy, so we always go with him. He gets an extra room. And so I guess I'm not familiar with Marriott, but I guess AC is. Have you ever heard of AC hotels? They're affiliated with Marriott. It's kind of a higher end Marriott.
So it's a foofy.
Never put.
A
little bougie.
A little bit.
Okay.
I mean, nothing extraordinary. But it was a nice hotel.
Okay.
Downtown, a lot of hotels downtown. The convention center, nice, whatever, kind of standard. That's where we were most of the time.
Could you walk to the convention center?
Right across the street.
Oh, okay.
Right across the street.
Well, that's perfect.
A block away. Worked out. The weather was kind of weird. It was kind of rainy a couple of days, which kind of put a little bit of a damper on it. But yeah, just very cool town. I don't think I'll ever be back.
How many teams were in the tournament?
Oh, geez, I don't know that.
Couple hundred?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, in our division, I think there might have been 4. We played in the open division. The girls went 4-4. Well, our star player was hurt for the second day. Hurt us. We went. I think we went 1-2 that day. So,
So it wasn't a great tournament.
Outcome, but we won our last 2 matches. Felt good about it.
Right.
On the way back, so that was good. It's just fun to be with the girls. One girl, she's going to University of Cincinnati, play volleyball, and this is her last tournament. She's not even going to play in nationals with us because she has to report.
Oh, wow.
So this is the difference, right? You go to Cincinnati. What conference are they in now? I can't even keep track.
It's Big 12.
They're in the Big 12.
Yeah.
She's a graduating senior. My daughter's. Most of the girls are juniors. She was eligible to play in U17s because of her age.
Right.
So she's going to the University of Cincinnati, the volleyball team reports like June 1.
Right.
Or whatever it is. In the Ivy League, you report like 2 weeks before school starts.
Right.
So it's just a big difference between a Power 5 conference and a conference
mid-major.
Mid-major.
Yep.
You just don't report 3 months early. So they're getting 3 months extra work in.
Right.
And they'll be taking summer classes and everything, so she's not going to be able to attend nationals. So it was kind of a sentimental thing. That was her last tournament with us, and she's an absolute stud.
So your daughter, did she have fun? Your daughter had fun out there?
Oh, of course.
Just
girls
being
always have
being
fun.
with the girls.
They always have fun.
But just, different.
It's a little disappointing because they wanted, to finish higher. They're very driven girls. But overall, good tournament, good times, good people.
What's the next big tournament?
Nationals.
Oh, it's Nationals.
Yeah, it's not for like a month away. It's kind of a long break.
Was that in Florida?
This year it will be in Indianapolis.
Oh, Indiana.
Every year it's different.
Right.
So you get to hit St. Elmo's.
Yeah.
Go back to St. Elmo's. I've been to Indianapolis too many times. It's kind of a boring city to me, but whatever.
Whoopie-doo. They dump a bunch of horseradish into their
That's all they
shrimp
do, Cakes.
cocktail.
That's all they do.
They offer you like navy bean soup.
It's
you know
not
what?
that
That
great.
place is overrated. I've
It's
been
not
there
that
once.
great.
Never going
All right,
back.
we were there once and we didn't have a great meal. I mean, it was fine. It was just
fine.
it was just a little overhyped. If
Yeah.
we went again, it might be better.
You might be
St.
right.
Elmo's.
It might be better.
I
Because
just-
we were there for Super Bowl week.
My
There's a
steak
billion
was-
people
I
there.
understand.
My steak was overcooked.
They were under. They were
Maybe
under
they
a lot
were
of pressure.
they were under a lot of pressure. They were rushing
And
rushing all the food out.
Steven Tyler's in the restaurant. All the Fox dudes were in the restaurant.
Steven Tyler was there. That's right.
Tyler Lautner from Twilight in the restaurant.
Michael Irvin was there.
There's a lot of celebrities there.
There were.
A lot of luminaries.
I did see a couple celebrities. I took as soon as I
Saw
got
celebrities in Utah.
Of course, because you got to
Yeah,
remember,
because their girls
all
are
volleyball
playing.
guys. They're
Yeah,
all ex-basketball guys or
Okay.
ex-MLB guys.
Wasn't
or-
Mike Vrabel there for counseling?
Was he in Utah?
He was
For some
definitely.
reason I
he was
read,
some-
he was
read
definitely-
something about Utah.
He was definitely snapped walking through.
He was in an airport. He was in
the Utah
He was in
airport,
Salt Lake City.
buying like a
one.
hoodie for
That's
his
the airport.
wife.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Or somebody.
I didn't see him.
I was going to say, how do you know it was for his
Yeah,
wife?
I don't know who it was
As
for.
soon as I got there, I think I texted Drab. We saw Mike Bibby on the street corner. He was like
Is he
right in
still
front of our
jacked?
hotel.
Oh, really?
He's not as jacked as he was when I saw him a couple years
He's
ago. in
heavier, though.
Vegas.
He's heavier.
Yeah. He's a little bloated, but I mean, he was like a cartoon character when I saw him 3 or 4 years
I'll
ago.
always remember him as a wizard.
Yeah,
Always.
Did he even play one game?
I don't even know if he's suited
I don't
up.
know. I'm
I know
not sure
he's
he did.
traded here. I don't think he
I
ever
think he's
suited.
coaching now. Somebody said is he coaching like at Sacramento State or something?
How would I know?
So we played his daughter's team, a very good team, like one of the top teams in the country.
Yeah.
We lost to them. We played them tough, but lost to them. I always see Jared Jeffries at these events.
Okay.
He's always there, so he's obviously got a daughter that plays or multiple
Well,
daughters.
he's about 6'9", right? So how tall is his daughter?
I don't know. I didn't see his daughter, but I just always see him.
Do you
I
always remind him
see
about the Terps beating his
No,
Hoosiers in the
I don't talk to him.
NCAA tournament?
I don't talk.
Yes,
about
Bibby, by the way, is at Sac State.
Sac State, right?
He's been there for I think this is year 2.
So Drab, you'll get a kick
and he
out of
played
this.
2 games for the Wizards.
Oh, he did suit up.
He did
I
play
told
two.
you. I'll always remember him as a whiz.
So one of the moms was at a Starbucks getting coffee.
Yeah.
And she's talking to another mom, and she's like, I don't know, she asked him where she was from, and she asked where you were from, and she goes, oh, my daughter's here. And then they were talking about the NFL draft, because the NFL draft was occurring. And she goes, oh, yeah, my son's going to be in the NBA draft. Just kind
Jeez.
of, not in a braggadocio, like she said in the most unassuming way you could possibly say it. Yeah, my son's going to be in the upcoming NFL. And she said, my daughter's playing in the tournament.
Okay.
AJ DeBonce's mom and sister
Okay.
was playing at the event. How cool is
He
that?
is the NBA draft. I mean,
I thought you were going to throw out a name like might be in the first round.
No,
You're talking about the guy who's going to go number 1
No,
overall.
AJ DeBonce's mom, who I didn't meet,
Yeah.
but the other mom met, and she said she was the most unassuming thing, and she just said it sort of matter of factly. Yeah, my son's going to be in the NBA draft, and whatever.
Right.
And then she Googled who it was. And
Yeah.
was just laughing.
Right.
So the sister was playing.
Right, the
in
top
the event.
pick. He'll be the top pick in the draft.
Right.
Well,
Hopefully
very
he's wearing
cool.
Wearing a Wizards uniform.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's coming here.
And you're back with the whole Commanders draft behind you. You got a lot of Commanders Nation upset with you with your tweets, calling Sonny Styles a project.
I do stand by that. I do think he's a bit of a project. It's funny, if you go to the NFL website, and you know how they had all their draft and
The
section,
grades?
and you go not even grades,
okay.
pre-draft, like, and even after the draft. It said the projection 1 to 2 years start, like a starter in 1 to 2 years. They didn't say like day one starter. like they did other guys. Now, listen,
I would be surprised if he's not a day one starter.
You would think.
Yeah. I mean, I would be surprised.
I think he's probably going to be very good for them. I just would have taken a safer pick in Caleb Downs, but it's fine. I loved the pick of the receiver after doing more research on Antonio Williams.
You like A-Dub? You like that guy?
I love the way that guy wiggles when he runs his routes.
We had Dave Richard on yesterday, and he said he loved that pick, too, for the
All
Commanders.
the fantasy guys seem to love him. I'm not sure why, but I think he's going to be an awesome piece.
Separation.
Well, he's a great route runner, and people are downplaying speed. It's so funny now that a 4.41 guy is not considered fast.
Yeah,
like 4.41 is super fast, guys. It's not 4.2, but it's super fast. So I really like the pick.
Yeah, I mean, when we took calls yesterday, we asked about that particular pick, and a lot of fans were just bitter they didn't get a bigger guy.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to initially. But then you get over it and you look into it and you go, wow, I can see why they got him.
And we kind of went through some of the great receivers in the league, and not every great receiver is 6'3". I mean, a lot of them are 5'11", 6 foot.
If you look at what Ben Johnson did in Detroit, there's a lot of similarities there with some guys there. So I really like that. That's my – so you know how Leo Chenal was my favorite free agent signing? It wasn't Oweh or some of these other guys.
Your favorite draft
That's my favorite draft pick, the Williams draft.
Well, I said yesterday, and I talked about it for a good 10 minutes because I was watching this video about with Jaden and De'Ambi Brown and McLaurin working out in L.A. De'Ambi Brown's my favorite receiver now.
He is?
He's got the best. He
was just likable in the video.
Oh, he's very likable. He's funny.
Yeah.
But just the way he looked working out, man, he looks so good. And I understand it's not you're not going against defenses, but I'm rooting for him now.
I always root for him.
Yeah, he's got a guy.
I got to
Good. I'm glad.
De'Ambi's my guy.
He's got a role in this offense for sure.
I hope he does.
Later in the program, we're going to check in with Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. They were blanked by the Mets last night. Remember, you talked about the odds. That was the reason.
That's the reason.
The odds. It was a bit of a pitching mismatch.
It was, and Zach Littell. Only 4 of the 8 runs were earned because they had another huge error, which. But he's, and I'm not going to tell Paul Tabone this. Zach Littell's got to either be cut or down to the pen.
Well, we'll talk to Paul
Tabone
at 9 o'clock. Don't want to miss that. Also, we'll get in the NBA playoffs with Antonio Daniels. He played here in Washington, 13-year NBA vet. We'll talk to him about what's going on in the first round. There was at least one closeout last night. So we will get into that.
There was a couple
coming up at
surprises,
9:25. We're the Junkies on the Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. FanDuel is serving up a happy hour every day during the playoffs. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. The best part, it's every single day. So whether you're betting the early game or you're gearing up for prime time, make sure you open the FanDuel app and see what's waiting for you today. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's getting closer. The Junkies Beach Bash. We're opening up the summer live from the Starboard in Dewey Beach. Friday, May 22nd. That's Memorial Day weekend starting at 6 a.m. It gets going early. It's not going to slow down because after our show, Mitch and Finley take over. It's all brought to you by Main Street Bank.
I think in all my visits to the Starboard, I don't think I've ever enjoyed something from their delicious Bloody Mary bar. I'm going to have to rectify that.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's going to be open bright and early, so why wouldn't I have a Bloody Mary during the broadcast?
Should be our first drink.
Make it kind of spicy with extra olives.
Yeah.
It's going to be so good.
That'll be our first drink.
I'll pass on the Bloody Mary. That's just not my thing. I'm not a tomato juice guy.
No, you'll have a beer.
I'm not really a tomato juice guy, but when you throw vodka in there along with some Old Bay and some olives, I'm a tomato juice guy.
I don't mind a vodka drink or a whiskey drink, but I don't really like the tomato juice base.
It does make you. It does make me.
I can't
raise
do
an
more
eyebrow.
than one. I can only do
one's good.
Yeah.
I raise an eyebrow when I see people like on a flight when they order like a V8 instead of like. Now, most people get standard either coffee, water, soda, but every once in a while you'll see a weirdo order like a V8.
I had an appearance once for the Junkies where it had something to do with Bloody Marys.
Yeah.
And I had to drink a Bloody Mary in front of the client.
Okay.
Oh, it was all like I had to pretend it was great.
Yeah.
You don't really like it?
I don't like Bloody Marys at all.
Yeah.
I don't like tomato juice. I don't like tomato soup.
Oh, man.
Tomato soup with
I
grilled
love
cheese.
that.
Oh, it's so delicious.
Hey, it's Monty. I'll make you a Bloody Mary you love, JP.
Bloody Mary's
I'm gonna
great.
Take care of you.
Yeah. We
So
had so I don't know why I did it, but it's actually an extra. But one of the dinners, it's so hard. Let's say you have 3,000 or 4,000 girls in town, families or whatever for a volleyball weekend. It's hard, as you can imagine, to get restaurants.
Sure, they're all packed.
They're all packed, and
Oh,
especially like I think one dinner we had like 16 of us.
What a bonanza for the city, by the way.
Great for a couple
All those
weekends,
people
right?
Coming in.
But one night, one of the moms was having a real difficult time getting like 16 or 18, whatever. And she was brilliant. She thought of the Nordstrom Cafe. If you've ever been to Nordstrom,
yeah.
and it's decent. It wasn't.
Sure.
It wasn't. It was a little jarring to me, but we had a great dinner. They had a crab soup that somebody ordered extra or whatever, and somehow I got it, and it was the old classic, the mix of the tomato and the cream.
I've never had the mix.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the word for that, Valdez? There's a word for it. Some guys do that
Half
on
and
purpose.
half.
It's like a half and half.
It's like the Arnold Palmer of
of
crap.
Because cream of crab
So it's-
soup can be very filling, and
Yeah.
all that cream just doesn't sit
be a
well.
little much.
It can be a little too much.
So add a
So-
little bit more tomato soup to it.
So
Yeah.
you take the tomato-based crab soup and you mix it with the cream-based, and you stir it all
Let me tell you
together. It
something.
tastes silly.
It was really good.
We
Was
know
it?
the number one seed is the cream of crab. But
That's what I would say.
I
but
could
the
work
mix,
with the mix.
The mix was very good. I think
Yeah.
you'd like it. I think you'd like it.
I'm sure I would.
Anyway,
Sounds delectable.
yeah. Had that.
All right,
Hey,
let's
hey.
get into the Junkie Sports page.
Brought to you by our good friends at Open Road Distilling Company. Whiskeys are now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. You can choose from their smooth and flavorful Eagle Eye Rye, the rich and complex Maple Old Fashioned, or the bold and robust Independence Bourbon. Whether you're enjoying sipping neat or mixed in a cocktail, Open Road Distilling Company has the perfect spirit for you. By the way, the weather's going to be poop-a-doop today, Mr. Bickle.
A lot of
Poop-a-doop.
rain.
I think it's
get
going to
ready.
really kick in around noon, right? Right about when I
Around
would
noon,
like to
noon to
play.
about 5. Yeah, it's going to be.
Is it going to pour? Is it just
No,
going
it's
to
not
be
going to
constant?
pour. I think it's just going to be pretty steady for about 4 or 5 hours. I was playing golf on Friday out at Beacon Hill, which is out off of Route 7. And on the 17th hole, all right, two of my buddies hit balls kind of in the crap. So I took the golf cart all the way down to try and find them, and I found them. And then I tried to pull out, and
You were stuck.
I was stuck. I couldn't believe I was stuck this deep into mud.
Oh, you're
So what'd you have to
spinning
do?
wheels.
I
Pulled
thought we
out
were
of there?
done.
Everybody had to push the cart.
I
from
thought we were
behind.
done. I thought we were going to have to call
Yeah.
my buddy John.
Embarrassing.
Have 2 golf carts sent out. It would have taken a while.
Yeah.
But no, so I was in the driver's seat and I was kind of pushing with my left leg and, hitting the gas. They were all on the right side, just pulling it so I could get that left tire out.
Okay.
and the mud started everywhere. It was spewing everywhere. It got all over my leg,
Can you
all over
imagine
my
this happening to
all
Glenn
over my
Hardesty,
clothes,
his golf outfit.
all over my shoes. I looked like I had just jumped into a mud pile.
Look at my brand new golf outfit. It's ruined now from all this mud.
But you didn't have to make the
Jason got
call. You got it unstuck.
No, but it was embarrassing when we got back to the clubhouse because there was mud all over the cart,
Right.
and they had to probably hose it down
stuck.
for an
Kind of
hour.
embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Had it rained the 2 days before?
It rained. It rained the day before, definitely, but I just didn't see it. I
Yeah.
didn't see the mud pile.
You ran.
It was all grass.
You drove straight into it.
I drove straight into it.
Yeah, what are you
and
gonna do?
I thought we were done. I thought we were done, Ski.
thought you needed a tow for your golf cart.
Now, luckily, it was the 17th hole, so even if
Yeah.
we got stuck, all right, we had one more hole to play.
Right.
But that was embarrassing. So, John, I apologize. John's the head pro out there. What was the other thing I wanted to say real quick? I sent we were talking about my TV situation in my office. Mm-hmm. And I like to put YouTube videos on and these AI videos of just beach scenes. I just like to have the constant sound of beach waves and wind. And
Your setup looks like a day trader. to
I
be honest
sent, I
with you.
sent a picture to JP and Cakes yesterday
Yeah.
of my setup. On my right TV.
He's got 4 computers going.
Well, I just have
no,
my
he
laptops.
mirrors his laptop
to-
onto his screen.
Yeah, I just connected the screens.
I don't know. Look
No,
like
he has
4
two-
computers.
No, he has two
No, no.
computers, and each one
They're set up. They're hooked up to the
mirrors
screen.
onto the bigger screen.
Yeah. But I sent the picture to these guys, and JP called me a maniac.
I mean,
And I
I just
didn't
looked at it
respond.
briefly.
I didn't even respond.
I thought it was 4 computers. I was like, what the heck
No,
is he
it was
doing?
2
they're
laptops
they're
and
set up.
2 bigger screens.
Yeah, they're just set up to the screens. But that's what I do. I'm on the computer doing, just reading stuff on this computer, and on this computer, I just have some fake beach scene.
Yeah, it's a classic old guy setup because you can't
very
see it
old.
good enough on the computer, so you need it on a bigger screen.
I can tweet it out for those that are curious. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. All right. NBA playoffs last night. You had 3 games, 3 blowouts, 1 closeout. Spurs closed out the Portland Trailblazers. They win 114-95, so they win that series in 5.
Kind of a false win. Wasn't that the one win when Wemby didn't play, when he sat out for the concussion protocol? Or am I getting that mixed up?
Or was it when he
He
was
the game
injured.
He exited.
He
It's the
was-
game
he played-
left
he
with
played
the
11
injury.
minutes.
But it
that's
was
right.
Wemby related.
Yeah, of course it was Wemby related.
Look, Denny had a great series, but it's just a huge talent differential. What's crazy is the Spurs, who won 5 championships during the Tim Duncan era,
Yeah.
they haven't been to the playoffs or hadn't had a playoff series win since
It's almost 10 years.
2017.
I know, almost 10 years.
Boo hoo. I'm supposed to
Yeah.
cry now for the dumb Spurs
Well,
yeah.
who have more rings they know what
What
to do
about the
with.
Wizards? When's the last time they had a playoff
Yeah,
series
you know what?
win?
Spare me with the
Might have been around the
Spurs
same
have been
time.
in
Was it about
playoff
the same
wins
time?
since 2017.
Did they win? They won a round with Wall and
You're not
Beal.
finding an accommodating
I feel like
party
it was
over
earlier
here.
than that.
Maybe so.
So Wemby, I think he had 6 or 7 blocks last night.
6.
6 blocks, yeah. So they win that in advance. The Sixers went into Boston in an elimination game, and they win convincingly by 16. Embiid played 39 minutes. He looks like he's struggling to get up and down the court. He gets off the floor about an inch on these jumpers because he's had so many knee problems. But he had 33 and 8 dimes last night. He dominated the Celtics. They win by 16, 113-97. So
I sleep on how old he is. He's 32 already.
I wish I was 32.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. But, I mean, for NBA
He's been
years,
around a while.
He's getting up there, especially with the wear and tear in his body.
Well, I mean, he's just huge.
Yeah, he's a massive human being.
I mean, was he 270 pounds?
He's listed at 280, so it means
Yeah.
he's probably close to 290.
Here's the thing with the Celtics. A lot of people think the Celtics are going to make it to the NBA Finals. They're so reliant on the three-point shot. When they're not shooting very well, they're not going to win. Derek White in the series,
Yeah, what's his number?
he's shooting 29% from the field, 21% on
From three.
threes. He's one of their key players. Obviously, they're led by Tatum and Brown.
Right.
But then you go down and, you need contributions
Oh, you
from
get
guys
Pritchard,
like,
guys like that.
From Derek White.
A kid, Baylor Shireman, comes off the bench and shoots threes. Yeah, they were 11 for 39 from threes last night. So they missed 28 of them.
But look, Embiid, he's one of the most dominant players in the game. He's a former MVP. It's just a matter of health.
Yeah, true. And then Maxi's legit.
Yeah.
And Maxi had a great game.
And they got Paul George.
And they got Paul George. So They go back to Philly for Game 6. So it could be interesting. Could be a 7-game series. We'll see. And then the Knicks pounded the Hawks, beat them by about 30.
Jalen Brunson just took over.
Yeah, Brunson had 39 in the game.
Did I see the standing room only tickets for that game were like $375?
Yes. Standing room only. I tweeted this out. $376.
Yeah.
That was the cheapest ticket. Courtside tickets. Did you see what that price was?
Wasn't it like 45 grand or 50?
$46,555.
Well, that's why Timothy Chalamet was courtside.
I mean, who would pay for that? It's just
Ben
so dumb.
Stiller.
Ben Stiller was on the court.
I'm gonna
You think
guess
he really paid for
I'm gonna
that?
guess
I
Timothy
guess.
Chalamet and Ben Stiller weren't paying $45K
Yeah, my
for
guess
their
is the
tickets.
All right, but-
celebrities got comped.
Probably, but
Yeah.
I'm saying that's why you see those guys
Some
on the court.
hedge funds guys were
Yeah.
paying
Yeah.
$45K.
Crazy.
There was a bunch of guys, a bunch of stars there last night. Chalamet, Stiller. It was somebody else, too, sitting right
Stiller
there.
goes to, I'm not going to say all the games, but he's in the Spike Lee territory of going to a ton of games.
Yeah, he's a big fan. All right, so tonight you've got 3 games. Orlando's in Detroit. This is an elimination game. Orlando's up 3-1. Detroit is an 11-point favorite in this game, in an elimination game. So we'll see how that goes. Toronto's in Cleveland, Game 5. That series is tied at 2. Cleveland lays 8.5. And then the Rockets are in L.A. to play the Lakers. Lakers up 3-1, and the Lakers are a slight favorite by 4.5.
Austin Reeves expected to return for the game. It seems like Luka Doncic is far away from returning.
That's big.
So that even if they advance to play OKC, who of course won 4 games to 0, sweepy sweep, doesn't look like Luka's going to return for that series.
Well, it's an elimination for Houston, so we'll see what happens there in L.A. That's game 5.
And I don't think Kevin Durant's playing. Kevin Durant's out.
Durant's out. Exactly. You know the Kentucky Derby is this weekend.
I'm well aware.
I think Valdez had to break it to Uncle Kenny, right? That he wasn't going to make it out to Laurel Park, right?
Yeah, Uncle Kenny will be there Friday for the Oaks and Saturday for the Derby.
But you won't be?
I will not be.
He's without his partner in
Do you
crime.
have like a golf event that weekend?
Yeah, I got a thing on Friday, and then I can't make it Saturday. But I'll see him next week.
Right.
So he'll rub it in if he wins.
I'm
It'll be
sure he
bigger.
will.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Tell him to pass his winners along to the
I
junks.
think a horse named Renegade is currently the favorite.
I saw a little controversy. I guess it started last year that they're talking about changing the Triple Crown. The Triple Crown happens in 5 weeks. And last year, the Kentucky Derby winner, in the press conference, I guess 45 minutes after, the owner was like, no, we're not running the next one. And so you're already taking yourself out of a potential Triple Crown.
So they want to spread it out a little bit more?
They're talking about that. Now, the purists are like, well, no, this is the way the Triple Crown has always been. It should be 5 weeks. You can't mess with the calendar. But I guess more and more, the owners of these, $1 million horses are like, I don't want to risk running him a couple weeks after the Kentucky Derby. We'll wait all the way until, I guess, is the Preakness the last one? I forget the
Belmont
order.
is the
Belmont's
last
the
We'll
last
wait
one.
till the Belmont.
Come on,
We'll skip
JP.
the
You know the
Preakness.
Preakness is in the middle.
Preakness middle.
Skip the Preakness, go to the Belmont.
What's the Preakness? Is that 2 weeks after the Derby? The Preakness?
Believe that's correct.
Or maybe 3. I don't
By the
know.
way, when are they doing the renovations on Pimlico, Valdez? I expect you to know these
I
things.
think they're ongoing. They're doing, I think the Preakness this year is at Laurel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the biggest.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's probably the biggest thing that's ever happened in Laurel, right? Preakness coming to Laurel. What's
That's
bigger than that?
That's a big one.
That's pretty big.
Yeah. Yep.
EB, your town's getting a glow up.
All right.
I
You know
don't-
what? It could use it.
How big is the Laurel track in terms of stands? I mean, because
Oh, it's not that
not that big.
sizable.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything on that infield because I think there's like a little lake in that infield, if I remember correctly.
So Renegade, I think, is the favorite at 4-1. There's a couple of horses that are 6-1. Commandment 6-1, and Further Ado 6-1. Chief Wallaby 8-1. So I only bet on one horse race every year, and that's the Derby. So Mr. Valdez is gonna have to give me a couple fatties.
We talked to Uncle Kenny.
Talk to Uncle Kenny, get some horses that I should be betting on.
He'll put it in for me.
The sentimental favorite is this horse called So Happy that the trainer has waited 30 years to get a horse in the Derby.
Yeah.
And I I think the horse was named after him because he's famously, like always angry, and so they were kind of mocking him. And then the trainer's wife loved that horse's name, and she passed away, and so everyone's rooting for this horse called So Happy.
So Happy.
Yeah, you'll hear all about it on Saturday for sure.
Long shot. So Happy. Long shot.
15-1, I think.
Oh, that's not
like
bad.
That.
That's not bad.
But his wife, the trainer, waited 30 years to get in the Derby, and his wife passed away a couple months ago, I think.
Wow.
How much of the lead up do you actually watch to the Kentucky Derby? Because there's so much coverage.
I mean, they have some undercard races that
do.
they'll show.
They have like 8 to 10 of them, right?
You don't watch the Oaks?
Yeah, the Oaks is silly.
I've never watched.
I don't think I've watched
Are you
those.
serious? Is that a serious question?
It was a serious question.
I don't believe that's a serious
I usually
question.
put it on if the race starts at about 7:05. I usually put it on about
The
6.
race usually goes
6:45.
up like 6:37, 6:38.
Okay, so
something
6:30.
like that.
I usually put it on about 6:20.
I turn it on about 6:30.
Yeah.
I see the horses going into the chutes or the
You
path.
gotta hear them sing "My Old Kentucky Home."
Okay.
Well,
And
That's-
again, Drab, I've never seen the oaks. Seen oak trees.
You're missing out.
I've never seen the oaks
You always,
race.
the race is usually around 6:45,
Yeah.
7 o'clock. You got to give it at least 2 hours of coverage before that,
Oh,
because then you care more. Although it just means more. I don't know.
okay. All right. If you
Well,
say so.
I'm going to the Nats game that day. It's a 4:05 start, and I got the silly seats, Mr.
Oh,
Bickle.
very nice. You're going to be prominently
The Terra
featured on
Club?
TV.
I got the Terra Club. Now,
Excellent.
now, here's the deal. The weather is supposed to be a little bit dicey.
All right.
So
Well, that's a perfect escape hatch for you. You just say, well, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
leaving because the weather sucks.
that's what I'm saying. So we get there early. We go to the Terra Club. We get a couple drinks, get some food.
Yeah.
Maybe watch an inning or two, and then out.
I
Look,
think it's
Giving
a
it
great,
2 innings.
I think it's a
Look.
great plan.
out back to the house so I can watch the Derby and watch some of the pre stuff, the pre races. Hey, look, the Nats lost to the Mets last night, 8-0. Yes, I took the Nats plus 160. Big fat
did.
loser. Zach Littell, 3 2/3, 5 hits, 8 runs, now 4 earned, but he walked 3, gave up 2 bombs. In fact, his very first pitch of the game, what happened?
Ding dong,
Gone.
Bichette.
Very first pitch.
And then Juan Soto, who looks down at his left forearm, he's like, man, my forearm's tight. Kind of hurts a little bit. He jacked one out,
He
too.
jacked one. So Nats only had 3 hits. Clay Holmes shut him out to improve to 3-2. ERA dropped to 1.75. So Zach Littell's ERA right now 7.85. After
Look, their starting pitching is struggling. I think
Yeah.
a few days ago.
Cavalli goes tonight.
Remember we were talking about how the Nationals had the most runs in Major League Baseball?
Yep.
Not quite sure where they are right now. But
I'll
at
tell
that,
you.
about a week ago, when they had the most runs, they also had given up the most runs.
Yeah, that's true. And the bullpen, but the bullpen was really bad. The bullpen's gotten a little bit better, and the starting pitching's got worse. So in terms of runs scored right now, by the way, the Atlanta Braves are just killing the ball. They're hitting like 280 as a team. Runs scored, I'll tell you where the Nats stand. Right now, the Nats are 4th. All right, so they're still top 5. We got 156 runs scored. The leader is the Braves, and they've got 171. So they're still scoring, but the team ERA is not
They've
good.
given up the most runs in Major League Baseball. I just checked. The Astros have also given up 179 runs. So they're tied for giving up the most runs allowed.
The
this
only
season.
the only team ERA worse than the Nats right now, the Houston Astros, and that's because they got a billion injuries. But Nats team ERA 5.2 wasn't good last night.
How about Don Mattingly coming back as an interim manager for the Phillies?
Got a win last night. Got a shutout.
Here's the interesting thing. I just learned this. I don't follow Philadelphia Phillies front office very closely. Believe his son is the general manager.
Oh, well, nepotism. You gotta
Well,
love
Well, it's
that.
kind of reversed. The
Yeah.
son hires his pops.
Well, hold on. Was he in the organization prior to being
He
named
was with
interim?
I think it was the Blue Jays last year.
Right, but I mean this
I would
year.
assume he was on the staff this year, but
Somewhere. Okay.
not
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Very cool.
I'm just trying to look up his name. Yeah, Preston Mattingly. That's interesting. How old is Preston Mattingly? He's like 30?
He's a whiz kid like Tabone.
Yeah.
A
he's gotta
youngin'.
be. I mean, he's got to be young as hell. I mean, Don Mattingly's only 65. And Don Mattingly, wasn't Mattingly with he was with the Blue Jays last year.
He was the Blue Jays, so he became the.
But
apparently
he was managing the Marlins before that.
Apparently, he left his bench coach job with the Blue Jays following the World Series.
Yeah,
and then he
Hopped
thought
on.
it was done, and then his son told him to give it another go, and he accepted a job over the winter as the bench coach. And then they whacked Rob Thompson.
His son's 38.
And now he's the interim manager because I think they made a run at Alex Cora.
Yeah.
And Cora said, not interested right now.
Yeah.
He was just fired by the Red Sox.
Yeah, did you talk about the quote there in Boston? Great quote about Cora when he was fired. One guy said, it's like when you poop in your pants but changing your shirt. In other words, he's not the problem.
He's not the problem.
Right.
I would agree. I mean,
It's a solid quote.
You
Isn't that
kind
a great quote?
But Craig Breslow, he's been getting a lot of scrutiny as the president of baseball ops out there in Fenway.
Anyway, we'll talk a little more baseball with Paul Tabone coming up at 9 o'clock, the president of baseball operations for your Washington Nationals here on the Junkies.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe you've been putting off, or buying season tickets so you never miss a game. Maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change. Inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to change. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Any excitement for the royal family visiting the United States? Visiting us here in D.C.?
I mean,
For
it's like a
us?
4 out of 10.
Axe me.
Like,
Yeah, I mean, 0.
Do you have any excitement, Jason?
No.
Mitchell?
No, I
am
do
I
not.
supposed to be excited that King Charles and
Camilla?
Queen Camilla are here visiting the U.S.? I mean, I guess if you're like a Royals watcher, you're into that sort of thing. You're into the monarchy, like it's cool, but
Are they doing a bit tomorrow? The Royals are visiting Front Royal.
Oh, thanks.
no, there has
That's
to
like
be
staying at the Hampton Inn
there
in the
has to
Hamptons.
be something more to it than them just
It's
visiting.
the 250th anniversary of America celebration with a brief parade down Main Street in Front Royal.
Oh, Camilla, maybe we should go to Front Royal because Royal's in the name.
Yeah,
I'm sure Charles sounds like that.
that's right.
That's like coming to America and going to Queens to look for your queen.
Well, that's a great bit from Coming to America. Fantastic
Do they
movie.
say why they're? I mean, just they're going there because of the parade. That's the only
I
reason.
guess so.
No, no.
Oh, that can't be it. There
No.
has to be more to it.
It dates back to the revolutionary, like front hold, I guess.
Okay.
For Britain.
Okay.
And that I don't really know.
Like
It's-
that was like a stronghold
Yeah,
for them?
yeah.
Yes.
Until the good old US of A
w-
gave them the boots.
I think it was important historically during the war.
I couldn't tell you one thing about Front Royal.
I
I'll
know
be honest. I know nothing about Front
It's in
Royal.
the middle of
You know
nowhere.
what? I got one for you, Cakes. Known as the canoe capital of Virginia.
Front Royal is?
Yes.
Okay.
Royal,
Oh, that's-
Virginia.
that's
Are
known
there
as the
other canoe
capital.
cities?
Yeah, who else is in the running?
So they're the canoe capital.
Yes.
What's their competition?
I don't know. Front Royal, Virginia is known as the canoe capital of Virginia and serves as the northern entrance to Shenandoah National Park and Skyline Drive.
Okay.
It's out
There
there
you go.
too.
You sleep on it. Some people say it has the best burger in Virginia.
Front Royal does?
They
What do you
say
mean?
that.
Royale with cheese.
What establishment
I think
has
it's called Spurlunkers. I hear about it all the time.
It's called Spurlunkers?
Spurlunkers or something like that.
Spurlunkers?
How do you hear about that all the time? Like I've never heard of it, but
I
how do you
have
hear
my
about
ear to the ground. I just hear things.
Spurlunkers.
They also, you don't know about their apple cider donuts down there that people travel from all across the USA to go to?
Hold on. People in Florida, people in Miami, say,
All right,
we
I'm
gotta go to Front
exaggerating.
Royal.
I'm
They have-
exaggerating a little bit.
Okay.
My dad used to love to take a ride in the Shenandoah, the whole, just
Well,
go
I
out
mean,
for a drive.
Right,
it's
just
like-
to see the mountains.
If it's fall and the leaves are turning, it's probably very scenic.
Yeah.
I haven't done it, but I mean, it sounds like
It
I
is.
do.
It is.
I do like the idea of escorting the king and queen around after you pummeled them for your independence.
Right.
Yeah.
They're many years removed from that. But sure.
I
wonder
kind
if
of like a geopolitical cuckolding. I do kind of like that.
I wonder if after their visit to Front Royal, they should go to my old neighborhood King Farm.
Maybe they should. Yeah. Yeah. That makes all the sense in the world.
Is Cowboy Todd from Front Royal?
He was
No,
Winchester.
he's from
Oh, he's
See,
from Stephen City.
Stephen City. Yeah. I was about to say Dale City, but I think it's close.
Our buddy Greg from Darvish lives in Front Royal.
Oh, Greg Height.
Ah,
That's your boy
okay.
Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
this-
he's out there in the middle of nowhere.
I mean,
you know
this
what?
has
You
to
know
be-
who his neighbors are? Bears. That's how far out he is.
I mean, they're gonna be talking about it for a while.
I mean, it has to be the biggest thing that's
Yeah.
ever happened to Front Royal.
Well, they're closing the public
Right.
schools. Warren County Public Schools will be closed Thursday for the parade.
Oh,
You
they're
can't
so
even
happy.
bring lawn chairs to the event because of security.
right.
Founded
Let's
in
be honest. Parades suck for the most part, right?
100%.
Parades are way overrated.
except if you win a title. Except if you win a
Yeah,
title.
yeah.
That is
we were
true.
in two good ones.
We were in
two
the
good
Caps
ones.
and the Nats parade. Those are great parades.
Those are
because you're
great
celebrating
parades.
winning a Stanley Cup and a World Series. I will make an exception for that.
For the junkies, I emceed a Gaithersburg parade.
But a random,
Lame.
a random parade in your town where all the kids are marching, and
Right.
the high school band. It's
Yeah,
just
I agree.
What about like the Macy's parade or the Rose
Lame.
Over
parade?
the-
They
over
boring.
all
I mean,
those.
I watch them just because it's something on
Tradition.
TV.
I've seen all
They're boring.
I've seen the floats
Boring.
a million times. It's a Rocky and Bullwinkle float. Oh, it's a SpongeBob float. Oh, it's a
Right.
it's a Superman
And
float.
just
They've got to
Or
update
singers
if they're
just
still
lip-
whipping out
Balloon.
Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Again, I'm old, so
There's no way. Rocky and Bullwinkle
Hey, I do-
still a thing?
I do SpongeBob out there. That's
Okay.
relatively.
All right, everybody,
recent.
we've touched a nerve. Everybody's calling in about the burger out there. All right, let's go to Bernard. Bernard, what's up, buddy? Young with a jump.
So famous, Drab didn't even know if
going
it was
on, man?
Spreeluncle or Spurluncle.
What's up?
So it's Splunkers.
Splunkers?
Yeah, don't be an ass. That's hard to say.
I live in
Yeah.
Winchester now.
Splunkers. That's not a real
I'm
word.
DC. I live in Winchester now.
Yeah.
It's pretty damn good, man.
Really?
What's special about it?
Yeah. It's just I don't honestly I don't know. Maybe because there's a lot of farms out there. Maybe it's just the real meat. I'm
Okay.
not sure, but
All right.
it's pretty good.
All right, I'll buy it. All right, thank you, Bernard. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for listening.
Yes,
They
sir.
chop up the cow right in front of you.
Let's go to Garrett. Garrett, what's up, man?
What's up, boys? How are you doing?
Hey,
up,
great.
man?
How are you?
I'm good. I'll retweet Spelunkers, man. Phenomenal burgers, and people are sleeping on the ice cream. The ice cream is one of the it's one of the best spots in Virginia I've ever had.
All right, so I have a
burgers,
question.
ice cream.
Is it a fast food joint or is it like a sit down restaurant?
It's a little bit of both. You ever been to Culver's? You know Culver's?
I've heard of it.
it's
Never
Wisconsin.
been. It's like big Midwest thing.
Yeah, it's. I would say it's like a local Virginia style Culver's, but better.
All right, and so but they don't have a drive through.
They do have a drive-through, and it's got a line around the block.
I'm sure it
every time.
does.
It's like Chick-fil-A.
Every
So it
time.
looks like it's
Line around the
frozen custard,
these
not necessarily ice cream.
These
Slight
shakes
difference.
and frozen custard things they have on their website look delicious. Like you would
But they got
pummel
they
them.
got and stuff you can mix into it too. Like
Yeah.
you can, I don't know, man. And the pros, they say the pros will dip like a Wendy's, like a Frosty, dip the fries in it too.
Yeah.
So people sleep. Well, they got an arcade out there too. It's an all-you-can-play arcade out.
There you go, Kim.
I might be going to Front Royal.
That's still a thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's like $10. All you can play. They got all the '90s games down in the arcade. They got a comic book store there. It's a pretty cool little strip if you go out there and you go like a tubing down the river. It's a pretty good.
How far away?
Look, Camilla, we can play Pac-Man at this
Yeah.
arcade.
From here, it's probably
How far is it?
It's probably an hour and a half from here.
It's that far? Wow.
Hour and 15.
It's an arcade. It's not too far. It's like up 66 West. You go out there. It's like an hour and change. You go tubing, grab a cooler, go on the river, hang out, drink a couple quads or beers, whatever. Go downtown, go play some games, and then go finish your day off.
Hey, you're kind of selling me on Front Royal.
Front roll.
That's
I've
what
never been tubing. I don't know.
Can you imagine
much
seeing
about
Prince Charles
tubing.
or whatever he is, King Charles, whatever the hell he is, on a tube.
I mean, all you do is just sit on it and float down the river. It's not hard. You drink a beer and
Yeah, it's like a lazy river.
I like lazy
That's
river.
all it is.
Lazy
It's-
River's
Yeah, you've never been tubing before? It's silly.
Never. The last lazy river I
don't know
did
if
was
I
with
have.
Valdez in Myrtle Beach.
That's a long time
We
ago.
had a great time.
I've been on like a tube where they pull you with a boat or something. I've
Yeah.
never been on like
No. You just let the current. You let the current.
It takes
take
it
it.
takes forever to get
Yeah.
down the river too.
It does.
Yeah.
You kind of attach all your tubes together and everything, so everyone's like in the same
Just
vicinity.
drinking and
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
Getting
Jonin.
so sunburned.
Water's so dirty and smelly.
So Spelunkers frozen custard and cavern
Is it a
burgers. Getting a lot of
chain?
hype. I'll say this.
No.
I don't think
No.
it's a
one
chain.
off.
no.
Yeah.
Greg just sent the text
Yeah.
and said, "It's not that great, bro. I'll take 5 guys over it."
Oh, I mean,
It's not that great.
I feel like I have to try it now.
Well, you drive down there and pick up an
Well,
extra
I need
for us.
somebody to put it on an airplane and send it to Reagan National, and I'll eat it when it lands.
Be an expensive DoorDash bill for you.
Yeah. You think I'm driving to Front Royal? Probably not.
There's going to be so much Secret Service out there. My buddy Greg, he's going to be so bitter. He's going to be so crowded. He might as well just
Is
stay
he
the
a
night at my
Secret
house.
Service guy?
No,
Greg?
he works for a flooring company, a roofing company.
Oh, okay.
But all of his clients are, in the Northern Virginia area near, Reston or in Ashburn. But he's not going to want to go back to Front Royal when the president's out there.
Right.
And they've got parades.
Yeah, and the Royals are there.
And the Royals. Yeah.
Maybe if George Brett was there.
Yeah, sure. Just name it.
Amos
Royal.
Bo
Otis.
Jackson was there.
Hal
Yeah.
McRae, was he a Royal?
Yes. Good job, Cakes.
Baseball cakes.
Hal McRae.
Baseball cake
All
strikes
right,
again.
remember, we will talk some baseball a little bit later in the program. Paul Tabone is going to join us, the president of baseball operations. He joins us every Wednesday at 9 o'clock here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, less stressful? The right strategy in place, serious buyers walking through your door, and confidence in how it all plays out. Well, that's exactly what my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room team of Keller Williams bring to the table. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope for the best. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold. From pricing it right, to creating demand, to negotiating the strongest possible offer, every step is intentional. That strategy is why homes sold with Reynolds and Power Room team sell 2 times faster than the average agent. Fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions to your life, a smoother experience overall. And it's also why their sellers net 4.2% more on average. For many homeowners, that could translate into $30,000 more at closing. Sell with certainty. Your home sold. Guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. So call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Room team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
With yet another tough start that included yet another round of home runs surrendered, Zach Littell lasted 3 2/3 innings, giving up 8 runs as the Nationals were blown out 8-0 in the opener of this 3-game series for the Mets. The Nationals never got anything going at the plate against Clay Holmes, advancing only 1 runner into scoring position in 6 innings versus the New York starter. And the NCAA has began the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams per ESPN. The expansion is on track to be formalized in the upcoming weeks and would begin this upcoming season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year long, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. That's presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. That is the foursome. Coming up later in the program, we got Paul Tabone. He'll jump on at 9. He's the president of baseball ops for the Washington Nationals. At 9:25, Antonio Daniels, former Wizard, longtime NBA point guard.
Haven't talked to him in a while.
We will talk some NBA playoffs with him.
Mm-hmm.
But we wanted to get into the Commanders and where they rank right now in the NFC East, in the NFL. Pete Prisco came out with his NFL power rankings.
His post-draft power rankings.
Yeah. Yes. Let me preface this by saying, if you look at some of these value charts, we talked about Warren Sharp. I saw one on a different site yesterday. Some people love the Commanders draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, have rated it number 1.
Because of?
I guess they love the Sonny Styles value, number 1.
And then
like Antonio Williams, you can just kind of keep going down.
I think Sharp is the one, right, that pointed out. Was it Sharp?
Yeah, Sharp.
That they didn't reach sort of on any of them until they got to quarterback. They were sort of like good value.
Mm-hmm.
They were all ranked higher than where they picked them, allegedly. And likewise, I think the Niners are getting killed.
They were getting dragged.
Reaching on more of theirs.
And then trading out of the first. Then their first pick was in the second. They took Stribling, the receiver from Ole Miss. And a lot of people had Stribling way down in the wide receiver rankings. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you think Pete Prisco would have the Commanders, who finished, with 4 wins last season, awful season?
Yep. I was kind of surprised by this number.
All right, so you've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I look too. It's pretty
I'm going
low.
to guess he has them at, you guys are making it sound like they're pretty low.
I was surprised it was this low.
21.
Keep going.
It's lower.
25.
Keep going.
26.
26.
Ooh,
He
that's
projects
not
I
them.
thought it might have been in that 21 range,
Yeah.
maybe 23. I didn't think he'd had. Now, I don't know if he's basing that on a lot of that on just last year's performance. I just don't know if you could put him that low based on what they've added. They've added so many players, especially in free agency.
I think they also have uncertainty because they, and he talks about the changes in coordinators.
True.
Kind of 2 unknowns
True.
at offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator.
Yep.
And then obviously Jaden's health.
Right.
I mean, if Jaden's healthy and plays, 15, 16, 17 games.
They're better than that.
They're
better
going to be
than
way
20.
better than 26.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I agree.
I think that's pretty low. Yeah, I thought Prisco was back on the Commander bandwagon. I guess not. Not yet, anyway.
Maybe he's down on.
Not a believer.
Maybe he's just down on Jaden because he was injured all of last year. Maybe he's down on those coordinators.
I think he's just
maybe he doesn't love the draft. I don't know.
Man, the Cardinal, he really hates the Cardinals. He has them ranked below the Dolphins, and everybody knows the Dolphins are pressing the reset button in Miami. He has the Cardinals ranked 32nd.
Yeah, he's got the Commanders just above the Jets, Raiders, Titans, Browns, Dolphins, Cardinals.
Yeah, it's not.
Those are
He
some
basically
bad.
got him with the worst of the
not
worst.
a great neighborhood to be in.
He's got him right there.
All right, but if you went through it from top to bottom, all right, who are you going to put the Commanders above? I'll just rip through the top teams and you can work our way down.
Yep.
Seahawks defending champions. Rams, not putting ahead of them.
No.
Bills, Broncos, Jaguars. Jaguars, he's got at 13-4 next year. He loves the Jaguars. He's got the 49ers, Packers, Cowboys number 8. Surprising how high they are. Chargers, Bears. That's his top 10. So would you put the Commanders ahead of any of those teams?
Well, of course not. I'll give you a few teams I'd put them
All right,
ahead
so
of.
Patriots 11, Chiefs 12, Eagles 13, Ravens 14. Stop me when you like the Commanders better than the team. Texans 15.
I might have issue with the Texans, even though their defense is amazing. I understand how good it is. I have real question marks about their offense and C.J. Stroud. I don't.
I think that's fair, but they make the playoffs every year.
I understand, but that's a team I feel like is going to take a step back.
Buccaneers 16,
Nope.
Bengals 17.
Probably.
It's got the Lions 18.
I know
man.
that's way down. That's
I
way
mean,
down.
they did miss the playoffs last year.
Yeah, they were 9-8. I know, but I'd still have them above Washington.
Vikings.
I'm not a believer in Kyler Murray. I'm not a believer. I'm just not.
I'm not a believer in their entire quarterback room. Kyler Murray, my guy, JJM.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason they brought in Kyler
I would
Murray.
have them pretty close with.
Yeah, I think that they're.
And I
I
tell
think
you-
those teams are comparable.
I'll tell you, I'd have them above because we don't know what's going on in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers.
They just slapped a transition tag
I
on
know.
Aaron Rodgers.
I'd put him above Pittsburgh. I'd put him above the Saints, and I'd probably put him above the Giants.
Yeah, having the Commanders ranked below both the Saints and the Falcons, I feel like is disrespectful towards the Commanders.
Yeah. And they're right below the Giants. Okay,
I mean, you're
maybe
gonna
they're
rank-
maybe they're neck and neck.
You're going to rank Tua and the Falcons above Jaden Daniels
JP, all I'm
and
saying,
the Commanders.
I don't know what team. I mean, there's a couple teams I'd have him above. I just didn't think he'd have him that low. I thought maybe 23,
I kind of have
22,
a problem
23.
with the Giants ahead of us.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't know. I put us in the middle of the pack. That's what, and until proven
I mean,
otherwise.
who's a better quarterback when healthy, Jaden or Jackson Dart?
I don't
think there's any comparison there.
Correct.
I mean, even with a banged up Jaden, we won 5 wins. They won 4.
Yeah.
With, 5 games. Whatever.
I don't know. So
Whatever.
I was just a little surprised by that.
That is. I thought that was low.
Yeah.
I thought Pete was one of those guys that liked the draft. Most people like the draft. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody that really didn't like the draft, right? The Commanders draft. Most people gave it an A or B.
Yeah.
These guys gave him a B minus. I think just
gave B minus.
from the lack of quantity.
Well, I can't get that excited about 2 6th-rounders and a 7th-rounder. I mean, 7th-rounder's never going to play.
No, the quarterback's not going to play.
Right. So
Even though Bill played a big role last
well, that's
year,
a
he
little
was a
different.
7th round.
RBs are different than 7th-round quarterbacks.
This one's
rarely.
not going to play. Yeah,
Yeah, he's going to play over Jaden Daniels.
No, I'm
mean,
just
I-
saying.
You might have.
I
three.
realize there's the Brock Purdy's
Trust
of the
me,
world.
I'm
but-
usually in the camp where I look at a 7th rounder and I sneer, and I'm like, well, that guy's not going to make any sort of impact. But they've proven they can make an impact.
Yeah.
They just chose to go with a developmental quarterback.
I think.
I think the Commanders. It all comes down to. I mean, it's obvious. Jaden Daniels' health. If he starts and finishes 15 games or more, they're going to have a chance to make the playoffs.
Correct.
If he plays, 7-8 games and finishes 4 of them, it's going to be like last year.
Yeah.
Even with an improved roster.
Yeah. I don't think that'll happen though. I don't know. Who knows?
What did you say if he plays 8 games?
If he plays a similar amount to last season,
plays
where
half
he
the season?
finishes 4 games,
I think last
I
year
don't
played
care
7.
how much they've improved the defense. They're going to win 5 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if he gets hurt again or has nagging injuries and he's out for half the year, if not more, then you got to start talking about possibly looking at other quarterbacks down the road.
Ooh, that's going to be
Yeah.
a tough conversation if that's.
That's fine.
That's
if you
the way
can't
it
count
works
on
out.
your number 2 pick to be on the field,
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that's going to be a major setback for the organization.
oh, I get it.
If they have
now,
to.
that being said, I don't think he's going to be. I mean, unless something bad happens, like ACL,
Right.
I don't think he's going to be on the injured list for half the season.
He's a smart kid too. And
I think he's going to play more than half the
as
season. if not most
competitive
of the
as he
season.
is, I think he'll probably make a little more concerted effort to get down and protect himself a little bit more.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still going to be competitive and go for those first downs, but
And then Blau will probably, he'll change the offense where they protect him a little bit more, and they're better defensively. So I don't think they'll have to be on the field as much.
yeah, I thought it was
we'll see.
interesting. I listened. No, I was driving. I don't know how I caught it, but you guys. I think I just got it. Came up on my social media, the interview or something. The interview you guys did with Jay. And Jay talked about when
Yesterday.
he was in war rooms.
Or
that
2 days ago.
he always liked to draft defense to make because he always felt like he could drum up offense, but make the defense better, and it makes my life easier. And I think they did a lot of that. They bolstered the defense quite a bit. We'll see.
Yeah.
If Sonny Styles is the real deal and OA can produce, the defense could be pretty good.
I'm telling you, Chanel's my guy. I think Chanel's going to be a stalwart.
No, we
They're gonna
talked
be all
about
over
this
the
on
field.
Monday. If you had to look right now post-draft, since we didn't get your opinion, what is the unit that you're most worried about?
Might still be. Maybe it's a secondary. And then maybe
That's where
still-
most people come
and then
down to.
maybe the receiver because I still
Yep.
like a little bit more depth there. Whatever.
Those are kind of the two areas we talked about.
Yeah.
Some people thought they might go corner, and maybe they would have if Delane was
Well,
available.
now somebody also made a great point. That's what I tried to say too a lot. Is that people, if they drafted a 6th-round corner, that doesn't solve your problem. They just got a guy in the 6th round who might be able to help.
Right.
And then if you hit a home run, then you might have a real contributor. But on the whole, just because they didn't draft one in the 6th or 7th round doesn't really mean that much. They weren't going to likely get a ton of help with a 6th-round corner.
True.
That's
why I gave.
You can't address every need.
You can't, and that's why I gave the draft a B- because they only had a 1st and a 3rd, and once you start getting into the 5th, 6th, 7th, you can't really bank on those guys.
You don't know. Although
making the team.
The lineman that they got,
The center.
yeah.
Matt Golbin.
Yeah, he's played everywhere. He's played guard, center.
Yeah, I mean he'll probably make the team and be a depth guy.
He might be a contributor. I think you could get a center in this 6th round.
So the next step for them that we'll hear coming up in May, just days away, you'll have a rookie mini camp. They have something called the Rookie Football Development Program, May 11th.
Yeah.
So you'll get your first glimpse at some of these guys in a jersey.
I'm telling you, I think Antonio Williams is going to be super exciting. Just the way he's just super twitchy, the way he runs his routes, the way he runs, the way he kind of gets guys going one way and then gets their hips moving one way and then he goes the other way. That little wiggle that he has to him.
He's got a lot of opportunity, too.
He's going to be super exciting.
You've
to
been
watch.
convinced that Iayuk is going to end up here. Are you still convinced?
Yeah, but I'm not as convinced that he's going to be. We got to see the guy. We got to see him. See how good a shape he's in and health wise. I mean, that picture was concerning. We saw him look all bloated getting off the plane with the dogs.
Yeah,
that was the kind of concerning picture.
I think the more concerning thing is we've seen, for a guy that's putting out videos and pictures on Instagram, we've seen no workout stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this is me getting off my jet. Hey, here's me sitting on the jet with a pudgy face.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me of the Debo stuff, but
yeah,
we'll see. I don't know. I'm not as super high on Iayuk as I might have been. The pictures did affect me, I have to say.
You were a little bit shook.
It's a little unfair, but
Right.
it's true.
Have you seen the opposite online? I saw it yesterday of Olivia Wilde.
Yeah.
Dude, those pictures are
looks all
disturbing. The side by side, they're
gaunt.
saying it's a Zempic face.
Yeah.
Where, she's a beautiful woman and just looks super thin now.
Well, look at
and so her face is hollowed out, almost like a skeleton. Now, maybe in the previous picture she had those eye bags, which I definitely have.
Yeah.
And she was just covering with makeup. But the side by side is scary.
I always, when I see Ariana Grande, I just get sad. She used to be so pretty.
Oh, she's just a bag of bones.
She's
at
a
this
bag of
point.
bones now.
It is scary to look
It's terrible. It's scary.
Yeah.
She's so talented.
She's tiny.
Hey, somebody should send her to Spelunkers. Give her
a burger.
custard, fries, the works. Give her one.
Have
of
her hang
everything-
out with the
give her
Royals.
One of everything on the menu.
Yeah.
Hook her up.
I'm with you, Cakes. I'm with you. But yeah, I saw those pictures. They're going viral.
She just wave her magic wand from Wicked, and she could show up in Front Royal along with the Royals.
Did you see Wicked?
I've seen both.
Wow.
I saw. I guess I'm a wicked guy.
Well, you love Wizard of Oz, the originals, your
Wizard
top
of
5
Oz,
movies.
Wizard of Oz. We're not sure which it is. Saw the play and saw both movies. Wow. Second movie wasn't great.
You were all in on Wizard of
Well, it's
Oz.
more-
You love the Yellow Brick Road.
The Yellow Brick Road is great. Munchkins everywhere. Not the Dunkin' Donuts munchkins, like little people munchkins.
What's better, Wizard of Oz or like the Chocolate Factory? Willy Wonka,
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory?
Factory.
That movie?
Yeah.
It's close. Those are both great movies. Wizard of Oz better.
Wizard of Oz better.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's better.
You know why he's saying it Wizard of Oz? You missed this. So you know that the mentalist,
that
was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's been famous
Oz,
last couple of years. See, everybody's called him Oz. You immediately called him Oz.
Yeah.
Drab did some research,
I
or
thought it was
Valdez did
Oz.
some research. Apparently, it's Oz Perlman.
Yeah.
Okay,
Whatever.
It looks like Oz.
Yeah,
it
always
should be
Oz
Oz.
to me.
I'm sure.
So now, for the
Sure,
rest of
Ron.
the show,
Yes.
as long as we do this stupid show, Cakes is always going to call it the Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
You know he's going to do that.
Pretty
right.
much. I'll mix it in, but there'll be a lot of Wizard of Oz references.
Yes.
All right.
All right, got to take a break. We're the Junkies. Keep it here. Hey, I've been telling you about Michelle Radley Chevrolet. I had an amazing experience there as I flipped my ride, and I have a brand new Chevrolet Traverse. Here's the thing. I went over there. The salespeople were inviting, but Michelle Radley, whose name is on the building, she was there too, filling me in on what I should do. And I got this great SUV in the Chevrolet Traverse. Love it. It's fantastic. You need to follow my lead. Head on over to Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. But she has 3 other locations in Fredericksburg: Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. One of the best features, if you get a ride there, whether it's new or pre-owned, Radley VIP Rewards. That's complimentary oil and filter changes, tire rotations, alignment checks, and more for 2 years or 24,000 miles. It's amazing. They also have complete price transparency. Do what I did. Check them out for yourself. Michelle Radley Chevrolet of Leesburg. And down in Fredericksburg, you've got Radley Cadillac, Radley Chevrolet, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi. Tell them JP from the Junkie sent you. It's Michelle Radley Automotive Group, delivering memorable driving experiences. Less than a month away from our Junkies Beach Bash at the Starbird in Dewey Beach. Hope you can join us. It's Friday, May 22nd. That's Memorial Day weekend. Getting the summer kicked off. And after we do our show live from 6 to 10, Mitch and Finley are going to take over at 10. It's all presented by Main Street Bank. So if you haven't put it on your calendar yet, put it on your calendar because it is approaching fast.
Yeah, for all of you Starboard noobs, just pace yourself. Don't go 100 miles an hour right out of the gate. It's a long day. It's a long morning, long afternoon, long evening.
And bring some lotion.
Bring some lotion. Mix in a water here and there. Be sure to eat. There's a lot of steps you have to go through to navigate through the Starboard successfully. Trust us, we're veterans. We've been there, done that.
I think I told you I got people coming in from Florida. I got people coming down from Long Island. I got a buddy who's going to be in town specifically for that. Another buddy and his family are going to be there. Another buddy's thinking about coming down. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people down.
It's like a Bickle wedding.
Yeah, I was telling Cakes, I'm like, I'm not going to be able to entertain all these people.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to be busy.
That's all right. They're going to be at a beach bar. They'll have fun.
Like I said, they'll
figure it out.
They'll be able to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay.
They'll figure it out.
Hey, so the NCAA tournament looks like it's expanding.
That's what Bickle likes.
More teams, of course, used to be 64. Then they added the play-in games, and now they're going to be expanding to 76 teams.
Mm-hmm. I hate it. I can't hate it enough. I mean, a
lot of people don't even consider it the tournament.
Why are we lowering the standards?
Play-ins.
just opening up the gates for everybody to get in the tournament.
Well, the crazy thing to me is they say the driver isn't money. Okay, yeah, right. But rather access for at-large bids for power conferences. Don't the power conferences get enough bids?
Yeah, I mean,
is this to add an 11th SEC team into the tournament? You know what I mean?
It's going to add a 500 team in.
I would have hoped the rationale was to get more of the mid-majors in, but I guess that's not.
It's for all the Auburns out there. But you're right. For conferences that only get one bid, the teams that kind of get whored at the end by not winning their conference championship, I kind of like the idea of them getting invited. But if it's just for Power 5 schools...
Yeah, you don't care as much.
I mean, it doesn't say it's just for that, but they say that was the driver, is the power conferences getting more bids. The mechanics are this. It'll include 8 additional at-large bids. What's known as the first 4, which has been the 8 teams playing for 4 games in Dayton, Ohio, would expand to 12 games played by 24 teams at 2 sites, one of which is expected to remain in Dayton.
So it'd be 12.
The other one would probably be Indy.
12 sort of play-in games, essentially?
Yes.
And
then the 64-team bracket will still begin on Thursday.
Right. So
it's Tuesday and Wednesday of the NCAA tournament when they do the play-ins, I half pay attention to that. And then once the field is set, I know some people like Valdez believe you got to fill out your bracket before.
Oh, he's very militant about that.
I know the latest bracket that we did, I think, I don't even think it'll let you have that option, right? It just started with 64.
Right, because it has the 2 teams that are in the play, and then just you have to you pick that, whoever gets that win is automatically in for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe now they're going to have wider brackets because there's so many new teams.
Yeah, so now you're going to have
12 games.
You're going to have 12 of those on the line.
I know that when I was really, really into Maryland basketball, and that was for like 20 plus years.
By the way, Maryland basketball getting a lot of hype.
Well,
I've seen some people believe that they could be like the number 1 most improved team in the country.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I remember being a fan, and when we would be on the bubble and maybe not get in, I was always for
adding another team.
Yeah,
selfishly.
Yeah. So I'm kind of okay with it. I don't hate it. It's it's a whole new season anyway. It's like a postseason. It's kind of like you're in your conference and you get a chance to win your conference tournament. Now it's just on a bigger stage. I actually don't hate it. I would like it to be used to get more of the Cinderella type teams in there, to get more of the mid majors. I guess that's unlikely to happen.
Well, maybe you do.
Maybe you get a couple.
Yeah,
maybe you get a couple based on schedule strength and Ken Palm rankings, etc.
If there's a mid-major like Miami of Ohio had just a crazy year record-wise, If there's a school like that just
What
has a
about,
crazy record that doesn't win their conference tournament, maybe they sneak
What about
in.
George Mason? I mean, they didn't have the craziest record, but
Right.
they were pretty good.
Yeah, they were good.
I mean, they probably deserved in this kind of a world to be in a tournament.
Do you know how many teams already made it from the SEC into the tournament? The field of
I
68
don't know, 11
this year,
or 12. I don't know.
or whatever.
11 or 12 or something. I don't know.
10.
Yeah.
Arkansas, Texas, Missouri, Florida, Vanderbilt, Texas A&M, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia.
Right.
And supposedly the driver is to add more of these teams.
Yeah, I don't love it.
It's insanity.
I'm with you, Cakes.
Why are we taking something that's borderline perfect and just trying to sabotage it?
I mean,
I don't understand.
I mean, the 68, I questioned too the play-ins.
you got used
Because
to
you're not even playing at a tournament site. You're
Right.
playing at a play-in site. You're playing in Dayton. Now it helps teams like the Howards of the world,
Right.
but Howard doesn't play in the main bracket because of the strength of their or lack of strength of their conference. They have to play in the play-in. You got to beat another 16 seed to get into an actual tournament site. But now you're adding all these other teams to the play-in site. I don't like it. I don't really get into those 4 games.
We're just
I don't.
we're just accepting it's like Christmas creep. Like you start seeing Christmas decorations in stores in like late August before it's even like Halloween. Like what are we doing?
Yeah,
like
but-
eventually we're going to say, okay, 76 is fine, and then 2 years later they're going to say, you know what, 76 isn't enough. We're going to have 100 teams in the NCAA tournament. When are we going to draw a line and say enough is enough?
You have to draw a line at some point. Now, when they've expanded the NFL playoffs by a team, when they expanded the Major League Baseball playoffs, at first, traditionalists are like, well, I don't like that. And then eventually you get used to it. I think I'll just probably ignore, like I kind of ignore the first 4. I'll probably just ignore it.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to 64 on Thursday,
except if your team
then
is
I'm
in there. Except
Yeah.
if your alma mater gets in as one of the, whatever, first 12 or whatever, you'll be into it. I don't know. Adds an extra round, essentially, ish, sort of.
But
I don't hate it.
At least early on, it seems like the whole NIL/transfer portal stuff has just benefited the big programs more than anybody. So the big programs are they're the ones that are in the Final Four. There's less. Didn't we say that the Cinderella is dead now?
It feels that way.
Well, I mean, they've got the money to pay the kids.
Yeah. But you got more teams that have a dream, more teams that have a chance at the dream, I don't know. I think it's cool. I don't hate it.
But were you really into the Florida Atlantic making the Final Four?
No,
were you into
of
that?
course not. But if my team is one of those,
Sure.
then I just think it gives kids another shot at the dream. Competing for a national championship. Say you got to make it to the NCAA tournament. Maybe it makes it not quite as special for some because it's now 76 instead of 68. But I don't think it's that large of a change.
How many?
But they're not even. You're actually penalizing these kids because they're not even really making the tournament. All the 16 seeds will play in the play-in round. Every single one of them. Half the 15
Yeah, but it's
seeds.
still kind of like the tournament. As far as I'm concerned, that's the tournament.
No, it's not. You're not playing a number 1 seed. You're not living out your dream. You're not
Yeah,
Long Island
you're
playing
kind
Duke.
of-
You're playing a
You
Niagara.
if you
Well, you have a chance. You have a chance.
You've got to beat that team.
I would consider it being in the tournament.
So you think NC State, for example, or UMBC, they were in the tournament this year? UMBC played Howard,
If
lost.
they were in the playing game, yeah.
NC State lost to Texas.
If you're in the playing game, I would consider it being in the tournament. Me personally.
But nobody else cares. Like that's the
I
thing.
understand.
I mean,
I don't care if you care. I'm
Are
just
you
telling
for
it's
the
flawed.
expansion drab?
But it was
no, it's awful.
I'm not either. Less is more sometimes. Like if you just said right now, and I guess I've gotten used to these playing games in the NBA playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But if you said right now, all of those teams, instead of playing games, they're just in. We're going to have 10 teams.
Yeah.
That's too much.
It's a lot. I know a lot of people don't like the expansion. I get it.
Listen, if you're UMBC and you got a chance, you got to win, but you got a chance to
Got an
advance
extra
to
game.
the full tournament. Yeah. What's the problem? It's fun. More fun. I don't, gives them a
know.
chance at the dream.
1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime
negative. I don't see what the big downside
Well, why not just
is.
put
It just
all
dilutes
300
it.
in?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with that either.
Are you
Well, then
kidding?
we can't take you
I
seriously.
wouldn't. I wouldn't because the best teams are going to win. So it's a chance at the dream.
Siena was beating Duke in the second half this in March.
Yep,
that
that's
could
right.
be taken away from you. Siena could have lost to a 16 seed and just never had the chance. And the way they're seeding these things, it's a bunch of crap. Like you're playing 13 seeds against each other. None of it even makes any sense. They're not doing it for the players, Eric. They're not doing it so Coop can have one more shot at the tournament. They're doing it to stuff their pockets.
That's
They
what it
don't
always
care about
comes
the
down-
players.
It always comes down to that.
Nobody
definitely
cares.
don't care about the
Nobody cares
players.
about the players. Nobody cares about the people. That's given. That's understood.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I was a player or if I was a fan of this team, I would like the opportunity to have my postseason play, continue. I would like it. So I'm just, I could be 1 in a million. If everyone hates it, that's
So
fine.
eight extra fan bases
Doesn't really bother me.
get excited about it.
Yeah, and then if you win,
But
then
the
you got
format-
the chance of the dream. The dream continues.
Yeah, I mean, look, when Howard beat UMBC, we were excited just because we know the coaches since local school. It's DC.
Yeah.
But if that was UMBC playing, another 16 seed, well, obviously we don't care.
It's turning the tournament into a farce.
Well, yeah,
turning it into high confidence, in my opinion.
and Selection Sunday used to be special. Like
Yeah.
you would watch the announcement, and there were teams that were on the bubble, that were good teams that wouldn't make it. You just added a bunch of teams. Like now, the teams that are on the bubble are probably, as Jason said, teams that are sub 500.
Well,
it
definitely
should
in their
be.
conference.
That's why it should be more of the mid-major stuff.
Well, they should have
Because
they
those
should
guys-
have a rule that you have to be above 500
Have
to
a
get
winning
in.
record. But that problem is, if you win your conference tournament, you could be a losing record.
No,
No, he
all
means
my-
in the
For
conference.
I'm talking about at larges.
large.
Right, like if you're
largest.
an SEC team in your conference,
hate
maybe
that.
be above 500.
I
No,
wouldn't
no,
hate
I'm
that.
saying the at-large teams, the added
Have to
teams,
be above
they've got to
500,
be
yeah.
above 500.
I wouldn't hate that.
Yeah.
And that would give the mid-majors more of a chance.
At-large teams or automatic qualifiers, you have no idea. I mean, they're in.
I mean,
But the at-large teams, yeah, I think they have to be
I have
better than
actually
500.
advocated in years past, just let them all in like a big postseason tournament.
oh, why don't they do that in the NFL then?
Well, why have the regular season? If you're going to let every team in the tournament, why do you even play the regular season? That makes no sense.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The best teams will survive.
Well, I'm sure it's also it's not a
more-
competitive advantage if you're stuffing all these 13 and 16 seeds to play each other. Then you have to go fly the next day to the location to go play the number 1 seed.
No, it's not good. I mean, Howard had to do that.
I know.
Howard had to play Tuesday in Dayton,
Yeah,
and
but
then they
you're
had
lucky to be in it.
Plus,
then they had to go to play Michigan
Sorry.
and Buffalo.
Well, not if you're a
Pay.
13. If you're a 13 seed, I don't necessarily think that. If I'm a 13 seed, if I'm a head coach of a 13 seed, I don't feel lucky to be in the tournament.
Okay.
I feel like I earned my way to the
You're
tournament.
going to let Maryland in the tournament after the season they just had?
Not this year, maybe.
No.
Not this year, maybe. But if we were a bubble
No,
team,
but if
But
you're
when
letting
years
every
past,
team
we've
in,
been bubble teams and not gotten in. I would have appreciated.
I wouldn't feel lucky if I earned my way into the tournament legitimately, and I should be playing the number 1 seed, or if I should be playing the number 4 seed, and all of a sudden it's 2 13s against each other or 2 16s against each other. I'm not just lucky to be in the tournament. I feel like my opportunity of being on a big stage is robbed from me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I
I
mean-
think if you're, I don't know. I just like. I don't mind the idea of it. I hear your argument. That's okay. I like the idea of the extra teams. Another shot at the dream.
Well, you got it. Starting this year.
Doesn't bother me.
Got 8 more.
Well, hopefully Maryland won't need
And I
extra
won't pay
teams
attention
to get in
either
next year.
unless a team I care
Right.
about is in it. I won't really pay attention.
I know.
As of April 15th, according to a couple sources, I think like 24/7 Sports, they have the number 1 incoming class.
Maryland? Yeah, we'll
Maryland.
see.
How many portal kids do they get? 5 or 6? I know they got the DJ Wagner kid.
They got a game Tomislav Buljan from New Mexico, Bishop Boswell from Tennessee, Robert
Yep.
Jennings from Oak State.
Yeah, they've got, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 portal kids. And I guess the highest rated one was the DJ Wagner kid from Arkansas.
And they've had a few transfer. I just read about one the other day. Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since 1905, is expanding beyond shoes for the first time. Known for its unmatched quality, fit, and durability on the job site, Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with a new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked up the junks with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, graphic tees. I love my hoodie. It's maroon. It's silly. My brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show when I'm working around the house or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection.
You mentioned earlier that this is Kentucky Derby week, and you only bet, Jason, on horse racing one time a year for the Kentucky Derby.
Yep, that's it.
There's a big article about how gambling is changing in horse racing, and gamblers are bitter because of the algorithms. This article from Dan Wolkin, Yahoo Sports.
Explain this to me like I'm 5 years old.
The sixth race at Del Mar on a random Saturday last July should have been memorable anyway. Running for an $81,000 purse, a 4-year-old thoroughbred named Nancy Griffith won the 1 mile race and paid $14.80 to win on a $2 bet. But for many of those who backed the winner, the payout was a massive disappointment. As the gate opened, the tote board showed Nancy Griffith's odds at 18-1. When she crossed the wire, however, the odds had changed to 6-1, meaning those who held winning tickets collected less than half of what they might have expected at post time.
They're saying the odds changed from once the race started?
Yeah, so what in horse racing it's different than gambling in that you don't like lock in your line with the book, and the money that you receive when you win comes from a pool of money from other bettors. And then the track takes like a percentage off the top.
It's whatever it closes at.
Correct. Right? That's why, like, if you have a trifecta and the favorite's not in your trifecta and your trifecta wins, you end up winning more money than you would if the favorite's in there because people like betting the favorites.
So the odds shown to the public or on TV or on your computer screens are constantly shifting based on what percentage of total money is being bet on each horse.
So what's the change? I don't understand what the change is.
So what's happening is that there are these syndicates, these groups of people, and there's probably like 10 to 15 big groups.
They're called CAWs.
CAWs.
Yeah.
Computer Assisted Wagering Syndicates.
So what they do is, think of it at like poker, where they always have the button on every single hand.
Well, that is a big advantage.
So and the tracks they allow this because some of the tracks they need the money.
They need the action.
And since they're juicing the pot, they take a bigger percentage from the pot.
Right.
But they wait until everyone's bets are in.
They're gaming the system.
And then they have their own algorithm where they run the races a billion times and they can figure out
the best
bets based off of the odds of what the horses are currently.
Yeah.
And they're able to put these bets in basically as the gates open. So they're given carte blanche by the track. Since they're adding
so what you're saying is
the
general public, the lines are closed.
Correct.
But for these bots or whatever, they're not, and so that changes your odds.
Correct. And not only that, we're not privy to what they're betting beforehand. So when we think we have value at a horse at 20-1, they understand that horse won't be 20-1 as soon as the gates open.
It's like blackjack, like counting cards.
A little bit,
They spot like an inefficiency in the system, and then they make a big bet.
Correct.
There's
kind of the way they cash in.
There's an economics professor who said, I bet about 1/3 as much as I would on what I would call a prime bet for me because I just don't know where the odds are going to shift.
So hold on.
The syndicates are smart. Part of my process now as a horse player is to watch the market. I spend as much time watching the market as I do handicapping the horses. So I would imagine the purists who like going to the track, watching the horses, figuring out which are the strong horses, which are the weak horses. They're the ones that are upset because now it's just a math game.
Right, but I don't understand the difference. So, like right now, are they? It closes for everybody at the same time. In other words, for the general public versus these bots.
No, they're not necessarily bots.
Whatever, but
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. The people that are using the computers.
Yeah,
they have the tracks have granted them the ability to basically fire a bullet at the pot at the last possible moment. But Joe Schmo, who has to go up to a teller or who has to
wait in line
or has to do it in through their phone, they don't have the same opportunity to bet up to the last minute as these other people do.
Right.
They just
that's just another advantage that they have besides having an algorithm that'll spit out the race 10 billion times
they're able
for them.
to get in under the wire.
When do the odds usually?
The vast majority of the money is already in the pool.
When do the odds usually close? Right.
They'll do the final calculations basically probably by the first quarter poll. You'll probably know the exact closing odds by then.
Right. Okay.
But you can't. The general
But
public
you can't bet. You can't bet it. You can't bet it as the race is going
starts,
on.
You can't bet it. No.
No. As soon as the gates open, it's all closed anyways.
Yeah, it's closed.
But they have more of an opportunity to go as soon as the gates open before you and I do.
Here's what a handicapper in California compared it to, since you're a poker person. Says it's like giving 15% of every bet back to one person, and that person always has the button.
Right. Yeah, button meaning you're acting
ability
last.
to go last.
You're acting last. You see all the action happening before you. You have more information.
And this is much more prevalent in lower staked races. Like for the Derby, the pool is so large that
hard to shift.
It's hard to shift with the amount of money that's going in. But if the prize pool is only $100,000 for a race at Laurel Park, these people come in basically with half that amount, and they are betting it on that one race, and essentially that will guarantee them to earn money during that race.
Mm-hmm. Is this just the nature of sort of where we are with computers and AI, et cetera? They're able.
It's a combination of that, and then also a struggling industry that needs to take the money that's getting added to the pool.
How could they eliminate it?
Well, some of them don't allow the computer-aided system.
Okay.
Like I think the New York Race Association it doesn't allow these computer things, or doesn't give the same advantage to the groups.
Maybe it's not the same thing, but it kind of reminds me of. I know Valdez, you'll buy a lot of stuff on eBay, and these people come in and snipe at the last second. Like you think you got a deal, and I'm saying they come in and snipe. It's kind of
or you have the automatic bid on, and then you have a friend who will drive the price up for you.
Ah, nice. I like that.
And then that happens a lot too.
Sweetening the pot.
Yeah, they sweeten the pot.
Yeah.
Well, you just tell me 3 horses to bet on Saturday. I don't care how
That's
I do
all
it.
you want.
I don't care what algorithm
but
is going to.
but wouldn't you be mad if your payout is affected by it?
I mean, I wouldn't, but I understand someone who's doing this basically for a living and do it every single week.
I'm just doing it for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to make a few bucks.
I mean, I'm probably going to put $10 on the horse.
Right. It's not going to phase you one way or another.
I'm not putting hundreds of dollars.
No.
Who are you looking at? So Happy?
I don't know who I'm looking at.
So Happy Pappy?
The So Happy. Is that the 15-1?
Yeah. That we were talking about earlier in the show.
I'll probably pick 3 or 4 horses and throw it on there.
Coming up
you're
next.
always kind of guessing anyway. Aren't you always kind of guessing and hoping that you're still going to have the long shot?
Well, not like Uncle Kenny. I mean, Uncle Kenny has... It's not like a system, but he knows what to look for.
Yeah, he does it for a living, basically.
No, I know, but like still, when you go to the counter or whatever, and you place your bet, you're hoping that the long shot holds off. Like it's still.
Well, not necessarily. You don't just throw a long shot in there just to put them in there. You have rationale for it.
Right.
But I mean,
it just feels like the regular Joe doesn't have a shot. It feels like when we would do those fantasy things where it would be like 100 people in the pool, and you would try and pick your perfect fantasy lineup.
Sure.
And then you heard all the poker sharps are doing it, putting in a million entries, and they're winning all of them.
Well, just think about this.
Feels like that.
Winning's hard enough, but not only is it becoming harder to win, but the money that you're winning isn't as much as it would be.
I understand completely, but
if you're a guy that used to feel like you were great at picking horses because you would look at the horses and maybe study it, you're all about the racing form. Now it's all about just betting the market.
It's kind of always been that. You're getting value. You're always trying to bet the value. They're just kind of taking away maybe what you think is value. You thought it was value, but now it's not value anymore.
Hey, the draft lottery is coming up, but it looks like it may change in the future. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
Head to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for the new Ping Scottsdale Tech Putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology inspired by eye tracking research. Each model improves your focus to sink more putts. And with the center of gravity behind the shaft, there's one to fit your stroke. You can visit them at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982, home of the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom. Get there.
The NBA has disclosed to its 30 general managers a new anti-tanking draft reform termed the 3-2-1 lottery that includes expanding the lottery to 16 teams, flattened the odds, and a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams would be penalized with fewer lottery balls for the number 1 pick, starting with the 2027 draft. The owners have a final vote on May 28th. Speaking of the NBA, the 76ers beat the Celtics last night 113-97. Boston still leads that series 3-2. The Knicks beat the Hawks 3-2 after a 126-97 victory last night. And the Spurs clinched their series with a win over the Trailblazers 114-95 last night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. All year long, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. Sports Junkies Day in Washington, D.C. coming up May 4th.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's looming. It's right around the corner.
Monday.
I know the mayor came in, and we got the proclamation.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I don't even know what happened to the frame. I think they were talking about moving it up somewhere.
Trav moved it temporarily.
It was there yesterday or the day before. Anything else happening on Monday? I know Jason's not even going to be here. It's his birthday.
I'm out.
Anything else happening on Sports Junkies Day?
I doubt it.
What do you mean? Like to commemorate
on the show? Or
What do you think?
we
There's
do
going to be
it?
like a parade down the
I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got
That
the
was
day,
it.
and that's it.
Listeners are going to bring us breakfast.
Oh, is that what
That's big. That's big.
That is a
There you
big
go.
thing.
I mean, it's our official 30th anniversary, although by drab math, it would be the 31st anniversary.
Okay.
Remember we had that discussion months back. Speaking of math.
Someone could bring me breakfast at my house. That's what they can do.
Bring you breakfast in bed.
Yeah,
Hey,
absolutely.
Somebody tweeted.
Walk right upstairs.
Somebody tweeted a picture and said, "Is Jason trying to hawk a Surfside cooler on Facebook Marketplace?"
Oh. I'm not.
They saw one
Yeah.
and just assumed it was you, and I was like, "It probably is."
No. I'm not selling that. No way.
Maybe it was our pal Chris who won every piece of Surfside merchandise at the Par City appearance.
I love
a few
that thing.
weeks ago. I don't know.
It looked different than the one that I have, but I thought maybe you had a different one.
No.
Anyway,
I think we all have the same one.
the NBA lottery. Can you run the generator, Cakes?
Yes.
It's big for the Washington Wizards.
can.
I think Ted tried to claim that they didn't tank this year.
Of course, that's what he said.
You're kidding, right?
That's what he said.
I mean, I could look up the exact quote. I'm
I
paraphrasing.
didn't see the quote, so that's fine. You don't have to look it up. I take your word for it.
All right, how many sims do you want me to run? One,
Three.
three?
Three.
All right, sim number one. Wizards
This was
pick.
with the current
Wizards pick
Yes.
fifth.
That's what they're most likely to pick.
Sim number three.
That's not
sim,
DeBonsa. That's not Peterson.
sim number two. Wizards pick. I'll give this a ding. They pick second.
All
It's
right.
better than fifth.
That's great.
All right.
That's great.
Third sim. Wizards pick third. I consider that an L.
I think that's good.
Third,
If they
to
get
fifth,
second
an
or
L.
third-
One or two, I consider a huge victory.
So what
One or
Ted
two,
said.
Three's
but
good.
you're going to get a good player at 3.
What
Really
Ted-
good player.
What Ted said
You're
was
going to get a good player at 5.
Yeah.
He said we weren't tanking, we were developing players. It's a little different than maybe what some of the other teams' strategy was.
All right, so maybe he's painting it as a slight difference. He just clearly doesn't want to embrace tanking.
I thought
Like
it was
the turtle.
interesting that they made a big deal about Brian Keefe returning. I thought we all assumed he was going to return.
Yeah. I mean, he mission accomplished,
I
right?
mean, he did what was asked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
But
Company man.
there was a lot of discussion this year about all the teams that were tanking. It seemed like it reached new heights this year. I think the Sacramento Kings at one point were intentionally fouling a game. They were up. So they wanted to foul so the other team would hit free throws so they would lose.
That's really bad. That's really bad.
If there's no penalty for doing it, I understand why they're doing it. And that's why Adam Silver and the powers
managers
that be are like, well, this can't continue.
And then teams were trotting out essentially G League teams.
Right.
I mean,
I thought it was embarrassing.
Even the Wizards, you can say you're developing players, but your top guys that are developing, like Alex Sarr, Keyshawn George, they sat out of a ton of games, and you could say there were injuries, but it was so they would play these lesser guys.
Correct.
So the NBA is trying to
you're
come
not
up
trying
with,
to develop players that are giving up 156 points a game.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just not. Those aren't the guys that you're trying to develop for the future.
It's embarrassing. They gave up 83 points to Bam
Ted is
Adebayo.
trying to be as diplomatic as possible.
I know.
About the whole thing. It's just semantics.
So the NBA is tweaking the lottery in the future. They're going to move to a slightly expanded 16-team lottery.
3-2-1.
One that's apparently going to flatten the odds of winning the number one pick to try and deter tanking by drastically lowering the chances of winning for the teams that finish with the three worst records. They're calling it the 3-2-1 lottery proposal.
Yep.
And then the bottom three teams.
The worst three teams.
They land in what's called a relegation area, which is where you don't want to be, because then they take one of your lottery ping pong balls away from you.
All right, so the worst three teams have a lower percentage of getting the top pick.
They're going to punish teams that finish in the bottom three.
So in terms of adding the teams, the losers of the play-in games, they're going to get a lottery ball. The number 9 and number 10 seeds that go into the play-in tournament, they're going to get 2 lottery balls. And then the remaining teams that missed the playoffs and the play-in would get all 3 lottery balls.
The 4 through 10.
And then you've mentioned the draft relegation.
They're greatly simplified, actually. It's not like a million ping pong balls or whatever. A million, variations.
So the 4th worst through 10th worst teams will get the most balls.
They get 3 lottery balls each. But if you fall in that bottom 3, they take a ball away.
So
you only get 2.
Let's just talk about it for a
So
second.
the teams that finish with the 3 worst records,
yes,
they're going to have a 5.4% chance of winning the number one pick.
Right. So it doesn't behoove you to be worse, but it doesn't really hurt you that much to be 4th through 12th. So just don't be the
10.
worst.
4 through 10.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just don't be the worst. But if you're like 5th worst, 6th worst, 7th worst, that's fine.
I think it's
I don't know if
decent.
that's great.
They're taking away the incentive of tanking. When you only have a 5% chance,
A little bit.
they're taking it away.
What is your
And
chance
this
if you
year?
finish 4th?
This year was ridiculous in that you had at least 5 teams that seemed like they were really tanking.
Active tankers.
I remember at one point Utah made a trade during the season, and then they basically sent Markkanen and a couple guys to the whatever they call it in basketball, the IR, the IL, whatever the heck it is. And so you had Utah, you had Sacramento, you had Washington, Indiana,
Brooklyn.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
the
these
proposal-
teams finished 42, 43, 41, and 40 games behind.
Yeah.
40. That's
it was-
a ton.
it was a race
these
to
are,
the bottom.
These are professional basketball players, and they're finishing 42 games back.
Under this proposal, too, no team would be able to win the first overall pick in consecutive years or to get 3 consecutive top 5 picks.
Yeah. That's
So you can't get the back-to-back number ones.
can't get the back-to-backers.
I'm curious. I haven't looked at it. The Spurs, who all of a sudden have built, a contender,
A dynasty.
they actually beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the regular season 3 out of 4 times. So we'll see what happens. They could conceivably win the NBA Finals.
Yeah, the second best
Castle
record.
was I want to say he was a top 5 pick. Wemby was a number 1 pick.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Vassell or Vassell. I get confused. I think it's Stefan Castle and Devin Vassell.
Let's see. You want to know where they were drafted?
Yeah, just saying that they got good because of their draft.
Well,
I mean,
yeah. So
they kind of tanked for a couple years.
Vassell was an 11th pick.
Okay, so he was a little bit lower.
He was a little bit lower. Yeah. And yes, Castle was much higher. I think he was
He was
number 4.
He went 4 overall.
I mean, I think whether or not they adopt this or not, it would be a step in the right direction, right? We all agree. I think the current system's kind of untenable.
There are just some games in the NBA. Look, I like watching the NBA, mostly the playoffs now. But the regular season games, there's so many games where you'll look at a box score and you don't recognize half the lineup.
Yeah, the last
because
month.
they're calling up guys from the G League. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be allowed to do that, but when you're doing that because you don't want to start the better players and you want to lose a game, that's a joke.
Yeah, the last month of the season was unwatchable.
And
unless you were gambling on these, and you have some sort of fantasy. I'll never do NBA fantasy ever again.
I did it for a while. It was maddening.
Yeah,
I've been out.
I mean,
for
I
a
can't
while.
imagine how crazy it was if you were in a serious NBA fantasy league this year.
Right.
But
And you're picking up Juju Reese down the stretch.
It was just
It's gonna be
unwatchable.
double doubles.
I mean,
Right.
these
It's gonna be
teams that are
crazy
giving up
numbers.
150, 160 points in a game, it's just how can you watch that?
Something has to be done. I think it's a step in the right direction, whether they adopt it or not. It's a step in the right direction.
All that
The
said, we
thinking.
hope that the Wizards land the number 1 pick.
Hey,
I mean,
I'm hoping that EB's running with AJ DeBance's mom at the volleyball thing.
It wasn't even him. It was his friend.
It was a
his friend, but it's
Right.
It's 6 layer, 6 degrees of separation. Kevin Bacon, that whole thing.
Some sort of good juju. With
some
that?
sort of serendipity happening.
All right. Okay.
I'm grasping
Possible.
a little bit, but
Possible.
I like it. I like that your friend ran into AJ DeBance's mom in Salt Lake City.
Well, here's the thing, is that if they whiff and they get the 5th or 6th pick, whatever, is 5 the lowest they can
is
go?
the lowest they can
so
go.
if they get the 5th pick and they don't get the Bance, they don't get Peterson, they don't get the guy that they want.
Yeah.
They can't just, if this
Run it
proposal,
back?
they can't just run it back and have another,
No.
15-win season
No.
for a 5% chance at the top pick.
no.
I wish they really could legislate.
So in that
this
way, I
away.
think it works because you have a 95% chance you're not getting a top pick. So whoever the freak is that's coming out of high school now, that's the number 1 player in the country,
Yeah, the kid's going to Kansas.
you can't target him by just tanking.
Well, no, but you have players. You've increased your roster where it'd be impossible to tank unless those guys were hurt. If they're going to be on the court, they're not going to lose games, as many games.
And next year, Alex Sarr and Keyshawn George, barring injury, they should be playing 70-plus games.
Let's hope.
Totally agree.
Yes.
Let's hope.
Absolutely.
They'll probably
And hopefully Davis can play
40.
60.
I mean, I don't know. The bar's
That
low.
would be
I'm
great.
hoping he can play 60.
The bar's low.
How about
Right?
65?
65 would be great.
I'll take the under.
How about 67?
I'll take the
Well,
under.
that would be huge.
I'm still not convinced he'll play a game.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's going to play.
Or maybe he'll play until the All-Star break when they trade him.
JP's really in the camp of Anthony Davis is never going to wear a Wizards uniform.
There's a lot of people. I'm not the only one that thinks that way.
I think I believe them. I take them at their word. They genuinely acquired these 2 guys to see if they can be the building blocks, the pieces. And if they can't, they'll move on. I genuinely think that. I've seen enough Trae Young to be excited. Davis, I don't know.
Getting back to the draft for a second, all I know is this. If I see the dumb Bucks who have a 3% chance of landing the number 1 pick, or the Bulls who have a 4.5% chance, or the Mavericks who have a 6.7% chance, flip their card in the top 3, we need to riot. There needs to be some sort of uprising. There needs to be some sort of action.
Have we talked about this before? I think we have. What if we just outlawed the draft and just had free agency?
I know.
And just
you talked about that.
Have a salary cap and just free agency. If you want the top guy, you got to cut some of your guys or whatever. You got to trade some of your
Do you have
guaranteed
still
deals.
a salary cap still in
You have
place?
to
It's
have
not
a salary
free for
cap.
all?
You have to have a salary cap.
Then
Can't
I
be
would have
like,
no problem with it.
Yeah, that might solve it.
Because I know who's going to spend. Ted will spend.
Right.
Yeah,
He'll spend some cash.
certain owners will spend more
I
than
mean,
others.
what's the downside of that? Wouldn't that solve it? Just ban the draft. You just have free agency.
I don't know. I just think
What's the downside?
I guess if you have the salary cap in place,
You got a salary cap.
and a minimum floor for teams spending.
Yeah.
I know which owner was getting grief, the Blazers owner, the new Blazers owner, because he just took over, and for example, he's cutting costs left and right.
Okay.
That his two-way players. They didn't travel with the team on the road.
Yeah.
The T-shirts that they usually get for Rip City, they didn't print those out, so that so that there's a whiteout.
That owner is nubs. if he's cutting those sorts of costs,
no, but he's like a billionaire. I'm sure.
I think he owns an NHL team too, but he took over and he's making waves.
He's your daddy, Cakes. He owns the Hurricanes.
He's my daddy.
Well, the Caps. I mean, the Hurricanes just.
Caps
come into the playoffs. The Hurricanes say, "Out you go."
You know what? Now I'm actively rooting against I hope the Blazers never win another game. Drafts just going right to the core. The festering wound that is the Caps lost to the Hurricanes.
The problem is they'll never get rid of the draft and the lottery because it's like the NFL. It's built-in event, entertainment, off-season kind of stuff.
Yeah, I would agree. They're not going to get rid of it.
Yeah, but how many people are actually watching lottery? I just saw a side-by-side graphic of the NFL draft average viewers and last year's NBA Finals.
Yeah.
The NFL draft drew 2 million more than the NBA Finals.
Yeah. Kills
it. It's the NBA Finals. So the NBA draft lottery, which they bury in the halftime of one of the playoff games.
Yeah, but
right?
imagine if they
it's either halftime or at the start of it. Yeah.
Imagine if they said, you know what, we're just gonna be done with the draft and we're just gonna have a free agency.
So
and there'll be a date.
From my understanding, that's what they do in international soccer.
Right.
You just go out and buy people.
August 1 or whatever the date is, whenever the playoffs are done. That's the first day of free agency for players that aren't in the league. I don't know. I just think you could build a whole excitement around that.
I guess you could. I just think that more younger players would be more attracted to certain teams and wouldn't want to go to other teams.
Well, yeah, but money talks.
Yeah, well, they'll figure that part about it. I just think that if you're DeBonsa and Peterson and Wilson, all these guys, you'd be attracted to certain cities.
Right, you want to go to the Lakers,
markets.
the Knicks,
you want to go to a bigger market versus a smaller
You're not going to want to go to Sacramento.
No.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if Sacramento...
That would be a disadvantage for them.
That would be a disadvantage for certain markets.
Yeah.
Just my take.
That's a fair criticism, I think.
Or,
but not everybody can play for the big market teams because they'll be up against the salary cap. So presumably they wouldn't have the room to sign these guys.
This is a tangent, but kind of related since we're talking about the draft. NFL draft, of course, is in Washington next week, and I did that interview
next year.
Yeah. I did the interview for DC News Now yesterday with Jake. It wasn't our guy Defo, Derek Force.
Okay.
And he said he kind of threw it out as a tangent. He's like, in the later rounds, they'll bring up just regular guys on there to introduce.
Right.
With the Junkies, 30th anniversary. Now next year will be 31 years.
Yeah.
What if we went on stage there for the third round? I saw Pat McAfee go up. Should we be involved in introducing a draft pick?
They probably would ask us maybe for the 7th round. I don't know if they would ask us for the third.
Mr. Irrelevant.
So are you saying
that
the Skins should have us involved or the league?
I don't know how that works.
I don't think either one cares about us.
A lot of those are just international fans of the year.
Some of it.
Didn't a YouTuber just storm the stage and made a fake announcement for the Steelers, and now he's banned from NFL events, I think, for the rest of his life.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, yeah. He went up on the stage, bypassed security. I don't know who he picked.
But I did notice what Jason was saying. There was a big push to the international markets.
Yeah.
Somebody came up there and represented Mexico.
Right. Yeah.
Just saying,
France,
possibility.
England, Ireland.
I mean, they let Mark Rippon go up and announce, and I think he's still talking. He had the longest. I love the Ripper.
Wouldn't shut up.
I love Mark Rippon, but that was the longest draft pick I've ever seen.
I was walking around like a Whole Foods in Salt Lake City.
Right.
And I was like, this guy won't shut up.
Yeah.
I had all these girls around me from the team, and a bunch of them were Skins fans, and they're trying to see what they were going to do. And he wouldn't make the pick.
Yeah.
He wouldn't make the pick. He was talking about the girls' flag football in Montgomery County.
He's talking about Maryland.
His daughters.
He's a big mouthpiece for Maryland, which I love.
Yeah.
But man, that guy was on the stage forever.
Well, hasn't he had a bunch of concussion issues?
Well, he
was pretty lucid.
He was lucid.
He was stringing everything together correctly. It was just a lot.
Right.
There's a lot happening.
It was a lot.
I'm just saying it's a possibility that we could be invited and hopefully go out there and then just do some shtick.
Never know.
Be a big crowd.
But we'll do less is more. We don't need to be on the stage for 2.5 or 3 minutes.
No.
We've
30
learned our lesson about being in front
20
of big
seconds.
crowds. Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll touch on the Hollywood the music scene, get the latest celebrity scoop from EB during the entertainment page here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish here. If you've been watching the leaderboard lately, you know it's all about your drive. Right now, my guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're ready to help you tee one up this spring. Drive off in a new 2026 Forester from Bayer, 0.9% APR for 36 months. Or you can score a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. Great deals. At Bayer Subaru, they're not just focused on what's in the showroom, they care about the course we're playing on. This spring, Bayer Subaru is giving away free trees, no purchase necessary. It's all part of Subaru Loves the Earth, working with the Arbor Day Foundation to put regionally appropriate trees into the hands of local families, helping keep our community green and healthy and in great shape for the long game. So make the turn at Bayer Subaru. Grab your free tree. Whether you're going low with a Forester at 0.9 for 36 or taking a clean swing with a Crosstrek at 1.9% for 36, you're going to like where you land. Do what I did. Check them out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at buyersubaru.com. Make sure you tell them I sent you.
Hey, I think we need to just do an honor system thing because I didn't keep track.
4.
I actually won a stupid pool here.
He's gonna tell you.
That pool of the draft insiders.
Yeah.
I won the pool. I know Cakes was holding out hope, and I think I got paid by like 3 people.
Did I not pay you? Am I?
I think
Honor system. Whoever didn't pay me owe me $10.
Am I in arrears? Is that the correct term?
I think Drab gave me $10 cash, and I think Jason paid me. I can't recall
What
if
do you mean
anybody
you
else
think?
paid.
I definitely gave you
Okay.
$10.
Oh yeah, I think I owe you 10 still because I think we were waiting to see if Cakes could figure out his stupid mock.
Yeah.
He never found his mock
I never
draft.
found it. I don't know whether I paid you or
We
not.
found it on the way back machine. He did not win.
Yeah, I knew I didn't.
I
win.
don't think you paid
Oh,
him.
you didn't even win.
I thought I thought we were gonna exchange like a 20 for a 10. We didn't.
Oh,
do that?
you know what?
I think I did
No.
pay you.
You paid me because I owed you 10 from the tip.
That's right. So,
So
I
we're
just
good.
paid you.
Like I
I'm
just
good.
said, honor system. I don't even know.
I just paid you.
I don't know who's good,
I
who's
have
not.
it's an honor system to me because I have no idea where I
you know,
finished.
you know who you are.
No, I know who I am.
Yeah,
but I
if
mean,
you owe
I
money,
know.
you're telling me I lost. I'll take your word
what
for
I'm
it.
telling it, what I'm gathering is Mike Marr's kind of silent over there.
Is he being
He hasn't really
silent?
said much.
Yeah. He
He
didn't
did
pay
just
you.
pop a lipper in. He did just pop in his in, so maybe his brain is a little bit scrambled.
Like,
I
why
keep-
even have these pools if there's no payoff?
Well, because I remember last season for the NFL, we made a bunch of predictions, and then
Yeah.
I won the prediction pool, and Jason was the only one that paid me from that. So I kind of kept mental tabs of who
shocker.
had paid
look
me.
at that.
I always pay up.
How much do we owe you for that?
That was 10, but we could just put that towards the 10 I owe you.
Is this a real thing?
I don't know. Who knows?
He didn't get paid for an NFL prediction thing from 2025?
And he's bringing it up now. What's reparations now?
Okay, fine. We're good. I'll take your word for
Now
it.
it's squash.
Honor system. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, by
Yeah.
the way, I didn't bring this up last week. I know we're going to do the EP here, but I just want to bring it up quickly because I ran into Chepe again in the bathroom.
Chepe.
I had a conversation with
Shut-
Chepe.
Have you seen his
in the
ride?
bathroom?
No, you told me he's got a
He's
silly
got some-
car, like a Lamborghini or
Yeah,
something.
what does
I
he
have no
got?
idea.
I think it might be a Corvette.
Corvette.
Stingray.
Those Corvettes are silly these days.
Mm-hmm.
But the other day I asked him, I said, dude, how many times do you go to the bathroom? I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
He told me he goes 8 to 10 times.
What?
Number 2, a day.
Does he have IBS?
That's what I said. He said, no, doctor tells me I just have fast metabolism.
So every time he
said,
eats,
"What?"
he goes.
Yeah, healthy. He goes number 2, 8
So it just
times.
every time he eats.
I mean, after
I've
number
never heard of such
after
a thing.
number 2.
I mean,
That's
what
crazy.
else do you have left in your
you notice
system?
He's in there constantly.
he is in there a lot.
I just figure he's bored. He's on his phone all the
No,
time.
he tells me. By the way, he went in there one time. I was at the urinal. He went in there, knocked one out before he was done at the urinal, and washed his
Oh,
hands
yeah,
and was out of there.
he's done with the quickness.
Well,
He
he's
goes
dude,
very
in there. He
efficient.
just
If you
stuffs
ate-
a nugget. He
If
puts
you
a
ate
chicken nugget
tacos
in
and
there.
fajitas all day, it would be going right through you too.
Maybe so. Maybe so. He just drops off one taco and then leaves.
I was busting his chops about his car because it's beautiful. I was like, oh my god, he's a baller. He goes, do you want to take a picture with it? He's so proud. Like, I'm gonna go up to his Stingray and just take a picture.
That's his baby.
They do have them at Michelle Radley Chevrolet.
Ah,
in
He,
Leesburg.
nice.
he,
Like
Eric,
that.
now he's been saying this for a few months. I think he lives in Montgomery County.
Yeah, he lives in Gaithersburg.
Lives in Gatesburg. There's a taco bar near my house that
Yeah.
I love to go to for Taco Tuesday. I go there. I went there last night. They've got great tacos, great deals.
Yep.
He knows the bartender, my man Johnny, at the taco shop.
Okay.
He wants to come drive from Gaithersburg to Ashburn on Taco Tuesday to hang out with me.
Oh, really?
Nice. He's a baller. He's gonna
should
show
have
off his.
Chepe.
He's gonna show off his
Chepe
Stingray.
Yeah. He's going to drive the Stingray all the way out to Ashburn
Just to have Taco Tuesday with
just to hang out with his boy and me for Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, well, if he takes the Greenway, he's going to be paying $20.
Yeah.
We'll take 28.
Well, maybe
Save
his
a
boy
little.
will give him free tacos.
Yeah.
So.
EB, did you used to do the nod, the Corvette nod, when you'd see other people with Corvettes?
You kind of do. You kind of do a wave.
How you doing?
It is. It's a thing.
I know.
But
It's
I'm
also
sure
a
it's
thing.
not.
If you have a Jeep Wrangler,
Wrangler, they do with Jeeps.
It's a wave thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's unique to Corvette.
And also, Jeep,
Motorcycles too, right?
Jeep Wrangler, I don't know about motorcycles.
I think so.
But if you own a Jeep,
Mopeds. I have
I
one.
guess it's an unwritten thing. I'm sure you guys have seen it. People who have Jeep Wranglers, they have 50 rubber duckies on their
Oh, dude, I
on the
saw
dashboard?
somebody
At
with
the
a
top
bunch of
of the
those. I'm like,
dashboard.
what is that? I saw a
Yes.
guy with. It's the first time I've ever
It's a
seen it.
thing.
There's a million little mini rubber duckies, and I'm like, what is that?
I don't know how it started, but it's definitely a thing.
It's a thing unique to Jeep.
I think it's Jeep Wranglers.
I didn't notice what kind of car it was.
It's definitely
I
the
didn't know it
Jeep
was
Wranglers.
connected.
They've got a bunch of Oregon ducks, little rubber ducks you see in a bathtub.
Yeah.
Or like at a fair
I
game.
literally just saw that for the first time in my life the other day.
I mean, you can't see one now without seeing that.
Wow.
Everywhere.
Have to look.
I don't have an explanation for it.
All right, let me tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood and entertainment. The entertainment
do it.
page, of course, is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll hook you up. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. I think we talked about this last week before I left for Utah. Shannon Elizabeth from American Pie fame cakes. She
Talked about her yesterday, I think.
Oh, you did?
It's making $1 million.
Okay. So you hit the story yesterday. Yeah, she earned $1.2 million in her first week
That's
of joining
quite a week.
OnlyFans. They say she officially made more than she did on American Pie.
How many years of reads would it take me to make $1.2 million?
Take you quite a while there, buddy.
Probably 1,000.
Quite a while.
Hey, you missed our discussion about the new trend in bars apparently in DC, EB.
I have no
Would
idea
you be
what
interested?
That would be. Probably not.
You know, some
You might be.
some spots are open where you paint. There are these spots where I think it's mostly
What do you
like
mean, like I make a painting?
Yeah,
like
but
a
here-
Picasso,
Yeah.
an Ibasso?
but you would paint a nude model.
No, you sketch them.
Yeah.
called
Yeah, you don't.
A
Yeah.
kink and draw.
I've seen that before.
Yeah.
I think my wife in college, I think it was a class in college at Maryland. She took a drawing class, and, or you know what? It wasn't the entire class, but it was like maybe a month of it.
Yeah.
Was nude models. Nude
Right.
models come in there, and my wife's literally drawing their whatever.
Anybody come in there holding,
Anatomically
threaten you?
I don't know if I felt that. I think I walked in one time. I just wanted to see what was doing.
Yeah.
And it's very awkward.
Yeah, of
course
I would
it is.
imagine.
Bunch of like young and middle-aged people, and they're just butt naked, and
Yeah.
you draw their
You're
bodies.
drawing the human form.
Yes. No, I would be. I mean, I wish I could paint. I wish I had a talent like that. I don't have that talent. Have you seen those guys where they just throw paint? They have a big whatever you call it. What is it called?
Canvas.
Big canvas.
1, 2, 3.
They throw paint at it, and then the guy with his hands just starts. And next thing you know, he's got a mural or whatever of like Aaron Rodgers, and it looks just like him. And he just did it with his hands.
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
And then he signs it with his handprint in
Yeah.
the corner, and it it
1,
looks
2,
like
3.
Tom Brady or something with his helmet on. And
Bam!
It's incredible.
I'm sure it is.
How do you people have that gift?
They're touched by God.
Bam!
Touched by God.
It's a crazy talent.
There's no doubt they are touched by God.
Bam! Bam!
Did you guys talk about Ray J?
No.
I was away.
We have not.
Ray J.
I've seen some clips online.
Ray J claims he slept with how many women do you think, Jason? Ray J.
10,000.
How about 12,500?
Wow.
12,500.
But if you watch the clip,
I have not
he went on
watched the
Cam
clip.
Newton's podcast. Maybe we could
Yeah.
try and find the audio. He's completely just making it up because Cam Newton started challenging him on the math.
It doesn't
and
make sense.
I mean,
Yeah, of course.
He's out there on everything. He's out there. It's not just like the women. Because then he goes.
Wasn't he quizzing him on being a homosexual or something?
Yeah,
during
but
that?
then Ray J goes to Cam. He goes, "What's your body count?" He goes, "It's over 1,000." And Cam's like, "Nah, man." He's like, he's just like, and I'm sure Cam Newton has a high body count, but Ray J is just
I'm gonna guess Ray J's off by at least 11,500.
Yeah.
probably yes,
Right.
yes.
Anyway, that is interesting.
And then he almost was throwing it out there. He's like, "Well, if you slept with a woman and she slept with 10,000, then you get her 10,000." It was
There
crazy.
was some wackadoo math on that show.
Is he terminally ill?
Well, he's got a heart condition that I remember a couple months ago he was saying he only has a couple years left because of whatever the heart condition is.
Yeah, he's got a few screws loose.
So by my quick radio math, Ray J has been alive for 16,425 days since he was born.
Right.
So he's
Right.
claiming he slept with 12,500 women in
So what if you had one a day? What if you had one a day?
I think Cam took out the calculator. Well, he's not having one a day when he's born.
Right.
So let's say
start when he's 16.
16,000.
Give him 35 years.
If you're 4,000.
How old is he?
He's 45.
All right, hold on. If you're 4,000 days, how old are you? You're about 10. You're about 11.
Yeah, something like that.
10 or 11.
Roughly, yeah.
Well, look, 30 times.
Camp started?
If he did one a day,
yeah,
for 30 years, that's 10,950.
Yeah.
So 30 years of activity, if you did one a day,
it's taking no days off.
I bet you some rock
taking
stars.
zippy days off.
You might be.
You're
surprised.
probably right. It's probably
He's probably off by.
It's probably 80% off.
All right, the NFL draft.
Yeah,
was held the other day. It's always a big deal.
What kind of numbers?
But some people, NBC Sports is claiming that the numbers dropped off a little bit. Last year, they did 13.6 million viewers across all their platforms. This year, 13.2. I don't know if
that's about the same.
Doesn't seem that significant to me, but I guess you had it on ABC, ESPN, NFL Network, YouTube, the ESPN app. Was it on? It wasn't on Peacock, was it? I don't think so.
Don't believe so.
Anyway, it's a big deal, but the numbers were down a bit.
Fernando Mendoza's a snoozer. Apparently, that's the headline.
Yeah, but all those guys after him. I mean, there were some big
There
names.
was intrigue there after.
There was a lot of
Listen,
intrigue in the top
most
10.
People, unless you're, most people after the first round aren't really locked in, right? It's the first round really gets the most interest. Then it just kind of gets.
Well, day 3 just lasted forever.
Yeah. I was certainly monitoring it.
I mean,
they say to
four through 7th round, it just takes forever.
To put it in context, it did about 2 million below the weekly average for Thursday Night Football, which I guess does about 15 million viewers.
Still a ton.
The way they calculate these numbers now, it's like total fraud. Everything's
because they had the streaming.
They're counting Twitter scrolls as views. They're counting YouTube and TikToks as viewers. It's all inflated.
I mean,
garbage.
I think if it's live YouTube, that should count.
I mean, maybe if you're sitting there and watching it, but it's like if you're scrolling past it.
If you're scrolling past it on Twitter, that shouldn't count. Valdez, you can help me here with Jamie Ding. Did he had a 29-game winning streak. Is it over because he just exhausted it, or did he actually get defeated?
I think he was up against a decent opponent, but the opponent was a little bit strange in that, like, he was answering the questions, but he was taking a lot of the time on the clock to get the questions, but he was answering them right. And then the key was he got to Final Jeopardy, and he couldn't be beaten as long as he was not an idiot and didn't risk, enough money to lose in Final Jeopardy.
The weirdo. So this is a weirdo that beat Ding.
Not a weirdo. It's just like he didn't seem the most confident with a lot of his answers, but he was pulling them. Like and he was, and I think he did 2 big daily doubles to kind of build his lead.
So he did defeat him.
And then he just held on to it at the end.
And did defeat him. And it's
he
over.
took him down, yeah.
So he did. He won 29 straight. I guess he won 793,000. Does that sound right?
It's a great haul. Yeah.
Almost 800 grand.
Pretty impressive.
Pretty good for just being a nerd.
Yeah.
Nerdy.
Let me see if I
By the
have
way,
it.
speaking of money, did you see how much the Friends cast is still making per year
I did
from
not.
their reruns?
Each one is making this amount. Can I guess?
Yeah. 7 figures?
Each one is.
Oh, yeah.
Each one's making, I'm going to say, syndication's been going forever. 15 million per.
Pretty close. 20 million.
20 million a year.
Can you imagine being Lisa Kudrow walking
They
out
make
to your
$20
mailbox,
million a
and there's
year.
a $20 million check sitting in
The
there?
show started in 94.
No, I can't
And
imagine.
that's the ultimate gravy train.
Can't imagine.
They were making $1 million an episode in the years like 6 when it was the most popular, and so I don't know how many episodes that was per year, but now they're still making $20 million.
Hey, we're going to make similar money when we sell all those reel-to-reels and Valdez is hoarding in the lockers.
EB, could you give me Chandler's last name on the show?
Bing.
There you go.
Yeah,
Nailed it.
But it's
You
weird.
just
that I did
made your softball there, JP.
What about Ross?
Don't know. Ross
Tucker.
Ross Tucker. It's the only Ross I know. Ross Chandler. Ross.
No.
Ross.
Isn't it Geller?
I think that sounds right, but I'm not a big Friends guy in real life or the TV show.
The only one I remember, I remember Joey
Tribbiani.
That's- and then I'm Chandler Bing. That's all I remember.
Remember, coming up at 9 o'clock, Paul Tabone is going to join us, President of Baseball Operations for your Nationals here on The Fan.
All right, guys, bet the Kentucky Derby on FanDuel, where you can bet on all your other favorite sports, too. And right now, all customers can get a Derby bet reset. That means you'll get racing bonus back if your bet doesn't win. The app's super easy to use, and you don't have to be a horse racing expert to get in on the Derby Day action. So, bet the fastest 2 minutes in sports on FanDuel. Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks are registered trademarks of Churchill Downs Incorporated. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Verified FanDuel racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Your max refund is $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at racing.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, here's a general question.
Okay.
Do you think you're healthy?
Ooh.
Eh.
I'd say relatively compared to my peers, yes.
I think I'm relatively healthy. But I saw this online and it says it's a simple test.
Okay.
And I don't think there's a chance in hell I could do it.
All right, let me hear the test.
It's just called the sit and raise test. You're standing up, you sit down with your legs crossed, you don't use your hands, and then you have to get up.
Hold on. So I
your
go from
legs
standing to sitting, and then
Yes.
sitting to
I'll show you the video if you want to see it, and we can try it.
Stand up.
Standing,
Oh, sit
Sit.
all the way down on the bottom.
sit all the way down.
I'm sure I can't do it.
Hold on, down
Why
to the
would I want to do
floor?
that?
Yes, down to the floor.
Why do we want to
It's
embarrass
a basic test.
Let me see
I
it.
don't want to know.
I don't know if
I think I'd fail that.
Yeah, sure.
so. I can't.
I don't even think I can sit Indian cross anymore. And you can't even call it that. You might have to dump that. Whatever you
I'm-
call
I'm so
I can't
tired.
cross my legs.
Cross, apple cross.
Indian
whatever.
style, it's
Commander
fine.
style.
What do they call it? This crisscross apple
Yes, crisscross applesauce.
Whatever. Yeah.
I don't know if
Sure,
that's
I can't do
is
it.
that really like that's the ultimate sign whether you're healthy or not? Like
It's a basic fitness test. I guess maybe you're worrying about. I mean, as you get older, people fall.
They say leg strength
Right.
and like your quad strength or whatever is an indicator sort of life expectancy.
And balance.
Yeah.
Oh.
well, I know that my balance is trash. I've known that for 20 years. Balance it's an issue for me.
I told you I started riding my bike again, and my quads are starting to. It's like instantly just starting to see more muscle tone.
Quads are
Silly.
firing.
Oh yeah, silly. My butt's gonna get sexy again.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Quadzilla.
Yeah.
Where are you riding on Beach Drive?
I have a path.
There's a path right there, right?
Yeah. I don't ride on the street.
Do you
I
go
don't-
into DC?
You can.
Here's how
You
I
don't go that
know.
far.
Here's how I know I'm relatively
like a
healthy
10-mile ride.
amongst my peers. Like yesterday, I went for a run, and I saw maybe one or two other people on the entire run. That tells me, just in my own dumb brain,
But where was that?
it was on the C&O Canal. I mean,
All
it's
right.
pretty heavily, used trail, and I literally saw like I think I did 3.2 miles. I think I saw one other runner. The
So your
entire
theory
time.
is there's less people running?
It's just not. I just didn't
Did you see a lot of bikers?
I mean, maybe one.
Oh, that's it. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe
I
it's
saw a
weird.
picture of
Are
it's
people
one
at
of our
work?
guy Farley's races, and it sure looked
I'm
like
sure
there were a lot of runners.
I'm sure there are some people at work.
I'm sure
a lot of
people
people.
are at work.
This is at 11:15.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right.
probably why. Cakes.
That could be
What
part
about
of it.
what about
Time of
on
the day.
Saturday? You're going to see a lot of people on
Well,
Saturday.
I wasn't there on
I feel
Saturday.
like
I was
running's
there
as popular as
yesterday.
it's ever
Yeah.
been.
Yeah. I mean, just go ask Hoka and on.
know,
I think they're doing all right.
I know
Brooks.
my perspective very anecdotal.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know it's not scientific.
I don't think there are less runners out there.
I think there's still plenty of runners. Yeah.
Well, they were definitely at the London
Here's
Marathon.
when I know I feel healthy: when I walk into a poker room. I know I'm healthy.
All right, you don't want to try. I'm going to try the fit test. I don't think there's a chance
You
in hell
have
I can do it.
terrible balance,
I know.
terrible
I don't think-
ankles.
I don't know if you'd be
everything's
I don't even
terrible.
know if I can make it to the ground with the legs crossed.
So, hold
Don't
on.
you have a
So
knee
are-
problem?
You
Yeah.
got knees, ankles,
you-
everything.
Are you,
You
wait,
might,
are you
you
supposed
might be
to
risking something there,
get
buddy.
down to the ground without using your hands too?
Correct.
Oh, this is physically impossible.
How's it physically
Yeah.
impossible? This guy does it.
I would just think if I'm gonna sit down,
He looks like a regular middle-aged guy.
He's just gonna sit down.
He
Without
keeps his hands up a little bit.
does this.
Right.
Yeah, I will say.
Go ahead, you try it. Let me see. I
mean,
Yeah, let's see
this
this.
is going to be a fail.
I will bet.
Get the
heavy
camera on
that JP
JP.
will
Hold
do.
on.
I hope he
Okay.
tears his ACL.
All right, so go from standing. Okay, no help with your hands. I mean, it's very dicey. I mean, you just got to plop your butt down. You got to go. You got to just commit. Trust fall. There you go. You did it.
fell on your
Now the
butt
getting
hard.
up
That
part
was a
is going to
hard
be
fall.
butt
Yeah,
hard.
you're going to use your hands to get up.
Oh, he's struggling. Now, I'm
Brad,
not-
come in here. See if you can just get up from the crisscross applesauce.
Mike Marsh.
Mar, you're a young
let's
guy.
get
Come in here, Mar.
The youngest
Look,
person
Mar's
on this.
desperate to come in here and show off his
Oh, he is?
mobility. Come in here, Mar. Just
How old is
do
Mar
the
now?
bit.
25,
Moore.
26?
Mike
I mean, there
Moore.
was no chance to get up from that without using hands.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
This is a big test because I don't have a lot of athletic feats on this show.
All right, so
like,
let's go.
trying to touch the rim and stuff.
I've seen you,
and-
I've seen you
Yeah.
jump.
This is a chance
Yeah, I was
to
going to say,
prove yourself.
what's the current list of athletic feats?
I think the list is empty.
Well, he
actually.
ran to work. That was a good one.
That's
Okay.
true. That is
Good.
an
He did 8
accomplishment.
miles.
All right, so he got down much quicker and easier than Jake.
Man, he made it look easy.
Sprung
Grant,
right back up.
you're young. You're younger than us. Do you think you can't do it?
I don't know.
His crisscross
Valdez,
was.
you want to come in?
I know.
You know
I
what?
can't
I'll
do
say
it.
his technique, his crisscross was
Now I'm
tighter.
intrigued. I'm intrigued, but I know
Come
I'm
on,
going
Cakes.
to fail.
His crisscross was tighter.
He did it easy.
I mean, he just bounced right up.
All right, Valdez, here's Cakes.
All right. Come on, Cakes.
That's not right. That was a collapse.
You just dropped it in your knees.
Crisscross applesauce.
I'm not going to get up. No way.
Yeah, but you're not. No, you have to get up.
You
from-
made a mockery of it.
That's terrible.
You're supposed to get up with the legs
Valdez, you're getting up
crossed.
there. You're
Hold
getting
up, let me
there.
show you the demonstration video, just so you know.
I pummel my hamstring.
This guy
by the
goes
way.
down. All right, legs crossed, and then he comes up. Now he
You're
does like a
still
little
under
wave
40,
motion.
You're still under 40. 38. All right.
No chance he's getting up. That's impossible.
It's getting up is the hard part.
Yeah.
You got a big caboose, too.
There's just no way.
It's impossible to get.
It's butt hard.
Yeah.
You're just kind of doing a squat.
I mean, Cake struggled to do the crisscross applesauce immediately.
That was hard, dude.
His legs spread.
I'm telling you, my hamstrings, they are like wound so tight.
Right.
I should stretch. I don't. I never do. It's dumb. But man, I'll just be like I'll be sitting on like a high top seat in a restaurant. If my leg is pointing the wrong direction, my hamstring will seize up.
Yeah, cramp
and I'll
up.
feel like a guy on an NFL field that needs 10 gallons of Gatorade.
Yeah, it could be because
bad.
you're all the caffeine, you're super dehydrated.
Yeah, I'm just pumping it into my body at all hours.
I think the answer
Can't
to
be
our
good for
question
me.
is no, we're not that healthy.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as like,
It's maybe a gimmicky test.
I
being
think
able to
it's a
move-
gimmicky
like,
test that
here-
the older
here's-
people are going to struggle with.
here's where I think like is the key indicator for your health. Can you move around? Are you mobile? Like if you're like immobile and can't move or are super slow when you're moving, that to me strikes me as you're unhealthy. If you start like not moving and becoming sedentary, that's
So
like a death sentence.
We used a bunch of Ubers, right? It was one of the, we didn't rent a car. I hated doing it, but whatever. We didn't need it that much. When we were leaving the airport, this heavy-set guy from Iraq, he was actually a really nice guy. He'd been living here for 20 years. He had to load all our suitcases into this van. He was breathing so hard.
You thought he was
Was he?
going to
I
stroke
thought he
out?
was going to stroke out in the car. He was
a-
like, really
He was a big fatty.
huge guy. And by the way, he said I asked him, we were talking about skiing. I asked him if he's a skier. He likes to ski.
Oh, wow, look at that.
The big dude though, but he was like, like all he did was just he threw a few suitcases in the
Yeah.
back. I mean, it was a little effort,
Right.
but the breathing was not appropriate. It wasn't commensurate with the effort.
Was he over 300?
I mean, he had a belly like
He was big?
He had a big belly and like butt crack hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
you know what I mean? He was just one of those guys.
Coming up next, we'll talk some baseball. Nationals
I don't
were
like
shut out
having Paul
yesterday.
T on after losses.
It's okay. He's
But we'll
fine.
talk
He'll
to
be-
I
Paul
know he's
Tabone, president of baseball operations, next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, you know I love a good edge, a little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. BMW Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. You know, loaner vehicles. They got a few miles on them. Here's the deal. In golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money, and this feels like finding value before the line moves. So why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine from my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax? Right now, you can lease a new gently driven i4 for as little as $349 a month or score a new iX for as low as $499 a month. And if you qualify, you can stack the BMW military incentive on top. Active duty, guard, reserves, veteran spouses, even family members. You might be eligible and not even realize it. So do what I did. Hit up my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax and make sure you tell her EB sent you. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nationals were shut out by the Mets 8-0 last night. The Nats only advanced one runner into scoring position during the first 6 innings. Zach Littell got roughed up yet again, allowed 8 runs in 3 2/3 innings of work. Your NHL scores from last night: the Bruins beat Buffalo 2-1 in overtime to take a 3-2 series lead. Minnesota leads the Stars 3-2 in their series after a 4-2 win last night. And the Oilers won 4-1 last night. They're trying to come back in their series. That's now 3-2. Anaheim still with the advantage there. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Eric Bickle. That is the foursome. Talk some NBA playoffs with Antonio Daniels coming up in about 20 minutes. But joining us right now is the president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals, Paul Tabone. Morning, Paul.
Oh, that's my bad. Hold on. I got to punch him up. Here he is. Hey, Paul. Sorry, buddy.
No, it's all good. What's up, fellas? How are you guys?
Doing good.
Doing all right. Hey, I wanted to ask you about your pitching staff in general. When you took over, how did you go about kind of acquiring guys and putting together this pitching staff?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think it starts with just identifying like the current roster, right? So we knew some guys that we had in house were going to be filling a number of these rotation spots, and Cade and Jake, and then a few others in the pen as well. And then it just it leads into like, hey, what's the amount of money you're going to spend? Who in the market kind of fits those price points, and who do we think are the right guys to give these dollars to? And then we just kind of go from there. So mixed results so far, but hoping that we can continue to push it forward here in the future.
So, Paul, Zach Littell with another rough outing yesterday. He's given up multiple home runs in 5 of his 6 starts so far. He's a career ERA guy, right around 4. He's sitting at 7.85 right now. What are your takeaways from his struggles so far? I know that you've mentioned that since he signed kind of late on March 10th, that's at least one of the factors.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think Zach probably would tell you that he got away from what's made him good, at least early on, and then he's trying to make his way back to what does make him good. And so he, yesterday I thought was actually the first 3 innings I thought were pretty darn good, and then it obviously fell apart quickly. But his bread and butter is obviously he really fills up the zone, gets ahead of hitters, and you saw when it started to unravel a little bit last night, he walked a couple guys, and then Beavis had the misplay, and just one thing led to another, and it got out of hand. So, but to circle back, I think like just if he can repeatedly get ahead of hitters like he was the first 3 innings last night, even if he gets burned with like like Bichette did with the first pitch of the bottom of the first and taking him deep, like I still think he his stuff will play, and the way he pitches will play if he just can, like I said, consistently get ahead of hitters.
What is going on with the defense? I'm just kind of looking at the fielding percentage in the league. We're dead last in fielding percentage. Last night there was a huge error, and that Zach was giving up some hits and walking guys, but 4 of the runs he gave up were unearned. Yeah, so I think fielding percentage is definitely one thing, like in a big part of it. The bottom line is like our guys just need to, we need to be better. I think there have been some really good things in that, I think what that doesn't capture is we're getting to a lot more balls, and so we're giving ourselves more opportunity to convert outs, and we are converting more outs, but our struggle has been like you referenced, the balls that we are getting to, like, are we converting them into outs at a rate that we should be? And it's like I said from the start, I think like kind of a superpower of this defense is that they can, like, they're really athletic. They can get to balls from a catching standpoint. Like, they're doing a great job receiving. Now I think it just turns into like, hey, these balls that we are getting to, like, let's make sure that we're making these plays so we don't leave our pitchers out there hanging.
When you have a stretch where you're playing 17 games in 17 days, how much can they practice that?
We do it. I mean, the guys work really, really hard. And I think that's been something that it's been a little bit of an adjustment for them. They just, we're doing a lot of early work every day. And, particularly on the infield side, like Smars and Tyler Smarslock and Vic Estevez, just yesterday as well. Like they're out there, working them early. You are right though. Like when you play 17 in a row, you want to try and give them, a blow some of those days, but that doesn't mean that we can't work really hard. Like we pride ourselves on working hard, and we're going to continue to do so. And hopefully, week after week and month after month, we'll be able to look back and say, like, man, these guys have gotten better as time has gone on.
Paul, during that 17-day stretch, you made roster transactions on 9 of those 17 days. Do you need like an assistant to help you remember all the moves? I mean, is your head swimming with all the new guys coming in and out of the clubhouse at that point?
I mean, do you lead the league in transactions? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we do. But I think you hit on it in that, man, when you're in that stretch where it's 17 days, in a row of playing, like I know we talked about it last time around, but with Alvy, like it was a good example of, hey, you're bringing up a guy that is really going to help you and hopefully throw well. But then, the secondary piece of it is, gosh, if he can, go 4 or 5 innings and give the pen a reset, that's much appreciated and much needed. So, that's in large part why we do it. The other piece is like, when you do have a guy that throws 2 innings, let's say, he's probably going to be down for 2 days, right? And so if you want to be able to use that piece in the pen those next 2 days, you got to make a transaction, bring someone else in that's fresh, and so you can have the support that you need.
So Cade goes tonight against Peterson. Cade was really good his last time out. He was solid. Gave up 2 runs over 5. Allowed 7 hits. He's been pretty good his last couple starts. I know he had a couple inconsistent starts there against Pittsburgh and St. Louis, but what are you expecting from Cade tonight against the Mets?
Yeah, Cade, I thought like you said, I thought he was great last time out. That's a really good Braves lineup, and I think he K'd 10 and didn't walk any,
right.
Which is obviously tough to do against them. So I feel like, the last few starts, I think starting 3 starts ago, it's like every start he's gotten better and better and better. And so, he's someone that, because he has a couple years of service time, like people look at, and I know we talked briefly about this, but they're like, man, this guy has a ton of big league experience under his belt, when in reality, he doesn't, So, I know we don't think about him like a rookie, but we almost should, in that, like, hey, because he's got less than 20 starts under his belt, in the big leagues, like these starts are, an opportunity for him to get better and better and better with each given one. So, what are we hoping for today, man? I think just going right at these guys, and I know they've been struggling, but they got a pretty good lineup, and so being able to attack them from the get go, and then put guys away, I think is something that Cade did really well last outing, and we're going to hope that he does today.
Talking to Paul Tabone, president of baseball operations for the Washington Nationals. Since we're talking pitchers, what is the latest with Josiah Gray?
Yeah, he's rehabbing down in Florida, hoping he can start ramping it up here soon. He a couple days ago he was throwing plyos, and so he's making his way. He's progressing. Still going to be a bit, like I said, right when he did go down in the first place. It's not just like, hey, that this injury happened. It's like, with the context of what he was coming off of, we just wanted to make sure to be extra careful here. So we're going to look out for Josiah and get him back when he's ready, and hopefully that's sooner rather than later.
Paul, props to Nasim Nunez, leading MLB in stolen bases right now with 13. Do you ever sit in your office and daydream and think, man, if this guy could hit 250, he would steal 80-plus bases? Or do you just accept that, he's doing a good job on the base paths as is, and he'll probably wind up hitting in that 220, 230 range?
No, I think Nas is a better hitter than what he's shown this year. He would tell you that too. You hit on it. The base running is awesome. The defense, as you guys know, is awesome. I think he has a chance to be a Gold Glover at a couple different positions on the infield if given the opportunity. But in order to really maximize those opportunities, you gotta be getting on base. So Not just, hey, can he hit 250, but also can he walk at a clip where he's finding himself on first? Because it seems like every time he is, he's on second and maybe even on third. So, a couple pitches later. So, I think a big part of that is making sure that he's doing a really good job swinging at strikes and not chasing outside the zone. And then also his ball flight, right? Like making sure that he's really staying on the line. He obviously ain't James Wood, and when he's hitting the ball high in the air, it ain't going 10 rows up. So making sure that he's staying on the line and giving himself a chance to be on the bases at a really high clip, I think will allow him to get the 80 bags that you speak of.
You surprised that there have already been a couple of managerial switches, including Alex Cora, who you worked with in Boston?
Yeah, I think anytime that happens, it comes as a surprise. The Boston one obviously, hits close to me. I mean, all those guys are my friends. All those coaches, AC, obviously, even Brez. Brez is a good buddy, and Sam, all those guys. So tough situation. What I will say though is on the flip side, the silver lining of it is these guys that have come up, Chad Tracy, the manager over there, and Jose Flores moving into the bench coach role. I don't know if you guys even know these names, but Chad Epperson, all these guys they're really, really, really great, great guys, great baseball people, and to see them get an opportunity in the big leagues has been really cool. So, wishing them the best, and I'll continue to stay in touch with those coaches that have been let go, because it ain't a fun spot to be, but they'll be good landing on their feet.
Hey, can I ask you just a quick question on, Wood is got the 10 bombs, and he got there a few days ago, right? And we had a conversation. I kind of mocked JP for saying, why couldn't he hit 50?
Uh-huh.
He could hit 50, couldn't he? I think I was wrong.
Well, in terms of on pace, yeah.
Yeah, he could. I'm not saying he will, but I'm just saying, he does have the power.
I called him a superstar, and he quibbled, and maybe it's a little early to call him a superstar, but he definitely has that potential.
Yeah. I don't, obviously I don't want to put any crazy expectations on Woody, right. But what I will say is that he can do things that not many other players, I was going to say in the league, really in the world, can do. And so, you guys see it, like when he takes a pitch on the outer third or even on the inner third and hits it like 15 rows up to left center field, like it's just not many people can do that. So, is he going to go hit 50? I don't know. I'm not sure anyone knows, but does he have the potential at some point in his career to hit 50? Like, yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah. And I wouldn't put a cap on it too. He's just such an awesome kid, great worker, great family, whole deal. Like he's a really special one that we're just really happy to have within our walls.
And Paul, you weren't here last year. I'm sure you know this anyway, but his knee was really bothering him last year for probably like the second half of the year. He just kind of played through it. And I think that really affected, just his numbers, from mid-July on. And he's healthy now. His knee isn't bothering him. So he took care of that in the offseason. So I think that's another reason why he's off to a good start.
Yeah, I think that's huge. And I think it's, obviously, some level of injury is going to happen to everyone that plays in this game. It's a grueling schedule, whole deal. But, I think that's also part of growing up in the game. You know what I mean? Like understanding what your routine has to be like to make sure that you're not feeling, in this case, like knee pain, whatever it might be. I've just seen it over and over and over again. The guys that are, 35 years old, still in the big leagues, like they're really dialed in that respect. And like all of us, I think when we're in our early 20s, right, we think we can just get away with doing what we've done our whole lives. And I'm not sure it works that way. So, Woody's been awesome in that respect, as have others on the team. And, hopefully that helps keep him healthy as time goes on.
What do you do with your World Series ring?
I haven't even looked at it probably in years. I haven't worn it. I don't know. Those things are so darn big now. When you wear it, it's
pretty
like
gaudy, right?
It's a little bit of like a look at me type deal.
Right.
So,
right.
I don't no, I haven't worn it in a bit, but obviously some awesome memories from 2018, and yeah, hopefully at some point here in the near future we can repeat it in DC.
Yeah,
That'll be
another
fun.
one. Yeah, nice.
Hey,
nice.
Paul, I'm going to be at the game Saturday, so I'm going to look for you. I'm going to be sitting in there.
No, come kick it. Yeah,
do you
on.
watch the game? The games in the same suite that Mike Rizzo watched those? Do you remember? You know where that is?
Yeah, when I'm there, I do.
Yeah.
And then, but I'll bounce around a little bit. We'll be down in the stands and other places in the yard. So we bounce around.
Yeah, I'll talk to Kyle and I'll definitely say hi.
Yeah, sounds great. That'd be great.
That'll be fun. All right, man.
Very
All right,
cool.
it's Paul Tabone, President of Baseball Operations for the Washington Nationals. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, buddy.
He gone.
He gone.
Hey, go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look for Paul.
Well, you better look for him early. I noticed you didn't tell him you were planning on jetting out of the game early.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna look for him pregame
I understand
during
that.
BP.
That's the smart move.
BP.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna get on the field for BP.
Nice.
You love that.
Oh yeah.
Who doesn't
do you
love
schmooze
all
with?
access?
Well, I mean, my
So
boy
Kyle will bring you over there.
My boy Kenny Wood is
that's
James'
right.
father, and he
yeah, I mean,
he always goes down there on the field. I'm going to hang out with him and watch James J Dub hit bombs in batting practice.
I keep forgetting. Was he a senior when you were a freshman at Richmond playing basketball?
No,
Or you didn't cross paths?
He came in a year after me, so
you didn't really know him.
I didn't know him that year, but I got to know him the next 2 or 3 years.
The Richmond connection.
Because I was still going down to visit my boys. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and we became friends. We kind of lost touch, and then we kind of hooked up after the fact. He lives in Cakes' neighborhood.
Oh, I run into him all the time.
Yeah,
You definitely look up.
oh yeah.
He's a mountain of a man. He's a huge guy.
At one point, James Wood's father, Kenny, was the all-time. He was a baller in high school. He went to a public school. He was the all-time leading public school hoopster.
It's pretty impressive.
High school, public school. And now I'm sure that's been broken since. But at one point, he was back in the 90s.
Maryland?
In New York. He's from New York.
New York.
Yeah.
Did your coach Dick
Pretty big
Tyrant
deal.
scream at him like he screamed at you?
Yes.
Screamed at everybody.
Well, Maryland would be great too.
Yeah, but New York's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's
It's pretty impressive.
yeah.
Coming up next, we will talk some NBA playoffs with Antonio Daniels, former Washington Wizard, here on The Fan.
All right, guys, you know how we are. We're always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, the tennis court, whatever, pickleball. But injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can really slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call this number now. 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much a difference it can make.
Trying to connect with Antonio Daniels, one of our favorite guests, talk some NBA. Playoffs last night, you had 3 games. Game 5 of the Knicks-Hawks series. Hawks stole one in Madison Square Garden early in the series. Knicks kind of pounded them last night. Jalen Brunson goes for almost 40 points. So they are up now 3-2 in that series.
Yep, and then the Spurs closed out.
Spurs closed out.
Yep.
And what's the third game that was last night?
Sixers went to Boston.
That's
and
right.
won.
Sixers forced the game 6. That'll be back in Philadelphia. So we'll see if we can connect with him. Hey, how much do you think chocolate milkshake costs from the ice cream man? Because I got one last
What's
night.
the ice cream man? I don't even know what that is.
A truck that comes by.
yeah,
I was at a track meet. There was I heard the music.
$8,
Ice cream man.
yeah.
I was going to say $10.
You got suckered
I
into
didn't
it.
Nailed it. $8.
I didn't even know they had chocolate shakes. Like he makes one there right there
Yeah.
fresh.
Nothing wrong with that.
Kind of
Silly.
pricey. It seems kind of
Yeah, it wasn't
expensive.
just an old school good humor truck. They had
Hey,
options.
I didn't
This
know
was
they had
homemade.
that.
You paid for
They
quality.
had Sundays. They had like coffee drinks.
Nice. He's expanding the palate.
All right, I think we got Antonio Daniels on the line. He joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Of course, 13 years in the NBA, now an analyst for the Pelicans, host on Sirius XM NBA. What's going on, Antonio?
Fellas, how you guys doing today?
What's
Doing
up, buddy?
well. Hey, Antonio, before we get into the playoffs, because you cover the Pelicans, give me your grade on Derek Queen's rookie season. He obviously played here at Maryland, had a nice run there in the tournament. Kind of an up and down rookie year. How did you grade him, and what do you expect from him going forward?
Well, the thing is, number one, I love DQ. I love him. Like, I've had sit-down interviews with him, did a podcast with him this year. He's come on my Sirius XM NBA show. Love him. Very skilled. I watched him play in college at the University of Maryland, but I didn't really. Sometimes when you watch someone play in college, you don't know or understand how that skill set is going to translate to the next level. And he, like, realistically, and don't hear what I'm not saying. Please don't hear what I'm not saying. He has a lot of Nikola Jokic within him. A lot of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right now, I would
kinda
say
actually
he
heard
is,
that
right
before.
now,
Yeah.
after his rookie year, he is one of the best passing centers in the league by a long shot. Thinks the game like a point guard, sees the game like a point guard. I would give him probably a B+.
Okay.
But the thing with him this season that, like most rookies, you'll tend to understand is the type of shape you have to be in to play hard every single night. And guys don't know what they don't know. I am so interested to see what this summer looks like for him, working out with DeAndre Jordan, understanding the conditioning aspect, understanding the mental aspect of the game, and the player that he comes in his second year next year during training camp.
Hey, before we talk about some of these games, what was your take on the NBA and the proposed voting in May on this new anti-tanking proposal? Here in Washington, Antonio, I mean, and I understand that this was the reason they were losing, but they were unwatchable. Giving up 155 points a game in a few games. I mean, that's just these are professional basketball players. I know that they're G leaguers, but you can't be giving up 160. So we understood why they were doing it, and there's other teams doing it too. So, were you totally against the tanking? Do you think this will help?
Well, here's the thing. Let's not. This is what bothered me about tanking this year. People, for some reason, are acting like tanking just started in 2026.
Right. I know.
Tanking's been going on for a long time. You think about how the San Antonio Spurs got Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
You know, how the Dallas Mavericks got Derek Lively, who helped them get to the NBA Finals. How the San Antonio Spurs got Victor Wembanyama. Like, it happens. The biggest difference this year is that we've never seen tanking start in January. You know what I mean? That's what made it so different. Tanking start in December. That's what made it so different. And the concern that you have is, will there be an overcorrection? Will there be an overreaction to tanking that now has future ramifications? And by future ramifications, what I'm referring to is, now will it make it more difficult for small markets to now win in the future or bad teams to become good. That's the biggest concern that I had, because tanking has happened forever. You can think about it, like the Washington Wizards have tanked, the Utah Jazz have tanked for the last 4 or 5 years. So now how does it look moving forward? Is this a solvable issue that can benefit all involved? I don't know. I understand okay, let's flatten out the odds. Mm-hmm. I get that, to stop teams from tanking. But if that's the case, can you guys name one small market in the NBA that is a hotbed for free agency?
Not really.
So how, if that's the case, if no small market is a hotbed for free agency, how will small markets that aren't good at the moment get better?
Yeah, I know. I agree. Well, what about people who think that just doing away with the draft and just having all these college kids as free agents?
But a salary cap, they kind of equalize it.
I'm against that, but I wanted to get your take on it.
No, I mean, I'm not. Look, again, I'm not with the overcorrection.
Yeah.
I was drafted in 1997. Man, it was one of the best days of my life. Mm-hmm. I'll never that's. No, I'm definitely not with removing the NBA draft. I don't really know what that does. Basically, so what are we saying? Let's remove the NBA draft and make these kids that are coming out of college now free agents?
Yes.
Okay, so now if that's the case, let's hypothetically say that's true.
Mm-hmm.
So now it comes to the highest bidder.
Yep.
And if it comes to the highest bidder, when have small market teams ever won that bidding contest?
They don't.
That was my take. I mean, no one's going to want to go to Sacramento as opposed to going to
but
LA.
It's like
or New York.
LA and New York is all capped out.
But they're saying that
Miami.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Miami, Chicago, Boston, these teams that have a history of winning, and not just a team that has a history of winning. If I have an opportunity to come out of college and go straight into a situation of winning, why wouldn't I?
Yeah, I think that's probably the way it would happen.
So I wanted to ask you about OKC. OKC defending champions, are dominant. They play a physical brand of defense. Really great defensive team. SGA won MVP last year, probably going to win the MVP this year, and he's a great player. Mm-hmm. But as a fan, I get tired of the flopping around, the foul baiting. What do you make of that? Maybe you're okay with it. What do you make of SGA flopping around all the time?
This is what I'll say about that. I felt like this year the Utah Jazz became the poster organization for tanking, even though they weren't the only organization that was doing it. And I felt like SGA, for some reason, became the poster player for flopping, even though everybody's doing it. Like, here's my thing with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. If you sit and watch games with non-narrative glasses, you can't help but to marvel at his ability to make shots.
Yeah.
SGA is not a guy that lives on free throws. Watch this young man play. Watch him play. Look at the difficulty of some of his shots. Does he get the benefit of a whistle? Now the question I'll ask you is, does Luka get the benefit of a whistle?
Yes.
Does Jalen Brunson get the benefit of a whistle? Mm-hmm. Does Denny Avdia get the benefit of a whistle? You can go down the list of different players that get the benefit of the whistle. And here's what I'll say when we're having this discussion. I'm not mad at the guys that are quote-unquote flopping. Mm-hmm. The issue becomes with the referees rewarding the flopping. That's what I like about the postseason more than anything else. The flopping's been eliminated for the most part because they are allowed. The difference from game 1 to game 82, the way the game is officiated, and then from game 83 through June, you're talking about two completely different sports. Mm. During the regular season, teams are scoring 130, 140 points.
Yep.
And in the postseason, teams are struggling to get to 90.
Yep.
What happened?
Yeah.
How was there a 50-point drop-off from the regular season to the postseason because of the way the game is being officiated and the flopping not being rewarded? But with the flopping not being rewarded, watch the display offensively that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander continues to put on. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, he is a tough shot maker. People choose to focus on the free throw attempts because that's the narrative that the social media has kind of ran with. But again, if you're watching these games with non-narrative glasses, you can't help but to marvel at his ability to make and take tough shots.
Now, they lost Jalen Williams, at least for a while, with the hamstring. We don't know how long. But just watching this first round, I find it hard to believe anybody's going to take him out, except for maybe San Antonio, who beat them 3 out of 4 in the regular season. So OKC likely to play the Lakers the next round. Don't know if Austin Reeves is going to be back. Looks like he might be back tonight. Seems unlikely Luka will be back. Do the Lakers have a shot? And if not, do the Spurs have a shot to knock off this Thunder team?
Well, I don't think the Lakers do. Just because OKC defensively is one of the best defenses that we've seen in decades. They are really good defensively. And if we learned anything from the NBA Finals last year between OKC and the Indiana Pacers, we learned, one, that it's a war of attrition, right? You got to be able to get up and down. 2, depth and versatility have become king and queen of the NBA. And you know what OKC has? They have depth and versatility. They can put 5 guys out that you have to guard at all times, and they have so many different guys that they can go with as far as versatility and switchability are concerned. Listen, San Antonio Spurs are a really, really good basketball team, and they have a guy who is one playoff run away from being tagged the best player in the world in Victor Wembanyama. But I tell you what, the playoffs are a different animal. I don't put a lot of what teams have done against each other in the regular season. I don't really attach that to the postseason because, like I said, when we're talking about game 1 to game 82 and then game 83 on, it's a completely different sport. So it'll be interesting to see if these two teams do end up playing each other in the Western Conference Finals, how they do play out.
All right. Well, appreciate the time, Antonio. We got 3 more games tonight. Detroit's in trouble.
Yep, they're on the ropes.
They're in trouble, but playing at home
Yes,
down 3.
they are.
Yeah. Cleveland should win tonight to take a 3-2 lead, and of course you got the Rockets, Lakers. But as these teams advance, and you're obviously going to see these the better teams play really good matchups. So we're looking forward to seeing San Antonio play OKC and possibly Boston playing the Knicks. That'll be really fun.
Yeah, for sure. Like I'm interested to see the Detroit-Orlando matchup.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest one for me because I felt like regardless of standings, this was the most ideal matchup for the Orlando Magic because you're talking about 2 teams that struggle to shoot the 3 ball. So it doesn't become a mathematical equation where you're playing against the Boston Celtics and you're a minus 30 behind the arc.
Right,
so now you have to make those points up elsewhere. If Detroit goes 10 of 30 from 3, Orlando goes 10 to 31 from 3. So now it becomes about dominating in other areas. I am so interested to see the championship resolve from the Detroit Pistons tonight in Game 5.
Good stuff, Antonio. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks,
Thank
man.
you, buddy. Appreciate
For
it.
sure. Appreciate it, fellas.
All right, buddy.
All right, pal.
Always love the passion from Antonio. 13 years in the NBA, now an analyst with the Pelicans
Bowling Green.
and host on Sirius XM NBA. That's your mom's alma
My
mater?
mom's alma mater.
Very
That's
good.
right.
She loves
One of-
Antonio Daniels.
One of Bowling Green's finest.
Definitely never been to Bowling Green.
I've been there one time. It bothered me that the grass need mowing. Whenever I go to a college
The
campus,
whole university?
kind of. Whenever I go to a college campus and it's like in the summer or something, and it's just a little overgrown, it bothers
There's a
me.
Bowling Green in Ohio,
Mm-hmm.
but isn't there a Bowling Green in Kentucky?
I don't know.
I
That.
believe there is.
What's your pops' alma mater?
University of Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Silly. Chicago and Bowling Green.
Chicago Bowling Green.
Nice.
Match made in heaven.
All right, got to take a break. We're the Junkies. Keep it here.
Head to Golfdom by Worldwide Golf for the new Ping Scottsdale Tech putters. The new mallets introduce IQ alignment technology, which is awesome, inspired by eye tracking research. And each model improves your focus to sink more putts during your rounds. And with the center of gravity behind the shaft, there's one to fit your stroke for everybody. So visit them at Golfdom by Worldwide Golf, trusted by golfers since 1982. And it's home to the legendary 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee. Golfdom. Get there.
Getting closer. Junkies Beach Bash. Less than a month away now. We're hitting the Starboard and Dewey Beach Friday, May 22nd, part of our 30-year anniversary. That's Memorial Day weekend. We'll be kicking off a live broadcast starting at 6 a.m. And then Mitch and Finley are taking over at 10. So it's going to be a great time. Come on out. It's all presented by Main Street Bank.
Looking forward to it.
It's going to be awesome.
It's going to be crazy.
I keep telling everybody I'm very nervous about it.
It's going to be crazy.
I'm nervous about it.
Yeah.
In what respect? Like controlling yourself?
Yeah, I just don't want to feel awful. I don't drink that much. I mean, like I was just in Utah with a bunch of parents, and all they do is end up at the bar every night. I didn't have one drink.
You didn't have one drink the entire weekend?
Nope.
Wow.
No, I just don't drink that much. I'll have a drink with dinner or something, or occasionally I will. I just don't drink anymore, and I'm just nervous.
Well, I'll say this.
I enjoy drinking. Believe me, I enjoy it.
If you
as much as anybody.
if you don't have a drink during the show on the Beach Bash, you're going to have an awful time.
No, I think I'll have for sure I will. I just want to make sure I don't have 20.
Well, no,
Yeah,
you pace yourself.
You got to find a happy medium.
Bro, you're not 22 years old. You can pace yourself. You know how.
I know.
You know how to do it.
That's just.
Sometimes you just get caught up in the moment at the Starboard. That's all.
That's an environment I've never been responsible in.
Yeah, I get it. But I think you will be at age 56.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I think that's the time to have 20, though.
No, because if he does that, he'll die.
I'll feel horrible. I don't want to feel horrible.
He'll be on his back.
I don't want to be hung.
Right.
I feel terrible.
Back in the
So
day.
you've kind of come around to drinking like me, and you mocked me for years and years.
Yeah, okay. So I've evolved. Yeah. Listen, to each his own. I miss drinking. I love it. It's just not good for me.
Hopefully this guy
the way it
shows
makes you
up,
feel.
because we know this guy will go hard.
That's right.
Oh, is he going to come?
Is he thinking
I
about
said
coming?
hopefully.
No
Is he
doubt.
thinking about
I
coming?
don't know.
We didn't. When we had him on the show, we didn't ask
He
him.
was
about
on
Should've
like
asked.
2 weeks ago.
I don't think we asked.
That's
Cakes,
right.
Remind me not to go to Egypt.
Okay,
This is-
EB.
Was it on your list?
Don't go to Egypt.
No, I'm not going to go to Egypt.
Okay, why?
What happened in
explain
Egypt?
There was a
this.
freak accident that occurred in early April at a luxury resort, okay, where they had a snake charmer. Okay, he was doing his thing.
Sure.
And I guess this is not uncommon. They let the cobras
Yep.
kind of get close to the customers, the tourists, or wherever that are there at the resort.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he got
listen.
him. He got him.
He crawled up the leg of a 57-year-old man, of course, bit him,
Yeah.
and he died.
Well, I mean, a cobra's one of the most venomous snakes on the planet.
What are they doing?
Why was he
What
that
are they
close?
doing?
Why was he
If
that
I'm-
close to the
I
snake?
have no idea.
Here's when I'm comfortable being near a cobra. If I'm at the National Zoo, I know Drab hates the zoo, but if I'm at the zoo, at the reptile house, and the cobra is behind plexiglass, then I'm
Yes,
comfortable.
that's
I'm
appropriate.
Then I'm okay with the cobra being 5 feet away from me. I'm not cool with it,
Dude.
coming out of a basket in Egypt with some guy
this
trying
is-
to
Here's
charm
what they
it.
say.
This is kind of crazy, and I understand that the overall number, it's a very small percentage because it's a global number.
Yeah.
140,000 people died from snake bites last year.
You
Where?
think that number's
All
low
over
or
the world?
high?
Well, I mean,
That's a
compared,
high number.
there's like 10 billion people in the world. I'm just saying it's a small percentage
Yeah.
based on the world population, but it sounds
No,
high.
it sounds like a massive amount of people.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's
They
140,000.
say it's not uncommon for performers to allow snakes to interact closely with audience members. Some of the snakes were reportedly placed around guests' necks during the act. Cobras. Venomous cobras.
By the way, did you see on a similar note, the rookie, I think he's a defensive tackle from Florida. I think his name's Caleb Banks for the Minnesota Vikings. He has an exotic pet collection that he's going to bring with him to Minnesota. Included in that collection, he owns a cane corso, which is like a breed of mastiff, which is probably at least 150 plus pound dog.
Those are probably
huge
awesome.
dog. He's got one of those. I believe he has 2 pythons, which can grow to like 11 to 15 feet a piece. I think he has a tarantula, and he wanted to
Is that
add
for the pythons to eat?
I don't know. I don't think so. He has a lot of pets that could actually wind up killing him or somebody that's in his house. My theory of pets is don't own pets that can kill you or your guests.
I'm with you.
You know what I mean? Like keep your
Right.
pets. It's cool to have pets, but not
Aren't
pets that if they get out of their crate or their enclosure,
Yeah.
they're going to strangle your guests to death.
The cane corso, I saw a Cane Corso last week.
Yeah.
It was the sweetest dog in the world.
Well, I don't know about the
dog, yeah.
composure of this dog. Maybe it is the sweetest dog in the world. But I'm more talking about the pythons.
Yeah, of course.
That if they escape and they wrap themselves around you, it's curtains.
Well, the
It's
python
game
could
over.
kill the Cane Corso.
Yeah,
I know that.
totally could.
But man, that was a beautiful dog.
I'm more scared of
What do you feed pythons? If you owned a big python,
rats, mice,
mice.
small animals.
Yeah.
Any snake you feed a mouse.
I'm
for some
more
reason.
I get it, but what you go to the
Squirrels?
store and buying them?
I think you buy them.
Yeah, I think you buy like dead
think you buy 'em.
rats
You buy
and they
those.
ship them to your
But you
house.
buy
Okay.
like little fish to feed the bigger fish.
I guess I don't know.
I don't know. Is that a thing? But you buy like feeder fish.
Or maybe a neighbor you don't
Did I
like,
just
you
make
can
that
feed
up?
him.
I don't know why I have this fear. I'm more afraid of getting eaten or wrapped up by a big giant snake than I am like a rattlesnake biting me. Like a rattlesnake biting you is like if you're in a certain part of the country, like that could actually happen. But for me to have a giant
But when are you
snake,
around them? Exactly. You got to be in a certain part
right,
of the
you have to
country.
be like in the Southwest or like down in the Appalachian Trail somewhere
Yes,
down
you're-
south.
You're never going to be
I'm never going to get wrapped up
attacked by a python.
by a
It's-
25-foot anaconda. How would
It's
that
never
ever
gonna
happen? I would have to be like in the Amazon rainforest. That's not happening.
I agree.
I'm never going to be on a tiny little boat in the Amazon and encounter a 30-foot anaconda.
Is the
You're never
closest
gonna-
you've been a
never gonna
casino in Costa Rica?
Well, I didn't even
Or
make it to the
Aruba.
casino. Yeah, Aruba. That's not even close.
I know. I'm saying that's the closest you've been.
Closest I've ever
None
been.
of us are ever going to be bitten by a snake, ever. 100%.
Well, I don't know about
That's
that.
dicey.
Jinxed all of us.
I might
Why?
get-
When are we ever around
dicey.
snakes?
Jinxed us. Thanks.
On
Thanks
runs,
a lot.
Golf
I've
course.
had
All the
snakes
time.
within a foot of me.
You're
Yeah,
not
golf course
Yeah.
too.
No, you're not gonna get
We
one.
got to get out of here. Be Mitch and Finley next.
All right, guys. You know I love a good edge, a little angle most people aren't thinking about. Here's one. BMW Fairfax has new I-Series models that have been in service for a short stint. You know, loaner vehicles. They got a few miles on them. Call it a head start on the odometer. Here's the deal. In golf, you'll take strokes on a parlay plus money. This just feels like finding value before the line moves. So why not take a silly deal on a basically new ultimate driving machine for my girl Miriam over at BMW Fairfax? Right now, you could lease a new, gently driven i4 for as little as $349 a month, or you could score a new iX for as low as $499 a month. And if you qualify, you could stack the BMW military incentive on top. Active duty, guard, reserves, veteran spouses. You might be eligible and not even realize it. So do what I did. Hit up my girl Miriam at BMW Fairfax and make sure you tell her EB sent you. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Zach Littell gave up a leadoff home run to Bo Bichette to dig his team into a hole early, and then he wound up giving up 7 runs in the bottom of the 4th and got pulled after he gave up a 2-run homer to Juan Soto after 3 2/3 innings. Not a great start from him again. Nats lose 8-0 to the Mets. And over in NCAA, they begin the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournament to 76 teams. That is according to a report from ESPN. The expansion is on track to be formalized in the upcoming weeks and would begin this coming season. From the Crop Makeup 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. B. Mitch and Finley. We got Steve Zabin sitting in for B, who I imagine is in Arizona or on his way to Arizona. Good morning, Zabe. How do you do?
I'm doing good. Do you ever get texts from Brian when he's out golfing, or does he just go off grid?
No, B is rarely like a proactive texter, but he'll certainly reply.
Okay.
And we're going out to our boys over at the T-Stats Rude site next week. We have a remote. What day is that? Next Thursday, Jeffrey?
Whatever the 7th is.
Whatever day the 7th is.
Yes.
Zabe. And our buddy Donnie sent a text this morning or last night or something about oxtails, and that got a response from Brian. So, like,
I talked to him this morning.
Oh, you talked to him this morning? Has he left yet?
Yeah, he's on the plane now. Because I was asking him, how did he shoot? And he was like, I played RTJ yesterday. He shot at 81, and he's on the way to Arizona now.
Okay.
Nice.
So B's on his way out west, hopefully enjoying it.
I always demand assets, meaning digital assets, photos, videos of their golf experience.
Of nice courses or
just anywhere. Like if any of my boys are playing somewhere, I'm like, send assets. I want to see you playing. I want to see a picture of the course, whatever, the cart girl. Like send me something so I'm sitting here at my desk can at least live vicariously.
So next time the boys go to Haynes Point, you want some photos?
Yeah, literally, I'll take any and all golf
when I
assets.
hit my ball into the fenced-off giant pit in the middle of the
pile
course.
of dirt from the ballroom construction.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was funny because
That's where they're exporting the dirt for the ballroom.
They
to Haynes
they
Point.
just dumped it. They didn't really get permission.
and Ryan lost
I'm
2
shocked.
balls in that
That's
dirt.
shocker.
Yeah, I mean, the part that sucked for me is I had a really good drive, and then I just sculled a wedge, and I could see the ball. It was just behind the fence. I wasn't climbing it. You know what I mean? Like it was, I'm going to drop. I think I might have just gone on to the next hole. I was just over it. We do have to get, Zabe has offered to get all the drones, all his toys, me, B, Jeff, and Zabe playing 9.
Full-on YouTube match.
Now, help me remember the courses. Red is the super short. Blue is like their championship.
I don't know. I played it once many years ago. Haven't played it in a while.
We usually play the white, correct, Jeffrey?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I think the white's about all we can take on right now, Zabe.
I don't think it matters. I think with Walker,
I think I could play the blue now.
you're going to play any course poorly, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's just a matter of like how much poor do you want.
But to my defense,
But
I only lost 1 golf ball the last time we played.
That's great.
Only lost one.
It's not like East Potomac's a narrow, hard to find
Right.
your ball
Not a lot of
place.
water.
Not a lot of trees,
well,
not
to
a
be
lot of
honest,
water, not a lot
Zane,
of rough.
I mean, I lost one. I
Unless
put
you
it in
put
the
it-
construction site.
Or unless you put it in the Potomac, I mean, there's only a couple holes to do that on.
Our boy Cody did that. Our boy Cody, we must have been playing the blue or maybe the red, and he hit driver. I don't even know. But we were coming back in, like facing the Washington Monument.
Yeah.
And whatever the tributary, I don't know what they call that channel. Is it the Washington Channel that's there in front of the wharf? Because that's not technically the river, right? Like the river runs around Haynes, and there's like that channel
in front of the Worth, in front of the anthem. Mm-hmm. Our boy Cody put one in there. No problem, dude. Like that thing
just launched it.
That thing took a harder right turn than JD Vance. Like it was like one of like Washington Channel.
The Washington Channel.
Yeah, I mean he could have hit a boat. Like what's that boat? The Odyssey that cruises the dinner cruise.
Yes,
he could have smoked that.
The drunk boat that goes up and down.
So last night was a good sports night, and I was at NBC. I want to start by appreciating a lot of folks here, CK and the boys, and certainly you, Zabe. The folks at NBC have been super kind. The folks at Monumental have been super kind. I've had to juggle a whole lot of scheduling things. I'm going to be out the next 2 days. My wife's going through it right now. Obviously, lost her dad. Tonight begins like a 3-day gauntlet of funeral-related activities. So we're just going to kind of grind and push through over these next few days. But people have been very, very kind and generous in moving scheduling things around for me. So All Ears we usually shoot that live on Wednesday nights. We had to move that up to last night. But I had some time at the station, and I was just watching sports. I was watching Sixers Celtics. I was watching Sabres Bruins. And so by the time I got home, Sabres Bruins was tied 1-1. And my wife's on the phone with her sister. They're talking through logistics. I mean, they're talking through a lot of things. And so Sabres Bruins is 5 minutes left. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to sit here and I'll see, what happens when she gets off the phone. This phone call could be 5 minutes, could be an hour. I have no idea what's going to happen.
It'll be an hour.
So I get to watch Sabres Bruins, the end, which was the end of the third period.
Oh, okay.
Pretty damn high level.
High intensity.
Yeah. Dude. I mean, and Buffalo had a couple chances to end that regulation.
Good chances, yes.
When does the phone call end? Right as the third period ends. And I know this is going to overtime, and I know how incredible overtime hockey is.
Yeah.
And I know we're about to put on Bravo.
Oh.
Oh boy. And I could have gotten the up top TVs going and because I kind of wanted to watch Bandon too. And I was just like, now is not the time for me. We're going to sit here and we're going to watch Summer House. And that's how the rest of this evening's going to go. So I'm checking my phone and trying to see scores. Did you watch
sneak checking your phone?
No.
Did you need to be present with your wife in this time?
When it was time to talk? Yes.
But otherwise,
in the bits of watching the reality show unfold, I could check my phone.
Okay.
But if she's talking to me about the upcoming days and I'm like, hold on, I'm checking scores, that probably wouldn't go over well.
Okay.
But
did you see Pasternak's breakaway to end it?
I did
the
not.
Bruins?
I'll pull it up now.
It was sweet. And as soon as you saw him cross the blue line onside, you're like, oh no, this could be trouble.
Some chances too.
Just a sweet, deek, boom, done. And then he goes right to the glass where he starts giving it to the Sabre fans.
Man.
He was nose to nose in the glass. Going,
yeah,
you like that, you son of a...
Wow.
And they couldn't even pry him.
Dude, I'm watching it right now.
They couldn't even pry him off the glass. He just wanted to talk so much ish to the Sabre fans.
Question on that.
Yeah.
Was
it onside?
Is he not offside?
It looked offside to me, but they didn't review it, so it must have been. It was a 2-line pass. It was a sweet outlet pass.
He looks offside.
From inside the zone. I rewound it going, that seemed awfully offsides, but...
He seems ahead of the blue line by 2.
It looked that way, but again, if he was offsides, Buffalo would have made a huge stink, and they would have reviewed it, because they're now reviewing every offside. I think it was just one of those ones where it happened so quick.
Is the Buffalo crowd not screaming that that's offsides?
They did not seem to object. And the announcers did not even hint at he might have been offsides.
Okay. All right. So we had some good playoff puck last night. Listen, you nailed your Knicks prediction last night. Thought Brunson would have a big night.
I am wrong so often, like anyone in this business. And so when I'm right, you got to toot your horn.
Hell yeah. Go for it.
I'm going to toot my horn. I said yesterday you heard it here first, the play of the night is Knicks -6.5. It's going to be one of those talk about how great Jalen Brunson is type of games. And sure enough, he had 39 last night. And the headline is, Sensational Brunson leads Knicks to win over Hawks.
Well, I don't want to step on your parade. I also had the Sixers.
Okay.
And now I just thought they'd cover.
That's a good one. Two good calls right there.
What do you think? Yeah, the room.
Walker, did you hit your pick yesterday?
Dude,
oh.
No, Jeff killed it.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
What
because
did he
Jeff
have?
took the Mets.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, somebody wearing the hot dog
I know
hat
who's
today.
wearing the hot dog hat today.
Metal
And his
Chris.
name is, no, it's White Brian.
Oh, White
He
Brian
took the
is.
Nats.
Oh, that's right.
Because he hates the Mets, even though they're his team. The Nats got boat raced by a terrible Mets team.
Let's be real, and it's unfortunate. Washington teams have always been the bounce back teams. Think about it. The Lions, when they were 0-0 forever, they came to Washington.
Are you saying
beat the Redskins?
Are you saying that they're the get right girl?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
man, I hate being the get right girl.
Return of the Mac.
Oh my God. Yeah. 8-0 last night. There's also a clip of Soto talking to who was it behind the plate about should I take the next pitch or not. So he was talking some smack last night.
That's funny.
Yeah.
One thing, let me see you, Dub B. Look at me. I will always give White Brian credit. Like his hat collection is pretty on point, and he's a mostly New York sports fan. And for White Brian to be wearing the Mets hat today,
it's the alternate black though.
Yeah, but it's pretty good level trolling. Is all I'm saying.
That is.
The Mets are god awful. Somehow they haven't fired the skip yet. They win 8-0 against the Nats, and that's a Mets hat day.
I wonder what's next. First Bam in his 83. Now the Mets whooping the Nats 8-0. Who's next?
I don't know, man. Pretty good sports night though. Were you watching any Abandon, Zabe?
No, this
most
is
of our listeners probably are completely unaware of what's going on at Abandon.
PGA Championship qualifying. So for the tour, for the teaching pros, they get to qualify, and it's a world class resort, Bandon Dunes, out there on the Pacific Coast. And one of the guys in there is Michael Block, who made the PGA Championship.
So mad. Please get that guy out of my life.
Oh, I know I can't. I have no use for him, but I was not watching it. You're watching it because you're going to Bandon this summer.
My buddy, shout out to Dr. Espinel, texted me, "Are you watching Bandon? Maybe we can get our money back. This place looks so hard." He just wanted to pull the plug on the whole operation.
No, you do not pull the plug. Dude, forget the hard. Yeah, it's of course going to be hard, but you just want good weather. Because there's no guarantee.
I think it was blowing last night.
Well, of course. I mean, this was the part of the country where the Lewis and Clark expedition started writing in their journals, I think we've made a huge mistake. Because they camped out once they finally reached Oregon.
Right.
Pretty much near where Bandon Dunes is. They're like, this place is miserable. It won't stop raining. It's freezing cold. It's windy as hell. But it's apparently a spectacular place. What month are you going?
In May.
Okay.
Like 3 weekends.
So there's it doesn't get better nice until July.
You're gonna
roll the dice a bit, but I'm thinking you're gonna get a good weekend.
We're gonna do what we're gonna do. It's gonna be fun. Now
so you were watching it. So is it over yet?
I plan on kind of practicing a lot over this past week and next week, and that plan has been
what an idea. As if we as amateur hacks practicing works.
Yeah, but
I gave up that notion a long time ago.
I haven't been. That is not in the schedule right now. So we're just going to roll out to Oregon and see what we got. All of that said, it's been just a whirlwind of events and sports.
No, this is a great time of the sports year. May is super. I think it's super underrated. It's maybe as good as October. October is generally deemed the best sports month of the calendar.
Football is a game changer.
You got football in both burners, college and pro, and you've got the start of the NBA. You've got baseball. It's all right there. But I think May is almost every bit as good.
Yeah, this is a fun time.
And we're not there yet. It's April,
like the Kentucky Derby on your radar at all?
Yeah. No, I mean, I watch
I'll
it.
watch Saturday evening. That's what I'll do.
I've been to it once, and it's one of these, JP. Off the list. Click. Done. I was like, I don't need to do it again, but I did it once.
I would like to. My boy Cody checked in because he heard me talking about the driver that went into the Washington Channel at Haynes Point.
And my God.
He wanted us to know that he's a better player now. He shot 2 101s over the weekend, and his handicap's now down to a 28.
Well, good. That's progress.
Progress, dude.
That's good. Just keep it on dry land. When you're there at East Potomac, keep it on the brown stuff. Keep it out of the blue stuff. I sent you, Walker, the Soto thing. This from John Boy Media, where he's sitting on 3-0, 8-0 Mets last night.
I just got a tweet about this,
and he's like, should I swing or not? What a cocky prick.
Our friend
But I
Scared
still like
Terrence-
him, though.
Yeah, me too. He won a ring here.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
he's always going to be cool with me. Yeah. Scared Terrence McLaren, friend of the program, tweeted me, said, that Soto bleep was Bush League for a 9-19 team that bleeping sucks.
Well-
I say throw at him today.
Well, also because he wasn't even talking to his teammates while he was on the DL when they were out losing night after night. His answer was, well, they've been on the road, so I really haven't talked to them. It's okay. Are you part of the team or not? You know, maybe they could use a pick-me-up. A little text from Juan Soto saying, hang in there, buddy. You're going to get some hits.
White Brian, what do you make of Soto last night?
I loved it. Let him have fun. People talk about Soto not having fun on the Mets anymore. Let Soto be happy.
When you lose 12 in a row, it's probably not a barrel of laughs, I imagine.
Yeah, he wasn't there for it. He's been
Can
out.
you play the audio? Did you have it? I said I texted it to you.
I don't know
if
if
you
we
can
can
easily
turn
fling
it.
it or not. Can't
that
turn it
John
around.
Boy usually has a lot
it's
of
not good
edits
audio?
Because do you know about John Boy?
A little bit.
So that's not going to be game audio. He takes the clip and then puts his own audio in it and kind of like he's a very
I know that, but he also sometimes gets wildcat audio that you otherwise don't get, where there's umps mic'd up. The most famous one.
I thought it was always him just intimating that.
No, well, he now has a partnership deal with MLB.
Oh, all right.
And he gets some stuff that is pretty good stuff where either it's ambient mics that are from behind home plate that pick up conversations like this, or the mic'd up umpires. Like the Terry Hallion mic'd up umpire sequence where he's trying to diffuse a potential bench clearing brawl.
Yeah.
You've seen that
That's
one, right?
great.
Where he's like, no, Terry, my ass will be in the jackpot.
Yeah.
All our asses will be in the other. So funny. That was a good one right there. But, you know.
That was a good one. The jackpot, he kept saying.
Yeah, but our ass will be in the jackpot, Terry Hallion.
I don't. As we kind of move forward, there's a lot going on. I want to get into a bunch of NBA stuff. Drew Gooden from Washington Wizards broadcast is going to join us, Monumental Sports Network. Drew's just such a good dude. I don't know if you know him at all, but he's funny as hell. I think we're going to have Nikki Jabvala join us at 1 o'clock, Jeffrey. Excited to talk to Nikki, kind of wrap up the draft. And going forward, everybody's talking about Brandon Aayuk.
There's also a new tanking proposal or new anti-tank proposal that is expected to pass. Here's what I did just minutes ago. I tried to write down and understand it, JP.
That
It
looks like
is-
a complicated little note card you got there, Zabe.
Bro, it is harder than you think to fully understand what the new system is going to be. I had to first go back and fully understand the current system and the way it works. And then the new system, it's got relegation zones for the bottom three.
Like
It's got-
relegation to the G League?
No, you're relegated to only having 2 ping pong balls, not 3. If you're in the meat of the non-playoffs, you get 3 balls, which is the most you can have.
All right, you are going to have to explain this to me in slow motion.
Yeah, I'm already eyes are already starting to glaze over. It's crazy.
Yeah, that is. I mean, have you ever tried to take a real look at the NBA luxury tax formula?
No, I have not. That's
It's-
another thing that is insanely complicated.
Like real NBA heads. Like I remember when Hoffman was here before he went to work for the NBA. Like would try to get into the luxury tax and the
First
carry-
apron, second apron.
Good luck, dude. Like, congrats to the NBA Players Association for being so powerful that the owners basically got a luxury tax in there, but the players, by maintaining the Supermax for guys that can make 1 third-team All-NBA, like we've seen here in Washington, both Wall and Beal, that's how they got their Supermax.
Yeah.
They made 1 third-team All-NBA. Like, as long as that exists, it's just going to perpetually be a mess.
Yeah.
Zabe also, I mean, of all the texts I've gotten from Steve Zabe,
Last night I was inspired. I said, I got to fire this in so I don't forget it.
Zabe last night at 11 p.m., right? We were turning Bravo off at this point, going to sleep. I have a call segment for tomorrow, parentheses, non-sports, quotation. What is the oddest non-sexual category of social media videos do you binge watch at night? That's at 11 a.m., all right? So everybody prepare your bizarre videos that are not sexual that you watch at night. We're going to do this. I actually, as soon as you said that.
You guys jumped in. You're like, oh, I know.
I
got
have
one.
one.
I got one.
And it's weird.
I know.
And
not until
now
you do
it's
it
in my
11.
algorithm, just
Yep,
keeps on popping up.
Yep.
All right, we're just getting warmed up. It is B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere.
Sports Update is brought to you by Melwood. The NBA has reportedly informed its 30 general managers of a new plan that will, among other things, expand the draft lottery to 16 teams, penalize the league's bottom 3 teams, and simplify lottery odds down to whether a team gets 1, 2, or 3 ping pong balls. The framework reportedly has support from a majority of teams, and though they may still make some small changes, it is expected that the owners are going to vote yes on May 28th. If it's approved, it would reportedly take effect starting with the 2027 NBA Draft. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Busting loose. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Shout out to Chuck Brown. Nikki Javal is actually going to join us at 11 a.m., so we're going to have our Brandon Aayuk discussion then, and we will have our weird videos you binge watch on social media that are not explicit at 1. Does that work for you,
That
Zabe?
works for me. I'm here till 2.
Okay.
Is there any new Iayuk news that I've missed?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Define news.
I mean, any little Easter egg, breadcrumb, something, anything.
I still say no.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine, because,
We'll talk to Nikki. There has been, Nikki along with, I think it's Nick Wagner is the dude's name that covers the Niners for The Athletic. Let me double check on. I'm sorry, Nick Wagner might be ESPN. Matt Barrows covers the Niners for The Athletic, and Nikki obviously covers the Commanders for The Athletic. And they put out a story this morning or yesterday afternoon just about kind of where that thing is.
Okay, so that would be the new little Easter egg, which is they wrote a story.
Yeah.
So we're going to hear what she has written so far and where it stands.
The tone out of San Francisco, like the people I checked in with over draft weekend, it is so firm and implant. Like, I guess what makes it somewhat newsy right now is, okay, the draft's over. Maybe they were trying to trade him during the draft, and they didn't. So then it's like, OTA sessions, the team is already there. It's not open to the media. They're not on the field, but they're lifting weights. They're doing their thing. I assume he's clearly not a part of that. That's all voluntary.
Right.
But, dude, we're only 6 weeks-ish away from mandatory veteran minicamp.
Yeah.
And, at what point, the Niners are clearly being punitive here, right? They're punishing.
Or they would say, look, we did everything that we were supposed to do. We gave him more money.
Right.
Even though we didn't want to, we finally caved. He got hurt, didn't rehab with us, was hard to even get a hold of.
Right.
And so, no, we're not just going to release him. We're going to see if we can get anything back from him.
Well, right. It's crazy to wonder, who blinks first, almost. And
I think the clock just runs out. I think typically the way this happens is once a team is forced into, they've got to trade this guy, they end up cutting him because they can get nothing. Nobody wants to spend anything for him.
My only Stephen A. Smith, however, he's on the reserve non-injured list.
Oh.
I believe you don't have to pay him.
Oh.
They can just keep him there.
So they're going to make him report and jump through some hoops then if he wants to actually,
I don't know,
potentially get some money.
The actual procedural stuff here is kind of interesting. So we'll talk to Nikki about that, get her opinion on the draft as well. I did want to make sure everybody knows Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Zabe, you brought this up, and I don't know, is this official? The NCAA tournament is one of the few true jewels in the American sports calendar, right? NFL playoffs, the Masters, the NCAA tournament. Those, honestly, as much as I enjoy the NBA playoffs, Stanley Cup playoffs, baseball, I enjoy all of it. The college football playoffs become very cool. But, to me, those might be the big three. NFL
Yes.
playoffs, the Masters, NCAA tournament.
Yes.
And honestly, for my lifetime, I believe it was 64 teams. Maybe like what I know that the Maryland NC State ACC championship
That
game
was
in the
48.
70s.
Yeah. You had to win your
go.
you had to win your tournament, and it left Maryland out.
Right, even though they were the best or second best team in the country.
Right.
It's been 64 for a long time.
Yes.
They made the move to 68.
Yep.
Within the last decade?
10 years ago.
Okay.
Give or take.
And I hated that, but I've come
So did I.
But I've come to watch the play in and not be mad about it because, sometimes you get some good games.
And that's what they're counting on here. They're making a super play-in bracket that is going to front the actual tournament on that, second Thursday or third Thursday in March, second or third, whatever it is.
Right.
So they're just going to bloat the pre-tournament, and I think it's going to be largely ignored. For the record, you said, is this official? They've not had a press conference to announce yet. It's simply sources confirm that the NCAA is set to move to 76 teams. So it's a fait accompli. It's not actually announced just yet. But it's going to happen. It's been rumored to happen for a while now. And it's just complete junk. It is AI slop. It is the new Coke of what was once a great thing, the NCAA tournament. And even though it'll be easy enough to ignore a sub-500 Baylor or Auburn that gets in as a Power 4 team that doesn't deserve to be in, it's still junky. It sucks. Nobody asked for it. That's the biggest thing. Nobody asked for it.
Well, the NCAA wants the money.
They do want the money, and they're going to make some money. Some.
My thought is kind of twofold. One byproduct of the expansion to 68 teams, and I've long railed against this until I've heard some of the 16 seed coaches talk about it, is I thought it was so unfair that you go to 68 and four of the 16
play each other.
Play each other.
Yeah.
And I feel like those kids should get a chance to go to the tournament and play that 1 seed, right? But what the coaches will tell you of the 16 seeds, they love getting the national exposure. That's bigger for their brand to be the only game on in the country than to go get boat raced by UConn.
So in other words, beating another 16 on a Tuesday night is still better for them than losing by 33 to Kentucky.
Because, one, you're on television. You're in every bar across the country. Everybody's hearing of...
Doesn't hurt.
That's
Right.
one. Two, the winner of that game gets a winner's check from the NCAA tournament.
Oh.
And
money.
say that's $300K. Say it's...
Is it that much?
I don't know what it is, but it
seems like a big share for that low of a game, but you might be right.
But you're winning a game.
No, I know.
Think about the 6-11, the 6 team that loses, they don't get $1.
Yeah.
So you're only cutting one check now to 34 teams.
Right.
And then teams get more and more, obviously. But
you're leaning into one of the main complaints about this from many people, that this is yet another move towards the orange slices and participation trophy era of big-time sports. That we don't want it to be, oh, Johnny, you did good. Have your orange slice and here's a ribbon. It should be like, hey, we don't need more than 64. We know who can actually maybe possibly win the whole thing. We know 16 seeds are not going to go to the Final Four, but you have to balance the bracket to reward the top seeds with a nice, easy warm-up game in essence. Although, as we know, sometimes you lose that game.
I think that there needs to be a dose of reality on this conversation. You know who is absolutely pushing for this? College basketball coaches.
Oh, the coaches love it.
Because they want more ways to tell their
AD,
athletic directors
hey,
and
I made the
alumni
tournament.
base, hey, we made the tournament.
I know. Don't fire me. We made the tournament.
I mean, I always joke about the NFL being the ultimate self-preservation league. All sports.
Yeah.
When you have a job in sports, you never want to go back to selling insurance
Right.
or working at the accounting firm.
Fixing
You want
HVACs.
to work there no
Like
matter
Rude
how
does
long
every
it takes.
day, yes.
Right. So the coaches have been pushing for this forever.
Gary Williams used to come on with me and Andy and say, no, I'm for it. I'm for it. And it hurt me because I felt like Gary was such an old school guy that to have that stance was, to me, so crazy and so heretic. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah. But Gary understood how these glorified gym teachers who become ADs are just not, fit for the task. And so he had very dim views of ADs, and he looked at it, like you said, as a self-preservation thing. If you made the tournament, you could argue, don't fire me. But I got a spoiler alert for all the coaches that think that. They're going to fire you anyway.
Well,
they're going to fire you anyway, because if you're a big-time program that spent $25 million on your roster, and like you're Kentucky, they're not going to be happy that you were in the play-in pre-tournament of
Unless
76.
you go on a run.
Well, but if you just
see, NC State went to the Final Four a couple years ago.
I know, with the big fat guy, he was awesome.
Texas got hot. Didn't Texas get to an Elite Eight out of the play-in?
VCU played all the way from the play-in game into the Final Four. It can happen. I'm just saying that. Just saying I was in the tournament, if you don't do anything in the 76, is not going to save you.
I'm going to keep my comment holstered on why Gary thought ADs were fools. But I'll just say Gary was correct, at least.
I know.
At least
the
as it pertains
backstory.
to a team that a college in College Park.
Oh yes, I know it directly.
Sure, but the other thought here, and we've seen this in the college football playoff, and I don't know where these conference championship games go in college football, because there are teams
they're probably going to get eliminated.
Well, I mean, there are.
I believe
teams
Sankey has already said, "Let's get rid of
screwed?
these."
Did Georgia get screwed?
Yes,
right.
2 years ago, Georgia got utterly hosed.
That's going to continue to happen.
Well,
and they'll continue to expand the college football playoff. That'll get to 16 before we know it.
It's probably going to bust out of its seams, but at least it's holding for another year or two, maybe.
Adding what seems like another weekend to the tournament, did they just push deeper into April?
No,
or
it's fronting. It's
what
a
happens to
fronting
conference
thing.
championships?
Well,
the
those
Big Ten
two
conference championship is at like 3 p.m. on Selection Sunday. CBS goes from that right into the bracket reveal.
They're going to play more games concurrently Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in front of. They're going to smash them all together again. Their line of argument is, well, we're at 68. It's only 10 more teams. It's only 4 more games. It's only this. We can slide them in here. We'll play them at the same time.
Student athletes, Abe. And the audacity of the NCAA to still try to pretend that they are the advocate of the student athlete. Like, the NCAA is still fighting their fight of nonsense. The reality is college football left the NCAA cartel. College football runs their own operation.
They run their own
and
tournament.
The only cash cow the NCAA still has is the tournament.
Yeah.
This thing will be at 100.
I know.
Before my daughters get out of high school.
I know. Sankey, by the way, did say 7 days ago, speaking to a small group of reporters following the conclusion of 2 days of meetings at the Ritz-Carlton in Las Colinas, he said that...
That's a nice hotel, dude.
Yeah. You think these guys are going to stay at the Motel 6?
That's
no chance.
That's where the Skins usually stay in
He
Dallas.
says a 16-team format is the, quote, right next step, and he said it's the conference championships that are likely to go. That's in football.
Yeah. Which is telling, because the conference championships were largely a creation for television to get a big old fat paycheck, and now they must be making so much more from the playoff that they're willing to disband that paycheck for another one.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to take a moment because I asked somebody this. Do you ever listen to Shotgun Start podcast? Do you know those guys?
Yeah.
I love those guys. LIV Golf Virginia is next week.
I know.
I have a question for the Zabe. Yesterday I was breaking out my internal computer. I have a question for the Zabe computer.
Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop.
Does LIV Golf Virginia happen next week? Zabe answers when we return. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. For those wondering, it's 10:47. I wanted to ask Zabe something that's a local story. Before we get there, though, there is much ado about the King's arrival.
Yes, I asked you during the break. I'm like, are you all about the King being here?
So I had to drive to NBC. I don't know if this was Monday or yesterday, or was yesterday Tuesday. Yeah, maybe it was Monday. And my drive home and to Channel 4 is Rock Creek Parkway to Mass Ave. And so in turn, I drive by the British Embassy, I feel like 30 times a week.
All right. Did you see increased activity out there?
Packed.
Were there any imported beef eaters with their giant furry hats?
No, they had a lot of what looked like typical security dudes in suits with earpieces. I did not see those guys that guard the palace or whatever.
These are the yeoman warders of the Tower of London, a.k.a. beef eaters, established in 1485 by King Henry VII.
The big fuzzy hats and all that?
Yes, the fuzzy hat guys.
Maybe they were inside, but I didn't see them. Luckily, I later found out that I just beat Mass Ave getting closed for the King's arrival. So I had some traffic.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of people filing into what I was told was a garden party. But I missed that.
A garden party.
I guess.
I bet that sounds very stuffy.
Is the King headed out your way today?
He's out in Manassas, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Why or where or how? Don't know. Don't pay attention. You want me to text my wife? I think she knows all about it.
Now, if you told me the King was headed out to Middleburg for like a polo match.
Or a fox hunt.
The inn at Little Washington or something. I could get all that. What's he doing in Manassas?
I don't know.
Is he going to a car dealership? Or
I don't know. He's got to get a dent moved out of his fender of his car.
Like, is he going to a
auto body
Peanuts
shop?
game?
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's Manassas. It might be somewhere out in Loudon or Prince William County.
Like west. I feel like it's got to be Purcellville or some fancier. No disrespect to Manassas.
There you go. Google filled in for me. Where is King Charles going in Virginia? He's going to Front Royal. Excuse me, Front Royal.
That's beautiful out there. You got the
to
rolling
celebrate
hills.
America's 250th anniversary. The visit will include a short parade on Main Street, a community block party, and visits to nearby national parks, likely Shenandoah Valley National Park.
That tracks. Manassas did not track.
Yeah, well, you know.
All right, but I asked you a question. In about 10 minutes, we're going to open the phone lines up for an incredibly wacky segment, but it's going to be entertaining. But I do want to ask you this, Zabe, because I'm out the rest of the week, and when LIV Virginia got announced, I was excited. I want to go. I think I still want to go because I don't know if you're the same. When I feel like something's going away, I want to see it before it's gone.
Yes.
And it's hard to read the reporting and see that LIV has now postponed their New Orleans event.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure a lot of things get postponed for no reason.
It's pretty unusual to pull the plug on a scheduled professional golf tournament for a league that has flushed nearly $5 to $8 billion so far, trying to be a rival upstart to the PGA Tour. So to just pull a tournament from your schedule, pretty rare. And by the way, it leaves LIV players without a place to play from June 7th all the way until July 23rd. They're dark for a month and a half in the middle of the summer.
With only the U.S. Open and the British Open coming up to get ready for
it. And all but about 7 guys are not qualified for those events. So they're already asking the LIV, hey, can I go play the DP World Tour? Because you don't have any events now.
What's DP going to say?
It all depends on the arrangement. They've got kind of like a quasi-arrangement. But my thing is, as soon as people start looking for the door, then the whole thing falls apart quick.
I think Koepka was smart to get out in front of it. Oh, yeah. And now you've seen Reed do it. Bryson's their last real card. Rahm hates it there.
Yeah.
Here's my question.
Doesn't hate the money, though.
Yeah. I am going to omit this person's name. This is a friend of the program, a true friend of mine. He texted me. He has spent, now I believe this is client related, so this is probably like corporate money rather than like out of his pocket.
Oh boy.
4 tickets to the Birdie Shack next Friday.
A Birdie Shack.
At RTJ, the Madden.
Hold on, it's not at RTJ, it's at Trump. It's at Trump Lowe's Island this year. Last year it was at RTJ.
It's not at RTJ.
No, it's at Trump Lowe's Island.
Which is Trump's a nice course, but it's not RTJ.
Correct. Not even close.
Right. 4 tickets to the Birdie Shack next Friday at the LIV at Trump. I did not realize that was at Trump.
Yes.
You want to guess what 4 tickets to the Birdie Shack cost you?
Well, I'm sure.
I imagine this is some level of premium hospitality.
All right, so it'd be inside tent,
Taxes, fees, everything.
air conditioning,
food, booze,
unlimited, great viewing, probably some other perks. Might get a shirt, sleeve of balls. I'm guessing those are $1,000 tickets each.
$2,200.
Aye.
Well, my friend that spent $2,200 to go to the Birdie Shack. No, total.
Oh, okay. So that you know what? It's under $1,000. I've heard worse.
A ticket's $521.30.
Okay.
Will he be seeing golf next week?
Let's run it through the Zabe computer. Yes, 93% chance. I don't believe they're pulling up the stakes on this event for a couple reasons. One, it's super close. Number two,
It seemed like they barely got Mexico off the ground.
I know.
And maybe that was some infrastructure issues in Mexico.
No, but it's really close, number one. Number two, it's also Trump, and I got to believe that he would not be as accommodating in saying, okay, we'll refund this or you owe us that. Like, this would seem to be more of a pain in the ass. I think they need to have this one. And then the next hop for the LIV is to Korea, South Korea on May 28th. That'll give them 3 weeks to kind of catch their breath and really consider, what are we doing? How are we doing it? What else are we going to do this summer?
Bryson exists on his own planet. John Rahm is a serious golfer. John Rahm cares about majors.
Well, Bryson is too, you know.
He's a different cat.
He's a weirdo, but he loves golf.
Sure,
he's an excellent golfer.
He certainly loves golf.
Yeah.
I don't dispute that. But he might, like, Rahm is going to fight like hell to get back to the PGA Tour, whatever that circuitous route may require. Bryson might just do his own thing.
He says that. He's not going to just do YouTube videos. Nobody becomes a legend by chipping balls over your house.
Does flying to Korea help you get ready for Shinnecock?
No, none of this does. This part of what the criticism was leading up to the Masters. They flew all these guys over on the other side of the world. And that's why the whole thing about we're going to join LIV to spend more time with our families. No, you're not.
Play less tournaments, but you're traveling more.
You're right.
When we return, Steve Zabin wants to know, what kind of creepy online videos are you watching?
Not creepy. Not creepy. These are weird.
Non-sexual.
Non-sexual. They are perfectly legal. No animals are harmed in this, but they're videos you can't stop watching where you ask yourself, why does this fascinate me?
I got one. You guys get to tell us what you're watching. 800-636-1067. I'm not sure I want to know Heavy Metal Chris's search history.
This sports update is brought to you by PaulHenrysWindow.com, your clear home improvement choice. Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs had a very dominant start in a late grab, which was a convincing 114-95 win over the Portland Trailblazers. That gave San Antonio the 4-1 win in the playoff series, which is the first of Wemby's career, sending them into the next round. The 76ers beat the Celtics last night, 113-97, though Boston still leads that series 3-2, and the Knicks led the Hawks 3-2 after a 126-97 victory last night. Speaking of the NBA, their new draft lottery proposal is here, and it's interesting. The league is pushing for an expanded 3-2-1 lottery that would increase the number of teams from 14 to 16 and simplify lottery odds down to whether a team gets 1, 2, or 3 ping pong balls. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Hey, sorry. Go bleep yourself. Hopefully my mic wasn't on. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream, 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Phone lines are now open.
Sorry, I jumped you on that, by the way.
No, dude, you're good. 800-636-1067. Zabe, floor is yours.
Okay, so first of all, sorry. The reason that I jumped you with it, right before we go on, Walker says, I just learned right now that the phrase bless your heart means F off in the South. And I'm like, you're just learning this now?
Yo,
wow.
To be honest,
bless your heart, Jeff.
The only time I've ever heard, now I gotta go talk back to my third grade teacher because I gave her a card one day and she was like, "Oh, bless your heart." So I never knew that till WB.
Okay, there's a caveat because sometimes it is genuine, but it's also the way that Southerners politely, because they're all about etiquette and politeness. It's their also way of saying you're crazy. You know what, off.
Yeah.
So you got to interpret it. It's got to be contextual. You have to sense in terms of the, tone and everything else.
Oh, yeah. I'm about to start using that in the station during break.
Okay, here's the subject that came to me last night, and that is I am, like many adults and teenagers and preteens and whatnot, stupidly addicted to this dumb device in my hand called the iPhone or your preferred smartphone. And so I spend too much time flat on my back in bed scrolling mindlessly on various things. I go to bed sometimes flipping through TikTok.
Are you a night owl guy? How late are you staying up, Zay?
Well, now more than I used to be because I'm not waking up to do a morning show, but I can be a night owl at times. So at night, if I want to feel good, I'll flip through TikTok. TikTok is not an angering social media platform. If you want to doom scroll and get angry about the world, well, Twitter's your place. Don't worry. You'll get it there.
Right.
Instagram is a little bit too insufferable for me. And I don't even do Facebook, so I'm not even going through Facebook. But TikTok is usually, look at this guy. I was flipping through last night, and I found a category that I said, why am I so into this category?
So you're a TikToker above all else.
I have a TikTok account. I posted 5 videos maybe.
Okay.
I got no game on TikTok, but I do enjoy it. There are some really creative people, and there's some bizarre categories, which is what we're here for today, that are completely non-sexual, non-dirty, just weird that you're like, why do I love watching this? Last night I hooked into tree stump grinding, and I could not stop watching. Have you ever seen an industrial tree stump grinder on the back of a giant bulldozer and how it works? It's amazing. It's like a giant drill bit with really sharp sort of, blades, and it just goes right down on the stump. and they just turn it and it grinds it into nothing but crumbled, busted up tree. I'm like, this is so great. Because stumps, if you've ever cut down a tree, you realize it's a pain in the ass now. You've cut the tree down,
sucks. I have a stump
congratulations.
in my backyard.
Yeah, right. Now what you going to do? Well, you could, you could pour some acid down there, and eventually it'll break up.
Is that legal?
I don't know about acid. There's some other chemicals that can help break it down.
Like
or
salt,
you can,
right? You can pack it with salt or something?
or if you really want to exhaust yourself, take an axe and start chopping away at the stump. It's a pain. But these giant machines make it like that. No work whatsoever. So there's another machine that is a stump picker. It's a giant, it's like two fingers, like your thumb and your forefinger, and it goes to the stump and it just goes pinch and it pulls the stump out of the ground, and the stump looks like a giant spider with all these tentacles of roots, and then it shakes the stump with the tentacles of the roots, and it gets all the dirt out of it, and then it just flings the stump with all the roots to the side, and it's hypnotic. I can't stop watching it. Why? I don't get it. So that's my weird confession to you.
I ain't mad at you. You like stump videos? That's cool. That
amongst others, by the way. I have others.
Let's clarify. Zabe saying stump videos sounds interesting. You like to watch tree stumps get grinded up by industrial equipment.
Well, I used to like watching pool cleaning time lapses. Have you ever seen a guy? So
my only concern with stuff like that, you got to make sure you're not getting AI slop.
No, I know I'm not because
like AI makes some crazy stuff. You're like, oh my God, how cool is that? And then it's like, all right, there's no way. Like, have you ever seen the whale cleaning videos?
Those are fake.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
But the first
You're
time you see them, you're like, holy moly.
Right. But here's the thing. You know people need their pools cleaned. So people that buy a house that's got a pool that's been in disrepair, it could be solid green with algae. It requires two men who know what they're doing, a lot of time and a lot of manpower to clean it out step by step. The first thing they have to do is drain it. Then they have to literally shovel out the algae into buckets. It's absolutely laborious, but they go through it. They shovel out the algae. Then they do power washing on the remaining green scum on the inside of the pool.
Do you have a pool?
No. No. It's fascinating. And then, of course, they time lapse it and they show the whole process and they eventually get it shocked with chemicals back into being a nice, clean, sparkling pool.
I've seen the shocking process.
Okay. But for the deep cleans, it's a whole deal. And my overriding thought is this new owner is going to let it go straight back to algae again because they're going to forget putting in chemicals. They're not going to clean it regularly, but they just paid several $1,000s to get their pool back. I used to watch videos of driveway sealing. I told you this was going to be weird.
B just got his driveway sealed. I think wild card Scotty. Why don't we take a caller so people know they can call in?
Yes.
My guy Connor is in D.C. Wants to talk about weird videos he watches on social media. Connor, what up?
Hey, guys. First of all, JP, so sorry to you and your wife for your loss. Best
thanks,
wishes
brother.
with the service and everything. I got three real quick ones. Fugazi and Bad Brains, any 80s DC punk
Hell yeah. I
concerts?
get Fugazi
It's a
videos
bunch
on
of-
my Instagram all the time.
Oh, so good. The live one of Waiting Room, it's like straight edge energy. It's just different. It's
Yeah.
a bunch of dudes at a gym in Tacoma Park, just full body interpretive dancing. Kind of hypnotic. Like Gabe
That's
said
such
with
a
the
good
stuff.
description.
That's the one I love. Air traffic control videos for whatever reason. It gives
ATC
you, like,
videos are good with the audio dubbed over because the audio is public domain, so you can hear the controllers talking to the pilots and whatnot.
Zabe is hypnotizing me, showing me.
I tell you.
Videos.
I mean, listen, you watch
What was
these
your-
stump
did
videos.
you have one
Go
more,
ahead.
Connor?
Well, just Voss Aviation's a good ATC one, Zabe, if you're on there. And then just sort of in the more hypnotic, random water tower falls, cruise ships hitting piers, and people dropping big rocks from high bridges.
Oh, yes, those are good. those are good. Either the rocks from bridges or somebody will drop actual things on a collection of trampolines, mannequins, used cars, giant, big, heavy things.
Connor, thank you for the call,
Thanks,
dude. Great
Connor.
call.
Appreciate
Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. What weird
Is there-
content are you consuming out there? Jeffrey wants to go, and I'm not going to stop him. Yes, Jeff.
Okay, so the first one, life hacks. Have you seen the life hack videos?
I've seen the life hack videos where they use
With
like
the AI.
bottles and
JP, that was the crack feet thing you was hearing as soon as I opened my Instagram just now.
It was weird.
And I love combat sports, so I will be up all night watching either old boxing videos, knockout videos, street fight videos.
So let's ask a question, because this is Abe's topic. Because I get sucked into a vortex of Michael Jordan highlights and clips from The Wire. My Instagram is just full of like Weebay talking and MJ highlights. Those to me don't count as the weird content.
No, that's not weird at all.
That's just the algorithm knowing me.
To me, those are my YouTube deep dives. Those are my YouTube wormholes, usually Sopranos, Breaking Bad, etc. And I'll just watch 9-minute compilation of every time Albert Caprese appeared in The Sopranos.
Yeah, well, my last one will have to be I'm a conspiracy theorist.
You sure are, pal.
Rabbit hole diver. I see one thing on the internet, 11 o'clock at night, I'm up watching it till about 1 a.m. trying to make sense of what I just saw across my Instagram or Twitter.
That tracks. Let's take another caller. Let's go to Houston is in Fairfax. What's up, Houston?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, dude.
So I've just fallen in love with hot dog vending videos.
What does that even mean?
Some of these guys are so quick with their utensils. They get the customers in and out, and it makes me want to become a hot dog vendor.
What does the video entail?
They're just really quick. They're like, these are like street food guys.
Point of view videos and of the hot dog vendor, and you can tell that they put so much practice in the timing of it. It's the timing and the efficiency.
Like at a baseball game?
No, like on the street. Like, for workers in office buildings, New York, D.C., where it's still legal, get a permit, they go click, 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 they got the old tongs, and they're quick to put it on, the relish, the mustard. I mean, they're just so
You've
slick.
seen these videos.
Well, yeah, because there's also a bunch of street food.
I like that you said, well, yeah, because.
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's part of it. It's part of a larger genre, okay, JP, of street food videos. If you've ever seen,
Jeff, you wanted to ask him a question?
If you've ever seen Indian street food videos, that's a whole nother thing.
I cannot go there simply because of those videos.
So you've seen those, right?
Yes.
Incredible.
I've not seen any of this.
Dude, crack an egg, put his foot in the pan while he's cooking it. Dude, spitting in the food and using his hand and cleaning the pan.
They do not have health codes in Mumbai like they do in New York City. I can assure you of that. Have you seen the
dude's putting his foot in the pan with the egg in it?
I'm going to send it to you.
I don't want to.
I'm going to send it to you.
Listen, man, whenever somebody comes up to me and they're like, hey, do you want to know something but you can't tell anybody? I say no. I don't want to know about Mumbai street food. I'm out. Just please.
I'd be intrigued.
Houston, thank you for the call.
Okay, you need to see the fake street food guys because it's a couple white guys pretending to be Indian street food vendors, and they purposely, JP, do all this very shady stuff to cook the food.
Okay.
Like using wet soaked towels and just like slapping their sweaty heads out. You've seen those before, right?
I'll give you mine. And I don't know where this ranks in the weird video world, but it's pretty weird. I don't know how I got into this, but it keeps popping up. I'm trying to find this dude that. So I was in Arizona with Mitch for the NFL League meetings, and he's like, "What are you watching?" And I somehow got looped into this algorithm where this dude eats like a president for the day. And he eats like James Garfield, or the one I saw the one I saw last.
Meaning eats a lot?
No, like whatever the food of that era was, like he'll eat like rhubarb and like it's very hard to describe.
Old types of food.
Yes.
Old menu items.
Like what the menu was in the 1830s. Like
how
what Thomas Jefferson ate for breakfast.
And how do they discover what that was?
I think a lot of that's documented in some capacity. Like the one I watched today was he did. Do you know how Dwight Eisenhower apparently liked his steaks?
Hopefully not well done like Trump with ketchup.
No. He liked to grill dirty steaks.
Ooh, what does that mean?
He put the meat
In
directly on the coals.
Oh, jeez.
Like no grate over it.
Oh, jeez.
He just threw it on the coals to cook it and then would flip it on the coals. Like that was...
And this was who again?
Eisenhower.
Eisenhower did?
Dude,
wow.
It's fascinating how some of these dudes eat. And
Are
especially...
you sure that's not urban legend?
I
feel
don't
like
know.
you get cancer or something from that. It's gotta be like carcinogens in that.
Doug, I don't know. I'm just telling you. You asked me about the weird videos I've gotten sucked into.
All right.
It's this guy cooking with Congress. Here's one. Eat like Abraham Lincoln all day.
Let me guess. No, I'm going to guess. Tell me what he ate.
Breakfast is coffee and a hard-boiled egg.
Okay.
I mean, it's a video, so it takes a minute. Lunch is a biscuit, milk, and something called a salacious apple.
Okay.
I don't think Abe ate a lot. He was dealing with some stress.
I think dinner is a musket shot pigeon over a light béarnaise sauce.
Dinner is chicken fricassee and mush.
Mush. What's mush?
And then, it's dessert. Usually the presidents are eating all right. They get dessert. Blackberry pie for dessert. This dude is called Cooking with Congress. He's got 120,000 followers. He does this all the time. I'll send you guys this Eisenhower video that I saw this morning.
All right, shoot it my way.
He is.
All right, I got another one for you. Ever seen Cartnarks?
Cartnarks?
Cartnarks.
No.
Oh my God. You guys back there behind the glass, Cartnarks, anybody?
No.
So a guy has decided he's going to become the shopping cart police of suburban grocery stores.
Like putting them back in the thing?
Putting them back in the corral. So he will just patrol a random supermarket, and then when he notices somebody leaving their cart, he will approach them with this silly hat, a silly siren flashlight, and these magnetic stickers that he then puts on their car that says Cartnark. The people lose their mind when he does this.
That's funny.
They're like, "Get that off my car. What are you doing?" And he's like, "Come on." He's got this like sort of silly voice. He's like, "Come on now, you got to put it back in the cart corral." And he's so confrontational. I believe he's going to get shot to death. Like when you watch the videos, certain people lose their mind because he's the guy that's going to police cart corral returns.
I saw this crazy video. It popped up on some social media site. There's some dude that goes around to fast food places.
Yes,
and he yells the slogan.
Yes, I saw that.
So he's in Taco Bell and he stands up on the table and goes, "Live Mas!" And like some people are, what is wrong with this dude? And other people start cheering for him.
Right. So here's Cartnarks. I mean, he
Go
gets
ahead, Jeff.
angry old men. He gets young women. He gets
Somebody's going to punch. At least there will be a physical altercation.
Honestly, I've seen some of them that have escalated to the point where I'm like, you're going to die doing this. I know you're right now virally famous. It's not worth it.
All right. If you want to call in, you got weird videos, we'll take it. We'll take Shady and Ashburn real quick. Shady, what do you got?
Hey, JP. My condolences to the family, first
Thanks,
of all.
bro. All good. We're moving forward.
Couple good ones. I actually got into watching the, what's it called? Edging grass and the clippings,
Yes.
mulching, and so.
Are you
seeing
into
these guys-
are you into the yard rescue guy that does
Yes.
overgrown homes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime there's like weeds in the backyard, the guy comes out there for free and just mows the lawn and does the edging and
More than just
yeah,
mows the
it's
lawn,
pretty cool.
he'll take down JP a house that is overgrown in every way possible with bushes and prickle bears and weeds and grass. And sometimes the city comes in to shut him down, saying that he does not have permission to do this for free on behalf of the homeowner because the city has contracts with landscaping companies. How wild is that?
I believe it.
And he does it for free. He just goes out there and does it for
But
free.
it's so satisfying, isn't it? Because of the time lapse, you're like, wow, that was a ton of work. I would have hated to do that myself. And look, he finished it in 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Shady.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you.
It's a big world out there. Content for everybody. A lid for every pot.
It's crazy.
Phone lines are open. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking to Drew Gooden at noon about the NBA playoffs.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Lakers star Austin Reeves expects to play in Game 5 of his team's first-round series against the Rockets tonight, according to ESPN. For Houston, meanwhile, Kevin Durant is expected to again be sidelined with a bone bruise and sprained ankle. Also happening tonight right here on 106.7 The Fan, 7:10 p.m., we've got first pitch between the Mets and the Nationals. The Nats were shut out last night, 8-0, and received yet another poor performance from starter Zach Littell. So tonight, Cade Cavalli looks to bring New York back down to earth. Listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Talking weird videos that suck you in on social media. Not talking about OnlyFans or any of that. Just weird stuff that you get hooked on. I've been watching these How Presidents Eat videos, which is so weird. Did you look at the thing I sent you?
I did, yeah.
Apparently, Dwight Eisenhower threw his steaks right on the coals.
That's crazy.
And called them dirty steaks.
Dirty steaks. Imagine him offering guests at the White House. Would you like a dirty steak? You know what, Ike? I think I'm good.
It's this dude called Cooking with Congress that makes these videos. Do you know that Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory, do you know what his go-to kind of dish was?
Goat toes?
Fish Jello. Not making it up. Like, this dude does the research. It's a savory Jello with a whole fish in it.
Shut up!
I'll send it to you, dude.
That's as crazy as
That's disgusting.
That is as crazy as the cat food in the Jello from Christmas Vacation, or the stapler in the Jello in the prank scene in The Office.
Sure. Jeff, you had one you wanted to get to? We haven't let Chris or White Brian.
Yeah.
Y'all got one?
Jump on in. Water is water.
Yo, you know, Dub B's got some freaking stuff behind that paywall. What do you got, Dub B?
Lately on TikTok, I've gotten into Starbucks employees making orders of like crazy people, who order coffees with like 25 sugars, 20 caramel swirls, and I just watch those, and it makes myself feel better about not drinking sugary coffee.
Right.
There you go. All right. Hey, whatever it takes, man. Metal Chris, what are you into? Should I be scared?
Metal bands, probably.
I mean, I do watch a lot of metal videos, but that's kind of whatever. But I love the the ones where they're cleaning up the most disgusting cars.
Yes.
They've got like cigarette burns in the seats and just like kid vomit and old McDonald's and everything. And like they spend like an hour just like deep cleaning the whole, like ripping the seats out.
They got steamers. They got mini pressure washers. They've got all these
There's something real
sprays.
soothing about those to me. I don't know what it is.
Well, you know what it is? You feel like, wow, something was accomplished that seemingly was impossible, turning this pigsty of a car into something that's pretty nice now.
I also like keeping my car pretty clean. I know some people just like kind of throw trash in. Like I never eat in my car. I never I keep it pretty nice.
Yeah.
And just seeing what people do to their cars to me also is
Disgusting.
just like, oh my God.
Can I'm veering off track a little. So Zabe, you can shut me down should you need to. One of my best friends in college. One of his best friends from home. Okay, so I'm a friend removed, friend of a friend.
Where's home?
So you the second best friend?
No. Like you got your buddies from college, you got your buddies you grew up with.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Where's first of all, where's college and where's home?
University of Maryland for me. He was from upstate New York.
Okay. Whereabouts? Utica?
Outside of Syracuse.
Okay.
Now, as time goes on, like this is a dude I knew, here and there. The dude has since moved out to Arizona, but I'm still good friends with my buddy who lives up in Boston. And every once in a while, you kind of get an update on what the guys you knew that were his friends from home, what they're up to nowadays. This dude lives out in Arizona. This is bizarre. Near the border with Mexico. And they have a business, he and his wife, where they drive down to Mexico, find old beat up trucks
and restore
Broncos and restore them.
Yeah.
And they make a ton of cash.
Yeah.
she's also topless in the videos.
Send me those. Send me those.
They have found a very unique angle.
Quite a niche. Wow. That's fantastic.
My buddy sent me
not
pictures.
even bikini, but full topless.
Like when my buddy went out to their home in Arizona and stayed for a couple days, and they're making other videos too. But
I bet they are.
But the guest room's also like the office.
The bow chicka bow wow.
He had to stay in the guest room.
Don't bring a black light. I tell you that much. By the way, on the restoring front, so there's a bunch of restoring videos out there where they take
those trucks look awesome.
Okay, the trucks are awesome. The highest level, I think, the most triple black diamond of restoring videos is bulldozer rescue. Do you know what bulldozer rescue is?
I do not, Dave.
A bulldozer, which think of that as a machine. It is a several-ton hulking made out of heavy reinforced steel device that's got tank treads and hydraulics. It's complicated, plus an engine that has to power it. They often break down. When they break down out in the field or on farms, they're just left to sit. Well, sometimes property owners say, if you can get this started, you can have it for free. And so guys go out in the field where there are literally, JP, trees growing through the bulldozer between the blade and I'm telling you, trees. And they're rusted, and they go, well, let's see if this old Cat 560 has any life in her. And they go about digging into the very heart of where the carburetor is, and they take the parts off, and they're crusted with rust, and they spray them, and they do this, and it's a bunch of time lapse. And sure enough, step by step, day after day, they get it back up and running, and they will actually rescue bulldozers out of trees.
Well, dude, if you ever see a shipwrecked ship, you could take it.
You can?
Yeah. Like if you see...
If you can float it, you can own it?
If a boat is left...
That's maritime law?
It's available.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I would like... Jeff, ask Drab what kind of weird videos he watches. I'm curious. Our guy Andre's in Landover. Dre, what kind of weird videos you watching, man?
Hey, JP, my wife watches these videos of this guy farting all the time.
Oh, that's wrong.
He lets out a fart, and then he looks around like, what did I do? And then people go, Jesus. And he goes, where? And then he'll shake his leg. And come on, man. My wife, man, she pulls these videos up all the time.
Thank you, Dre. Hey,
here's the bulldozer rescue in case you doubted me about the trees
Dave,
growing
I've
through it.
learned
I mean, look.
With these videos, I don't doubt you. I haven't seen them, but I don't doubt you.
It's just crazy that they could get these things working again because there's so much to it. You have to know so much about engines and hydraulics and mechanical stuff.
I'm going to take our guy Jupe is here. Jupe in the DMWV. What up, dude? What weird stuff you watching?
What's going on, fellas? So look, to give a backstory to what I watch, I'm one of those pimple popper watchers.
Yes.
Oh,
well,
God.
Dr. Pimple Popper got huge on cable. My wife loved that show.
Yes. But I found myself watching people cleaning and disinfecting cow hooves and horse hooves. Like when something like a nail or something gets stuck into it, and how they got to shave it down and push all the clips out and wrap it up. Yeah, I don't know why. That's why I say it. I think it's because I like watching the pimple poppers. That I kind of been watching that lately.
That is so gross, and I'm not in on that whatsoever. Thank you for the call.
Even I think those are too much, man. No way.
So gross, dude. Jeff, you had another one?
Yes, I watched this dude named Calamar White, and what he do, people send him, like, if their boss is bad or anything, and he walks in there in a uniform and a clipboard, and he approached these people. So one day he was like, yeah, people telling me right here, you're mean, you don't do your job, da-da-da.
I've seen that guy.
I die laughing every time because them people be ready to fight him. They put him out, and he just keeps this straight face, same tone, like, but you're a horrible boss. And he just keeps going. It's hilarious.
I have seen those. And you know why you know those are real, Walker? because you can't fake the emotions that come out of the bosses who are being confronted. Their triggering is genuine. You can see it. You can feel it. You know this is not a work. Nobody's that good of an actor. So I guess these are people that hire this guy to come in and pretty much tell your boss off for you without you being known as the person to do it. If I was the boss, I'd be like, who ordered this guy? Seriously, I would go on a jihad finding out who sent this guy here.
All right, I'm going to take a couple more calls, then we're going to move forward. Jupe is my guy. He's a very loyal listener. We appreciate Jupe, but his call grossed me out. I'm getting to the finish line here.
Yeah, please.
Vince in Alexandria, what's your weird video of choice?
It's so at the junkyard when they put the metal down in the jaws that chew it all up and stuff.
The metal shredder, the junkyard shredder videos are phenomenal.
It'll shred anything. And then the other is log splitting.
Log splitting. Manual or machine log splitting?
Machine, like it's a hydraulic thing. And the guy has like a pile of logs and he'll pile one up and splits it. And then he throws that to the side and splits it again. And it's just like one of those things.
Have you ever split logs by hand?
I have.
Hard.
I have. It's kind of therapeutic, though. You get into a good flow with the axe, like you feel like you're accomplishing something, and it's like it's not a power thing. It's very much like a
timing and accuracy.
Dude,
and technique.
I like splitting. I haven't done that in years, but like I enjoy it.
There's a guy that's got a channel.
Thanks, Vince.
He's got a TikTok account where he's a young, really buff-looking dude who does it shirtless, and the ladies love watching it.
I imagine.
All he does is split logs shirtless. A 26-year-old Adonis.
But that's not the only thing he's splitting, Zabe.
Martin,
what videos are you watching?
I'm watching a lot of those bushcraft videos where they're making shelters out of wood and all
primitive
kinds of
living
stuff.
type videos on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know that they discovered those are kind of fake.
Yeah,
that's break it to you. But they're still fascinating.
They are fascinating, where it's like two young Thai women will go out into the bush and they'll start digging with nothing but, like sticks. And they'll time lapse it and they'll make this beautiful abode that's got, bamboo roofs, and they'll pipe water in from a nearby stream using hollowed out bamboo shoots.
Thank you, Marty.
But they found out that they were using some heavy machinery because they were like, oh, look at the tracks.
That's the problem with the fake stuff.
It's semi-fake.
Toby Altizer joining us, celebrity spotting. What kind of weird stuff are you into, Toby?
It's kind of funny. White Brian apparently watches some of these too. It's a guy that plays video games. It's a NASCAR video game where everybody takes themselves very seriously, and he talks with this country accent. And then he just wrecks entire races and pisses everyone on the internet off.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
They're
that.
really good.
So in other words, he's sort of like Greg Biffle, or pretty much just wrecking people.
Yeah, or what he'll do is when they're about to go past pit lane, he'll push someone into the pit and be like, I don't know why you're pitting on lap 2, man.
All right, Toby. Appreciate that. Jimmy Thomas just tweeted me.
He trolls the serious NASCAR guys on 2K online.
British kids trying American food is amazing. Has anybody seen any of that genre?
No.
Matt.
Yes.
Is that good?
Yes. They'd be like, what is this? But it's a debate online that, how do I say this without offending them? That British food and stuff like that is not good and American food is better.
Our food is significantly better.
Yes.
Period.
It's worse for you, but it's better engineered for taste, flavor, safety.
But even if you go to like Clyde's here and their equivalent of
Agreed.
Clyde's, our food is
Agreed.
better.
Agreed.
John is in Falls Church. Last call of the day on weird videos. What up, Johnny?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, we got to get these videos of these glizzies, these glizzy vendors. There's this guy in Cleveland, and he makes these foot-long hot dogs, and he records them. Everybody coming up to buy a glizzy from him. You
What's
seen that?
his name?
That's the hot dog guy we were talking. That's the second
I'm
hot
typing
dog
in
call we've had.
I'm typing in Cleveland Glizzy, and I'm probably going to get straight porn on my TikTok.
Thank you for the call, John. Appreciate you, dude.
I think this is the guy here. I don't see how this could be that exciting, honestly, considering all the else that's out there. Like, we just went through a bunch of topics that are much more exciting than this.
Someone named Matt wants us to watch carpet cleaning videos.
I've seen those.
I don't think I'm in on that. I don't know.
They're pretty boring.
The cars are better. The cars are better than carpet.
The carpets are amazing because they just wash and wash and wash, and there's dirt that keeps coming out of the carpets forever, like 50 cycles through.
Drew Gooden joins the program at noon talking NBA playoffs. Zabe, you know what makes a pro?
In what category?
Just any category.
In life?
Like you're a pro at radio. Like when CK asks you to come in, you're going to be here early. You're going to be prepared. You're going to have topics. Like you're a pro.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
thank you.
If you are if you work in sales and you know how to grind out your calls and
put a pitch deck together,
yeah, dude,
greet a client, be on
pro.
time, dress presentably, pro.
Drew Gooden is a pro. Listen to this text I just got. Drew's coming on with us at noon. Just texted me at 11:48 a.m. letting you know I'm ready when you guys are.
Nice.
That's a pro, dude.
That is good right there. Love it. Man who takes his craft seriously.
Yeah, man.
Post playing career.
Absolutely, dude. I'm excited to talk to Drew in a couple minutes. There was a pretty special night in Buffalo last night. Obviously, it sucks they lost. Question, because we've got Sabres Bruins and we've got Celtics Sixers.
Okay.
Both those series involve a team from the hub in Boston. The Bruins are chasing, but get to go home to try to tie it up. Bruins are now down 3-2, but they won in OT in Buffalo when that whole Western New York was ready to explode, right? Now the Sixers are chasing. They're 3-2 going to Boston to try to they're 3-2 going home to Philly to try to tie it up to get back to Boston for Game 7.
Correct.
Who's facing more pressure?
That's tough because the Celtics, it's like they overachieved this year without Tatum for most of the year. So are they kind of on bonus time? They've already won a championship kind of recently. Or is it Buffalo? Are they the ones with a free ride because they're back in the playoffs for the first time in a long time? Of course, they're up 3-1 in the series. And if they blow this, it's going to sting because they've been so long waiting just to do anything in the playoffs. I would say there's slightly more pressure on Buffalo.
I get that. I think for me, the Celtics, like if you think about, are Celtics fans more freaked out or are Sixers fans more excited right now?
I don't know where either fan base is at. I know that for Boston fans, I don't want to hear from them because all their teams have won so much. Like, just shut up. If you're complaining about anything, shut up.
I even think for Boston fans, knowing that like Tatum was able to come back from this crazy injury in pretty quick time, like this year's kind of a wash.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, our best player wasn't here. We got him back late. They'll be back next year.
I mean, the Celtics won in 2024.
Right.
So it's like, okay, whatever. I think Buffalo's got more pressure. As far as Philly goes, Philly and their fans and their sports radio, which I've listened to quite a bit of over the years because I've got family, in-laws in the Philly area, it has a very bizarre relationship with the teams. They both love their teams and they'll fight you for their teams, and yet they will also dog their teams and rag on their athletes and sometimes drive their athletes out of town when they're not performing. Yeah, exactly. So I don't quite know where the thinking is in Philly. But hey, Embiid went off last night. So this, if he's going to be tight and ready to go, then guess what? We have a much different series.
I would think Sixers fans, especially with Embiid playing well, and I imagine there's some love-hate to that relationship because the dude just can't stay healthy.
Right.
But having young guys in Edgecombe and Maxey that are so good.
Edgecombe is sweet.
That must, to me, that would change the calculus of kind of how I feel about the situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's also weird watching Kelly Oubre.
Isn't? Like, how do you feel when you see ex-Wizards doing their thing? I know there's a lot of talk about Denny Avdija.
Denny's the only one that makes me mad.
Yeah, it makes a lot of people mad, but then there are defenders going, look, he wasn't on our timeline. His timeline is not our timeline. It didn't make sense. And I'm like, it's a weak argument, but it's an argument, I guess.
Back was like, did they get picks for Denny or wasn't it players?
I forget the specifics of it, but yeah.
To me, and it's crazy to say too early when we're like 3 years into just a rebuild.
He would have been a good player on a still bad team that didn't make the playoffs.
Sure.
And then what are you going to do? You going to max him out?
So
come on.
They traded Denny. They got the 14th overall pick, which was Bub, a 2029 first, which and then 2 seconds. So you get Bub, and then you get a first in 2029. That who knows what that will be. That could be a part of a package for something else eventually. Right. I don't know. 2 firsts for Denny, who does look good, but
I don't hate the trade that much, all things considered, because I understood the argument of why they were doing it. It's sort of like the C.J. Abrams timeline discussion yesterday we had about it's not that he's not a good player we don't want to keep. It's just we're not ready for him right now, and we can get a lot for him.
Right.
So we'll see if these picks, but let's hope the Blazers suck in 29.
Yeah.
And let's hope the new lottery rules, which I still
we
can't.
still have to go through that.
If you really want to fall asleep today at lunch, I got you covered.
Maybe we'll do new lottery, and I want to hear this Anthony Davis audio. I think he did an interview with Craig Melvin, which should be pretty interesting. Okay. But when we come back, Drew Gooden, Monumental Sports Network, part of the broadcast team for all the Wizards games. I want to talk to Drew about all things going on in the NBA playoffs.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The NBA has seemingly landed on a lottery reform proposal. Approval will have to wait until May 28th for the Board of Governors meeting, but here are the basics of the proposal. A 3-2-1 lottery odds approach in which a total of 37 lottery balls are allocated to 16 teams. The bottom 3 teams would receive 2, teams 4 through 10 receive 3 ping pong balls, and number 10 and 11 seeds in each conference would receive 2 ping pong balls. The loser of the number 7 versus the number 8 play-in game would receive 1. This so far is already complicated. The teams with the 3 worst records could pick no lower than 12. Everyone else in the lottery could pick anywhere from 1 to 16. Teams could not pick number 1 in consecutive years or in the top 5 in 3 consecutive drafts. So it's a lot of ping pong ball moving around, but they seem to like the idea. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and the best value. Mervis is unbeatable. Shop for the largest selections of Decory engagement and wedding rings in DC at Mervis, because your ring should be as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream, watching us on Monumental Sports Network, listening to us on the Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple, all the zillions of apps out there. Wherever you get the content, we appreciate it. And we are fired up now to welcome in Drew Gooden from Monumental Sports Network. You hear him and Chris Miller on the call of Wizards games. Drew, thank you for making time for us, man. How are you?
Doing great, man. I'm glad to be glad you finally reached out to me to be involved, man. It's a breath of fresh air.
Finally. we appreciate it, man. I'm curious, like, for you that's such a hoop head, what do you think of these NBA playoffs so far?
I'll tell you what, I mean, it started with the playing games, competitive basketball, just right off the bat. I've been surprised. I'll tell you what, that Detroit-Orlando series is really a physical, brute matchup. And, me living in Orlando during this offseason, getting to watch that up close and personal, I think that's probably been one of the better and more exciting first-round matchups.
It's been damn near shocking. Like, generally, when an 8 beats a 1, it's like a national story. And this one kind of seems under the radar. Now, granted, it's not a done deal yet, right? Like, the Pistons could still come back. But Orlando's been really talented. They just kind of haven't put it together. Do you think the Magic could close this thing out? They play tonight.
Well, listen, it's some bad juju in the air now, JP. Now, listen, I was part of that 2003-2004 Orlando Magic, 2002, 2003. You got to forgive me. It's going back over 20 years, man. So the 2002-2003 Orlando Magic team I was part of, I believe, were a low seed going against the Detroit Pistons, who was the high seed in the Eastern Conference. And we went up 3-1 in that series. Nobody had that on their bingo card for us going up 3-1 in that series. And come full circle now, they're in the same position. Now, T-Mac was asked a question post-game when we go up 3-1. Hey, T-Mac, how does it finally feel to be in the second round? And T-Mac's infamous response was, it feels good. So we had unfinished business still incomplete or too complete, and we end up allowing Detroit Pistons. I mean, Chauncey Billups the next game had 38, 40 points. They come back and they beat us that series. So I'm hoping that the Orlando Magic could pull this off just so they can forget about that infamous 2002-2003 team where we tricked off that series.
Grizzlies, Magic, Cavs, Bulls, Kings, Spurs, Mavs, Clippers, Bucks, Wizards. What a career, Drew. My goodness.
Yeah.
I love it. And you're
I
back
do not,
in Orlando.
I do not need Google Maps. I could get around in all of those cities.
I was going to say, so you're back in Orlando because you like it?
I mean, the tax situation down here isn't that bad, and the year-round weather added with that has always been a pleasure. But throughout my playing career, bouncing around with all those teams you just mentioned, I needed to have a home base. I needed to have a headquarters. So Florida, Orlando just kind of became that home base for me.
I think Orlando's good. It's got a big airport, obviously a lot of tourists with Disney and all that infrastructure there.
A lot of golf.
A lot of golf down there as well. So I asked this as a prelude because I'm curious as to the fan base there and how excited they are for the team, given that they're a unique little market that just has one pro sports team.
Yeah, and it's always, Orlando is kind of like, I think it's like the East Coast Scottsdale, with Disney World smack in the middle of it. So I think it has a big enough fan base to have multiple pro sports. But, I mean, with Tampa being so close, you got Jacksonville, Miami's a 3-hour drive. I think we kind of spoiled to some degree where we could kind of pick and choose who to root for and who to go see in a short distance. But my second home now has been D.C. I split half the time there during the year calling the games. My wife is from Rockville, Maryland, so I mean, I almost have to give up my California pass now, become a Washingtonian. So the DMV is definitely my second home now.
Well, dude, I remember, and I just pulled this up, back in 2014 when Dan Steinberg was running the DC Sports Blog, he wrote a story about you living in like Pike and Rose or something, I think, right? Like, I mean, you were kind of a Mo County guy.
Absolutely. I was right there in North Bethesda, whatever you want to call it. I know some people from Bethesda says there's no such thing as North Bethesda.
There ain't no such thing. That's a real estate term.
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah. But I was right there across from White Flint Mall and right on top of Whole Foods, and they had an LA Fitness signature there. So during that time, I was an NBA free agent. And when I was working out, I mean, my daily routine, those are my two favorite places to go in Florida. And they had both of those places in a building. And I'm going to say North Bethesda because I don't want anybody from North Bethesda getting mad at me. I'm going to say North Bethesda. But I had the Whole Foods in there and I had a LA Fitness. And, man, that was my sanctuary, man, to get back in the league. I mean, that was my practice facility.
I love that, dude. Well, and in this article, it talks about how much you loved Woodmont Grill. R.I.P. to the legendary Woodmont Grill.
Man. R.I.P. Oh my God, best chicken sandwich in the world. And I found out about the chicken sandwich right before they closed.
I love that. We're talking with our friend Drew Gooden. Of course, you can watch him and Chris Miller on all Wizards broadcasts on Monumental Sports Network. Drew, of the games we got last night, how surprised were you, by the way, Philly took it to Boston?
I mean, listen, you know that Philly fan base. You saw it in Joel Embiid's eyes. He did not want to hear anybody speaking on his behalf in that game, and he shot all his bullets in that game. I'm proud of him. I mean, coming off of that type of surgery, having to sit there and be rated the last couple of games, I kind of tipped my cap off to him. And it's no easy task. I mean, Boston Celtics right now, they've come together at the right time. I mean, how they've manufactured this season with Tatum having Achilles injury and being able to come back at the right time and them holding down the fort till he became healthy. And he's picking up right where he left off. I mean, they're surprisingly becoming that team to beat in the Eastern Conference. So I think the Philadelphia fans really had a lot of pressure on that game and did not want to see the 76ers go out like that.
Also, I think the Celtics ended the game at missing, I think, something like their last 16 shots. So clearly, Philly put the clamps on as well. It was just their night. Embiid with 33. That thing could turn into a series. I want to talk about the Lakers series right now because they're saying Reeves is on the edge of coming back. Lakers are up 3-1. Durant, though, is not playing again tonight. And that sucks for the Rockets. Would you risk playing Reeves if you're up 3-1 in the Lakers?
I don't think so. I think, first of all, it's hard to close out any series on the road, especially to sweep a series. And with KD going out, I think that just kind of gave the Houston Rockets that mindset of no pressure, nothing to lose. And the Lakers just couldn't deal with it. I mean, LeBron James looked like he was a little tired.
Yep.
Marcus Smart wasn't the same Marcus Smart we saw in those first two games. I mean, he's been playing phenomenal in the absence of Reeves and Luka. I think they just need one more. Luke Kennard had a quiet game. Rui had a quiet game. I think if those four guys have solid offensive nights, and now just think, this has been a kind of a grind-out series. It's not a high-scoring type of affair. I mean, these playoff games have been rugged, below 110s. I mean, almost old school, mid-2000s, 2010 basketball that we're seeing, especially in the Eastern Conference series. But with KD being out, I think it's kind of made Houston kind of come together and play harder defensively and kind of caught the Lakers by surprise.
Hey, Drew, I'm curious. You guys are contemporaries, you and LeBron, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you're friends even. I don't want to speak for you.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
How amazed are you by what he's doing at, I think he's 41 now. Like it's incredible. Whether you're a LeBron fan or not, it's incredible.
I am a huge LeBron fan. I could speak, but I'm always biased with this answer when everybody says who's better, him or Michael Jordan. Now, outside of the fishbowl looking in, I'm never gonna say no. I'm never gonna say somebody's better than Michael Jordan. But when you hop in that fishbowl and you have the opportunity to kind of see the environment and the landscape and kind of be involved with a guy like LeBron, you start second guessing yourself as a fan. So I'm not going to – I know that's not the question, but I am amazed because LeBron James – first of all, I've been retired now going into my 11th season. I played 14 seasons in the NBA. I've been retired for 11. I've been commentating going into my 10th season for the Wizards. LeBron James – I was drafted in 2002. LeBron James was drafted in 2003, a year after me.
It's crazy.
Just let that sit a little bit.
That's crazy. Like, you had a long, distinguished career, and he's still going.
And we're drafted a year apart.
Yeah.
And I've had a relationship with LeBron since he was 15 years old. A little fun fact. The Oakland Soldiers was an AAU team. I don't know if you're familiar with them. One of the top AAU programs still to this day. I was a part of coming up to the AAU circuit that I ended up sponsoring that team for quite some time. LeBron James played on that AAU team when he was 15 years old for me, and that's where our relationship kind of blossomed.
Wow.
And then full circle, got into the NBA with teammates for 4 years, got to the NBA Finals, and still friends to this day. So I'm speaking. When somebody asked me what's my opinion on LeBron James, I've been witnessing this guy since he was 15 years of age with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he's figured it out. And I think he has absolutely exceeded the expectations that he had as a 15-year-old.
All right, so let's assume they get through this series, and let's assume that Luka comes back. I want to rewind, Drew, and ask you, do you think it was, quote, working with Luka this season prior to him getting hurt? Because, the ball dominance, the style of play, how the offense gets routed through, hadn't been the smoothest thing so far. Was it working, though, before Luka got hurt?
It was working in the regular season. I mean, you got to remember, the Lakers became at one point were a 2-3 seed battling with San Antonio, kind of flirting with as being a top seed before Luka went down. Now, one thing I noticed and I analyzed from not just only us playing against the Lakers 2 times this season, but just watching them and observing them, they struggle making and taking 3-point shots. They're rugged, half-court isolation, get to the foul line, downhill, middle pick and roll to initiate offense. Very rare you're going to see them connect on 14, 15-plus 3-point attempts. So I always knew that once they got to the playoffs, that was going to have to change. They're going to have to get their ball movement. It can't be too much isolation basketball. And when you look at AR and you look at Luka and you look at LeBron, those three guys want to isolate. They want to come off their ball dominant. So somebody's going to have to sacrifice and be a spot-up three-point shooter. I don't think Luka's probably going to take that seat. I know I saw LeBron do it in spurts this season, and I think AR is not, when I'm speaking of Austin Reeves, he's not the best version of himself without the ball in his hands. So I thought they were going to have issues come playoff time figuring that part out.
So, Drew, especially because you have such a tight relationship with LeBron, I think if you're a hardcore sports fan, unfortunately, and I blame ESPN a lot for this because Zabe and I were just joking. Stephen A. this morning was on there talking about LeBron versus MJ.
And I said sarcastically, oh, there's a new segment on ESPN.
Right. Like,
not.
I don't think the LeBron conversation needs to be centered around him versus MJ all the time. And I always go back to something my wife told me once. We were watching playoff hoops, and LeBron, maybe this is when he was on the Heat, going another one of the deep runs. And my wife said, and my wife's a sports fan, but certainly more casual. She's like, I'll never understand the LeBron hate. He's one of the best players, right? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, and he's a good dad and never gets in trouble. Like, what are we mad about with this guy? And I think for casual fans, it might be easier to be a LeBron fan rather than me that gets territorial about MJ.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if we're having a conversation this long and this much, and it's almost a weekly conversation, he must be doing something, right?
Right.
He must be doing something, and it's kind of blasphemy. It's almost like, what religion are you? Are you a Michael Jordan?
Right.
A Jordanian, or are you?
It's almost like a
LeBronian,
like a political
Here
party.
you go, a LeBronian.
Like you got to
Here
ride
you
or
go.
die.
You know, I think it's a generational thing. The older heads like me, 58, you're never going to shake Jordan off the top shelf. But LeBron is undeniably just incredible in terms of production, longevity, consistency, statistics, and, you know, the lack of any kind of controversy or real scandal per se. He's a bit much at times. I'll grant you that. If your wife would like a quick primer on why some people hate LeBron,
Sure.
I can give you the bullet points. But as far as basketball goes, it's remarkable. Also, Drew, here's I always find this crazy. LeBron, I've never seen LeBron really lose his cool on the court where there's like a fight or something.
There you go.
And I'm like, that's pretty good because, you know, when it gets heated and guys cheap shot you, it's hard to keep cool.
Well, I mean, I just looked at the stat. He's only missed 90 games, 92 games, and I guarantee you half of that was like load management because he just needed a break. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like being a superhero. There's been times we've seen him literally ankle turn and touch the hardwood the other way. Shakes it off, comes back, and windmill dunks it. And he's still doing that at 41, 42 years of age. So, yeah, man, we could keep going on and on for this. I already got my choice.
Yeah, I get it. So
I have my choice, but
how about this for a wild card question? Do you ever think SGA will become universally liked or loved by the casual basketball fan?
This is his run right now. This is his window.
Oh, I know. He's producing, and even when he doesn't draw a ton of fouls, which is rare, he shoots the lights out of it like he did the other night where he's screaming after the game, I don't need it. I don't need the fouls. Okay. He doesn't seem to, maybe it's where he plays, maybe it's because he's Canadian. I don't know. I'm waiting for, Drew, whether or not the general public gets on board.
Yeah, well, small market, OKC. Now, look, it wasn't a cakewalk last season. Regular season it was. But you got to remember, they went 2 Game 7s, Western Conference Finals against Denver, which was a tight ball game. And then, I mean, if Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles, who knows what happens Game 7 in Oklahoma City. I mean, so it wasn't a cakewalk. And he's been in situations where I'm like, oh, and then an extra. You talk about the elite greats, not just the greats, the elite greats, guys that have mastered this game, not from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint. The Lukas, the LeBrons, the Magic Johnsons, the Michael Jordans, the savants, the John Stocktons, the Chris Pauls. These guys are savants of the game. I'm going to even throw James Harden in the mix. Even though he has not won at a high level, these guys are manipulating the game with their mind. That's why they could play for so long, because it's not their physical attributes. And I think with SJ, he has the physical attributes. He's still young, but his mind is in a master class of its own.
Drew, it's funny. You talked about SGA, and this is his window, right? I wonder if there's not a Frenchman in Texas getting ready to close that window. I feel like if we get this OKC San Antonio Western Conference Finals, I think it could be Wemby's real coming out party to American basketball fans. Like, yo, this dude is the future. How excited would you be to watch Thunder Spurs? Not that there's not good matchups before that, but
I tell you who does. I'll tell you who does not want to see that matchup, and that's the Thunder. Because you saw it. Yeah. Because you saw regular season. I think they won that series 3-1. Spurs, I believe.
Yeah.
And I think they took that three straight. I mean, they had their number early on. So I mean, those are meaningful games. I don't care if people say, "Well, that was regular season." In the back of their mind, when they go to prepare for war, if they do see each other in the upcoming rounds, that's going to be in the back of OKC's mind, like, oh, we couldn't beat them during the regular season. So they're going to have to step it up. But if Wemby comes out of that series or comes out of the Western Conference, in fact, if Wemby wins a world championship this year, I think he's leapfrog, and it's going to be, I think it's going to become his window. And who knows, maybe that'll be the matchup of the Western Conference for years to come, OKC versus the Spurs.
Have you ever seen a big man that can handle the ball like that?
No, I've never seen anything like this. It's like if you somehow Wilt Chamberlain and Kevin Durant had a baby.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy.
That spoke three languages.
Yeah,
had a really good head on his shoulders as well. Shaq last night called him the most perfect. He said is the perfect big man. He's the first ever perfect big man. And he also, Shaq, admitted that he initially thought he wasn't going to be much. He thought he was going to be like Bol. And Shaq at least didn't stay stuck
Shaq
on
loves
stupid.
Bol.
Well, Bol's okay, but I mean, Wemby's different class.
Oh, of course, Wemby's different class. But see, with Wemby, one thing he's going to have to do, because I was asking myself this when I was watching the game last night, potentially, is he the best big ever? I said, I'll give him like top 2, top 3 potential, because I just didn't want to say it too early that he's the best big ever, because in order to get that crown, even to be a top 3, top 5 all time, you have to be available. You have to play at least over 1,000 games in your career. You have to have 25,000 points, 30. So my biggest fear for Wemby is, can he slow his pace down at 7'4"? He's changing. He's hitting the ground too much.
That was scary.
7'4". Yeah. He's hitting the ground too. It's not just his face. He lands on the floor like almost as if he's a guard.
Yeah.
You know, big guys don't fall on the ground as much as he does. That scares me. And those size 26. Those things have to land somewhere.
That's his shoe size, 26?
I'm probably exaggerating that, but I mean, they look bigger than everybody else's.
They're 20 and a half.
Wow.
I'm like,
okay. Yeah.
I didn't even know how high they went.
Yeah, me either. But I know those things have to land somewhere, and you have 2 of them. So you have to be careful. So once he starts, all the greatest centers in the world, they had a pace.
Yeah.
They sometimes will walk back on offense because the action doesn't start until I get down there.
Right.
And you know, we're in TV now. The cameras will pan and wait for you. You can walk. He can walk to the block, and the cameras will. The whole world is waiting for Wemby. You don't have to rush down there, and that's the biggest thing right now. If I could, and I have a good relationship with his father, Felix Wembayama. Felix is a great dude. I had a chance to meet him when I went to go watch Victor and Bilal Coulibaly play in the playoff series a couple years back before we even drafted Bilal. So I got a chance to meet Victor, his mom, his dad. So, and I always tell his father, he has to slow down. And his father says the same thing. I agree with you.
I think let's hope he learns it over time, right? Drew, this has been awesome, dude. I'm going to text you again after we see how the lottery goes, and maybe we talk about the Wiz options in this draft.
Yeah, man, we have, so just so you know, we have 11 days, 2 hours, 33 minutes, and 54 seconds.
Oh,
now
I love
52 seconds.
You got a
until
countdown
that ball
app on your
drops.
phone, Drew, like I do, and you put the lottery in there? 3 o'clock,
Yes,
May
I
10,
do.
baby. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
I can't wait, man. I really want to pick your brain because I know there's a Jayhawk that could be in the conversation amongst a number of other players.
Let's win it first.
Yeah. Drew, thank you for the time, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, let's run it back. After that ball drop, have me back. Man, I'm bored over here in Florida, man. All I'm doing is fishing and golfing. So if you need me, let me know.
Done deal, man. Thank you very much.
No problem. Appreciate you guys.
All right. That is Drew Gooden. Wizards broadcast. Him and Chris Miller do a tremendous job. Zabe, I don't know if you watched the night Bam went for 83, but I thought
I did.
Chris and Drew did such a good job down the stretch of that broadcast, reporting the action, but also kind of recognizing a bit of the absurdity of the action, but keeping it within the lines. It was a masterclass in handling kind of a tricky situation for all parties involved.
Yeah.
Drew does a hell of a job. I love watching him and Chris. Nobody go anywhere. We were going to hear from Anthony Davis when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Former Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia landed his first NFL contract. It's being reported that the Ravens will sign Pavia to a deal before rookie minicamp. ESPN's reporting that's a 3-year deal. Pavia became the first Heisman Trophy finalist to go undrafted since 2014. And 7:10 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, the Nats and the Mets go head-to-head for their second game of the series. Last night, the Nationals lost 8-0, so the offense looking to make a rebound tonight. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. All of it just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Chris Russell's theme song, walking around somewhere, strutting,
chest out,
cock-a-doodle,
arms a flopping like Vince McMahon.
We're still workshopping a theory about the roofs, but we're keeping that internal.
Oh, I'm intrigued now.
Interesting listening to Drew Gooden, a guy that played a big man that played basketball at the highest level for 14 seasons.
Yep.
Talk about Wemby needing to figure out kind of some body control and speed. Because when you're a young man, it's easy to be everywhere all the time. But if you're in it for the long haul, and honestly, I mean, let's be real about the incredibly big guys, Yao Ming. Like when you think about those gifted players that are like 7'5", 7 whatever, their bodies tend to give up on them. So I do find it interesting. Wemby's only 22 right now, but he does have to figure out how to be a little bit more in control.
Yeah, guys that big, all the body parts work slightly different, and I do agree every time he goes to the floor, whether or not he hits his head, thank God he didn't again.
Crazy.
By the way, did you see the one Portland fan with the sign with his teeth? Somebody had 2 giant teeth, and they had one of the teeth that was chipped. It came apart, and they were doing this during free throws with the chipped tooth. It was like very creative, actually, but
that's funny.
That
Cruel,
notwithstanding,
funny.
yeah. So big men always have additional sort of challenges because their ligaments, their joints, their body parts, they all tend to get more wear and tear because it's a larger frame, and they're clomping up and down the court, and they're falling down. And my buddy Brian Butch, who's a 7-footer from Wisconsin, I used to do the radio show with, he's like, big tree fall hard.
Yeah.
Big tree fall hard. So yeah, the Wemby's got to watch that. But
now, speaking of big men,
he really is like Durant and who did he say?
Durant and Wilt.
Durant and Wilt having a baby.
It's crazy. The Wizards made their own big trade for a big man in Anthony Davis last year. And Anthony, I think, has been measured in his excitement about playing in Washington.
Yes, he has.
Now, AD hasn't played a complete season in quite some time. He's dealt with his own injury problems. But when he's right, he's one of the best players in the world.
Agreed.
Now, he's going to be 33 this season. I guess he's 33 already. He turned 33 in March. So no young guy in the world of the NBA where you get 19 and 20-year-olds all the time. I thought this was pretty interesting. This is with Craig Melvin from the Today Show. Obviously, Craig Melvin, friend of the program, some DC roots there. He had Anthony Davis, I guess, on his podcast.
Interesting.
And this was via the Today Show. So let me be clear. This is via the Today Show. Craig Melvin and Anthony Davis talking about the future for AD.
How hard is it for a really good player to play for a really bad team?
That's the thing, right? So I had this, and everybody knows this. I told the owner this. I told GM, everybody, media. Like, when you're looking at the Washington Wizards, right, from the outside looking in, you're like, everybody's right, But when you get into the organization and see how great of an organization it is, like the owner is amazing. Obviously, the city DC is amazing. We are a very bad basketball team.
Yeah.
For sure. On the flip side, I think it's very tough to go from bad team to like a championship contender. It takes time.
Yes.
And that's with anybody. I mean,
Yes.
it could be a team, who's just won and just like not good. So it takes time. It takes a couple years,
I don't like some of the things he's saying there. I get it. He's being honest. Really bad basketball team. It's like, okay, we know that. Do you have to say it that bluntly? Also, the Pistons are on a 2-year turnaround. 2 years. That's not a long time. They're in the number 1 seed in the East. He doesn't sound super committed. I'll just put it on the table. Till I hear something different, until I see something different, I don't feel like he's all in.
I don't think he has, to his credit, to be fair, he's been honest and kind of upfront about his lukewarmness to this trade.
I understand why.
And I think Trae Young was very different. Trae Young also has some people in the organization that he knows and trusts from the Atlanta days. My only caveat here, and you would need, I would need Haney or somebody to answer this, but the way NBA contracts are so important, even if, let's say it doesn't go, the best case scenario with Anthony Davis is the Wiz get the number 1 pick. They draft Bonsa, right? That's who I would draft at 1. Trae Young's healthy. AD's healthy. All the young guys continue to develop. And all of a sudden, it's play-in or maybe it's even 6 seed we're talking about next year.
Does that excite him?
That's the absolute best case scenario for me as a Wizards fan.
Oh, okay. I think you can go higher than 6 seed.
Sure, 4. I don't know.
If the
Who
chemistry explodes and everything is right, and they get that 1-1, I think 4 is in play.
Sure. We're talking best case?
Best case.
4 it up.
Dream the biggest dream. Yeah.
But I think we all have to live with this reality, and perhaps Anthony Davis understands this reality. Expiring contracts in the NBA have massive value too. And I believe he has a player option for 27-28 at $63 million, which I think you'd be insane to not exercise. But at some point, if AD is happy to play here and contributing and a defensive menace and, a force in the low post, that's awesome. But Dawkins and Winger, I don't think were naive in that maybe this only turns into an expiring contract for us, and that's okay too.
I think that would be their backup plan.
Which
and you're right.
Is a good, that's an okay option.
It's okay.
Because you got him for not much.
Yeah. I mean, look, they got late firsts coming in the future from teams that we assume are going to be good, like Golden State. They may
assume they're good.
Well, we can't assume that they could be bad now that the Steph Curry era and Steve Kerr is sunsetting. It looks like.
Right.
So we'll see about that. Although they're the richest team in the league, the Golden State Warriors, with all that tech money. So I don't think they're going to just stay bad for any sustained period of time.
Sure.
I just I'm reminded of when it comes to NBA players with huge salaries who are superstars, and Davis is a superstar, of the reality show, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Remember that? I'm a celebrity, get me out of there. It would be like Survivor, but when the celebrities would say, I can't stand it here, they'd get rescued off the show. If you're talking about NBA players, Durant, Westbrook, Harden, at some point they just say, I'm a superstar, get me out of here. They can basically just pry their way out of a team. And I have a hard time not getting the feeling that Davis is already looking at the door.
We shall see. When we come back, Zabe explains the NBA's new tanking rules. Good luck. The last hour of the program is going to be all football. Nikki Jabval is going to join us at 1 o'clock to talk through her piece she wrote this morning on the Brandon Aayuk situation. Then we're going to take a look at free agents around the league that could still make sense for the Commanders. Nobody go anywhere. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Going to have a big old Brandon Aayuk conversation in about 10 minutes. But depending how you view it, the NBA had a big old tanking problem this season. A lot of teams seemed hardcore into the tank. And I personally think it's because how good this draft is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you see that when there are awesome drafts that teams want to lose and try to get those players. That's just the way that league is. There's no sports league in the world quite like the NBA where 3 or 4 players can make all the difference in the world.
Oh, yeah.
That's just the reality because there's only 5 dudes playing at a time.
One player can make all the difference.
Sure. So to me, is tanking the demise of the NBA? No. Was this year worse than many I can remember? Yes. I don't honestly think there's a lot you could do to address it, but I think Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA, has heard so much that he has to have a plan.
He had to do something.
You got to say you're doing something.
The narrative had gotten to the point where they had to do something. So
with Zabe, what the hell are they doing?
So in a endeavor, I'm trying to do this now in life in general. I'm trying to, JP, not run away from complicated things. I think a lot of us have a tendency, it's too complicated. Whether it's how do I fix the router in my home networking or doing my own taxes, which I still can't do. But complicated things, I want to try to build the muscles to go, okay, hold on. Let me read it. Let me make a few notes. Let me understand it. The damn lottery is still complicated AF, as the kids would say.
Sure.
Now let's start with the basics. What's the basic way to do a draft in modern sports? The worst team with the worst record gets the first pick. The second worst record gets the second pick, and so on and so forth, in the draft. The NBA said, well, let's do a lottery because we don't want just the worst team to get the best pick. We want to make it a bit random. And then they said, well, a true lottery is a little bit too random. We'd like to weight the lottery. So they started to weight the lottery. And then they made tweaks to the weighting and everything else. The current lottery scheme has been in place since 2019. And it's only for the top 4 picks in the draft. So they don't do the lottery all the way down to 14. They just do the top 4. And if you don't have the ping pong balls fall in your favor, you pick in order of whoever's left. So in other words, it's 4 teams that get rescued out of the boat of the entire non-playoff group.
Yeah.
They would do it with 1,000 they would have 14 balls numbered 1 through 14. They would put them in a hopper. They would have select members of each team, league officials, and select media members in the room to observe the lottery prior to them checking all the numbers. Each team got assigned a certain number of combinations. There's 1,001 combinations of balls that could come out. And when they would come out, they'd say, okay, who has 2, 9, 13, and 4? Oh, that's you, Orlando. Congratulations. You've got the number 1 pick. They would then put all the balls back, take them out again. There'd sometimes be duplicate series of numbers, and they'd have to try again because you don't want to take balls out.
Right.
They did that for the 4 teams, and that was done. It was not good for TV because you don't want to sit there and wait and do all this machination.
Sure.
The old way was simpler, even though you could cheat and bend the envelope corner like David Stern did, or freeze it. For Ewing, and so they had to go away with that. The new system is even more complicated in that if you're one of the 3 worst teams, you get penalized. If you're in the middle of the pack of the non-playoff teams, you don't get penalized. And then if you make the play-in games but lose the play-in games as a 7 or an 8 seed, you get penalized the most with only having 1 ball.
It's crazy.
Which is kind of crazy. Now, here's the biggest part that has not been explained to my understanding. They say that if you are a bottom 3 team, you'll only get 2 ping pong balls. Whereas if you're a middle of the pack non-playoff team, you'll get 3 ping pong balls.
So you're better off not being awful.
Right, but here's the thing is not explained well enough by the stories I've read. They're going away from a Powerball type of lottery where there's numbered balls that put together a combination that corresponds to you versus a pure lottery of these are your two balls, Orlando or Washington. You better hope one of them pops up into the chute because you're doing a 1-ball lottery, not a 4-ball numerical combination lottery. Does that make any sense the way I explain it?
Yeah.
It sounds like they're going to do a 1-ball, 1-draw lottery. And that
That'd be
the
way
number
more exciting.
Well, you could actually put that on TV. And again, if you're going to make this a TV show, which it is, make it a TV show. Show all of it. Don't just show the net result of it. Now, beyond that, I really can't explain much more other than there are some mathematical guards in place to try to guardrails in place to try to keep teams from falling in the bottom 3. I just don't know how you can control that. I think when you are in the bottom 5 in late February and half your team is checked out, the other half may not be coming back next year on a contract, what's going to make them play harder than they otherwise would? A lottery ball? I don't see it. So there you go. I probably didn't explain a whole lot. It's because the more I tried to explain, also they say there'll be a new rule that says you cannot pick 1-1 in back-to-back years, even if your lottery balls fall that way. They also will have a rule that says you can't do top 5 3 years in a row. You're prohibited.
That's kind of what baseball
from
has
that.
done.
Yeah. And that the 3-2-1 lottery, which is what they're calling this, the 3-2-1, represents how many ping pong balls your team has. 3 is the most. That's for run of the mill. We tried, but we sucked, and we're in the lottery. The 1 is for the bad boy. Bad boy, you did not do well. You tried to tank. And then 2 is in the middle. It's dumb to me. Personally, I'd go to a straight 13-ball lottery, televise it, put them all in there with pretty logos, or a giant Plinko board. You ever see the game show Plinko?
Sure.
Do
Plinko was part of Price is Right.
But there's also a new nighttime show, a game show that uses a huge...
I have not seen that.
Yeah, I don't know what game that is. You guys know what game that is back there? Anyway, that would be fun to watch because the middle slots have the better chance of getting the Plinko disc because of the way it randomly goes back and forth. The edges are the most extreme. You put the lowest percentage chances teams on the edges of the receiving slots, and you'd have a fun thing to watch.
Here's how good the new NBA tanking policy is. Zabe suggests Plinko. Now, this didn't make a ton of sense. When we come back, we're going to talk about this Brandon Aayuk situation, which also might not make a ton of sense.
This sports update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with Vodka. The Red Sox have placed ace Garrett Crochet on the 15-day injured list with inflammation in his pitching shoulder. This is just the latest blow to Boston. As you know, the Red Sox fired manager Alex Cora and multiple coaches on Saturday. And tonight, 7:10 p.m., we've got first pitch between the Mets and the Nationals right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Nationals shut out last night 8-0, so they're going to look to have a little bit better luck at the plate going up against Mets starter David Peterson, Cade Cavalli on the mound for Washington. Nothing pairs better with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka like a day on the golf course. Made with real vodka, real tea, and zero bubbles. That's right, there is no carbonation. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21, please drink responsibly. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, Zabe. Been a fun day so far. We talked about weird internet videos. Talked about NBA playoffs.
Yeah.
Talked a little puck.
Yeah.
Talked about the pressure. I enjoy watching Boston and Philadelphia sports fans squirm. The Phillies stink. Flyers might win a series. Pittsburgh could come back. The Sixers might win a series. Boston could come back. We'll see. Largely, all the topics we've addressed have been fun. Now, to me, it's time to talk about something that's annoying.
Oh, wow. You're annoyed by this. I'm curious. Do tell.
I have Brandon Aayuk conversation fatigue, frankly. Brandon
On
Aayuk
air or with
conversation
people
fatigue
that you run
syndrome.
into just out and about?
Both.
Both, okay.
All the above.
Yeah.
Like, both in, like, real reporting circles where I'm trying to ascertain information, and both in just, like, the newest theory, right, is that they drafted Antonio Williams to start a run on wide receivers in the third round. He has some versatility. I think he'll be in motion a lot. I think he won't be a one trick pony of a slot guy as maybe he's being described, but he's largely going to play on the inside. That's just like the reality. And I don't know that you're familiar with this, Zabe, or that you choose to be, but there's a working theory that they took Antonio Williams in the third round because they're so confident they're going to get Brandon Aayuk, and he's naturally an outside fit opposite Terry. And I just don't know that that's accurate. I think they took Antonio Williams because they wanted Antonio Williams.
Well, there's two parts of what's not accurate. One would be whether or not they're going to get Iayuk, and the other one is whether or not their pick of Williams was contingent upon that.
I can't imagine it was.
I think if they want Iayuk, they're going to get Iayuk. I think Iayuk wants to come here, number one, and I think if Peters trusts him, which he better have some angle on this guy that we, the public, don't have, because every red flag, every warning siren is screaming, nah, this guy ain't worth it. I'm hoping if they go into the business of Iayuk, that somehow Peters knows something better or different about the guy. I want no part of it.
So a story this morning from Nikki Jabvala and I already forgotten this dude's name. Matt Barrows from The Athletic. And I can't stress this enough. Contractually, there's this assumption that they'll have to release Iayuk after the June 1 deadline because that June 1 calendar date spurs a lot of action in the NFL. I'm reading now from The Athletic. How much longer can the 49ers hold Iayuk in limbo? There's nothing in his contract that forces the issue anytime soon. He was due $1.2 million in base salary and a $24.9 million option bonus, which originally became guaranteed in April 2025 and 26. But the Niners voided the guarantees in July. He remains on the reserve left squad list where players are not paid.
Oh.
practically, the 49ers' first OTAs practice on May 27th might be an unofficial marker. He could show up and cause a bunch of trouble. But he hasn't shown up in a while.
Define cause trouble. Give interviews and rip the team.
Be on the sideline.
Say they didn't do me right. I want out of here. Brock Purdy peas sitting down. That kind of stuff.
Sure.
I look, he could. I mean, it sounds like the Niners are in a theoretically strong position because theoretically they could keep him. But why do you want to prolong this? I have found over the years, JP, most teams don't like coming into a summer dirty with everything. They want it all lined up. Here's the direction we're marching. Here's the rope we're pulling. Everybody get on board, get in line. They don't want these things on the side. And we have seen what happens when the circus comes to town in late July with things like conditioning tests and Albert Hainsworth. It is wholly unproductive.
If I may, who was the coach of the conditioning test?
Shanahan.
Mike. The 49ers, since Kyle's taken over out there, they got Trent done this time.
Yeah.
Which Bosa do they have? Nick.
Yeah.
Google for me real quick when Nick Bosa's deal got done, when he held out. Because it was damn Labor Day weekend.
Okay. Was it coming off his knee injury?
Trent's done this out there. They take things to the limit.
Sure.
And I think the assumption that Iayuk's getting released because they care about the sideshow, their sideshow is an electronic substation. That's right next door. They're not worried about that.
All right, so maybe maybe they'll stick it out.
That franchise in the Shanahan Lynch era, takes it to the limit.
Okay. Here's the thing though, is that at some point Iayuk has to show he's ready and willing to be an NFL player for another team, be it the Commanders or somebody else. And that requires actually showing up, actually doing a workout or two, actually doing an interview where you sound like a sane human being. And until that happens, I don't see any team wanting to get in the business of him, and I don't see the Niners getting anything better than a 7th-round pick in return, which means the juice probably ain't even worth the squeezing. So what are you doing exactly?
September 6th, 23 for Bosa. Yeah, that was week 1. That was Wednesday of week 1.
Yeah, no, they push it to the limit,
and we saw AP do that here last year.
Right.
They could have gotten the Terry thing done. Maybe Terry needed to be a little more flexible too, but...
So what does a win look like for the Niners? Paint the best case scenario for the Niners.
I don't think a Niners win exists.
Oh, it doesn't.
What you think they get a conditional 7th?
I mean, if they got a 3rd for him, that's a huge win.
On no planet.
A 5th for him.
On no planet.
Okay. Then what? End his career by holding on to him and sticking your fingers in your ears as he makes trouble and goes, no, I can't hear you. You're on the non-football injury list. We don't owe you any money. Nah. Like run out the clock for another 2 years in his career. What do you win by that? How's that a win?
If you are petty may not be the right word, but if you are mad enough,
if you want to stand on business,
if you
stand on principle.
There was a Mike Silver article maybe 2 years ago about an internal fight in the building about holding on to some aging free agents, paying them. And then Ayuk's name was in the middle of it. And at the last moment, Kyle was like, let's get this done. He's got to be a part of this team.
Yeah.
If you're Kyle and you made sure this dude got paid, he got a monster extension.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just goes AWOL.
4 years, 120 is the number.
He went AWOL.
I know.
And now, depending who you read and talk to, this stuff goes way back, that his rookie season was COVID, so he wasn't used to the training camp rules, and he never really got the rookie hazing, and who knows? Legit with this one, Zabe, who knows where the truth is with any of it, right? Yeah. And I don't know that the Niners will take this to the finish line, whatever that finish line is. But I believe they can. If you're on that reserve non-injured list.
But you just said to me there's no win even on the board for the Niners. So, and I believe you're right about that. So if there's no win, the clock will expire on June 1, and then quietly they're going to be like, get out of here.
there's a loss. There might not be a win, but there's a loss.
Okay.
If Iayuk, they release him, and he lands in Washington with his boy Jaden and has a good season, that's a big old loss for them.
Yeah.
And I think...
Is it a loss? How does it affect them? Are we playing them this year?
Yes.
Are they in our division?
No.
Okay.
In the same conference, but they do play. But
Are you really worried about, oh my God, Iayuk is killing us? If the Niners can just stay healthy for 1 year.
Mike Shanahan and his son Kyle, you don't think they care about that?
Listen, I know the pettiness of the Shanahan, both dad and son, but I just don't think they're that worried about it. Again, maybe I'm wrong on this. I've seen this happen a number of times where owners get backed into a corner trying to stand on business with a guy, and we're not going to keep you out, and we hold your rights. At some point, it becomes counterproductive for the team. Like, why are you holding on to this grudge?
I agree with that. It just becomes a distraction, right?
Even if you're relatively immune from distractions, which you say the Niners are, and I would agree, it's another thing that you don't want to deal with.
Agree with that. Turn the page at some point. I don't know that they will. I don't know. It seems no one knows what's up with Iayuk, period. And I guess my biggest... What I want to implore upon fans of the Burgundy and Gold, for some, there's this assumption that he's going to show up and be really good. And that's like the missing piece to this offense.
Yeah,
and I think that assumption is a boat with a lot of holes in it.
Of course. But that's called being a fan. And I'm a fan too. But, everyone who feels like a certain player can still do it, could make a huge difference, is going to create the most rosy scenario in their head, and they're going to see it play out. Now, there are some exceptions that people might be using as a template. I would say Stephon Diggs is one of those templates. Had a nice year, but then, whoops, legal problems at the end of the year. He's one of a handful of wide receivers still out there, along with Brandon Jennings, along with Iayuk is gettable. I looked at the list of available wide receivers, but yeah, Juwan Jennings is one. Diggs is another. Debo.
Let me ask you that question,
still out
Dave.
there.
Would you rather get Diggs, who you could sign tomorrow, or wait around on this Iayuk thing?
Okay, Diggs, Iayuk.
Diggs had 1,000 yards last
year. Diggs, Iayuk, Debo, Jennings. I'd go no, yes.
To Jennings.
The only guy is Jennings at the right price. And then it becomes a price thing.
I imagine his price has dipped considerably. I imagine when free agency opened, he was hoping for a multi-year guaranteed deal.
The longer you're sitting on the lot as a car that's not sold, yes, your price should be going down.
For sure. Now Diggs may be more of a slot guy at this point in his career too. I just think that this expectation, to me, the extrapolation from Antonio Williams in the third round means we're going to get Iayuk. It just seems far-fetched, somewhere towards fan fiction. And I think we gotta be reasonable in expectations for Brandon Aayuk. He hasn't caught an NFL pass since October of 24.
Agreed. That's a long time. And the way I look at the NFL and I look at the Commanders, with a healthy number 5, with a better defense where you're not playing hopelessly from behind all the time, and you can run a more balanced offense with the new Blau offense, which will have more motion in it. Hell, I'd rather give McLaurin 30% more targets, assuming he's healthy. I'm not so worried about wide receiver 2 or wide receiver 3. I think you will find a completely different world awaiting the end of a very passing play where somebody's going to be open and catching the ball. So I look at it that way. Maybe I'm not right about that, but that's kind of how I look at it.
And so I think you and I are on the same page. I am one nugget that was in this athletic story that is certainly worth pointing out is, I want to quote them, but in case I can't find it, because this is
while you're looking that up, one last add on that. If Daniels is healthy, and assuming the new offense is nice, and I'm just going to assume those things, and assuming McLaurin is healthy, then Jaden Daniels is going to produce. He's really good. He's going to produce. And so production is like a garden hose that's on full blast. The water's going somewhere. Then it's just who gets wet. Who gets wet at the other end? Is it more McLaurin? Is it Burks? Is it Brown? Is it the rookie? Is it Jalen Lane? Is it McCaffrey? Somebody's going to get wet if the production is there.
In short, the Commanders have been crystal clear. They're unwilling to give up any sort of assets for Iayuk.
According to
this athletic story.
Okay. Good. That's at least a start for me. I still wouldn't
Agreed.
take him even if he's free. But that's my feeling about potential malcontent players.
I tend to agree with you here, Zabe, but I think you'll appreciate this. Multiple people with knowledge of the Commanders' thinking said the team believes Iayuk could be a boost to the roster, but that Washington can't rely on that given the circumstances. Should Iayuk become available, Washington would likely consider a short-term, highly incentivized contract. That's the only way you could go to this dance. That's the only way you can operate here.
I think I would predict, even though I don't want it to happen, I predict that if he is free, if he's the couch on the curb with a sign that says, "Take me free," after June 1, they will take him. And they will look at it like it's a free roll. It's a free spin. What do we got to lose? Highly incentivized, 1-year deal. It was free to get him. We had a pickup truck and put the couch in the back. Let's see how he does. And maybe it'll work out. I mean, Peters knows him way better than I do
Absolutely.
or anyone.
Right.
So
and
this will be on him, whether it works out or not.
As much as I pointed out, his last catch came in October of 24. In the 23 season, he had 75 catches for 1,300 yards with 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Like, the dude can play.
Yeah.
Certainly.
He was really nice opposite peak Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey running wild and Purdy doing his thing. He got wet at the end of the garden hose producing.
The free couch.
Yeah.
It's free. It doesn't cost you anything.
But it could be infested with lice.
Somebody could have peed on it. Like, the free couch.
Have you ever taken a free couch into your home?
Yeah. I mean, like
a
in college.
student? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're great. Other times they smell and you're like, who brought this in here?
There's an assumption. The risk reward category of this Brandon Aayuk thing, the possible reward is significant. Yeah, this is a dude that could play football at a high level. He's shown it. You don't have to search for that. It's been some time, but he's done it. But I refuse to call this a low risk, high reward. The risk exists. This is a dude that has completely gone AWOL on the NFL team. I work with B every day. Well, you and I have been around athletes for a long time. How many pro athletes have you known relatively well over your course doing this business?
Close to 100.
How many of them willingly give up $25 million?
Not many. Not many. You got to be pretty financially illiterate and delusional about how long life is and how little you make in a civilian role not playing pro sports.
During the Watergate scandal, Woodward and Bernstein, Deep Throat was their source. And his continued message to the 2 young Washington Post reporters, follow the money.
Yeah.
That's what troubles me most with this Iayuk thing. He's willing to walk away from $25 million. What the hell is going on here? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Kevin Durant won't be with the Houston Rockets for Game 5. The Rockets ruled Durant out for tonight's matchup with the Lakers due to his left ankle injury, which has kept him out for much of the series. More injury news this time, though. In Major League Baseball, the Red Sox have placed ace Garrett Crochet on the 15-day IL with inflammation in his pitching shoulder. He's off to a very rough start in his second season in Boston. The two-time All-Star has a 6.30 ERA over his first 6 starts. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. They can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Throw some D's on it. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream. How's the YouTube stream behaving today, Dub B? Everybody, Deb from the chat holding it down?
Yep, they're doing great.
Okay, good. What were the reactions to the weird internet videos on the YouTube stream when that was going on?
There was a lot of draft talk while we were doing.
Chat does its own things, Abe. You never know what's going on.
Hey, now.
Now, I think we had a solid Brandon Aayuk conversation there. I think you and I are of a similar mindset. It's not no risk. It might not even be low risk. It might be medium risk, but it could be a high reward. From a straight salary cap situation, it's low risk. But from a functionality of a football organization, there's some risk.
I would argue it's very, very much close to no risk, but it's potentially high headache. And it's potentially high embarrassment if it goes badly.
Isn't that thus risk?
I don't know.
It's not going to mess up your cap, if that's what you mean. It's not going to cost you a draft pick.
He would be easily jettisonable if it's not working out.
Does that piss Jaden off?
That's a good question. I would not be able to navigate the psychological emotions of number 5 or anyone else, because whenever I think he's a pro, he's probably fine with it. You never know. Sometimes guys are not fine with it. Locker rooms are funny places, as you well know. Some guys fit in better than others, RG3, than you would think.
So that's our Brandon Aayuk conversation of the day.
You said you're tired of it, so can we now put a seal on it until something happens?
Sure.
I would like to do that for you. I'm not trying to manage your show, but I know that it's bothering you, so I'd like to get some good old cellophane, if not some kind of sealer on the bowl of Iayuk talk, and let's put it away in the fridge till something happens.
Driveway sealant, like the YouTube video.
Well, that's permanent. That's a little more permanent. If something happens with Iayuk, we go
open the jar.
Go in the fridge, open the bowl.
Okay. That's perfect, because there's something you texted last night that I did want to get to. Now, I don't want to speak for you. Your history with the Burgundy and Gold, the Redskins organization, goes back to your youth.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes,
I mean, you were a huge Skins fan. I grew up listening to you and Andy driving home.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And you guys talk Skins nonstop.
Sure.
You did the show with Cooley. I mean, you've known Redskins players forever. And then when the team changed the name, you were lost. That was the end, right?
It happened even before the name change, because so many of the Snyder misadventures had really soured me. So I actually kind of pared down a lot of the Redskins paraphernalia I had, jerseys, shirts, things that I'd collected over the years. And I was just like, I can't take it much anymore.
What'd you do with all the stuff?
I eBayed a couple things. I donated some things. I actually donated one jersey. You know what a jersey is? A T-shirt that looks like a jersey. It's cheaper than a jersey, so you're not as committed to the expense of it, and you can wear it around, whatever. I had a jersey of Hainsworth that I was pissed I got rid of, because it would have been ironic now. It would have been a hilariously ironic, look, he's got a Hainsworth jersey. But they actually printed those back in the day. So I was already getting fatigued by it. And then the name change happened. My career change happened with this opportunity in Wisconsin. And so I never really got into the Commanders. I don't own any Commanders gear until now.
Okay.
I have purchased my first bit of Commanders gear, and I would be willing to bet, as I have it here right underneath me.
Okay.
I would be willing to bet you cannot guess
So I want to
what
let
it is.
I want to let all the boys guess here. Jeffrey, White Brian, Chris, and myself.
They might have seen it.
I have not seen it. Zabe,
I'm hiding it from you.
Okay. Zabe has acquired a piece of Commander's gear. It can fit under the desk, so it's not
I think
a
it's
fat
something.
head.
Well, it could be a jersey, could be a hat, could
I
be
got it.
shorts,
It's
could
something
be a
for the golf
pullover,
clubs.
could be golf related, could be a head cover,
Yeah.
could be a glass, could be a mug,
That's what I'm taking. Head cover.
could
Jeff's-
be a phone case.
Jeff's in the book with head cover. Metal says he's got a guess.
I think it's something with the W Arrow logo, probably a hat.
Okay.
The black alt. With
yeah,
the
with
arrow.
the arrow through it. Yeah,
I don't
have
think
not
those
been-
are for sale yet.
I-
I
yeah.
think
they are.
they're
I've seen
just
people wearing them.
giveaways.
Oh, you
I've seen
have?
people wearing
They
them.
gave
were
them
giving-
away.
they were
Jeff
giving
has
away.
one. It looks sharp, but it was the draft party giveaway. I don't know that you
I'll
can buy them.
I'll try to swing through a Lids this afternoon somewhere on the way home. Because if Lids has it, then they're out in the wild. They may not be out in the wild.
Like it's not a hat then, but I think it's something with that logo on it. That's my guess.
White
Okay.
Brian.
A keychain.
A keychain, you're right. White Brian's like, he's going to start small.
The
He's going to
keychain.
start with the least amount of commitment to this new logo, new name. Keychain. A bottle opener.
You're a hat guy. I feel like you wear hats 90% of the time, at least
Oh, yeah.
professionally.
Yes.
I think it's a hat.
Okay.
What do we
Are
got?
you ready? Drum roll, please.
Sure.
In a million years.
That
I
was
would
the
have never
drum roll.
guessed this. A pair of utility gloves from 7-Eleven.
Okay.
These are called, they're called Team Utility Gloves. They're basically like mulching gloves.
Sure.
They are a soft cotton that has a nubby rubberized grip on them.
Okay.
I use these all the
Yeah, 'cause
time
you still
on the
have your own
property.
football field?
10 acres.
Yeah.
I got stuff to do. It's good to keep your hands from getting dirty. If you get gasoline loading up the mower, who cares? It's in there. You throw them in the wash every couple weeks or so. I have a bunch of other teams that I would just randomly buy at a 7-Eleven, and I had never seen a Commander's pair, and I'm like, okay, I'm in now.
What's your financial commitment there? $12?
$12, I think.
Is that right?
$11.99.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you have other pairs of those gloves?
Yes.
As a different team.
Like I have a
Like a
Seahawks
Dolphins?
pair.
Yes, we need a picture of this. We need a picture of your glove collection.
The only ones I will not have are Eagles or Cowboys. I won't even wear those filthy
Would you do
vermin.
Giants?
No, because I can't.
What about Bears with your Packers affinity?
No, did not have Bears. I got Packers, I got Seahawks, and there was some other random team. I think the Chiefs.
Okay.
But it was just sort of like on a whim because, they kind of come and go at some of these convenience stores where sometimes they have them. You can buy big packs of mulching gloves, the brown ones that are used for mulching and other light gardening. But I like these because they're a little bit more sturdy. They last a bit longer and they've got the tactile thing. But on a gradient of gear for your favorite team, this is one of the lowest rungs.
Sure.
This is like
That's
one of the
just
lowest
above
commitments. Yeah, it really is.
Where would you say your affinity is for this team? Because
This is a start.
There's a couple
This
things.
is a start
One,
right here.
You've bought gear.
Yes.
2, work is work, and if you end up back in the Wisconsin thing, that's terrific, right? And then you're whatever that changes. But you are here and on our air regularly.
No,
again.
listen, even when I was not on the air here, I constantly texted and talked to guys in the media like you guys, especially the incredible run of 2 years ago. And I would tell them, I'd be like, oh my God, what a finish. I'm so happy for you guys. I was happy for the team. I was happy for you guys in the media. I was happy for the city. It's just, it didn't vibrate with me the same way because I was in a different space. I want the team to be good. I also want them to move as close back to the old uniforms and name and logo as they can. That's an ongoing subject of debate. You believe they're going to get back to a single spear at some point, and if they do, I'm going to consider that a win. But we're getting there. We're gaining ground, and we're going to wait. We're going to gain ground, and we're going to wait. We're going to surround the city, JP.
We had Mark Klaus on the program the day of the uniform reveal, and
Which
he
is
said-
great.
And he said, we're on a journey journey to figure out how much of our heritage we can embrace.
That's
which
great.
is hardly closing the door, I would say.
No, that's great. And I love the fact that he willingly came down and was on air, was open, and brought you guys some gear, a couple of helmets, some other stuff.
Sure.
Like the old regime, they wouldn't do this. They didn't have the PR savvy. They were too cheap. They didn't understand what goodwill it would buy them. These new guys, they get it.
What will RFK mean for you?
The new one?
Yeah.
It looks sick. I love it. It's exactly kind of what I had advocated for years ago, where I said, look, it belongs on the RFK site, period, full stop. I said, like the line in The Big Lebowski, it's the rug that ties the whole room together.
Sure. We
needed a stadium in the heart of D.C. because we're such a sprawling triplex megalopolis, the DMV. The stadium, the football team brings us all together. Mission accomplished, number one. Number two, I said, make it smaller. We're in a television age. Stop making it so big. When Danny World expanded to 91,000 or so out there in Raljon, it was ridiculous. Sure, for a brief hot moment in 2002 when they were able to, sell it out, they could, but it didn't last. And then they had to dismantle half of it like an erector set, and it looked awful once they did that.
One thing that Snyder gets incorrectly blamed for is Jack Cook built that thing, and he built it massive.
He built it massive. It was modeled on the
Dan
Meadowlands.
Selling where you couldn't see anything.
No, I know. But the original was 77, I think. And it was modeled after the Meadowlands, the original, which is a completely blah, who cares stadium.
So is the new one.
You mean the one that we're going to build?
The new Meadowlands is the same as the old one. It's the most sterile.
MetLife?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, stadium's where it needs to be. It's smaller, which is brilliant. And I had argued for you got to make it indoors. I know people aren't going to like that, but we're living in a different day and age. This city is going to host everything under the sun if we build it indoors. You might say, oh, what about Redskin football and weather and da-da-da? Get over it. I've been to Minnesota. It's glorious.
It's awesome. SoFi is awesome.
So and so when they
Atlanta's awesome.
When they showed the renderings of what we're going to build or they're going to build, I'm like, perfect. It's got echoes of the old RFK. It looks elegant. It fits in with the other big buildings in downtown, and it's where it needs to be. And there's no freaking moat. So everything is trending the right direction, and now I've got a pair of gloves.
How much Commander's gear do you think I have?
Well, that's an interesting one because you're media, and you have to maintain some sense of decorum, impartiality.
I have zero.
Okay.
I have
how much Redskin gear did you have?
Growing up, a ton.
Did you get rid of it once you became Mr. Media Guy?
I have not worn Redskins or Commanders gear in over a decade.
Since going pro.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
And I just but what's interesting is I'm wearing a Nats hat, and I will go.
I was going to say.
Like for Channel 4, I go cover the Nats, right? And I proudly wear an Ovi jersey the Friday of every Super Bowl on Radio
Okay,
Row.
so you wear gear, but you are consciously avoiding both Redskins and Commanders
because
gear.
The team I feel like I cover is the Skins, the Commanders.
And that is true.
And I separate what I do. I would never wear, and you see this especially in local media, if you're going to cover a Caps event and people will wear Caps gear or something, I'll never do that when I'm working that game, ever.
No, I understand that. No, you're smart for doing that because no matter how diligent, serious, respectable, ethical you are covering the team, which you are, by the way, if you just wear anything, you are at risk of being deemed a fan clown pseudo media guy.
Sure.
And so you avoid that entirely, which is smart.
Now, I have, my kids have Commanders gear.
Okay.
Right? Like both my girls have a Jaden Daniels t-shirt, jersey thing. And that I think is totally reasonable. Like if you go around NFL media circles, that's the vast majority, right? Are people that maybe their team or whatever, their family or whatever roots for that team. But no, I have none and will have none.
You know what's kind of cool, and it just dawned on me right now, with them going back to the old...
I love that you're just sitting here with the gloves on. Throw those up for Monumental. Let the world...
That's the receiver pose. You make the triangle right there.
I love it.
So what just dawned on me right now is because they've gone back to the retro jerseys, you will, as a fan, be able to don your new Jaden Daniels retro that looks like a Redskin jersey and wear your Redskin ball cap, which hopefully you have saved in good condition.
Most people are still wearing that stuff.
I
even
know.
Before the.
But what I'm saying is it will complete your fan kit. You'll have an old Redskin hat and you'll have the new jersey, which looks like the old one. You will personally be home, even though the team is not quite home.
That's the idea. Jeffrey, you had a question.
So when you retire, right? Will you ever go back to wearing Redskin watch the football team Commanders gear?
Probably not.
Sheesh.
And
I couldn't imagine.
I think we're in a media ecosystem now where nobody retires. You just eventually all of us are just going to have our own show on YouTube and just hope you built an audience. That's where everything's going.
Be struggle streaming.
Yeah, dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know that answer. We'll see. I don't see myself ever doing that, but
they got to have jerseys that excite you, that look good, with a logo that you're okay with, and the team has to be good and have done something.
You know what? I will wear a Brian Mitchell jersey. I will wear a Brian Mitchell Redskins jersey to his Hall of Fame induction in Canton.
There you go.
Write that in marker. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Shout out to the Bee Gees. Be Mitch and Finley today. Fun show. We do have to make some bets, settle up from last night. Hopefully, White Brian's prepared with the hot dog hat because my man bet on the Nats last night who lost 8-0. As much fun as this Nats season has been, or perhaps more fun than we expected is more accurate, the pitching is still just very much problematic. And Zabe, you know what that relates to for me? You got to pay for pitching.
Yeah,
when
so
you don't
expensive.
pay anything, your pitching is going to struggle.
It's excruciating how much pitching costs when you have to purchase it.
Indeed.
Which is why it's better to load up on young arms. And when you see one of your young arms coming along, get ahead of it.
Right.
With a contract that is team friendly.
Indeed. Jeff, without further ado, let's make some bets. All right. Settling from last night, White Brian proudly rocking the hot dog hat. Looks good on you, pal.
Thank you.
Did you wear any sort of hot dog hat undercoating like Jeff is now doing?
No, I'm a raw dog in the hot dog hat.
Raw dogging it.
Well,
Love
he's
it.
not because he have hair. Like
Not much.
Whoa.
that joint touch my scalp directly.
Listen, you anti-baldite. Your hair has plenty of little mites and other critters in it, too. Not to mention grease and product and everything
But
else.
I would rather the hat touch my hair than my scalp.
Hair just as dirty as a scalp.
White Brian, pull that hot dog hat off real quick. You're kind of bald for your age, right?
Hey, easy.
I'm not.
I
knocking
don't have much hair.
Okay. Yeah. Jeff, we'll wait till B gets back to issue a ruling, but I think the hot dog hat condom, to me, is a must go. The hot dog hat has to touch scalp.
skin.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope. He's like, nope.
We'll
Not
wait
gonna
for
happen.
Brian. That I will let him adjudicate that matter.
I think you guys need to introduce a pickle hat. I think a pickle hat would be even more shameful for a really bad pick.
Yeah.
Big dumb pickle on your head.
I'm not mad at the idea of more embarrassing hats. I'm not mad at that at all. Now, Jeff, I could see like if Metal had to wear the hot dog hat, Metal got a head of hair, right? He's got long
tresses,
like metal rock hair. Like maybe you want to clean it out a bit before you wear it.
But that's protection, bro.
There's a pickle hat.
Let's make some picks for tonight, boys. We got 3 NBA games, 3 playoff puck, plenty of baseball. What do you like, fellas?
All right. Just fire him in?
Yeah.
Give me the
All right.
Yankees.
Okay. Yankees, what's the line? You playing run total? You
Money
playing
line.
money line
I
Yankees?
just want him to win.
He rarely
Okay.
knows.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, I know.
The Lakers minus 4.5 tonight in a closeout game at home. 10 p.m. ESPN feels like a candy apple. Should be an easy pick, but something's off about it. I love the Pistons minus 10.5. You heard me right. What the hell are they laying 10.5 for? Having just lost. It is what I call an Admiral Akbar special.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Pistons minus for the legal limit.
Dub B.
Going back to the well. Nationals.
Let me parlay the Mets with my
You got the Subway Series parlay.
Yes.
Metal Chris.
I'll take the Cavs.
I am going north of the border, boys. Oui. I'm taking Montreal puck line plus 1.5. I see that at minus 180, minus 185. So that is within the realms of the rules. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Fun day on the show. Thanks very much to Drew Gooden for joining us. If you missed that interview, check it out wherever you get your podcasts or on YouTube. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thanks to Zabe. Hope B is having fun. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. Kevin Durant will not play for the Rockets tonight in Game 5. The Rockets ruled Durant out for tonight's matchup with the Lakers. Also on tonight, we've got some Nationals. They were shut out by the Mets last night, 8-0. The Nats only advanced one runner into scoring position in the first 6 innings, so they're really going to need to turn things around tonight on both offense and on the pitching side of things. 7:10 p.m. Game 2 of that series with the Mets continues. You can listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Kate Cavalli on the mound for Washington. David Peterson starts for New York. Defenders versus the Dallas Renegades Saturday, May 2nd, noon at Audi Field. School Spirit Showcase and free Defenders Championship flag for the first 5,000 fans in attendance. Tickets at ufldefenders.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan, April 29th, 2026. And we are back at full strength after a solo expedition yesterday. Danny Rouillet is in the saddle. Hopefully the day off was good.
It was nice. I got to, once again, fortunate enough to host the GW Athletic Awards for all the students. So, my general view on award shows, like when it's big famous celebrities or whatever, it's like you already have your millions, you did your job, the public already loves you, we don't have to honor ourselves anymore. I generally don't like them, but for things like that, I realize why I do like it. Most of Division I sports isn't the NFL draft that we just saw. It's a bunch of kids working their asses off who are the top whatever percent of the sport, but won't go on to be pros and just have to go be accountants and schlubs like us. And it's really cool for them and staff and people to get recognition. So it's awesome to kind of just sort of dish out assists on a night like last night. Just really, really fun, and seeing all the kids, whose shoes I was in 30 years ago almost or whatever, have such a really, really fun night, dressing up like grown-ups and in cocktail attire and going out and patting each other on the back. And it's really fun.
Big show planned for you today. At 5 o'clock, Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports on what the Commanders did in the draft and who he liked, who he didn't like, in terms of what they were able to put together over 7 rounds. Joe Shasky of 95.7 The Game's going to join us at 6 o'clock today. I want to ask him about Brandon Aayuk. He covers the 49ers, talks about San Francisco sports in the Bay Area on their morning drive radio show. And you're going to hear Logan Paulson's thoughts on the position groups now on offense that the Commanders have put together as far as personnel, because we're getting our first look this week at what the roster is almost in totality going to look like. There's going to be some rearranging of some minor details here. You're going to bring in Brandon Aayuk or you're not. You're going to add a piece here or there based on final cuts around the league. But this is really the first week where you actually get to take a little inventory on the personnel groups. And we've got a detailed breakdown coming with Logan at 3 o'clock, about an hour from now, on the show to discuss just that. But I actually wanted to kick off the program, Danny. We'll get into the Commanders in just a second. Couple of quick deets from last night. First and foremost, the Nationals played and got trounced by the Mets 8-0. The Mets have been terrible all year. The Nats have been fairly upstart and impressive. When Zach Littell pitches, they have absolutely no chance. We're at a point right now. He's giving up on average about a home run every 2 innings.
Yep.
He's given up in about 28 innings of work, 14 home runs so far this season, and last night was no different. He was the victim of some bad defense behind him, which is another staple, unfortunately, of this 2026 Nationals team. But a conversation I want to have a little bit later in the day, we can put a pin in this for now. How much longer do you do this experiment? I spent a lot of time on the show yesterday when we were previewing the Nats and the Mets, talking about how well things are going offensively, the coaching, the roster decisions at the front office level, the way they're putting the lineup together, and they're giving themselves a chance. That they are uber competitive with basically outsmarting teams. But to just sit back and to allow Zach Littell, and to a lesser extent, believe it or not right now, Miles Michaelis, to just continue to make starts, basically in those 2 games, every time through the rotation, 40% of your games, you're starting with your hands tied behind your back. And when you play the Nationals and someone else is pitching, Foster Griffin has been really good. Cade Cavalli has been very solid. Jake Irvin, who, aside from a start, has actually been legitimately competitive for them. Those 3 days, every 5, you're every bit as good as whoever you're playing, regardless of who it is. The other two games, it's like you're spotting the other team 4 runs, and you better score 8 or 9 or you don't have much of a shot.
Yeah, especially when what happens in Major League Baseball. Their offense is in a bit of a lull right now. 3 of their last 5 games, they've scored 2 runs or less. That's the sport that happens. This is not me questioning their offense, but it's basically just illustrates the point that you just made. If you don't have a banner day where everybody gets on base 4 times, which will happen in this league with nasty pitching, Clay Holmes, who they faced last night, is just throwing duck pin bowling ball sinkers at you. He's filthy. That's going to happen every now and again. The other pitcher gets paid to play too. So when your offense isn't unbelievable, all of a sudden it looks way worse when Littell's just getting his bill spun and it's shot after shot after shot and it's home run and whatever. You don't have guys to get through it. It's frustrating, right? It puts a lot of pressure on the one good thing that they have going right now because defensively they're terrible and the pitching staff by and large with the bullpen isn't particularly good and 2/5 of your starting rotation is just struggling. So the thing that's going great is the offense, and when it's not perfect on a given night, allowable by the way, because this is Major League Baseball, you just lose and you got no chance.
And I do feel for both of the guys. Like Michaelis and Littell, by all accounts, are 2 of the best dudes.
Good dudes
who have worn Nats uniforms. Like they are beloved human beings. But as lonely as it is out on that mound, just getting kicked around and giving up a bunch of runs and hits and a lot of home runs, that's got to also be tough in the clubhouse. If you and I know it on the outside, if the average fan knows it, within the confines of the team, you kind of look at the schedule and you go, okay, what day is Littell pitching? You're just fighting an uphill battle. It's already really hard being undermanned to win baseball games, and now you're pushing a boulder up a hill like you're Sisyphus. I mean, it's a tough ask. So at some point today, I want to have the conversation about how much longer the runway should be with these veteran starters. Littell, they actually spent good money on, $7 million. I would probably just IL him, have him shut it down, take some imaging, skip a couple starts, have him rehab and work his way back up at AAA. Michaelis, you didn't invest as much in, so whenever you're ready to move on, you could probably just end the experiment altogether. But that's something worth conversing about. Last night, I thought the NBA playoffs were entertaining, even though none of the games ended up being all that close. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching the 76ers. They beat the Celtics. I don't think Boston is really being threatened here. They're up 3-2 in this series. But Philadelphia is better than I thought they were.
Yeah, me too. They've got 3 players that are one is excellent, Joel Embiid, but you never know what you're going to get in terms of health and what he can do. He looked exhausted last night, barely able to move around, and still dominated that game.
I was happy for him, though. Coming back and playing like he has, because it's super easy for all of the hot takers and just fans. Everybody wants to be cynical and have the funny zing on Twitter. So, the jokes have been about how, they've got Andre Drummond, they don't need him. For Joel Embiid to come back and in about 40 minutes score 33 points and be as efficient as he was, 12 of 23 from the floor last night, he was a plus 13. That was really good to see.
Yeah, looks like Joel Embiid doing it, right? I mean, he didn't hit any threes either and still was able to get those kind of buckets. Leaning on people, very physical, down low, kind of old school basketball. I love their backcourt. I always have. VJ Edgecombe is a blast. Tyrese Maxey is one of my favorite non-Wizards in the league. Just yet another Calipari guard that's gone on to really good things in the association. But he is so dynamic, so quick, so fast with the ball. He's got a little John Wall to him, but as a better scorer, different role certainly for them. But they're a pain in the butt when they're this, because you got veteran Paul George who can't do it for 82, but he can do it for a 7-game series.
Playoff Paul George can still play.
They're not that much fun to play against. And Boston better watch out here that it doesn't go to a Game 7.
Spurs made quick work of the Blazers. I don't think anybody was surprised by that.
Yep.
Wemby was going to play and be healthy. They were going to advance in short order. And the Knicks seem to have found their game against the Hawks after an early scare in that series. You knew they were better. It was just a matter of when do they flip the script, and that seems to have happened. Another triple header tonight, 2 games early. Magic, Pistons, Orlando is trying to knock off the 1 seed Detroit in 5 games. Then you've got the Raptors and the Cavs in a series that's knotted up through 4. 7:30 East time tip. That's on ESPN tonight. The late game is going to be the Rockets and the Lakers. LeBron in LA trying to get past the Rockets in Game 5. No Kevin Durant for Houston in that game. There's a question as to whether or not Reeves will play for LA.
Yeah, for Detroit, that's the story to me. That's the 1 seed in the East who was so good all season long. 3rd best record in the association. I had my hand raised that they're frauds when it came to, come playoff time. For a number of reasons. Some of it is a little too Cowherdian for the radio, but they're in trouble. This Orlando team is athletic, and they spread you out and they're playing really good defense. It's like a 90s basketball game. It's like 92-90, some of these scores, the way that they're going. And it's actually been really fun. It's cool to see a young team. Orlando for years kept drafting guys and I go, oh, I like that guy. Oh, I like that guy. And now it's starting to look like a basketball team that might be a pain in the butt.
We're in a sneaky great sports time right now. Some people have said the end of April into May is like the 1 seed. You don't have the NFL, so I don't think you can.
You just can't be one.
October, the fall with the baseball playoffs and the National Football League and college football in full swing is always going to be the top of the board for me. But I do think this is a possible 2-seed time frame. There's 6 playoff games tonight in basketball and hockey.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm going to be locked in on the Penguins and the Flyers. I am tangentially invested, I will say. You tell me, should I care that much? So I was trolling my Penguins fan buddy.
Sure.
After each loss, games 1, 2, and 3. I would just send him these text messages about how I understand the Flyers are a mediocre team. It's really hard to beat them, and best of luck to you. You'll get them next time.
Yeah.
You'll get them next time. And then I said, you'll win the next 4, don't worry, when they were down 3-0. Well, Pittsburgh is sneaky won back-to-back games. Is this a situation where if they come back and win in 7, like he gets to talk a lot of S? And
yeah.
But do I look like an idiot?
Yes.
See, I don't know if I do.
You do. You jumped too early because I know how it looked.
Well, after game 1, I did it. I didn't think, even after game 1, I thought the Penguins would win in 6 or 5. It was never really about the series. But then as it got to 3-0, there's certainly a feeling of this is now a formality.
Let me puff my chest out a little bit.
Next game, 2 games, 3 games, but eventually the Flyers are going to win. I think I'm answering my own question because I am now a little bit nervous.
I would be.
And I feel more invested than I should be in a team that I don't think is that good, the Flyers, and I also hate. And so now I feel myself like with some anxiety as if the Caps are playing. I don't want that.
No.
That's not what I have to deal with.
It's the only blessing of the Caps not being in the playoffs because you're not supposed to have that anxiety.
Yeah, I want to watch Utah and Vegas tonight in a game 5 with really no invested emotion and just put my feet up and enjoy playoff puck, which is as good as it gets.
But now that you've chirped your Penguins fan buddy, which, by the way, I can't imagine having one, but your Penguins fan buddy, Yins, is out there just sitting there waiting. And if they win a couple more games, oh, man, is that going to be tough to eat. That's that dish of crow, no catsup, no seasoning. You're just sitting there gnawing at it. Go, this is delicious.
I guess as a technicality, he is a friend of a friend. So an acquaintance
Thank
more
you.
so.
I appreciate you clarifying that.
My brother-in-law. So it's a friend through marriage's friend, essentially.
You inherited this person.
Exactly. My brother-in-law's good buddy in Wilmington, North Carolina.
So this is Chris?
No, this is Brian.
This is Brian, okay.
Yeah.
With respect to Brian,
Yeah.
now I got to question him a little bit. You know what
Understood.
I mean? I have questions for Brian is all.
I think he can catch some of that trap.
Yeah.
We got Logan Paulson coming up to break down the position groups affected by Washington's draft picks at 3 o'clock and 45 minutes. So I got into this in a limited way yesterday, and I want to dive deeper into this with you back on the show and with our listening audience this afternoon. The Athletic ranked the Commanders 26th in their power rankings. First batch they've done here with rosters mostly set post-free agency and post-draft. So what they're saying, Danny, is after hiring Durante Jones to replace Joe Witt Jr., after bringing in David Blau and pivoting from an offensive coordinating standpoint, after a really impressive and thorough and high-money free agency where they brought in 15-plus players that might get on the field and 13 that should be key contributors on both sides of the ball, 10 of them on defense. After the draft class with Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams and Katron Allen, Joshua Josephs that should help them. All of the things that they've done, they're moving them up one spot from the end of last season, where they were picking 7th in the NFL draft, and now they're saying if the draft were to happen based on their power rankings next year, when it's in D.C., they'll pick 8th. I think they're going to be a lot better than the 8th worst team in the NFL. The conversation we had yesterday is that this all kind of rides on Jaden Daniels, but the dialogue I'm trying to get into here is what should the standard be for this team this year? Internally, in town, locally, within the fan base in our little bubble, I get the sense people think this is a team that could and should get back to the playoffs.
Yep.
2 years ago, it wasn't just getting to the postseason. If they got to the playoffs in 24 and got run out the gym in the first round, that's a lot different than they got to the NFC Championship game. They went to Tampa on the road, beat a good Bucs team. They went to Detroit on the road and whooped the Lions' ass. I mean, that was an awesome performance. And then they got bludgeoned absolutely humbled in the NFC Championship game by a division foe in Philadelphia and gave up 55. And we said, yeah, the magical carpet ride ended. The clock struck midnight. They are kind of who we thought they would be. Last year was a debacle. We made some excuses for it. We pointed out why it happened. It is what it is. It's in the rearview mirror and it's over. But I think locally versus maybe nationally, the feeling is different.
Yes.
The Athletics looking at 32 teams and going, Washington should pick 8th. They're probably, that means they've got them at like 10 losses probably. 7-10 conversation. Whereas I think locally everyone's going, Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, front office, Jaden Daniels, got to have it season. You better show me something. And I think that's fascinating. So I wonder, what standard should we set? What expectation is reasonable this year for this group, where one year was incredible, the other year was terrible? I think it's really, really hard to figure out, A, what reality is, and B, what should be demanded of them.
I think it's really hard. And that's why I think it's such a good question. What I always argue is whether teams will say it or not, right? The Nationals, I don't know that are specifically saying it, but I don't think people are too angry. Now, big picture, you're mad because they've lost since the World Series. But right now, you're going, they're 13-17. They're rebuilding.
Are you talking about this team this year?
Yeah.
Oh, I think people are thrilled.
Yeah, people get it.
Now, I will say, a lot of Nats fans have checked out. I think the majority of Nats fans have said, you're not spending money, you're not trying to win, you're not competing, I'm gone. But of the people that watch every single night, that go to Nats Park, I think the approval rating of this front office, this management, this team right now is like 75-80%.
And so the standard they may not be screaming the word rebuild, but that's exactly what's happening. It's obvious. It's young kids. It's a different way of doing things. And if you judge us by our wins and losses, you'd be disappointed.
And they're in games almost every single night.
If I was a Phillies fan, I'm despondent. If I'm a Mets fan, I'm despondent. You've got $1 trillion payrolls and you can't get out of your own way. That's the standard. The standard that the Wizards set this year. Right? They, whether they would say it or not, they are rebuilding. They were in a lose right now phase, and they did that. The disappointment is big picture. They've been bad my whole life, but you get it.
They've said it, by the way, very loudly.
Yeah. And
he'll tell you, if you'll listen, Will Dawkins and company, give us a couple of years, then it was give us a year. Even when he addressed the media and turned the fans within the last few days, he said, it's time for the train to leave the station. And he said, we're not going to go that fast down the tracks just yet. But we'd like some momentum. It's time to put some coal in the car that turns on the engine.
There you go. So there's that standard. Capitals, I think people are disappointed this year because it's a veteran roster. It should be a playoff team. They don't make it. So, people are a little bit miffed about that. I don't know what the standard is right here. Now, they're talking about something else every day. The standard is the standard. We're going to practice hard and compete and blah, blah, blah. I'm not talking about that. But from we've built this team, ta-da, are we a playoff team again? Or is this a group that's reacting to the fact that they were 4-12 in meaningful games? Are we reacting to that? And we're better than we were last year, but is it an NFC title game? Is it 12-5? Is it going on the road and winning in Tampa? Is it going on the road and winning in Detroit in a divisional game? I don't know that that's a standard, but I think that's what a lot of fans think. That last year, blip. Now we've retooled, a little bit younger, we're right back to the top of the division, whereas the rest of the league's going, the Giants might have caught them talent-wise. And if their quarterback's any good, it's going to be close for third. There's a giant gap between 1-2, 1,000 feet of crap, and then 3.
The difference between year 1 and year 2 was stark and was night and day. And that's not just a record, 12-5 versus 5-12. That's anecdotal as well. That's a team that went from outscoring opponents by 94 points to being outscored by 95 points. I mean, it was in so many ways the inverse season. Think about it. 12-5 to 5-12, plus 94 to minus 95. Like, you can't be more opposite than those metrics. And so I've got an answer. I've thought about this. I've jotted down the way I'm going to approach this in terms of my expectation, my standard, what I think is necessary for them to reach this year. But we want to hear from you guys as well. We'll open up the phones next at 800-636-1067. What should the standard be for the 2026 Commanders? This is The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of our nation. And Virginia is where the story all began. From the coast to the mountains, cities to small towns, VA 250 is launching a year-long commemoration that invites everyone to explore how America was made, who shaped it, and why these stories still matter today. Be sure to mark these signature events coming up this spring and summer to celebrate, like Pen to Paper, the Civil Gospel of the Declaration of Independence on May 2nd at the Thomas Jefferson Monticello, or the Flame of Revolution, 250th anniversary, 5th Virginia Convention, May 15th and 16th coming up this month in Colonial Williamsburg. Start planning today at visit.va250. That's visit.va250.org. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Texans have signed linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. Game 5 between the Pistons and the Magic. Orlando leads the series 3-1. They're looking to be just the 7th time an 8 seed has beaten a 1 seed in the NBA playoffs. They lead the series 3-1. Game 5 tonight at 7 o'clock. Raptors and Cavaliers are tied at 2 apiece in their series. 7:30 tip-off for that one. Rockets and Lakers Game 5 tonight at 10 o'clock. The Lakers lead the series 3-1. Austin Reeves could return tonight for L.A. Kevin Durant going to be out once again for Houston. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets last night. Looking to get back in the win column tonight against the Mets once again at Citi Field. 7:10 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on David Peterson. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In 20 minutes, we'll talk about the expansion of the NCAA tournament field yet again. And in 35 minutes, Logan Paulson on the newly shaped wide receiver, running back, and edge rooms after the NFL draft. Grant and Danny on the Fan. So the question for you guys, and you can hit us up at Grant Paulson on social, at Funny Danny, or via the phones, 800-636-1067. What should the expectation be for the Commanders? It just seems like a lot of people in town are talking playoffs or bust, specifically for head coach Dan Quinn, because you're 3 years in and you were in the NFC Championship game in year 1. And by the way, that's not the craziest thing in the world when you say it like that. You got to the NFC title game your first season.
Yeah.
2 years later, you haven't made the playoffs in either year. It's not going in the right direction. It's going in the wrong direction. I think you'd be a victim of your own early success, which probably shouldn't have happened, wasn't as realistic as we thought in the moment.
Yeah.
But if someone feels that way, you could understand that. Here's where I'm at. I am not playoffs or bust with this team. I think if they don't make the wild card, that is disappointing for sure. They have enough talent. There's really no good reason and no excuse not to be a 10-7 type team and be a wild card team. So if they do miss the playoffs, I'll be frustrated. And I think especially if Jaden Daniels starts 15 or more games, someone's going to have to do some explaining. Either if he's not playing at the level he did as a rookie, and or whether it's Jones or Blau or Quinn or all three, someone doesn't hold up their end of the bargain. There's too much talent. You had too productive an offseason. Peters was too aggressive and landed too many good players to not improve enough to get to 10-7. So I'm going to label anything under wild card, 10 wins, which is where I think you got to be at least, as disappointing. But if the question is what is the standard that you hold them to, like an expectation that needs to be reached, for me it's 9 wins and above 500. I think it's not good enough if you're not 9-8. And that might not sound like a big difference, like 9-8 versus 10-7, but it is a big deal to me. After you went 5-12, that this is a team that's playing important December games that shows that it's back on track. Because in this league, you don't have to try that hard to be in that 8-9,
to
9
be
and
okay.
8 bucket.
If the whole league is that, basically.
The league is designed to allow you to do that. With the effort they've put in, with the talent that they have, with what we think we know and are told about the quarterback, 9-8 shouldn't be the standard. So for me, I'm going to say, after the debacle of last year, that's my floor. If you're not 9-8, we're having some real tough conversations in my office if I'm Josh Harris.
I don't have a great answer to this question because I kind of keep going back and forth. My thought is they didn't empty the tank as a front office to just do everything they possibly could to fill every void and every hole. They didn't add a bunch of draft picks. I understand they maybe not have been available to them, but they didn't win every bidding war for every single player that could have helped them and be left with no salary cap space to basically, which would have made me say, okay, they're in it for this year. The standard's got to be what? 10 wins, postseason appearance, win a playoff game or something like that.
But that's chasing a ghost a little bit because that doesn't happen anyway.
But I don't. But
that's the 2000 Dan Snyder
No, it's not me
approach.
being critical. It's saying, okay, now I would know what the standard is. Because I'm trying to answer the standard question. I think it's really, really hard with this group. I know it's going to be better than last year. How much is satisfactory to me? I don't have a great answer for that. I mean, they could be better than last year, still have a losing record by a lot, but as long as they weren't outscored by 100 points over 4 games. If they're reasonable and competitive. They win 8 games, did Jaden Daniels slip on an oil slick and have a sprained ankle for 2 weeks and he missed it? And it's
what would be a disappointment to you this year?
Somewhere in that 7 win range.
What would be unacceptable?
That same level, like 7 or less. With that same streak of they don't have answers, they're just not adequately built.
Yeah, I mean, we disagree maybe on the aggressiveness that they operated with this offseason. Adam Peters completely went against type. He did not do what he normally does or wants to be or do. They got after it a little bit. They clearly had a mandate passed down to get your act together on the defensive side of the ball. They dropped $100 million on a defensive lineman, and then they kept going. Another edge, and another edge, another one, and another one. And then they drafted a front 7 player. So I think there is clearly some urgency coming from somewhere for this group. The question for you guys is, what's the bar that you think they have to clear? And it is difficult to answer. That's why I'm internalizing it for each individual person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is your feeling on the matter isn't nearly as difficult. Brandon in Manassas, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, bud.
Hey, so yeah, I absolutely think it's playoffs because they overachieved in year 1, and I think they underachieved massively in year 2. And I think they're probably somewhere in the middle. Now, they've upgraded massively. And to have, I don't know what the site was, you boarded them at picking 8th. Well, that's assuming if a healthy Jaden Daniels. It has to be playoffs or bust for this team because if not, you're going into year 3 with Jaden Daniels. You have on a rookie contract, and then, like, they are a victim of their early success, but you have to go in there, and it has to be playoffs because I think that this team is too talented, and there has to be a sense of urgency. And I think it's really on Dan Quinn now that you've got your quote-unquote guy on the defense, Sonny Styles. It's time to coach these guys up, and it's time to get after it. You can't have another season like we did last year.
So, and I appreciate the call. Are they too talented? Like that? Is that a fact? Do we feel that?
I think that they have enough talent that they should be winning double-digit games. You've got a $28 million defensive tackle that you chose to pay $28 million. You've got a $15 million defensive tackle next to him that you chose to pay $15 million. You have a $100 million edge next to him that you chose to pay $100 million. You have a defensive end next to him that makes $10 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
You have an inside linebacker you just drafted in the top 10. You have a free agent linebacker next to him that you paid $9 million a year to that you chose this offseason. You're noticing a theme here.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback that everybody says is an MVP candidate,
So
one
that's
of the 5 best in the league, that you chose at number 2 overall.
So that's standard versus my expectation, because the standard is, look what you've committed. The defense should be a lot better, which will help them a lot. My expectation is they made a mistake paying Javon Kinlaw. They made a mistake keeping Deron Payne. That's $43 million I wish were used elsewhere.
Yeah, I think
or
that's
differently.
a different conversation.
That's a different
than the one
conversation.
we're having right
and that's my point. That's different. So the standard means, they still have the second most effective cap space in the NFL. They've shrewdly used it, and they've added a bunch of talent, but the idea that they're now among the more talented teams, I don't know that they're as talented as Philadelphia or Dallas, even in their own division.
On defense, they are every bit as talented. They're more talented than Dallas.
More talented than Dallas there.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've had 3 years. I mean, if you're not talented enough to hang with 2 teams in your division, that's your own fault. They've had 3 draft classes and 3 free agencies.
Agreed.
They have been making calling the shots. There's a lot of talk about Ron Rivera era and all this stuff. And I think that's true. You started from way behind.
Mm-hmm.
But as you just said, you have the second most cap space in the league. So if you're deficient somewhere, you can rectify that. I mean, at some point, the year 1 results, which I think were the worst thing that happened to them to get to the NFC Championship.
Same with Rivera and crew. I mean,
Yeah.
even though that was so fraudulent, but
Absolutely. But in hindsight, everyone's like, oh, they were on the verge of the Super Bowl. They really weren't. That team was really far away.
Mm-hmm.
But you're 2 years removed from that this season. It's not that big of an ask, I don't think, to be in the postseason mix in your 3rd year as a regime. I'm not even looking at prologue. I don't care about the first year that was great, the second year that was bad. It's 3 years in. What are you 3 years in? And I keep coming back to the fact, again, this is all if Jaden Daniels is healthy. Because if he gets hurt, like guys have gotten blown out before, Dan Quinn style or whatever, coaching staffs have gotten fired when a quarterback gets hurt and they're like, I got screwed because, I just unlucky with the quarterback situation or whatever. But in a world, Danny, where Jaden Daniels is healthy and the Athletics prediction comes to fruition, like you're picking 8th,
right?
How do you justify continuing down this path with this staff?
Yeah, the NFL.com American Idol's ranking has them 24th. So that's the consensus. It's right in there, the mid-20s, which means you're picking in the top 10.
But is that satisfactory?
Shouldn't be.
Like if they are 24th, you said.
Yeah.
which would be, is that the same as the Athletic?
Yeah, Athletic 26, they're 24.
Okay.
So that's,
so
you're
now
picking
you're
9th or 10th.
picking 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
If you're picking in the top 10 next year, meaning you lost 9 or 10 games or whatever that becomes, and Jaden Daniels was healthy all year, give me a break.
Mm-hmm.
Or let's have a different conversation.
Right.
That if you both have the answer at quarterback and you've done all this to fix your defense and you still can't win, something is not right.
Mm-hmm.
Something needs to be fixed. Anthony and Dulles, what's good?
Yeah, something needs to be fixed. All right, if it's something like that, boys. I mean, my goodness, the coaching staff, Harris will be talking to them, maybe even Peters. Yeah, because they definitely want to go and be on the right foot going into a new stadium with a winning culture, and you never know. But I'm so with you guys on the Brandon Aayuk thing. We do not need someone like that playing with this team. We're already unsure as to what the season's going to entail. But it's got to be Jaden Daniels to be healthy if this team is going to go anywhere, guys. Thank you so much for taking my call again.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I was solo yesterday when I was talking about Brandon Aayuk. Danny didn't give his opinion, but basically,
we're of similar minds there.
I made the case that I couldn't be more out at this point. I think it's going to happen, and that's fine. They're going to kick the tires, but I'm just going on record as saying it's not something I would do.
Yeah, my version of it is it can be the ancillary thing. It can be, let's try. It now looks like the plan, and that's my objection. I got no problem giving guys tryouts. I got no problem signing some dude to a minimum deal, a prove it thing or whatever, but I'm not sitting there going, all right, guys, it's my plan for our number 2 receiver. What a mistake that is in my view.
Just got a tweet from Chief of DC who says, acceptable would be the wild card and a playoff appearance. Disappointing would be losing multiple games by 10 or more points. I mean, you're really zeroing in. That would be better, though, than this past year where they lost 5 games by 20 or more points, including 4 in a row at one point. Sean's in D.C. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Hey, thank you for taking my call, guys.
Hey, bud.
I disagree with the last caller. We need Tyreek Hill and Brandon Aayuk. We need more weapons. But let me ask you a question. Would you give them consideration because we have 2 new coordinators? We have a new defensive coordinator and a new offensive coordinator. So would you give them consideration not to win now because we have new coordinators?
Great
Thank you for
question.
taking my call.
Appreciate you. It's a great question. My answer is no, because we've drafted and formed the roster for multiple years in the image of the previous guys, and we now found out that they weren't good. You don't get extra time every time you go, you know what? We made a huge mistake here, and we're going to blow that guy out. But the new guy, give us some time. No. This is one of the last levers, to me, a coach gets to pull as to if he gets to keep his gig or not. So, no.
The second you've got new coordinators on both sides of the ball as a head coach is the second you've started the sand hourglass on yourself a little bit. Now, it might work, and you might just knock the sand hourglass over, and it doesn't matter anymore because you're not going anywhere because David Blau's the real deal, and Durante Jones will be here for a long time winning for you, something like that. But I understand the question. It's no different than saying when you have a young quarterback, like, hey, this is the first year that this guy's going to be working with this quarterback. Does that restart the clock for a couple of seasons? And to that, I would also say no, because I think then strategically, if you're a coach, why wouldn't you just do that? Shuffle through coordinators every few years to restart your time?
We just got a new coordinator. You can't hold me to any kind of standard.
Also, they made the choice on Blau internally, partially, I think, because he was already in the building and has the relationship with the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So it shouldn't be as big of a ramping up period, even though the offense will be different. He knows the language they've been working with. I think that's more seamless. The transition on defense is going to be more complicated because it's a completely different scheme, but Dan Quinn was calling the defense, is still in the building as well, which helps, and it's a lot of new players. So it's not like it's a bunch of guys that were here last year. Surely, there are plenty, but the starters, you're talking about 2 edges that are coming in here to get after the quarterback. You know, your new run stuffer for Goldman, Tim Settle, both of your key linebackers with Frankie Louvu, half your starters in the secondary or more, all brand new to this defense. So even if you had the old thing, it would be the exact same. So I'm not restarting the clock for those guys. Nick in Maryland, what's up?
Man, I'm taking a 7 or 8, but our whole division got a lot better, man. It's going to be a little tougher, but I have faith in what we got. What I'm worried about is if we stay healthy, we can do a lot. But what do we do if our quarterback gets hurt again? He's out for the year. Do we take him to a major contract? That's what's scaring me to death, man.
Well, so I'll come back to that, but he hung up. You didn't answer the question of the topic, which is, he said, I'll take 7 or 8.
Talking about wins, I think.
I think he's predicting 7 or 8 wins. What I want to know is that your standard? What are you holding them to? As you said, with the Nats, with the Caps, with the Wizards, there's different conversations with each of them. You could be more happy and content with the Wizards this year than you were with the Capitals, even though the Capitals were a much better team.
Yeah, so every year when the then Redskins under Bruce and Dan, they would basically throw up a flag in the offseason and go, buy in, hope springs eternal, here we go. And they lose a lot. It's infuriating when they win 6 games because they went all in.
If one of your sons has played baseball for 8 years, and the other one is playing for the first time ever and has never stood in the batter's box, you're going to have different expectations and asks of the kid that has played for years and gets the lessons and does all the things than the first timer, the neophyte. There's got to be a standard that we collectively decide this is the expectation that they need to reach. And I'm sure the Hogs, the Harris ownership group, have that internally, and I just wonder what that is. G&D on the Fan. The NCAA tournament is the best thing we have, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Does that mean better and better? You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. So a few years ago, actually many years ago now, almost 13, my wife and I bought our first condo together. And when the family grew, it was time to sell it. We had no idea what to do. We had no strategy. We had no plan. We weren't sure what needed to be fixed, what needed to be replaced, what needed to be upgraded, and what could be left alone because it wasn't going to add value for us. Thank goodness we made the call that you should make. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team. They bring that knowledge, strategy, serious buyers walking through your door, and confidence in how it's all going to play out to the table. They are excellent at this. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope for the best. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold. From pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer, every single step is intentional. They netted us, like they do for so many other sellers, way over asking. And I mean way over asking. The whole thing was done in a weekend. We had multiple showings. Everything went fantastic. We got, this is kind of typical of their sellers, 4.27% more on average. Many homeowners, that means over $30,000 more at closing. Think about what you could do with more. So do what we did. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I've long been a proponent of more of a good thing being a better thing. That's not always the case, though. And I do not like the extension of the NCAA tournament again. It's the greatest tourney in all of sports, and it's frankly, societally, one of the best things that we have going for us here in these United States of America. But we went already from 64 to 68, and now we're going to go from 68 to 76 teams. It's almost a certainty. This is via Pete Thamel of ESPN. He reported last night that the NCAA has initiated the final steps to formalize an expansion of the men's and women's tournaments from 68 to 76 teams. This is 8 more teams being added in each of those tournaments. This would begin in the 26-27 season. So this is not like, oh, well, they're going to do this trial balloon somewhere a few years down the road. This is this coming tournament, this basketball season. There's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. The NCAA has not made an official announcement just yet, but Thamel says they are moving forward at full speed and that this is going to be happening.
Here is the reason behind it. They're going to give you reasons. Listen to me, Danny Rouillet, right here on Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan. Here is the reason. This is the NCAA's only moneymaker. You go, what are you talking about? They don't make money on the college football playoff. They don't really run that. They're just making sure that guys are eligible or not. Almost 90% of the NCAA's revenue comes from this. They run this championship. And college conferences get what are called units based on the number of teams that get in from that conference, and then that money's split among the conferences. When they tell you we want to sit at the table for more mid-majors. We want the exciting teams that people haven't heard of to get. Nope, it's a lie. Here's what they want. More teams from big conferences that finished 8 and 12 in the Big Ten to get into this tournament for big fan bases, big money, television contracts, and the like. The more teams that are in, the more money gets passed around, the more excited we're all supposed to be because it's so empty. But that's what this is, 100%.
It's a money grab for sure. The TV deal, by the way, goes through 2032 as it's currently constructed, which is so tilted toward the power schools at the big conferences, right? But this will be bad because it will just continue the growing Grand Canyon-sized chasm and the pendulum swing in favor of power conferences. An extension, an expanded field just goes toward, to me, those conferences which have already grown. The power conferences with the Big East, 79 schools right now. It was 73 a decade ago. Mm-hmm. They're just becoming more and more powerful. They're just swallowing up. That they're like in some movie, some scene where everything's getting swallowed up by this machine that's like going through the city. Outside of the recent rare example of Miami of Ohio, bubble teams to get to 68 are almost always the worst teams that aren't getting in from the power conferences. This is not going to be mid-major schools that benefit from this. It's going to be, as you said, the mediocre power players. Last year, look at the teams that probably would have gotten in, according to Joe Lunardi, if they did this. Oklahoma, Auburn, San Diego State, New Mexico, Indiana, Stanford, Cincinnati, and Seton Hall. This is not going to help some small school that you want to see the fun story for. Now, they're going to sell it that way.
That's how they're going to sell it.
They're going to say, oh, wait till you see how many mid-majors get in. This is going to even the playing field. It will do the opposite. It will do the exact opposite. There's just going to be more, frankly, not very good power conference schools getting into the tournament.
Yeah, this was as you said, this was similar to what the BCS was all those years ago, where all the conferences are going, wait a minute, we could make more money if we do it this way. And that's kind of what happened. And there you go. You got those relationships. They're not doing this, respectfully, so the University of Buffalo can get in. They're not doing it for Ball State.
Middle Tennessee, ODU, Belmont, those teams, getting those at-large bids, that's your older brother's game.
Yeah.
That's not happening anymore. I saw this in a story on ESPN.com that I was reading, and I like this. NCAA has a play here, if they wanted to actually do some of the things that might be good for the tournament, but it would be a tournament eligibility floor requiring conference records of 500 or better for at-large consideration. Now, what that would do is weed out some of the bad teams with the money in the power conferences. The problem is those conferences would not play ball.
No, they wouldn't like that.
If they did that, the fear is that the big boys would just say, that's all for us. They would go form their own tournament, and they wouldn't agree to the restrictions.
Yeah.
So they're afraid to do anything that will ask a lot of those schools or make it harder for them to get in for fear that those conferences will just band together and go, we don't need you.
Which is what they did for football. So that's the fear. And it's 100% correct. You have to do this. The NCAA, all they've done is just take L's for the last handful of years. Any court case, anything that came up, they tried and they failed. And they're like, we don't really know which way is up. We're just going to expand this thing the way that you guys want to make, so we get more money. They'll get their $1 billion out of it. That's what the NCAA gets. It's their entire operating budget, pretty much. With all due respect to like the track and field championship and a couple NCAA baseball things and some gymnastics, this is where their money comes from. It operates, their whole operating budget is this, and it makes more money for the power conferences. So we'll do it how you guys want.
As far as the things that vex me, this is minor on the list because it just means that this great tournament is bigger.
Yep.
Even though it waters it down a little bit, this is a very minor transgression. I just think in a much larger conversation from a 10,000-foot view, it's a symptom of such a bigger problem that no one has an answer for.
You're totally right.
And at a lightning speed of sound pace, this thing just keeps on chugging along, getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah. Do you think it gets to 128 in our lifetimes? Double 64? Seriously, just add another round?
I would say no, but it's very possible. I mean, would that surprise you at all?
No.
The way this is going?
No.
Next on G&D, Logan Paulson breaking down the position groups that were affected by the Commanders' draft picks on offense. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NFL, the Texans are signing linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. 3 games in action. Canadians and Lightning Game 5 at 7 o'clock. That series is tied at 2 apiece. Penguins and Flyers Game 6 at 7:30. Philly up 3-2 in that series. Mammoth and Golden Knights tonight at 10 o'clock. Game 5 of that series. The series is tied at 2 games apiece. Nationals taking on the Mets for Game 2 of their 3-game set. They fell 8-0 yesterday. Look to get back in the win column today. 7:10 first pitch at Citi Field. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nationals. David Peterson, the lefty, starts for the Mets. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. Mervis is unbeatable. Shop for the largest selection of Takori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. at Mervis, because your ring should be as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll take care of the important stuff that you need to do. Real estate transactions, probate administration, estate planning, and elder law. Whatever you need, you got to check them out. kmlawyers.com and mention us. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We told you Logan Paulson was breaking down the position groups after draft picks were added. It happened on Take Command, the new pod that dropped with he and I today. This is what he had to say about wide receiver Antonio Williams, who he's not convinced is going to play exclusively in the slot.
So actually, I might be in the minority here, and I'd like to talk to you about it some, I kind of think Antonio Williams comes in as your starting Z, depending on how he looks in training camp, looks in OTAs. I just think you can't overvalue, in my opinion, what he does as a route runner. And when you talk about, again, what plays in the league, it's separators. And he is right now, I think he comes in and he's the best separator of the group. And obviously he's got to prove it at the NFL level versus NFL strength versus NFL length. But I really believe that if you want him on the field as much as possible, I think, as of right now. So I'd give him a shot at Z. And then on third down, I'd probably bump him into the slot, right? Maybe Diami's out there. And then there are packages, right, where Diami's going to be the Z. He's going to kind of run that deep post off of play action, or Traylon Burks who want to mismatch in the run game or whatever, in the run game to kind of set up a play action shot and he could win down the field 50-50. Like, that's the way I've kind of categorized it. I think your every down player right now is Antonio Williams. And I think Diami, Traylon Burks kind of are these play action big play merchants, because we've seen them do that. And I think that's kind of fits with what their skill set is. We're big, we're fast, we can get vertical into a defense, but for down to down consistency, down to down, again, efficiency for the offense, I look at Antonio Williams and say, I'd probably, and this is just me kind of thinking as an offensive coordinator would, I'd probably want him in starting the game for me.
Well, I have no problem with that, and I hope that's the case. I mean, when you draft a guy where they did at 71, you look at the personnel they've got, and this is not a referendum on or a knock against those guys, but De'Ami Brown was deactivated by Jacksonville in the postseason last year, and Washington allowed to walk in free agency the year before that. And Traylon Burks is kind of pinballed around a little bit here. I still have some high hopes for him. He's a former first-round pick. He's got some size. I think he can help them. But to your point, you don't really have a slam dunk Z. I mean, you're kind of projecting and hoping. So why not give the kid a shot? I didn't mention him because, as I said, some of the feedback I've gotten, and I don't know, outside of the building with other teams, how much you've talked to people too, was they don't necessarily love him at Z, like on the outside. Having said that, there's no reason he can't A, be the most effective of the three that we're talking about, and B, get an opportunity there. I mean, why
I think that's one of the things, like, just from a technical standpoint, like when you watch Ben Johnson's offense, and obviously that's going to be a big inspiration for David Blau. When you watch Kevin O'Connell's offense, the thing that comes to the forefront is they understand the difficulties not only of playing offensive line and quarterback, but they understand the difficulties of playing receiver. So you talk about Kyle Shaney, you talk about Ben Johnson. Like, one of the reasons they're in all these condensed formations, they get in these bunches, is so you don't get pressed. So, like, if I can mitigate the the amount of times that Antonio Williams sees physical press opportunities with formation, with motion, like people aren't going to be able to touch him, right? So understanding what this offense is or what it's projected to be, again, condensed formations, limit the amount of press opportunities, bunches, motion specifically. I can see him doing a ton of that. He did a ton of that at Clemson. Then it doesn't matter. Even with Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's considered a very physical wide receiver, when he plays Z for them, it's very rare that he's like, +2 off the numbers, running a vertical route tree. It's very rare that he's done that. He's motioning that position, again, to get the press off, letting him see coverage. And I think Antonio Williams has a little bit of that. Obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown is a little bit more kind of robustly built. But I do think, like, as a coach, if I understand that, I understand what my offense is, like, there's a reason that I would value this skill set kind of like far and away above that kind of physical, Ted Hurst, Elijah Surratt, Malachi Fields, because I'm not asking him to do that. I'm not saying, hey, man, we need you to physically win versus press coverage on the perimeter. No, we'll take care of that for you. Now you got to show me that feel, show me that choice, show me that double stick at the top, create separation, and let Jaden Daniels hit you wide open.
Yeah, I was talking to Scott Turner, the former OC and play caller, about Williams. I'd sent him a bunch of stuff to look at and give me some thoughts and an eval. And he talked about how much he thinks he's going to be perfect in this offense in terms of running some of the options and the choices and those types of things that you're referencing. But it is going to be up to David Blau. This is a task that he's got now in terms of getting him some free releases, moving him around. Like Cliff Kingsbury, a lot of times that we're going to line up, we're going to snap the football. And I don't think that's what this thing's going to look like in any way at this point.
No, I think we see it the same way. I think obviously when you're in a Cliff Kingsbury offense, or Chip Kelly back in the day, remember with the Philadelphia Eagles, like they needed horses on the perimeter. You needed guys who could win in a very specific way. You needed that vertical speed. You needed that strength. You needed that power on the perimeter. Here, man, it's an important part because you're going to have to block, right? But it's not as important in terms of like, we can be creative. Like Justin Jefferson's the best receiver in football, but watching Kevin O'Connell be like, hey man, you're really good, but I'm going to make this easier for you. And then you're going to be great, right? Watching Amon-Ra St. Brown, you're really good, but I'm going to make you great. Even with like George Kittle, who's kind of their one at times in San Francisco, like Kyle knows what he's doing. Like he's going to get you good matchups. He's going to get the guy to feather off based on motion, based on split, based on formation. And that's the tenet of this offense. Like the language is so complicated. The language is so nuanced because it lets you pull these different strings to help guys get in these positions. So to me, I agree with Scott Turner. You let him run the slot kind of choice stuff. That's going to be fantastic for this offense. But if I can mitigate, again, his exposure to difficult situations, let's let him run more routes because he's good at it.
To me, that's what good coaching and like good coordinating is. It's just accentuating those strengths. And the guys that are great, and you were around a lot of them, that one of the cool things about your career is you kind of hit the lottery in terms of
right
scheme, and like all those dudes do is get guys open. And that's part of what has spoiled me, in the years after, is you're watching some other guys sometimes and you're going, why don't they do it that way? I would love to see Williams, to your point, thrive in that capacity. But if you look over your left shoulder, there's something in the room there. Do you see what's in the room behind you?
What do we got? Tight ends?
No,
jerseys.
There's an elephant.
Oh, an elephant. Okay, what do we got?
And that elephant has a name, Brandon. What if they go get Brandon Aayuk as their wide receiver and they bring him in? How much does that change things for Williams?
So I think I put my there's two hats you got to wear here. One is the GM hat and one is the coordinator hat. So if I'm the GM, I want the best football team I can possibly assemble, right? And I think Brandon Aayuk on a low money, low risk contract, if I feel like I know him well enough and Jaden Daniels can handle it and the locker room can handle it, I'm okay with it. As a coach, I really want to make sure that I'm covering all my bases. So for example, like if Brandon Aayuk's here, and let's use Antonio Williams as an example, they're both going to get Z reps. Antonio Williams and Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane are both going to get reps from the slot. I want to see and I want to know what people can do, what they can tolerate, what they can handle. So as much as Brandon Aayuk coming in, like I still got to have a contingency if Brandon Aayuk isn't here, right? And that's because of injury or whatever. Yeah.
So, but I guess my question would be, in a world where they sign Aayuk, which everyone seems to be thinking is some formality, and I still want to have the conversation. On my show yesterday, I said this is a Jurassic Park situation for me. And what I mean by that is,
I love it.
Dr. Ian Malcolm, Okay, yeah, this is Jeff Goldblum. At one point in the film, he says one of the iconic lines ever where he says, "Your scientists were so obsessed about whether or not they could that they never stopped to ask whether or not they should," right?
Great line.
To me, that's what we are doing with Brandon Aayuk. It's almost like, I think he wants to come here. They can get him. They're going to get him. And it's like, I'm just kind of raising my hand in the back like,
should we do that?
Are we sure about this? But anyway, in a world where Iayuk comes here, my vision is Terry, Iayuk on the outside, Williams in the slot as kind of your primary trio. Is that how you think it would sort itself out?
So I'm with you on this. I don't know what Brandon Aayuk looks like.
Exactly.
I don't know if he's in good football shape. So on paper, if we get Brandon Aayuk from 2023, let's let that thing rip, coach. Let's let him be, the top 10-5 receiver that he was. Let's let Terry be him. And we got a great guy in the slot with Chikakonkwo and all those guys working underneath. I don't know.
By the way, that could be, if that happened, they go get Iayuk. He plays good football, which, by the way, I think it would take some time. I mean, he hasn't played in a year and a half. He's coming up in almost 2 years. Forget the character stuff, the fact that Adam Schefter's reporting this week that he's not responding to teams trying to get in touch with them who are interested in him, like all this other stuff, which makes me say no and feels like a giant red flag. Let's just dismiss all that. Just the health part of it and coming off an ACL, MCL, it's been a long time. We know his rehab, at least with the team, didn't go swimmingly. Maybe on his own, he crushed it. I just haven't seen it, so I don't know. So I have my own questions. But I guess my point is, if for a second we just go best case scenario, Mr. Optimism, Grant Paulson over here, a McLaurin, good Brandon Aayuk, Williams in the slot, Chikakonkwo is your tight end offense.
Coach, we're silly.
Getting me a little fired up right now.
We're silly. But when you ask me, like, do I see that happening? Like, how many times have we seen guy take a year off, for medical, personal, whatever, and then they come back and it's like, there is a conditioning element to this sport. And it's not just like, oh, my lungs are good, my legs are strong, I've been doing my back squats, doing my running. It's like you have to callous this thing, your mentality, your body, you got to build up that kind of resiliency. And it doesn't happen overnight. It just doesn't. Like you can't, as much as you work, I used to work my tail off in the off season. And I'll tell you, the first day we put pads on, I was like gassed. And I talked to a coach about it. It's like, think about it. Your sympathetic nervous system is through the roof. Your fight or flight is through the roof because you're actually competing for the first time in 6 months, 5 months. And for some of these people, it's 12 months, 18 months. And that is just so hard to get used to that level of exertion. So to me, it's great. If he comes and everyone in that building is okay with it, 2 thumbs up from Logan Paulson. But if I am David Blau, if I'm the head, if I'm the OC, I'm still going to give Antonio Williams as many reps as I can at Z because I don't have the confidence that Brandon Aayuk week 1 is going to be in shape. And I don't think he will be in shape. But at some point this year, maybe he is. And then we can kind of develop and kind of shift the offense to what you described with the 3 of those guys on the field.
Logan Paulson, Grant Paulson take command. We will be getting into the undrafted free agent list that Washington put together and acquired in just a bit. All right, let's pivot to the running back position in round 6, pick 187. Kaytron Allen, the all-time leading rusher at Penn State, finished in the top 3 in almost every category among backs in Division I college football this past year. He was super productive. So now this gets interesting. I think the one guy whose role is pretty clear to me is Rachaad White on third down. Yeah. Caught 50 balls last year, can pass pro, can help you out of the backfield. Like he is very much what McNichols has been. And McNichols is still here, and maybe he's the 4th back. We'll get to him in a second. But how does this all work in terms of Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who did come on late in the year, hit the 70-yard home run against the Cowboys, ended up, being limitedly used and still going for 800-some yards. Could have easily been a 1,000-yard rookie back with more touches. Kaytron Allen gets plugged in as your thumper in that Chris Rodriguez role. Make this work.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. And I think, obviously as a 6th-round pick, you got to prove it to me, man. You got to say, hey, like I deserve touches on first and second down because there's another – what are those 4 guys? Bill, White, Ford, and McNichols who have done it at the NFL level and show me that they understand what you can and can't get away with at the NFL level. But I think when you watch the Kaytron Allen film, like he's just good at football, man. So my confidence level that he can do that and show it and show like kind of how to run versus muddy runs, how to fall forward in the pile. I think it'll be there for him. But again, he's got to show that. He's got to earn those touches. And I think that's where I'm at with him. Like everyone, again, because of the college career, which is excellent, quite frankly, because of the college film, which is excellent, people are excited about this pick, and I think they should be. But you got to remember what kind of draft capital that they have spent on him. And it's a 6th-round pick. He's got to show me, he's got to show the team, show the building over there that he deserves an opportunity. And we'll see what happens with that.
Where are you on Jerome Ford? I wonder if I'm not giving him enough credit. I kind of view him as squarely on the bubble. And at the moment, I'd be a little surprised if he made it. Because the way I see the room, Bill is my first and second down guy, at least initially. Rachaad White's my third down guy. I think Katron Allen, assuming, to your point, he's got to prove it. He's got to go out and earn it. But assuming he does that, would be the next guy up. And then if I'm keeping a fourth, it'd be Jeremy McNichols. And maybe that's P-squad, elevated active roster kind of role. And Ford is the odd man out here. It's not like they made a significant commitment to him. If you look at his numbers last year, I'm sure you watched more of the tape than I did to see how it bears out. But it wasn't like he had a very good season. They're not going to keep all these guys, right? I mean, so maybe it sorts itself out with health stuff. But what do you think about the back end of the backfield?
Yeah, so I think the thing for me and the thing that I've always appreciated about Dan and Adam, to be honest, when I played for him in San Francisco, or like on the team in San Francisco when he was in the front office there, is they're going to take the best football player. They're not going to, like, because we paid you a little bit more money, we're going to keep you, or because you have a relationship with me before. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to play that game. I want the best football player. So if Jerome Ford or McNichols or whoever comes out and looks the part through preseason, through OTAs, through training camp, then I would expect that guy to get the job. And to be fair to Jerome Ford, like he's not as twitched up as he once was, but there still is an explosive element to his game that I think is important to just be aware of. And so, like, can he figure it out? Maybe. Can he kind of make a push? Because McNichols has been here. They love McNichols. He's a great leader. He's a great dude. He's been explosive. He's made plays as a third down back. Like, I actually think I would give him the third role right now, kind of that third down pass catching back, and we'll see where we go from there, because I think they like him that much. But again, like, to me, it's a 3-horse race. Show me who wants it the most. No one's got a lot of money. Like, let's figure it out.
When you say the third role, you're saying over, like, on a 3rd and 7, week 1, you think there's a chance that's McNichols, not White? You're saying
could be. I mean, what was White's contract? It was like 1 year for $2
million for a year or something.
Yeah, it was like basically vet minimum. And so again, like, they're not financially tied to that. To me, money talks. So if they come in and it's like, hey, here's 1 for 4, like, obviously they see him in a very specific way. But right now, to me, it's open season, right? And I even think like there's that guy that they brought in as a UDFA from UTSA who's got some juice to him, man. He's explosive, catches the football well. Like, I think there's an opportunity that he could be in the mix. Like, I honestly think it just depends on how the competition and how the job interview of the next couple months goes for this position in particular.
Yeah, 1 year, $2,400,000 signing bonus, 1.7 guaranteed money for Rachaad White. I like the competition though that they put together here.
Yeah.
It is now a room where you got different guys who can do different things. But I could see a world where, like, Bill and Katron Allen carry things, and then you've got White or McNichols or both, as your third down options. And, like, that's not a bad little room. I know we've talked a lot about Jeremiah Love. He's head and shoulders just as an elite player, talent, speed, home run hitter, all that stuff. Better or different than some of the guys in the room. But, like, this is a position where you don't need the superstar. And you can put it together this way, where it's a couple million for White. It's a couple million for Ford. Bill was the 7th round pick. McNichols was a street free agent. Katron Allen was a 6th round pick. You haven't really used many resources. You've kind of thrown a bunch of guys together, and here we are looking at it going, yeah, this works. This can get you by. I do think they're going to run the ball more. I think it's going to be a big emphasis for David Blau, and they're going to run the ball differently. I mean, they're going to be under center a lot. I think the running game, I hope they go to, like, some of that Detroit pin and pull stuff on the outside pretty heavy. Like, I want to see that implemented here. So I'm excited about the run game and kind of where this thing could go.
Yeah, and I think you kind of alluded to something there. Like, I think the scheme's going to help these young backs run well, and I think the offensive line. Like, I think about Laramie Tunsil, I think about Allegretti at center, Cosme, Connerly. However, that left guard kind of competition works out with Bates and Sinnott on first and second down, with Chig, who in the right role can win some of those physical matchups. I think you've got a pretty physical blocking front here when you kind of take a step back and look at it. And then I think they're going to challenge the receivers to block. I really do. And I think if you can get that group to kind of be spitting nails, like, it's just going to help the runners run better. And so I think, like, when you talk about not having a huge investment in there, they've made their investment, I think, in areas that are more impactful on the run game. Got a blocking tight end, got some good tackles, got a good guard, center. I think in terms of getting these runs targeted, it's going to be super important. And then I think you got two, like, don't sleep, like Chris Paul and Brandon Coleman, like, they're uber talented pieces that are still developing. So if one of those guys hits and really comes to life here for them this season, like, that offensive line and that front could be absolutely devastating. And Grant Paulson could be rushing for 5 yards a pop behind them.
Logan Paulson from Take Command. Next, Anthony Davis speaks about his Wizards future again. Does he actually want to play in DC? We're Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Mel Wood. In the NFL, the Texans have signed linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. NBA playoffs continuing on tonight. Game 5 between the 8-seed Orlando Magic and number 1 seed Detroit Pistons, but Orlando leads the series 3-1. If they were to win tonight, it'd be the 7th time in NBA history for an 8 seed to beat a 1 seed. Orlando leads the series 3-1. Game 5 tonight at 7 o'clock. Raptors and Cavs, Game 5 at 7:30. That series is tied at 2, and the Lakers looking to close out their series against the Rockets. Game 5 of that one tonight at 10 o'clock. They're up 3-1. Austin Reeves could return. Kevin Durant going to be out once again. Baseball, the Nationals taking on the Mets for Game 2 of the 3-game set. They lost yesterday 8-0. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on the lefty David Peterson. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I might have to acknowledge myself a hypocrite for a moment.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
I'm not sure yet. You'll have to rule on this, Danny. That could be a fun new segment. It's not, is it weird? Am I a hypocrite? G&D on the Fan. So you know that there's been some time where I've always talked about how you wear vests a lot. You love the core warmth of a vest without the sleeves.
Yeah, vest weather's the best weather. I've long said that.
So yesterday, Tobes wore a sleeveless hoodie. And I admitted to him, I'm a big sleeveless hoodie guy. I've got this new, it's not quite a hoodie, but it's close enough to it. It's like athleisure or something, but it's like pocketed, very comfortable, cotton, fairly thick, but it's sleeveless. I wouldn't go vest. It's not like you and Mike Vrabel.
Right.
You look a lot like Mike Vrabel, by the way.
I do, yeah, I've got now.
I hope you and Mike Vrabel have some things that aren't quite simpatico.
There's not as much crossover between us these days, I'll say.
You're separating yourself from your
I'm not coaching the Super Bowl,
right,
among other things.
Can I say that I'm team sleeveless hoodie?
Yes.
And not be Vrabel, Danny, core warmth guy?
Totally. I think you can be. Now, this is me. This is Danny saying this. This is no offense to anybody. I think that's one of the dumber trends we've got going. The sleeveless hoodie.
It's such a baseball thing.
It's so stupid.
That's the first place I saw it, is in the dugout. Players wearing it as they warm up.
Yeah.
Managers, I think Blake Butera is a big sleeveless
The
hoodie
hood's
guy.
just in the way now.
But no, you're warm, but also you're free to play and do activities. You throw the ball around. You don't have the... My problem with a hoodie when I wear it is like the thickness of it bunching and rubbing on your side.
The bunching.
I don't want the bunching.
You don't want the Giselle bunching. It started with Belichick and the weird... It's freezing, it's snowing, and he's got like a cutoff hoodie. And like that was seen as cool for a while, like the old man unintentionally being cool. So it's spawned from that.
I'm out on that.
Yeah.
If you cut your own hoodie and you just look like you are disheveled,
you're just a goof.
You don't care.
Yeah.
That's not as interesting to me. Speaking of baseball really quickly, are you following Max Scherzer's season at all? I'm starting to wonder if Max Scherzer's just staying past the expiration date.
Again, love that dude.
He's my favorite.
All time. But how many injured list trips? I mean, the mileage of just going to the injured list. My God.
That was the beauty of Max Scherzer forever, by the way. If you look at from really 2009 through 2021, he made 30 starts every single season. He might have had one mini issue somewhere along the way. Since then, it's just been are you on the team right now or not? I've got to look and see if you're on the 40-man. He's 41 years old, 18 innings so far this season. This is just not Max Scherzer. You ready for these numbers? 22 hits, 20 runs in 18 innings, ERA up around 10. 297 average against, 10 strikeouts, 8 walks. Every now and then, you find this Hall of Fame, all-time great, my favorite pitcher ever maybe, but these guys they can't step away.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of these people that has a big problem with guys that peter out, really struggle, and then you got to see him have an ERA over 5 last year, and right now 9.64. You'd almost rather the last time you saw them. It's like the last time you see a loved one. You want them to be healthy. You want them to look good. You don't want to see them laying there looking sick, right? With Max Scherzer, this is not the guy that I went to the ballpark to watch thinking he was going to throw a no-hitter every time he pitched for the Nationals.
I mean, he's averaging 3.4 home runs per 9 at this stage. It barely over 1 most of the years of his career. He's not the same guy. That's allowed, by the way. You're allowed to be a Hall of Fame pitcher that's not as good as you were 15 years ago. That's okay. We've seen that before. But it's like, yeah, I mean, to his credit, last year I kind of made a couple of jokes where he was on the injured list 17 different times. I think we're actually talking to Sean Kelly about it, and I kind of made like a snide comment where it's like, maybe now's the time. And he went out there and gutted it out, and pitched some meaningful innings for the Blue Jays. But dude, it's like, but he's still a grinder. Still loves doing it, man.
Well, Kirk Cousins is doing this move too, where like you bounce around at the end, so you go Falcons. After Vikings, now Raiders.
Just doing $40 million a year on 1 year.
You just kind of go team to team. It doesn't really water it down, I don't think, but I don't know if I'd want to do it that way. Like Scherzer's since Washington's been a Dodger, a Met, a Ranger, and a Blue Jay. Just since Washington, which was his third team. So now when you eventually look back at your resume, Diamondback, Tiger, National, Dodger, Met, Ranger, Blue Jay, you played for 7 teams. You not coming back this year wouldn't have changed that number, but he just kind of can't quit it. And that's part of what made him so good, it seems like. But hopefully there's one more chapter here where he gets right and pitches strong baseball down the stretch for them.
I mean, look at all that bold ink when he was in Washington. My God.
We were spoiled. That's when the Nats every year would win 95 or more games, make the playoffs. I mean, they ended up missing plenty, but they were playoff caliber, and would get to the postseason, and we would think this is a World Series team. Then they'd get out in the division series, but we always thought this is the team.
People forget about that little teeny tiny run here in Washington. That's all I have for you.
There was like 2 seasons, I'm not joking, where every time he pitched, you're like, is today the day he throws another no-hitter? He was that good.
Yeah, for 6 innings, straight up, that 18 up, 18 down.
It was him and DeGrom.
Uh-huh.
I want to get into Anthony Davis's comments about the Wizards organization. So this was on a podcast with Craig Melvin of the Today Show. Anthony Davis doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on some of the stuff he's been saying. Let's hear the audio first, and then I've got some thoughts. Again, Anthony Davis on his future with the Wizards.
How hard is it for a really good player to play for a really bad team?
That's the thing, right? So I had this, and everybody knows this. I told the owner this. I told GM, everybody, media. Like, when you're looking at the Washington Wizards, right, from the outside looking in, you're like, everybody's right, But when you get into the organization and see how great of an organization it is, like the owner is amazing. Obviously, the city DC is amazing. We are a very bad basketball team.
Yeah.
For sure. On the flip side, I think it's very tough to go from bad team to like a championship contender. It takes time. Yes. And that's with anybody. I mean, it could be a team, who's just won and just like not good. So it takes time. It takes a couple of years.
He has been very consistent every time he's spoken, from the kind of strange press conference he did when he answered a phone call in the middle of his press conference with the media a couple of weeks ago, to any of the interviews he has done subsequently, including this one. When he speaks about the Wizards, this is basically what he says. This is what I hear.
Yep.
On the outside, it looks like a disaster. Inside, it's actually a pretty good situation that's going in the right direction. And from ownership to the front office, to the players, to the facilities, it's actually on its way. They're in a pretty good spot. But they are so bad over the last couple of years and right now that they're not going to be able to win a championship next year, which is what I want to do. And I think the part he's not saying, he just hasn't said yet out loud, I don't want to be here. But that is what I hear. I don't know about you, but I hear nice thing, nice thing, nice thing, nice thing. They can't win big next year. He has said, I want to win big next year. Those two things are antonyms. Those two things do not compute. So I always hear him basically saying, I don't want to be a Wizard. Am I alone in that?
Here's what I hear. I hear that plus the slightly flip side to it. I need you to adjust your plan because we could be that if you guys act the way that I want you to. Bring in some
but
of my.
Is he saying that? He says you cannot go from really bad to winning a championship.
Staying the course. Like you look at Detroit, I mean, they're about to get bounced in the first round, but they were terrible, got better, 44 wins last year, led the Eastern Conference in wins this year. There are teams that do this, right?
But he's saying that's not good enough.
Well, exactly. So his point is, I don't want to wait around for a couple of years for this group to get good and be part of that. I want to do it right now, whether that's here or somewhere else.
Where are you getting the whether that's here? Because that part I have not heard anywhere. Like, I'm not suggesting
he's not saying I want to go somewhere else either, but no. it's the subtext.
But he's saying, this is what he is saying, you cannot go from where we were last year to winning a championship next year. And also saying, I want to win a championship next year. So to me, it's pretty simple. He's saying, if his goal is to win a title next year, and he's acknowledging that this team can't do that, isn't he saying, I don't want to be here next year? There is one other small caveat, I suppose, which I saw Strobes post today, Locked On Strobes, and he suggested there could also be this idea that he's floating, wanting an extension. Like, it's not just about getting out of here, but maybe angling for an extension. How do you hear that, Strober, in this from Anthony Davis? Because I don't hear the extension part.
So one of the things he mentioned was seeing them stack winning habits and becoming an organization that could stack a good season next year, get to the playoffs, and then maybe you take that next step. You can reach a conference finals, NBA finals, whatever. He mentioned that in one of his press conferences. That could be a vision, and he could be part of that. But I think the angle he could be getting at is I'm interested in playing here if I'm extended for another 2 to 3 seasons and we have a plan to compete within that window that I'm under this new contract. Because he's 33 years old, so realistically he knows his window to get his last big payday is now. If he's going to get it, it is now within the next year or so. I don't think the Wizards should be in that business, but he wants that to be the case, I think.
So am I the only person that hears all of the things he's saying, and here's a guy that does not want to be a Wizard? Like, I right now do not think he will ever play a game with the Wizards. If he does, it'll be begrudgingly because they don't trade him. But I do believe behind the scenes, he's a Rich Paul guy, I'm sure, right? He's got his agent, Rich Paul.
I assume.
Rich Paul will tell the Wizards, we want to go. Now, maybe it doesn't become public. I give him a little bit of credit because he's not just doing the holding his nose, stomping his feet.
He's not doing Chris Paul or something like that.
But it'd almost be better if that's how he feels, if he just came out and said it. He's over-complimenting them. He does seem to like the operation. I think he's hit it off with Leonsis. I think he's probably hit it off with Dawkins and Winger and some of the players. He seems to like the team a lot more than when he came here. I just think it's very simple, and that was the root of the question from Melvin. He does not want to play on a team that can't win a title. He doesn't see any path to trying to win a title next year. And it doesn't even really fit for me that much anyway.
No, the timeline doesn't quite match up.
Because I don't want to extend him. I have zero interest in extending him.
Certainly not right now.
Not sight unseen. Yeah. Not before you go out and play 65 games for me next year.
Yeah, and even then, it's buyer beware, right? Because his body's starting to break down. The mileage there is pretty significant, and that's not an insult. He's one of the great players in the game when he's available. He's been available less and less over recent years. I don't know. Maybe I'm optimistic as to where I'm kind of reading between the lines, but it's basically, this is sort of the way of the star. Again, I go back to, he learned from LeBron James, who did this very thing in LA. Showed up and was like, yeah, Brandon Ingram and all these other young guys. I'm here for the rebuild. For 7 seconds, then it's bring me Lance Stevenson. Trade all these young idiots out of here and start over so I can, have all my guys in here and we could try to win something. They ultimately did it in 2020. This is sort of the way of the superstar now, is to start playing GM, making demands, let your agent be the more powerful person in the building. The stuff that I care about most is that he's super complimentary of Washington. Every chance he gets, he's doing that. That, to me, is a deposit in the bank for my franchise to get good that I care a lot about. But in terms of him, I still, maybe I'm naive, still see it as I'll stay if you do what I want kind of thing.
But that's not good.
I'm not saying it is, but that's the second read.
I don't know that that's better than he wants out. I think they're both the same.
You're right.
Wanting out and going, hey, play ball by my, like, I'm going to be the GM. Good job, Will Dawkins. You got it to this point. But now let's do it my way if you want to make me happy. I'm not in the business of making Anthony Davis happy. Maybe 8 years ago I would have been, or 4 years ago. This Anthony Davis right now, I'm not selling my soul to make him happy for his 43 games or whatever it's going to be. When they made the deal, as you know, I did not love it, but I was cool with it because they didn't give anything up.
Right.
Now I would bet against him playing here next year, but on top of that, I'm starting to feel a little less confident that this can even end that well. I think the only way it ends very well is if they find a dance partner where they can flip him for a really good player. And I don't know what that looks like.
Me neither.
Someone tweeted me today, I don't think this is realistic, but they're like, him to Golden State for Jimmy Butler or something like that. Like, I don't think that happens, but if you were to make a move like that where you get Anthony Davis for nothing, and now you turn this asset into another really good player, and they come here, and they don't hate being here necessarily, like, that would be the end game. But I don't know. I guess I could be misreading it, and he's still very okay being in Washington next season.
I don't think he's bought in on well, let me,
do you think he wants to play for the Wizards?
Not in the current state.
So no.
So yeah, I would say not the way it is right now. Yeah. I think he'd rather be somewhere else where he can win a championship right now next year, and I don't think that's the case. So I think everybody is we're working with each other trying to figure out the best way to do that. This is still, I keep going back to this. Oklahoma City did this. This is the distressed asset phase where you buy low on guys that once were stars and you then sell them at a profit in some kind of way. How that works, I don't know exactly, but they basically paid, as you said, inherited draft picks that weren't very expensive to them to get Anthony Davis. And if you get 30, 40 games out of him, you could do what you did with CJ McCollum. You could, help these young guys that haven't won at all win a few games to kind of get them up to speed in that regard, then ship them. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but the extension I don't have much interest in, and him kind of sort of altering the timeline, I don't have interest in that either.
Lee makes a really good point. I'm on Instagram at Grant H. Paulson. He says, I don't believe the Wiz have intentions of legitimately winning next year. They kept Keefe. That's oxymoronic. Look, I mean, their GM basically said the train's leaving the station, but we're not going to go that fast. They're not trying to, like, slam the gas pedal down next year. This is the first of their, they called it a deconstructive phase. I don't know if they have a word for this new phase where they build it back up.
Right. Foundational phase?
Yeah, this is like where they start to hammer some things down in the foundation, but it's going to be a methodical thing, and Anthony Davis doesn't want to do methodical. And that's actually a good point, too. When they kept Keefe, it went against, to me, the hitting the let's go win big button. That was more of the same button as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. Maybe Anthony Davis saw it the same way. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Time for a double play on Grant and Danny, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, I could be joining a group that I never thought I would be joining. I could be joining a group that I've always said, that's not for me. Can't do it. Can't have it.
Can't do it.
Not going to happen.
Can't coach with them.
You know when you are like seriously dating someone, you're starting to get to a point where you're talking about a possible marriage, maybe a life together.
Sure, yeah.
Children, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you bring up all the really important stuff. And you have that one knock it all out at once conversation like, let's just see if we can be copacetic on some things that are kind of important.
Okay.
One of the things that came up for me at that time was we wouldn't be a minivan family. I think there's a chance.
Oh, my
God.
God.
The Paulsons are heading to Minivanville.
Oh, my God.
Now, I'm not positive, okay? And I'm still doing everything I can to avoid it.
Grand Odyssey.
I am fighting the good fight. I am putting up my dukes. But I got to tell you, Danny, every time my phone pings the last couple days, it's just another minivan that my wife found that she wants to get.
Are you more Odyssey or Pacifica? What do you see yourself in?
She's sending me a lot of Pacificas.
Oh, man. I pretty pacifically don't want that.
Just to be clear.
Respectfully.
Let me be clear. This was discussed before the marriage. We're an SUV, suburban utility vehicle family.
Yep.
Not a minivan family. We're at 4 children. That is the number that hopefully we will have for the rest of time. God willing. But my wife wants a minivan.
Yep.
And I will acknowledge this, Danny. Getting kids in and out of our current car, not a great situation.
No, it's not the best, no.
Just took the car because there's no air conditioning in to try to get the air conditioning fixed. The number that they told me to fix the air conditioning had a comma in it.
Yep.
And it wasn't barely over where the comma starts.
No, yeah.
It was like
that first digit was a big one.
Really far over where the comma starts.
That's a big one.
There wasn't a 1 before the comma. You know what I'm saying?
I do, yeah.
So we're coming up on decision time. But my wife is so in on a minivan. I don't know where it's come from. The woman that I fell in love with, the woman that I married, the conversations that we had, we were in lockstep on this. This was something we agreed upon.
Uh-huh.
I would never want a minivan. You don't have to worry about that. Are you kidding me? Me? Minivan? No way. Just got another text with another minivan.
It's a Toyota Sienna this time.
All she does is send me minivans.
Now, you're in this right now is fog of war time. There will be a time where your kids aren't tiny. It's not that far away. Now, your tiniest is going to be tiny because you guys have a lot of the little ones. But when you go to like the 8-year-old, the 9-year-old, which is right around the corner, you don't need 7 rows of space and like milk under a floor mat and like 17 gummy bears stuck to different things because it's 60 feet away from your head is. You can get through this without a minivan. You can do it.
I know I can.
Stay strong.
Does my wife know we can? She doesn't seem to know that.
She didn't know that.
There's a third seat in our car. And so I say there's bigger cars with third seats. We could do the pilot chairs thing in the second row so that
chair.
You can kind of reach over the seat and get people in and out. The status quo, to quote ancient philosopher Bruce Allen, is not acceptable. Okay. That was his original press conference, press release I think he put out before he fired Jim Zorn. The status quo is unacceptable. My kids are climbing over the baby in the car seat to get into the, over the middle seat to get to the back seat. 4 kids, 4 car seats. It is not working. But there's another way forward. I promise there's another way. And the worst thing about this is every person I tell this to, pretty much, mostly dudes, then goes on to tell me like, oh, I remember not wanting a minivan. And then we got one, and I just love it. And I'm like, you dead inside human being, saying this to me with a lifeless face. You white as a sheet ghost.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's so practical.
I just got a text from a guy who's a buddy of mine, friend of the show. Toyota Sienna, you'll love it.
You'll love it. I got one of my good buddies.
Respectfully, no, I will not.
Yeah, one of my very dear friends, I've known him since 4th grade, has been trying to sell me on the idea of a minivan. And I go, no, don't you drag me down with you, buddy.
You have 2 kids. Or you have 3 kids.
3, thank you.
My apologies. You have 3 kids. I don't think you're in minivan village. I think 3 and less, you don't have to worry about it. 4 or more, minivanish. Now, I don't want to go box van. I don't want to go, we're taking a school field trip somewhere. I don't want to go, there's 9 of us. They're the Paulsons. They're the weird family with all the kids. Like, I don't want to do that.
Plowing out like it's a clown car.
But a minivan?
Look at how hideous these things
are. Do
I
look like a minivan guy? You know who was team minivan when I was telling him about this today? We were on the phone. Is Logan. Logan, he's like, yeah, we have like a few cars, and all I drive is our van. I just love it. He's like, you got to get a van, man. You'll thank me later. He's like, just singing the praises.
I'm never thanking you.
Evangelizing the minivan.
Uh-huh.
The Kia Carnival blends SUV style with van functionality.
Does it?
There's that.
Does it, though?
Is that a minivan?
It is considered a minivan that blends SUV style with van functionality.
Garris knows that I don't like him right now, right? He's aware of
Well, I am looking at the Kia Carnival. That's a boat. That's a Carnival cruise line. That's why they named it that. That's the biggest car I've ever seen.
Kia Carnival?
Yeah.
Let me Google this.
Huge. They're massive.
It doesn't look like a... I'm looking at an SUV Kia Carnival. That's not a van.
I wonder if that compromise is there for you. Right? If you offer this, or look at this. Look at this enormous, stupid car. It's so big.
Compromise is a word in my vocabulary.
Yeah.
It is a word in my vocabulary.
But what about... Oh.
Let's go to Rich.
Guaranteed he's a minivan guy.
Who's in Rockville. Rich, what's up?
SUVs, man. Hold your ground. Do the thing we all need you to do.
I'm just telling you, I am losing so far.
Do you know how many people... Rich, you're 100% right. There are so many of us that are fighting this fight, and we can't come up with good reasons other than come on. Right? I mean, it is practical.
I married well, and my wife was adamant that we drive SUVs, and we still drive SUVs. So
see, my wife was always Rich SUV wife. The idea that she would want a minivan is an outrage. But she does. I don't know when she just woke up a few weeks ago, and now all she thinks about is minivans. She's just... Like, I wake up in the morning, there's a minivan painted on our wall, like, while I walk.
It's a mural, yeah.
It's just so many minivans. Alex is in Vienna. What's up, Alex?
Guys, I was right with you for a while and being anti-minivan, but when I had 2 kids and a dog and you go to the beach and you can just throw everything in there, and you have the TV with the DVD player with the screen that drops down and all the cup holders. And, I mean, really, the minivan, the Honda Odyssey, which is what I had, is an Accord engine and chassis, just with a longer body.
Right.
It runs great. It gets great gas mileage, much better than my SUV. I hated it. I hated being a minivan driver. And the worst part was, then I got divorced, not because of the minivan.
I was going to ask.
But partially,
I was just respectfully
Alex,
ask. Yeah.
Partially, that was the beginning of the end.
I had to go on Uber dates with the minivan, and that's when I had to get rid of it.
Oh no! So you got the minivan in the divorce?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have liked to have just said, "Tell you what,
you can have that one, hon.
I'll take the dog. You get the van."
As we're going through mediation, no, she can have it.
I get way more of that feedback, by the way. The guy who's like, "I was with you, didn't want a minivan, best thing that ever happened to me," and I'm like, it's not going to be me. But right now, if you'd asked me yesterday morning...
Do you have a minivan by June 1st?
Right now, I say yes.
Oh, my God.
Right now, I say we have a minivan by 2 weeks from now.
Are you going to drive it to work?
I will never drive it by myself, ever. Ever, 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 ever. If there are kids in car seats that need to be driven...
Right, I get it.
And I can't hire someone to do that,
yeah.
I will reluctantly do it. But you will never see my fat ass in that minivan by myself, not once.
You imagine riding shotgun as your wife drives it and you're up there. Let's go. Ready to get there.
The chances are, I would
super
say,
practical.
54% that we end up with a minivan.
Oh, my God.
First time the polls have now changed, and I'm not favored to win the election anymore.
Oh, dear.
Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Texans signed linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. Hockey, the playoffs continuing on tonight. Canadians and Lightning, Game 5 of that series tied at 2 games apiece. That'll get underway at 7 o'clock. Game 6 for the Penguins and the Flyers at 7:30. Philly looking to close it out. They lead the series 3-2. Then the Mammoth will take on the Golden Knights tonight at 10 o'clock. Game 5 of that series. Series is tied at 2 games apiece. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets yesterday, 8-0. Game 2 of the 3-game set at Citi Field tonight, 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nationals. He is 0-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He'll take on the lefty David Peterson, who is 0-3 with a 5.06 ERA, but always pitches well against the Nationals. 7:10 first pitch, Nats and Mets right here on the Fan. This month, score 10% off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
I got a DM I got to read because it's hilarious from a guy named Big Bad John on Instagram. You always want Big Bad John sliding into your DMs.
That's what you want right there.
Grant H. Paulson, if you want to hit me up on IG. He says, if you buy the minivan post June 1st, you can spread the lost manhood over 2 years. That's a really good bit. As far as bits go, that one's strong.
That's a good bit. With a post June 1st designation.
I tip my cap there.
That is
we'll cover the NBA and the
good bit.
In this Beltway Blitz, but we got to start you off on the diamond. Kyle Glazer of Foul Territory Television, buddy and friend of the program. Kyle, let's start with the Nats before we go national MLB here. I'm impressed with this operation, this front office trying to win on the margins, this coaching staff that's kind of scratching and clawing with every matchup, hovering around 500, under-talented. What have you made of them so far?
Yeah, there's no question. They've done a good job finding some guys who maybe needed a second chance, were top prospects in other orgs and didn't pan out. I mean, you look at a guy like Nasim Nunez, of course, coming over from the Marlins. He's done some pretty incredible things defensively. They're giving guys like Curtis Meade shots as well. I do think there are some talented young players to work with. Obviously, we know about James Wood and C.J. Abrams, and it's not a stretch to say maybe, one or two of these other guys that they found from another organization kind of clicks for them.
What would be successful this year for them?
I don't think it's really about record. I think it's a situation where it's going to be a lot more about, do they take steps forward in terms of their young players, right? We've talked about, obviously, you have Abrams and Wood. We'll see if Abrams gets traded. But does Brady House take a step forward? Does Dalen Lyle have another really good year? Does Jacob Young, all these guys, it's really just about young guys taking steps forward. The pitching side, it hasn't been pretty outside of Foster Griffin, but if Cade Cavalli has a good year, I think there are some areas here where you can say, yeah, if these young guys take a step forward, even if they lose 100 games, it's okay.
Are you surprised that Alex Cora got fired last week?
I am, just because he has had such a strong presence in the Red Sox organization. Keep in mind, he survived 3 different GMs, Dave Dombrowski, Chaim Bloom, and he was in with Craig Breslow as well. I think the fact the Red Sox were underperforming is not a surprise because this is not a great roster, but that's not on him. I think just given how much of a force he's been in that organization, how much the issues are not because of him, I was surprised that he was fired and all the coaches were fired, but this is Craig Breslow trying to get out ahead of things and save his own skin.
So we also have a firing in Philadelphia. Anybody next? First, your reflection on Rob Thompson getting let go, and is there any other team in the division a couple of miles north that might have somebody in the offering soon?
Yeah, there's no question. I think Carlos Mendoza with the Mets, you certainly have to keep an eye on that one. The other one I think you have to keep an eye on is the Houston Astros and Joe Espada. The Astros are 11-19, and again, it is not his fault. They have been absolutely hammered by pitching injuries. But Jim Crane is not known to be a patient man. I think if you're looking at 2 other managers who could be gone in the next month or so, I would certainly look at the Mets and the Astros.
Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher is as good right now as we've ever seen him, and they've started to have him not hit on days when he's pitched a few times through the rotation. It seems to be working. What do you make of his season so far, and do you think they should continue that trend?
Shohei Ohtani came out and said his goal is to win a Cy Young Award this year, and I don't think we should ever put anything past Shohei Ohtani. I think what was interesting to me is that he started on 5 days rest in his most recent outing. Historically, he has started on 6 days rest. It's really going to come down to how many innings does he pitch. As amazing as he's been when he's been healthy on the mound, he's never thrown more than 140 innings in a season, and to win a Cy Young Award, he's going to need to exceed that. He threw 166 one year, but he's for the most part, been under that throughout his career. So I think ultimately it's going to be about, can he get to that 170, 180 innings threshold? If he can, he's going to be right in the mix.
I'm putting you on the spot a little bit here, Kyle, but I'm curious about trade value for C.J. Abrams. If the Nats were to move him at the deadline with 3 postseasons left, I believe 2 years after this one under contract, what would that look like as a return, assuming he's playing about how he has over the last couple of years, which is a poor defensive shortstop, probably should play second, but plays short and is one of the better middle infield offensive players in the league?
Yeah, they could certainly get a nice package for him. Again, like you said, anytime you're talking about an up-the-middle defender, who can hit like he has, and he's performing well this year, I definitely think there's a scenario where they would come away with, 1 or 2 highly touted young prospects and maybe 1 or 2 other interesting pieces. Again, it's going to come down to health. It's going to come down to how well he's performing around the deadline. But there's no question, if the Nationals decided to make a move, I would expect an interesting 3 to 4 player package.
Kyle, thank you, buddy. Really appreciate the time.
Yeah, my pleasure. Anytime, guys.
You got it, dude. Hit that NBA sounder, please, Darius. We'll do a little Wizards with our pal Chase Hughes, but more NBA at large here from Monumental Sports joins us. Chase, real quick, I'm going to localize and then we'll do some of the big rule stuff. What does Anthony Davis mean? Like, he says stuff, and it's like, I like this Wizards organization, I like the ownership, I like the front office, but they're not ready to win, and I'd like to win. What's he saying?
Yeah, clearly he's leaving the door open for something, keeping his options open, being relatively vague, but also quite consistent. If you compare what he said in this most recent interview with NBC, it's very similar to what he said in his exit interview with Wizards Media. It's very similar to what he said to David Aldridge in The Athletic and Draymond Green on his podcast. Basically, he wants to hear more from the Wizards front office. It does sound like they have a lot working in their favor. He likes the organization, his experience so far, and the players they have. It also sounds like he's got at least a little bit of patience. Like, okay, it doesn't have to happen now, but I need to, hear how we get there. Maybe not this coming season, but the season after. But clearly, the Wizards front office will have to make that case to him.
How different is his trade value now compared to at the deadline this coming year? Because assuming you think like I do, I believe they're going to have to trade him eventually. What's the difference in dealing it over the offseason versus after he plays a little bit?
Well, it's a lot more time for things to develop. I think that's interesting. One thing that I find fascinating, we're going to talk about these new potential rules with tanking. It's going to overhaul the priorities of many teams this offseason. There's going to be incentive for a lot more teams to want to put together more competitive rosters. I could see there being situations, maybe it's not this case, but like just in general, like if you have a star player or a good player who is available in a trade, more teams being interested and perhaps you getting more for them because there's more teams that have incentive to go for it. So yeah, the health is a factor with him, of course. But in terms of what the market is, it's really hard to predict. I would also say NBA trades are extremely hard to predict. I mean, look at what like Desmond Bane fetched for the Memphis Grizzlies compared to what Luka Doncic got for the Dallas Mavericks. It's very hard to predict.
So, Chase, you mentioned the new anti-tanking rules. The 3-2-1 lottery, first, I just want your thoughts in general, but I think you and I might disagree. As soon as I hear flattened odds, I don't see less tanking, I see more. If I'm the 10 seed, for example, in the Eastern Conference, I'll go, I could be cannon fodder if I even get in, or I could sit a couple of guys and have the same chance as the fifth worst team in the league to get my Cooper Flag, to get my Wembanyama. That to me just sounds like more tanking, but not the kind the NBA teams is concerned about. So give me your 3-2-1 summary and thoughts, and then what flattened odds means to you.
Well, first of all, it's a very aggressive change if it goes through, and it matches what Adam Silver has said on the record over the past year. He's very serious about making things different, incentivizing teams differently. He said recently in a press conference that an economist told him that your incentive system's completely out of whack. Like, of course teams are tanking. You've made it so that they're rewarded if they're as bad as possible. So it's a very aggressive approach. But I don't see how there's going to be more tanking. I think there's going to be less tanking. I think it's an interesting philosophical question. Is it possible to eliminate tanking altogether? I think what they're trying to do is reduce it significantly. And I think what a lot of people who are pushing back on this miss is just the pure math. Like, they want more competitive basketball games. If you have 4 teams who are tanking in a given season, that's over 300 games where the stakes are next to nothing or nothing, right? And then it takes 3 years to do it. That's close to 1,000 games over the course of 3 years that are non-competitive. The more competitive the games are, the more entertaining they are, the better the basketball is. And I think that's what the league is trying to favor here. They're just trying to create more close, more competitive, more games where teams are coaching to win, trying to win, and they feel like it will raise the floor of the league and a rising tide will lift all boats.
Which I respect and is in some ways necessary because the quality of your average regular season game is probably not where it needs to be. But there's a side effect to this that I worry about. You talk about the hypothetical of being terrible for 1,000 games, 3 years, whatever that looks like. And I get that. But the Wizards have been irrelevant mostly since 1978. I've loved them since I was a little kid. The first time they've ever really had a legitimate chance that I've actually, as a grown adult, thought this could actually end somewhere meaningful is now because they've done this. It's the only path for a team like the Wizards. And I don't even think they've got it as bad as some of the other smaller mid-market teams that aren't the most powerful city in the world that are actually a destination. There are teams that cannot compete without doing it this way. Anthony Davis talks about on the outside looking in what he thought of the Wizards, how people around the league think of the Wizards. If they couldn't have done what they've done and cleared the deck to set this up, essentially, you can't turn a corner. That's the side effect to me, is that the haves and the have-nots, the gap grows.
Well, first of all, I disagree that it's the only way. I think the more I've covered the league, the more I've realized that it's not the plan, it's the execution of the plan. And obviously there were a lot of people who were clamoring for the Wizards to do this because they were sort of stuck in the middle of the league. You can go back and look at the drafts and who was available. They could have built a contender picking 9th and 10th. There were superstars on the board almost every year, right? But one of the reasons why they underwent this rebuild is because it can be difficult to be sort of stuck in the middle of the league. These rules could eliminate that. You don't have to go through as aggressive of a rebuild as they had. So the Wizards, honestly, I think they could benefit more than any other team from these rules in the short term and the long term. In the short term, obviously, if their rebuild's over, they level up to the middle of the league. That's exactly where you want to be. It could also affect their pick swaps with like the Phoenix Suns and the Milwaukee Bucks. Now you don't need those teams to bottom out entirely. You just need them to fall out of the playoffs. The Suns are the 8th seed. They're not far from doing that. And then long term, let's say 15 years from now, the Wizards, whatever this era ends up becoming, say it's really successful, but they have to do it again. They have to rebuild again. Well, now you don't have to lose 64-plus games 3 years in a row. You could be right where they were before they started this rebuild and be exactly where you want to be, close on the cusp, and all of a sudden you get lucky in the lottery and you get that player that makes the difference, and it becomes much more viable to go from the middle to the top. So I think the league is really smart for creating that pathway because I think that's an overlooked part of this. That's a big reason why teams rebuild is because you get to the middle and it's really hard to go to the top, but now there might be an avenue to get there.
Chase, love the conversation. You and I should do a podcast on why drafts were invented, which was to help bad teams get good. Love you, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Ryan Fowler, NBC Sports Philadelphia, joins us to go around the National Football League. Is A.J. Brown going to be an Eagle for like another hour, or is it a matter of minutes?
Yeah, it seems like a matter of minutes, guys. He's going to be traded probably likely as of now, New England Patriots, but there's no shot he enters 2026 as a Philadelphia Eagle.
How do you see the pecking order in the NFC East if A.J. Brown's not an Eagle?
Yeah, I think right now it's a competitive division overall. I don't think this is a situation where you can look at it, guys, and say, hey, it's the Eagles' division to lose. I think there is a group of teams right behind them where I look at specifically the Commanders, where you get a healthy Jaden Daniels, you get a lot of new, aggressive, youth-infused pieces on defense, specifically in that front seven. that you really liked. And then I think the Giants guys have an underrated roster. I mean, you add Arvell Reese to that group. You add guys like Colton Hood, Malachi Fields in the draft, and they're going to get some guys back healthy on the offensive side of the ball, of course. So I think this NFC East is going to be one of the best divisions in football this year. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
What did you make of the Eagles draft? Really just the NFC drafts in general.
Yeah, very impressed, really, guys, with all four teams. I think when you look at the Eagles, obviously grabbing a guy really like Eli Stowers, specifically early on day two, really expands their offense, what Sean Mannion wants to do, how important 12 personnel for them was with Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft, and Green Bay will allow them to do everything they want to do from an aerial perspective and winning matchups with him and Dallas Goedert at the tight end position. So really like that pick for them on day two. I think for Dallas, I mean, grabbing Caleb Downs, he was really that 1B type of player for me in this class, behind Jeremiah Love. So grabbing him beyond the top 10 for Dallas, he's going to be a pain to deal with for the entire, really, NFL for the next 10-plus years. And then I just mentioned a couple picks for the Giants. I think overall the NFC East as a whole, fellas, had a really nice draft.
Yeah, it's hard to look at any of the teams and say it was a disappointment for sure. Ryan Fowler is with us on Grant and Danny and our Beltway Blitz. Here in Washington, we're wondering about the receiver position and why they went Antonio Williams in the slot over somebody maybe a little bigger, a little faster. They seem to think he's one of the best route runners in America coming out. What'd you think?
Yeah, I agree. Separation always translates, fellas. And I think if you can win the inside, you can win outside, be that perfect complement to Terry McLaurin. I mean, he's a guy at 5'11" that plays like he's 6'2", 6'3". I mean, that Clemson offense at times last year. I mean, Cade Klubnik had a lot of expectations, but just wasn't a great offense overall. There's a guy I've talked to teams heading into the fall last year that had some late day one grades, and the Commanders grabbed him obviously in the 70s. So I think he's a heck of a football player right now. What he's going to be in the future, is that a potential wide receiver one that they just found in the third round? I potentially think so. I think he's a heck of a football player that really fits whatever you want to do at every level of your offense. And Jaden Daniels staying healthy really expands everything for you through the aerial attack.
Ryan, I want to run through a couple teams. I want you to envision you're down to your last $100. You're trying to rebuild the Fowler fortune here. Would you bet on the Ravens being a playoff team next year, yes or no?
To the Ravens, Danny?
Yeah.
I think as of right now, yes. I think so. I think as long as Lamar Jackson can stay healthy, obviously changes up top are going to affect some things. I love the addition of Venga Yawane in the first round, that ability in the ground game to lean on Derrick Henry. I still like the pieces they have on defense. So I will say right now, I know it's a crowded AFC North, fellas, but I think the Ravens right now are a playoff team. I absolutely agree.
Would you bet on the Chiefs getting back to the postseason after a really down year?
I would say yes. I think the way that they drafted, first off, and I think obviously I don't want to make it just an easy answer saying, hey, you have number 15, you have a shot. That's the same way I talk about a lot of other elite quarterbacks, including the guy in D.C. and Jaden Daniels. So they're going to have a shot when he's there and he's healthy, but the correlating pieces around him, I think they've added enough specifically on defense to where they don't have to go out and score 30-plus points every single football game.
And my last one, the 9-8 Minnesota Vikings. Do they make the postseason this coming year, yay or nay?
I don't think they do. I think this is a situation now where it's the start of a rebuild up there in Minnesota. I don't think Justin Jefferson is there for long. I know he's right now a core foundational piece, but I don't think they have enough specifically starting under center. They've whiffed on J.J. McCarthy, in my opinion. I don't think Kyler Murray obviously is a long-term answer, so I would say no for Minnesota.
Ryan, thank you. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thanks as always.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, be good. There's Ryan Fowler. We should ask Nate Tice about that. He follows the Vikings pretty closely. He's joining us at 5 o'clock to break down all things NFL. Next, though, speaking of that Vikings division, the Lions made a decision yesterday that has some of the people who did not love the Sonny Styles pick saying they told you so. We'll explain why next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Texans signed their linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. Basketball playoffs continuing on tonight. Magic and Pistons, Game 5 of that series at 7 o'clock. Orlando up 3-1 in the series, looking to become just the 7th, 8th seed to upset the 1 seed in NBA history. Raptors and Cavs, Game 5 at 7:30. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Rockets and Lakers tonight, Game 5 at 10 o'clock. LA leads the series 3-1. Baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets last night. They look to get back in the win column tonight. Cade Cavalli going to the hill for the Nationals. David Peterson goes for the Mets. 7:10 first pitch at Citi Field. Can hear the game right here on the Fan pregame beginning at 6:40. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30, 2 hours from right now on the Fan. That's baseball tonight from Citi Field against the Mets. The Toronto Blue Jays have a first-year big leaguer named Kaz Okamoto, who came over from Japan to play in Toronto this year. And he's been fine. He's got 5 home runs in the early going this season, ops plus of 89, a little below league average, but he's shown some power. But I bring him up, Danny, because he is instituted a tradition that his team had in Japan in the Blue Jays dugout that is my favorite thing going in sports right now, which is he grabs 4 or 5 people in the dugout, generally players, sometimes coaches, doesn't really matter who, and they all get together in a circle right before they run out onto the field. And before every game, they stand in the circle and they share what they're grateful for. And then they bow their heads and nod toward one another. And then they go out onto the field to play baseball. I just think it's a 10.
That's pretty great.
It's a great bit.
I love that.
So the other night I'm watching a Blue Jays game, and they're in the dugout showing this bow, and I'm like, what is going on? And then I saw there was a story done on it where each night it's a different group of people because you can't have the whole team in a big circle in the dugout, although that would be fun too. But some nights it's Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and some nights it's random guys down in their hoodies at the end of the dugout. And it's this tradition that he did with teammates in Japan. He's brought it to the States.
That's pretty neat.
I think it's a really, really cool deal.
I love that. So not the same, but I remember a Little League team forever ago when I was in Little League, before every inning, they lined up in positional order and ran out of the dugout single file. And at first I'm like, what a waste of time. Why are we doing this? Because, everyone else, it's you get a different position. Somebody's got a bat or whatever. You're just running in and out. And it's,
meaning when they went out to play defense.
Yeah, when they went to play defense.
First, then second.
So they would line up in, the pitcher first, catcher second. And that's how they, 1 through 9, that's how they line up every time. And at first I was like, that's the most annoying thing in the world. What a spectacle they're doing. But there's something about it by the 4th inning. I was like, this is actually really cool.
Yeah.
Good for them. It's kind of neat. It reminds me of that, where it's at the end of the day, you're playing a game, and what a good way to relax.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. So I got to say, my name is Grant Paulson, and I am a Sonny Styles guy. Okay, I endorse any message that revolves around selecting and or the pick of Sonny Styles. I'm glad they did it. But there is a group of people out there that would tell you don't draft an inside linebacker in the top 10. And they might be the same people, but all the folks we heard from when we were talking about Jeremiah Love for months. You don't draft a running back at number 7. I present to you the decision that the Detroit Lions made last night. Did you see this? Jack Campbell is their 25-year-old star linebacker. He is their green dot Mike that they drafted earlier than people anticipated they would. I loved the pick, by the way, because I'm team get the good football player, worry about the rest later. But at 18th overall in 23, 3 years ago, they drafted Jack Campbell, who was a heck of a college linebacker at Iowa. And he was better than the 18th best player in his draft class. A lot of teams just passed on him as the best Mike at the time because you can't draft a Mike linebacker in the first half of the first round. And the Lions said, we're going to be fine. It was the year they went and got Jahmyr Gibbs. They just bucked a bunch of treads. They did whatever they wanted. And they've won a lot of football games because they're more talented than a lot of teams. And their general manager, Brad Holmes, has kind of been walking the Vince McMahon walk down to the ring every time he goes to the field since, right? You know what Jack Campbell did this past season in Detroit? He made 176 tackles, and he had 5 sacks. He made the Pro Bowl, and Danny, he was a first-team All-Pro.
Yeah.
First-team All-Pro. What does that mean? It means that if you are putting together a 11-player defense, and you're using, nowadays it'd be 2 linebackers, but traditionally 3 linebackers, he'd be one of them. That he was effectively the best Mike linebacker in the NFL this season. And tasked with the decision of picking up his 5th-year option or not, the Detroit Lions chose not to pick up his 5th-year option yesterday.
Wild.
Now, is it possible that they're close to an extension and they didn't feel like it was necessary? I suppose. But this is a guy they drafted in round 1 who has been outstanding. 130 tackles 2 seasons ago as a sophomore. 175 tackles and a career-high 5 sacks last year, and a first-team All-Pro. And they're looking at the price tag, 5th-year option, which is corollary to where you're drafted, basically how high you'd rank among your position. He'd be one of the highest-paid inside linebackers in all of football at that point. And it seems like they might be making the decision that they'll find a Mike linebacker elsewhere, even though they might have the best in the league that they drafted in round 1. So what does this have to do with Sonny Styles? This is the other side of that conversation.
Yep.
Which is Sonny Styles a great player? No doubt. Is he an unbelievable athlete? Absolutely. Do I think that because he can be more versatile and multiple and do more things than a Jack Campbell, you could play him off the edge, you could play him at some safety, you could have him be in the nickel like a big slot player or something because of his athleticism and speed? Maybe he ends up being worth whatever extra dollars you're going to throw at him? Sure. But the people that scream that you shouldn't draft linebackers as early as Washington did, this is a win for them. Because this guy did the thing you pray when you go to bed tonight that Sonny Styles does.
Yeah.
Become a great player on this defense. Maybe, just maybe, one day be an all-pro linebacker. Jack Campbell did it. And the Lions, going into the final year of his rookie deal, have opted not to pick up his 5th-year option.
Which, again, not to dwell too long into that decision because we're talking about from a Washington angle, but do you care about positional value now? If you're Detroit, and now is that why you're not doing it? Because if he was hurt all the time and wasn't any good, I'd go, okay, fine, yeah, I see it, but it's you're now concerned about the relative importance of the position.
Well, I actually think that makes fine sense. I mean, this is the argument you and I always have about running
backs. Sure,
I don't mind drafting a running back early. I wouldn't want to pay them the second contract, and everyone says, well, then don't draft them, and I think that's silly because I've got 4 years of a damn good football player on the cheap. That's not nothing, by the way. That's an entirety of a GM tenure. That's right. An entirety of a head coach tenure. So if I get 4 years and 2 All-Pro nods and 3 Pro Bowls out of Jack Campbell, and then I let him walk, would it be great to have him around for 10 to 12 years? Sure. But the Lions declined his 5th-year option. It would have been valued, Danny. Do you know what he would have been paid?
The 5th year? No.
Just take a guess. Mike linebacker, 5th-year option.
$16 million?
$21.9 million. Check, please.
Yeah.
They're not paying a Mike linebacker $22 million. And herein lies the issue. I was thinking about Sonny Styles a lot last night when I saw this. Look up the cap number by position in the league. The league does a bad job at actually defining positions. Do you realize that still the franchise tag number for linebackers is basically the edge number?
Yeah, because you're off the ball, but
right.
You're not all the way back, so you're a linebacker, right?
So here's what the
Commanders
need.
TJ Watt's going to raise the deal,
Commanders need basically a redefining of positions, and it should be done this way anyway.
I actually agree with that.
Are you a 5-tech defensive end, which is like, your 34 DN, like a John Allen type player, Deron Payne in that role, more of a 43 defensive tackle? Because that's a different thing than an actual defensive end who's a pass rusher, like a Von Miller, which is a different thing than a linebacker. The linebacker should be viewed as the second-level run and hit. Right. That's Monty Coleman.
Yeah, edge should be different than linebacker.
Exactly. Yeah. But linebacker, what's the cap number right now for linebacker? $28.8 million.
Wow.
Because guys like Von Miller and TJ Watt or whatever, these edges, are listed as if they're outside linebackers. So if you franchise tag Sonny Styles because you can't get a deal done with him, you're franchise tagging him at $28 million because it's actually 26.8. But $26.8 million, that's ridiculous. That's absurd. That's not what linebackers cost. Mike, linebackers is one of the cheapest positions in free agency when you actually sign a really good one. What did Terrell Edmonds get? We were looking at him the other day. He's like at the top of the market, $12 million, I think it was. And he's a Sonny Styles type player. So like that's what he just got on the open market in free agency. And yet the franchise tag number is 26.
Yeah.
The 5th-year option number is 21. The math is not mathing here.
So, yeah, I wonder if down the line that'll be something that happens. I mean, the NFLPA is probably under no incentive to change that, you wouldn't think, right? Like, so it'll take two to tango, and there is an impending renegotiation, I think, coming up within the next couple of years. So maybe that's something that gets put up there by smart teams would want to suggest a change in that regard. Because, to your point, if let's say I'm Sonny Styles in a few seasons, I'll go, here's the amount that I would sign for, and it's reflective of what Cousins did with the franchise tag, where you go, if you're offering me less than that, you'd like to keep me, just franchise me. I'll at that point, it'll be $34 million a year for a Mike linebacker.
The franchise tag number comes from, it's an actual math equation. It's the average amount of the top 5 players at the position adjusted for cap, basically. So that's right now at Mike linebacker, that's Fred Warner, Roquan Smith, Zach Bond, Devin Lloyd, and Nick Bolton. Warner and Roquan Smith are actually the first green dots to ever make $20 million a year. Then you've got Bond with the Eagles who makes 17. Lloyd is 15 per, and so is Nick Bolton. So the average, just doing some quick math, would probably be the actual cap number should be 17 or 18 mil, which is still $8 or $9 million below where it is. But do you view this like I do as I'm still pumped. I love Sonny Styles, but this is the other side of it, right? This is a win for the people who say, be careful with the linebacker in the top 10.
Yeah, this is one of my central arguments for positional value in a draft. Now, again, this year was different, where the 3 best players probably were non-positional value guys in Downs, Love, and Styles. So I'm not sure what you're supposed to do there. But in general, I would default towards a different position. When you're up at the top of the draft in the top 10, if it's not a quarterback, pass rusher, tackle, maybe a wide receiver or corner, then you should probably trade out of there. But maybe you can't. You know what I mean? It's just you're sort of at the mercy of the board in that given season. This was much like the Wizards getting the number 1 overall pick when it was Kwame Brown. This was a bad year to be a top 10 pick or have a top 10 pick in Washington's case. So it is though, and that's one of my points about running back and any of these positions is you should be drafting a guy that's going to be here for 10 years and hopefully in your ring of honor. That's I guess the argument against where you go, that's the market value for a middle linebacker is way less than what we'd have to pay.
Let me ask this to our listeners, and we'll open up the phones on this. Do you guys view this as in any way a reflection on the draft pick, or does it make you nervous or worry you at all? Do you think there's a correlation? When you hear that the Lions drafted a linebacker in the first round, he's become an all-pro. Last year, he was probably the best player in the NFL at his position, and they still chose not to pick up the 5th-year option because of essentially how much more he would make than his peers at his position typically do. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Sonny Styles was the pick at number 7. Commanders got one of the great athletes in draft history, and they'll implement him defensively right away. They're going to ask him to do a lot. But the Lions took a first-round linebacker 3 years ago in Jack Campbell. He has turned into an all-pro. 5 sacks, 176 tackles, played in every game last year, made the Pro Bowl, and was a first-team all-pro. And they decided not to pick up his 5th-year option. It's got us debating how much that is relevant to the Sonny Styles conversation.
Yeah, it is relevant. These are data points. It's information. Now, you can choose to ignore it or not care about it as much or not put a lot of weight on it. I think that's fine. Different franchises, different positions. Detroit's got, a little bit of a tighter cap than Washington does, although they're not in a bad spot necessarily. But as some of these extensions will start to come up, some of these players that have had this competitive window open for a while, yeah, you might have to skimp around the edges a little bit. So if it means that he's not going to play there anymore after this year, then that's a big feather in the cap, I think, for the positional value, no matter what kind of folks. But if he's signed back there at a more reasonable rate, I guess, that's a workaround as well. But the data point is that the most salient, as you kind of take away, is if it's not worth re-signing him, is it worth drafting him? I think that's a fair question.
So that is maybe what we could drill down on and do in more detail moving forward. We're getting ready for Nate Tice at the top of the hour, but it is a good conversation worth having at some point, because it sounds like you don't think so. I don't have nearly as much of an issue with it, because if it was a year or two, sure, it's an entirety of a contract, and at a lot of positions, it's 5 full seasons. At this particular position, if you want to say it's 4 because you're not picking up the 5th-year option, that's fine. But 4 years of Sonny Styles, let's just say the first year by the end of the season, he's balling out, takes him a little while to take the training wheels off. If you get 3.5 excellent seasons and 4 years of that youthful exuberance, the speed, the athleticism, and then you let a player leave, I still think that is absolutely worthwhile. Now, you have to juxtapose it with somebody like a Caleb Downs, I guess, wouldn't be a great example, because he's another guy at a position where maybe you don't pick up the 5th-year option, but maybe a receiver like a Jordan Tyson. If Tyson turns out to be a good player, not at the level, let's say, of Styles in this hypothetical where he's a fringe all-pro, but Jordan Tyson's a 70-catch, 1,100-yard receiver several times, that closes the gap, because that becomes a $40 million player on the open market. You're probably signing him to a second contract, and now you have a 10-year solution instead of a 4-year solution, or maybe more realistically, like a 7-year solution instead of a 4-year solution.
So I'm not as hard and fast on the linebacker spot. That position ages better than running back does. I mean, to me, running back, the Derrick Henrys, the Adrian Petersons of the world are the exception rather than the rule. Some of the best running linebackers in the game are, the Fred Warners of the world. You can go to Levante David's long career, or Drake Greenlaw currently. These aren't 23-year-olds, guys that have been around him. I mean, look at Bobby Wagner, wildly effective until really a couple of years ago, into his 30s. So with running back, though, it's usually, by the time it's second contract time, buyer beware. There are exceptions, of course, but you have enough of those guys that have run into a wall, just, as a 200, 300 carry, 300 touch per year battering ram, the toll it takes, the explosiveness goes away, different scheme, different, et cetera. It just doesn't seem worth it to me. But yeah, in general, that positional value conversation, I think, is always a good one.
Speaking of the draft, I don't know if you saw Steve Bisciotti's post-draft presser, the general manager of the Baltimore Ravens, but he was asked about the pick of Adam Randall, who is the college running back from Clemson. Did you see this at all?
I saw a little bit of the call.
So it's pretty fun. So I find the whole thing fascinating, though. The GM of the Ravens, when asked about the pick, basically said, I got to be honest with you guys, this one wasn't the one we made. And they're like, what? He's like, Steve Bisciotti made that pick. But this was not a Dan Snyder took over the draft, we're really upset about it. He said it's the first time ever, but he came to me, I guess within the last few months, and said, I want one of the picks this year. I don't know why they gave him the 5th rounder and not the 7th rounder, because I would have just, what is my last pick? You get to sign a UDFA. How about that? We'll let you sign an undrafted free agent. But the owner of the team wanted to make a pick. And Bisciotti's like, dude, you're the owner. You're in charge of everything. Of course, if you want to make a pick, you can call your shot. And so he did. And he said he watched the tape and he studied a bunch of players at positions of need. And he became kind of smitten with one particular player who happens to be, and I think this is maybe how we landed on Adam Randall, from Clemson. And apparently the owner of the team, Bisciotti, is very good friends with Dabo Swinney. And Dabo originally had told him that Randall's one of his favorite players he's ever coached. So by way of like the who you know connections and the talent, The fact that he ran for 800 yards, right around 5 per carry at Clemson. He's a converted receiver. Bisciotti fell in love with this player, and he got to call his number. When that pick came up, they're like, all right, Steve, it's your turn. What are we doing? And you could see it in the draft room on the content they've put out. So I don't know how I feel in general about just giving an owner a pick. It's a little bit weird.
I can tell you, this is me. I hate it more than anything.
Right.
I think it's the worst precedent to set. I don't even want that guy in any meeting that has to do with personnel.
That's generally how I default.
Yeah.
But it's not like they did it in the first round. I probably would prefer it in the 7th. They have a lot of picks. They don't have a lot of open roster spots from what I'm gathering. Their entire draft class won't make the team, what have you. So he made this pick. This was the call he made to Adam Randall, the running back from Clemson.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, is this Adam?
Yeah, it is.
Adam, this is Steve Bisciotti. I'm the owner of the Ravens.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm good friends with your coach, Dabo. And
Yes, sir.
My GM, this is the first call I've ever done because my GM and I negotiated something this year for the first time, and that was that I was going to get a pick that I get to pick by myself. So I started working with Dabo a little while ago, and he told me that you are the highest character player he's ever had in his program.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that.
Well, that's how highly he thinks of you. And so I started watching you, and I found out your whole story about conceding being a wide receiver and doing what Dabo needed you to do most. And
yes, sir.
You've got a lot of growing to do and to become a good running back. But what with your character and your pass catching skills, I believe we just got you a year earlier than everybody else is going to find out how good you are. So
yes, sir.
We are about to put you in as the newest Baltimore Raven.
That's the owner, Steve Bisciotti. If that pick goes well, if he ends up being Alfred Morris, 1,600-yard rookie or something crazy because Derrick Henry goes down in camp and he ends up being a fixture. I mean, if you're Steve Bisciotti, the next time you tell your GM, Eric DaCosta, you want to do something and he says no, you're going, look, I'm batting 1,000.
Yeah.
I could do your job.
It's a Nick Young fadeaway 2 contested at the end of the shot clock, and now we get 2 more months of those.
I am going to be watching closely because it's going to feel a little bit more like we could all do this thing. Watch a couple highlights, reach out to a coach, have him say something nice. Why not?
Well, that offseason Hard Knocks, which will have been robbed of forever, it was going to be the best Hard Knocks there is, and I couldn't wait to watch more of it because of how demystified everything was for me because of the Giants conversations.
Right.
What'd that guy do last year? 4.6 a carry. What? There's no more there's no better metric?
I will never forget Brian Daboll's process for hiring the defensive coordinator, and he comes in and tells Joe Shane who he wants. And it was the goofball from
Tennessee?
The Titans,
Yeah.
Bowen. Shane Bowen, I guess. I don't know. And he goes, they were number 11 last year, yards per attempt. They were number 14 in overall defense. He's using yards per game. And I'm like, when I was 12, that's how I evaluated coordinators. When I was 12. I know how to do it better now. That's what you're telling your GM?
It was
this is why you like this guy?
unsophisticated.
Yes.
You could have transplanted that conversation to a barbershop anywhere in any neighborhood in America.
I guess you could also make the point that he's out of a job now, and maybe that's not how you're supposed to do it. We just saw how one particular group did it. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We love talking to Nate Tice. He joins us next.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Texans have signed their linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. In the NHL, Canadians and Lightning Game 5, 7 o'clock puck drop. Series tied at 2 games apiece. Penguins and Flyers, Game 6 at 7:30. Philly looking to close it out. They're up 3-2 in the series. Game 5 between the Mammoth and the Golden Knights. That series tied at 2 apiece. That'll get underway at 10 o'clock. Nationals fell to the Mets last night. They'll look to get back in the win column tonight. Game 2 of the 3-game set at Citi Field. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nationals. He is 0-1 with a 4.01 ERA. He'll take on the lefty David Peterson, who is 0-3 with a 5.06 ERA. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, and Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 in Nats baseball tonight. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Nate Tice, Yahoo Sports, one of our favorite football guests to chat with. Did a lot of terrific content leading up to the NFL draft. Wanted to get him on to discuss how things unfolded. Nate, you're on in D.C. Thanks for the time. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, you want to get me on before I unplug like Matrix when the when Neo finally came out of the Matrix. Unplug him out of the goo. That's how I feel right now. My head feels like a bowling ball. So
it's like cramming for the exam. Then you kind of forget everything you learned, and then you got to relearn it again before the start of the season.
That is it. Who did the Commanders draft again? No, it's stuff I still kind of sort of remember. But I've already moved on to 2027, which has been a whole different animal, but it's been pretty fun, though. But great to be here.
So I want to do a deep dive into some of the players they took with you and kind of bounce around the NFL nationally. But we were just talking about this on the show, so we'll start here. We love the Sonny Styles pick. He's an awesome player. We were pro taking him at 7. But is it relatable content that the Lions have opted not to pick up the 5th-year option of Jack Campbell after 170 tackles, 5 sacks, and a first-team All-Pro? And is that a win for people that say, like, linebacker at 7 shouldn't be the play?
Well, yes, that actually is very relevant, that happening, and that's why the issue is, and hopefully they can petition to the NFL by the time Styles comes up to have a little difference between off-ball linebackers and edge players to maybe make that a little bit more palatable. But I do think that also doesn't mean you can't extend them before that 5th year kind of comes up. So that doesn't mean you can preclude you from that. But I really do like this pick. I think also just with the signing of Leo Chanel, along with Frankie Louvu still being on the roster, there's a lot of guys that are better going forward. And now you have a player that's good going forward and backwards. Dan Quinn, when he came into Atlanta, I was working there, and he was kind of talking about his ideal players at each position. Of course, he had young Bobby Wagner with the Seahawks, and one of the plays they had was Bobby Wagner running step for step with the receiver 20, 25 yards down the field, and I've seen Styles do that very same thing. So it's kind of fun to maybe get the idealized version of what he wants that defense. But Styles is an awesome player. I thought this pick was great. I had no issues in this draft class. You don't worry about that in 5 years because you're trying to build a team for 1, 2, and 3 years as well. And he's going to help you win a lot of football games and solidify the defense that needed some solidifying. So I like the pick, and I think that's not to sound too much like like kick it forward and just charge the credit card kind of thing, but it's like a problem for another day. I think it should be a good problem if that means you do want to extend them.
So Nate, I've been kind of kicking this around a little bit before and even since the draft, and I want your take on it. So I think as this league, whatever trend, and then we kind of respond to it, and then we realize after a year or two, hey, we noticed this trend, so let me take you back. So Pat Mahomes is tearing up the league. Tyreek Hill's deep every other play. The league says, enough of this crap. We're just playing shell. Everybody's backing off. It's 2 deep, 3 deep, 4 deep, cover 5. Everybody's just, all of a sudden now running games are in vogue again. And now, piggybacking off that, 12 personnel for everybody, right? To me, this is where the puck is going. The do-it-all, fast-as-hell linebacker that doesn't have to come off the field is kind of back in style again, where he can cover, he can play the run, he can deal with some of these tight ends, guys out of the backfield. And I think this is kind of newly in vogue. And I'm not saying it's going to be the guys are getting paid what tackles are, but I do think this is kind of where the puck is moving. Your thoughts on that generally?
Yeah, absolutely. I think also what the in vogue defenses are, with seeing all that all those too high coverages, is that puts a lot of stress on the spine of the defense, meaning the safeties and the middle linebacker. I think really the best linebacker in the game is Fred Warner, and he's probably the best version of that, and that's why that 49ers defense falls off a cliff when he's not on the field. I mean, other reasons too, but same with the Texans that are sitting a lot of too high and then rotate down, is that they have Azeez Al-Shaair, who they just extended today. So there is a lot more stress put on that position. Like when a lot of teams were playing single high a lot, is that you have more players in the box to help them out. There's less stress on them. They have more bodies to help them out. When you are playing too high and offenses want to spread you out, then there's more space to cover from the guy in the middle. So I do absolutely think this is where the puck is going. And I think teams are sizing up. And a little bit of it is it a chicken or the egg thing where this was a pretty good crop of linebackers in this year's class. It was a low kind of overall draft class talent-wise. And also, like, even with the tight ends, I know the Rams are in vogue. Okay, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends. I am more of a fan of that offense anyways, just the versatility of having that. That's really all that is that the ability to pivot once you get into playoff time and really against tough defenses is, okay, I can't just sit in 11, sit in spread. I can get into 2 tight end looks or 3 tight end looks when I need to. So that's what that kind of all of these teams are kind of trying to get to, especially in playoff time. But I do think it was also, a lot of tight ends got drafted on day 2. Also, one of those reasons is because there was just a lot of available tight ends. So it's kind of what came first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing with what's kind of going on. So I kind of do think it's funny. I do think it is a trend, but I do think some of it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy of what is coming into the league, that the talent is kind of like, booming into that trend.
Going through the Commanders draft class and eventually the NFL with Nate Tice on Grant and Danny. Where were you on the Antonio Williams pick at 71? There were plenty of receivers that slid down the board, and they went with a slot guy, despite the fact that a lot of us thought they would go with somebody that would play more outside.
Yeah, I had that same kind of off thought too, where I thought they would maybe go someone outside, maybe someone that could really take the top off the defense, like a Bryce Lance or something who would have a few rounds later anyways. But there's a couple of Ted Hurst, maybe some bigger options out there, bigger outside options. Having said that, for a slot-only guy, or what you project to be a slot-only guy, I really do like Antonio Williams. This is exactly where I thought he should go in the draft, somewhere on the 3rd round. He's smooth. He's kind of a quarterback's best friend. And, with him and Chig Okonkwo that they signed from the Titans, those two kind of have some nice synergy with Jaden, because I did think that Jane Daniels, he targeted Zach Ertz a lot. And I think Okonkwo and Williams can work in that same area. Even though I do know that Jaden does like to work to the outside with stop routes and everything, I think this offense is going to have a lot more movement routes, I should say. Routes where guys are in motion, guys are running sail routes, which kind of corner routes, running over routes. And that's what Antonio Williams is best at when he's off ball, gets to work in motion. So I agree with you. I kind of was like, I thought you guys would go outside. Having said that, the fact that they went to a slot guy, I think this is a good option there. And, if Luka McCaffrey's healthy and kind of goes, he has some nice power slot ability. They can do some kind of fun inside-outside stuff and work off each other. So it's one I marinated on and kind of was like, okay, I like this, at least as far as I can maybe see this working in this offense.
Nate Tice with us here on G&D. So I'm on a binary ball or strike. I like Antonio Williams and think he was worthy of a selection there. My fear, though, is instead of taking someone else, I just want your take on this as well. Chris Brazzell, Ted Hurst, maybe one a few picks later as outside guys. They're going, we'll do this inside, and then it's Brandon Aayuk time whenever San Francisco gets around to finishing their vendetta as kind of the plan. And I don't love that. Just kind of give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, no, that's what it kind of seems like to me too, because there was some actually I thought valid outside options that went similar range. So it wasn't even just how my assessment was. It was maybe what the league thought as well. So maybe that is they're earmarking it a little bit. That's also like, the Patriots not taking a receiver where they're sat, even though they had some good options because they're probably trading for A.J. Brown coming up. But apparently John Lynch said that, no one could get a hold of Brandon Aayuk. And so we'll see what happens there. But I think Iayuk, if hopefully coming back healthy, he's such a dynamic player when he's rolling. and obviously has great chemistry with Jane Daniels back from Arizona State. And I think this type of offense that Blau wants to run is a much better fit than what Cliff Kingsbury would have had him do. I think Iayuk, the more movement, the more layers to the throw, layers to the route, the better Iayuk is in the weirdest way. He's entered the league raw, and he kind of turned into this dynamic, crafty route runner. It's kind of been a fun progression for him. That was when he was healthy, of course. So I do think that was a little bit of an earmark there because there were valid options there. I consider at least three. I just nominated two. There was Elijah Surratt was another one that was available there that I thought would have been a great fit with Daniels. So I do think that was a little bit of an earmark of what they're trying to do going forward.
Nate, so Antonio Williams was one of the two weapons they grabbed for Jaden Daniels. The other was in the 6th round with Katron Allen, the all-time leading rusher at Penn State. Never ran a 40 before the draft. Obviously, he's not fast, but is a guy who's been immensely productive. How do you like him in the Blau offense that he's going to build here?
I actually liked him more than most. I actually liked him better than his teammate Singleton. He'll never make a safety miss, but man, he can get on base. Like that is an on-base guy. Like he gets singles and doubles. He's going to get those 5-6 yard gains, and I love it. Like he's a tough runner. He's got pretty good vision and setting stuff up. I'm not surprised that he went kind of in this range. I would have taken him maybe late 4th, 5th. So fair, I think, in that way. Can catch the ball as well, but he just, not a home run here. He's not going to really take a lot of runs, 10 or even 15, 20 yards. But I do think he's nice if you have him complementing, maybe more speedy guys in the backfield. Bill and him are actually a pretty good fit together, I think. It's kind of funny in the pre-draft process. I said my running style comparison, they did not test the same or would have projected test the same. He actually runs kind of like Rachaad White. So, and the fact that Rachaad White's on the roster, I kind of was like, oh, of course you guys ended up on the same team. So Rachaad White's a little bit more dynamic. And also, check out Rachaad White for his screens. I think I had a stat into this year. No running back since Rachaad White entered the league, whatever draft year that was, 21-22, has generated more EPA and screens than Rachaad White. Like he's a unique player, but he's cool. He's great in protection. But this is a hammerhead. This is short yardage. This is a guy that you want to get those 4 or 5 yards, tough yards. And I like it. I think he's a nice pick, and I thought they got him in a fair round.
So I loved the Joshua Joseph selection, and they're in round 5 for them. A pass rusher, maybe a little bit undersized, but I don't care. Like, if you find me someone with a good enough skill set, and that is a valuable skill set, aka rushing the passer, or you may be taking the top off the defense with speed, that's kind of my time frame, that round. I'll just keep throwing darts at the board to see if I can make something stick. And there's no urgency because they got a couple of guys on short-term deals and one long-term deal that are going to be kind of ahead of them in the position. You can bring them along as quickly or slowly as you want.
And also just like having different flavors of linemen and edges to throw at quarterbacks and offensive lines, and you just get that. Like, you just got to look at pass rushers outside of the starters. You look at them like a bullpen. Like, all right, here's my right-handed heat thrower.
Yeah.
Here's my junk ball submariner. Here's my knuckleballer. Like, you look at each guy as kind of like that to throw at offenses on 3rd down and passing downs. And he can be that. So I totally agree that they did a nice job I really did think the Commanders did a nice job of kind of shopping in the middle class lanes, I will call it, of free agency and kind of booming their front 7. Like, I really like Leo Chanel. And I'm curious of how Quinn will use him or how this defense will end up using him. But he can contribute to the pass rush, and he's a hammerhead. But then Joseph's can be a different flavor. Kinlaw's, like an elephant end, as they call it. Menahu can kind of kick inside as well. So when you get guys like that, you can kind of create what they call NASCAR packages or just heat, just to throw at quarterbacks and O-lines. And if you can play teams and he has the speed and size to do that, then that's where you can contribute as well. So I agree. This is where I wasn't high on him as maybe as a 3rd rounder, but I was very comfortable with him in the 4th round. But again, what he is, the DPR, designated pass rusher, it's nice to have a few of those. Like, it's like nice to have a few good arms on the bullpen.
The moves they made are exciting, and then you couple that with Durante Jones coming over to run the Brian Flores scheme, and at least you can kind of salivate over the possibilities. We'll see what it looks like, but especially with all the guys they've got that can get downhill and do some of the stuff at linebacker, getting after the quarterback in space. The athleticism of Chenal, Styles, Frankie Louvu has been able to rush the quarterback. It's got a chance to be pretty fun. Couple of national things for you, Nate, real quick. I'm really interested in Fernando Mendoza's timeline because Tom Brady has said for years, like as a player, then just as an analyst, then as an owner, the biggest mistake teams make is they have rookie quarterbacks get on the field quickly. And so they went and they gave Kirk Cousins like $20 million. But it's a lot easier to say that when you didn't just take a guy 1-1. How long till you think we see Mendoza?
Well, whenever the schedule releases, which is the NFL event of May, I will know. So because I'll be looking for the bye week, and then that's my answer. The bye week.
So if the bye week is like week 4
8,
versus like week 11,
yeah, I know.
do you still think it waits till week 11?
Look for that Thursday night game and look for that mini bye.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to look for one of those. Because that's when I think the ideal time to do it is, because then he gets the extra week of prep, and that's kind of the traditional NFL way to do that. I think Kirk actually last year with the Falcons, not his first year with the Falcons, but last year with the Falcons was not bad, and now he actually has a much better mindset than he did in Atlanta, where they took a guy out of nowhere in Penix, and then he got into his Kirk Cousins self, got into his feels a little bit. Mm-hmm. I do think that he knows his role there, so he would be accepting of it. So it doesn't mean the whole season. It's just maybe they start with a rookie quarterback. But I think Cousins for at least the first month into, I put out Halloween, and then I think Mendoza is live after Halloween, we'll call it. But because I do think he's a good fit for that offense, and I actually think Mendoza's game, there's a lot of shotgun, there's a lot of RPOs. What he did on third down, red zone, that's going to translate to the NFL because he was handling protections, he was progressing through stuff. So I do think he's a pretty heady player. Even outside the interviews, the LinkedIn stuff, I do think that he has the mindset and he's going to work his butt off to kind of know the game. So that's usually the biggest transition is I got to handle protections now. Oh, I got to handle a different play on third down every single week. Not only just 7 of them. And then I got red zone on top of it. And then we got a new install on first and second down. He kind of has sort of done that, at least the most you can do it, I think, from a college level. So, that's why I think his game will translate. But I'm looking at the bye week, and again, you got to see how the whole thing's flowing. They need an outside receiver pretty bad. But I do actually kind of like his fit with Clint Kubiak as well. So the bye week is my answer, whatever that would be, as long as it's week 7 or later.
Nate, years ago, I had a buddy who literally drafted a running back in fantasy every single pick. Even if he didn't have a receiver yet or a quarterback yet, et cetera. Even if he had to lose a couple of weeks, his rationale was people are going to trade me because they're going to need running backs. I don't think he's the GM in Arizona right now, but I wonder if they've spoken at all. Do you think they take a running back high next year as well, or add 2 or 3 more?
It makes me more frustrated for Tyler Algier because I love Tyler Algier and think he's a great player, and then now it's happened to him twice. Where Bijan Robinson
and now Jeremiah.
Now Jeremiah, and he's a heck of a player, and I really do think he can kind of be the ace of a backfield. So I actually, more than anybody, that's who I thought of first. But once they finished their draft, I was a little bit more tolerant of taking him first because they got Chase Besantis in the second round, and they kind of, you got a starting quality guard, what I think is, anyways, that I thought could have gone in the first round. So that made me okay with it, relatively, because I'm still not happy with what they did. I still think in the position that they were or are as a team, they just need to keep boosting talent. They got no quarterback anyways. I know they drafted Carson Beck, but come on. But I do think that it's just more, it's that I think that they should have been boosting the lines, defensive line or offensive line. That's in the perfect world. But I think I ended up giving it a C+ when I did grades. Because it was just all right, at least you got the old lineman. And I actually liked the defensive lineman they got from Southeastern Louisiana in the 4th round as well. So those two actually made it a little bit more tolerable. But I'm still not very happy with them doing it. Even it's not ideal.
Nate, we'll let you out on this. Nate Tice is with us, Yahoo, on Grant and Danny as we close in now on what is the one quiet portion of this entire offseason. But give me a team that you think, with the dust mostly settled, free agency and the draft, that might be better than people think, or that you're way too early sleeper team, if you will.
Oh, man. I know this is way out of line. It's probably the Vikings. But that's just because I think the Kyler Murray signing, speaking of the Cardinals, the Kyler Murray signing is just kind of I think people are way too low on what Kyler Murray is. I'm not saying he's a elite quarterback. I'm not even saying a very good quarterback, but he's touched very good. And he has had moments as a top 10 play, even really recently, 2 years ago, in an offensive system that was more pro style under Drew Petzing. That I think his game's going to translate to Kevin O'Connell. They got pretty, cool offensive group, especially if they sign Juwan Jennings. who I think is going to be a great fit there. And I think, Brian Flores and that defense, he just got himself some fun little toys in this draft. So I think some people are a little lower on them than they should be. That team went 9-8 last year with a top 5 defense and some of the worst quarterback play you'll ever witness. And you guys saw Carson Wentz play. So I just do think that, on top of McCarthy and 9 and all that. So the Vikings are one I'm buying a little stock on. And I hate to say it because I know where I'm talking right now, but I kind of like where the Cowboys are at as well. But I'll just say Vikings are my answer right now.
Nate, awesome as always, buddy. Really appreciate the time.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. Good to hear from you.
Love talking to Nate Tice. So sharp. Check him out. Does a really good job. 301 Football and Yahoo. Great insight from him. Coming up at 6, about 40 minutes from now, Joe Shasky, who does morning radio in San Francisco out in the Bay Area on 95.7 The Game. I want to ask him how they're covering the Brandon Aayuk situation and what their take is on the Niners' pettiness, as they're basically just playing you can't even call it the wait-and-see game, just the wait and annoy him game.
Yeah, the wait and middle finger game.
Next, though, a societal trend that I can get behind. This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, Texans have signed linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair to a 3-year extension. Hockey playoffs continuing on tonight. Canadians and Lightning, Game 5 of that series. Series tied at 2 games apiece. That'll get underway at 7 o'clock. Penguins and Flyers, Game 6 in Philadelphia. 7:30 puck drop. Philly looking to close it out on their home ice. They lead the series 3-2. Mammoth and Golden Knights, Game 5 of that series. Series tied at 2 games apiece. That'll get underway at 10 o'clock. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Mets yesterday in Game 1 of the 3-game set at Citi Field. Game 2 tonight, 7:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli set to take on David Peterson. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Danny, what time is the right time to eat dinner? And I don't mean for you and I, because we're working.
I'm starving now.
Yes, I'm ready for dinner.
I've been ready since 4. Usually I go in and ask the producers, what would you eat? Because that's all I think about is eating dinner.
6:30, we're done. We get in our cars. If we're not going somewhere or taking the kids somewhere, we're home by 7:15. That normally corresponds for me with bedtime for the kids. So it's normally like, if I'm lucky, 7:30. If I'm not lucky, 8:30 before I'm like eating actual dinner. A lot of times it's closer to 8. But I ask you, in a perfect world, you're not at work. You just are lining up your day how you'd like to. What's the right time to eat dinner?
6 p.m. on the nose for me. Because I'm basically just crawling to the end, barely able to make it to that point, as I am empty and starving and low blood sugar and cranky.
I've always been a 6 p.m. like dinner reservation guy, or 6:30. If you're going out somewhere, it can be really good. Go out, maybe get a drink at the bar or something, have a seat, sit down. But I think another sign of the times of getting older, I kind of like the idea of earlier dinners now. Like, there's nothing more peaceful, if I could go full Cake Sawville on you. You go into a restaurant before it's busy. It's just you and whoever you're with, and there's pretty much nobody else. Like a 4:45 isn't terrible. A 5:30 on a weekend, maybe?
The 5:30 place.
But apparently this is a trend. ABC News did a story about this. Here's a quick excerpt for Danny Rouillet.
A growing trend at restaurants, people eating earlier. A study finds the 6 p.m. hour is now the most popular time for dinner, and reservations in the 5 o'clock hour are way up. Experts say the trend is in line with living a healthier lifestyle, centered on a good night's sleep and drinking less alcohol.
So a few things. First, she says that now the 6 p.m. hour is the most popular hour for dinner, and it's getting earlier. Who were all these people that preferred the 7 p.m. dinner in the past?
Yeah, the 7 p.m. people.
How are you not starving?
Yeah.
And if you eat a 7 p.m. dinner and you're telling me that you're going somewhere first to pregame and get appetizers or something, like at 5:45, okay, maybe. But if you're eating dinner at 7, are you having lunch at 4?
2.
3:30? I mean, what are we doing here? That's crazy to me.
It is.
So that's just now become the most popular dinner hour for people going out to eat is 6 p.m.
So I think it used to be, now, this is based on no data at all. This is just me talking directly from my hindquarters. I think when the old 9 to 5, remember that? Like that was the expression, you know, you work from 9 to 5 and you get home and 6 o'clock was kind of normal, right? One income, somebody stays at home and, hi, honey, I'm home. And here's your pot roast and the sides and the kids are home and like, hi, daddy, great to see you. The world changed dramatically, right? It's totally different than it was then. And so everybody works a little later, commutes a little differently. I think it got pushed into like that 7 o'clock range because of that, where it's by the time everybody's, both the parents are done working and everybody's done with whatever they got to do, then it wasn't until much later that we were starting to eat. I think now we're not commuting the same way.
I believe that.
No one's ever driving. No one ever does anything other than work from home, which means play pickleball with me or mow the lawn.
Yeah.
And you can eat earlier again.
So this was actually my theory on this earlier dinner time is you need to make your reservation for after 6 if you're working all day long, you're driving home in traffic, you're probably changing or freshening up in some capacity, and then you're leaving to go out. Now, you might be hauling butt. Like, there's times where I'm meeting someone over at Randy's at the bar or something, and I'm like, I could get over there by 7 maybe if I really book it. 7:15, 7:30, and I won't go home first. But we get off a little bit later. If you're a person who works a 9 to 5 and who gets off at a normal time, and you're out of the office, to your point, you go home. You throw on some fresh clothes. You're not in your business clothes or whatever. You go meet someone, sit outside for a little happy hour. That was 6:30 before you could get there, I think. But when you don't go to the office, when nobody actually goes to work, when you work from home, what are you waiting for? You're just, I got buddies that are getting haircuts, texting me. They're on the clock. They're going out to lunch, meeting me for lunch, and they're on the clock. They're at work, in air quotes. I think the trend, she's saying it's a health thing where people are being more cognizant of how late they eat. There are probably people like that. I do not think that's everybody.
No, I don't think it's that.
I think it's mostly the lifestyle. Societally, what is the percentage of people right now that work until 5 o'clock out of their house every single day? I feel it in both our drive home and trying to figure out what the numbers look like at the end of our show.
Yeah, there are days of the
less
week.
People on the road at 6:10 on a Wednesday today than there were 10 years ago leaving DC.
Yeah, it used to be ubiquitous where if you wanted to leave during rush hour, then you were going to be in traffic. Some days it's like that, leaving here. Other days it's not, and you never know. I mean, sometimes it's, when people are doing the partial commute or whatever, but the work from home trend post-pandems is absolutely a thing that has changed the workforce, I don't say forever, but for the time being. So that leads to earlier dinner times. I'm with you on that. I think that's the thing.
So here's my question. We can go round the horn here because I think this is a good tell on personality a little bit. The perfect dinner reservation time on a weeknight in a world where, let's say you're doing a staycation, you have no obligations, the world is your oyster, you're just going out for a nice meal with a loved one. Danny Rouillet's reservation is set at
6:15. 6:15. Sun is setting. Hasn't set yet.
You don't drink. You're not rolling up and going to the bar first.
No.
So you're walking in at 6:10. Telling them you're there.
Right away, Mr. Rouillet will take you right to your table for two. It's a booth. It's not a bar. It's not a high top. It's not one of those weird things where I have to hunch over the bar but then lift up my arms in a weird position because the bar has a hump on it. I hate eating at the bar. My wife loves it.
The hump is the worst, especially for phones.
Yeah.
You want to have your phone right in front of you, but then you got the weird hump, so your phone's like 8 inches further away from you. And 8 inches, by the way, is ridiculous.
That's overindulgent.
That is, who needs?
Who even needs?
That's crazy.
Who would want?
My perfect time, 5:30. 5:30. I just think I'm such an old man.
Yeah.
Why?
You're almost early bird time now.
I am, but you know why? It's the quality of the service improves exponentially every minute before 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
The lack of people there, the attention to detail, the chef is spending just that extra moment on just my plate.
Your plate, yeah.
I love
the saffron goes X. Yeah.
I love being in a restaurant by myself. I think it's the best thing in the world. 5:30, me, the wife, a steak,
a couple other retirees,
some mashed potatoes, and a couple of 92-year-olds. What could be better?
That ain't bad.
I'm asking for always a low top. I hate high top tables.
Correct.
So your bar is my high top.
Mm-hmm.
I now routinely, especially if I'm by myself, I will sit at the bar. If you've got a power outlet, that's all I need. I want to plug in. I want to be on my laptop if I'm working or whatever. Now, dinner is different. I'm talking about like just during the afternoon. But the only thing I won't have, like if they say, we'll get you a high top or a low top in 20 minutes, I'll put my name on a list and I'll wait 20 minutes for a low top. I don't want to be dangling like I'm one of the elves with Will Ferrell in Elf.
What's the limit that I would wait? I always wonder about that. I mean, it depends on how hungry I am, obviously, but like if you could sit at the bar right now, nope, not doing that. You could sit at a high top right now. Nope, rather not do that. I'd wait 20. Would
20 is easy.
Would I wait 30?
Yes, because I think I would. It's almost never as long as they say it's going to be, in my experience. And you'll hate this, and people listening in restaurant, the restaurant business will probably hate this. I promise I'm not too big of a pain in the butt, but I do hover. Like I'm not going away so you can't see me, okay? I'm going to stand 5 feet from the
right in your eye line.
And I'm like, we're going to make eye contact a bunch.
Remember me?
And so what I'll also do is like, when we're a little past the halfway threshold, I'll go get an update. So if they say 20, at about 12 or 13, I'll say, hey, how we looking?
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah, but I've already had so many conversations and really, already become friends with them. It's fine, Danny. It's fine.
Oh.
But if they said 30, I would do it. 45
now that's
pushing.
You could have gone somewhere else and eaten.
How hungry am I?
You're right. It's why you're there. You're hungry.
Yeah, I'm probably leaving then.
Yeah.
We'll go somewhere else. But that's also, I'll never have that problem at 5:30. I promise you.
That's the thing.
If I walk in for dinner at 5:30, I'm getting a table at 5:30.
Unless you're like the Denny's right down the street from like one of the Horizon, retiree villages or something like that, then maybe you have that issue.
Can you imagine?
It's a 45-minute wait, sir.
Darius, the perfect time for a dinner reservation.
This is tough because, and we're assuming perfect scenario, right? We're assuming work is not involved.
I've got a sneaky suspicion. I want to see if I'm right about you.
My initial thought is 7 o'clock is just fine for me. And you guys make great points. It is going to end up being busier, this, that, and the other. But I just
you better get your orders in when you see your waitress, because you're not going to see her very often. My speculation on you, because you're a night owl, who's up till the crazy hours.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought you were like an 8:30 guy.
Yeah, my European friends are 10 p.m. people.
Well, if Darius eats at 7, I mean, what's your second meal at 1?
Because that's really your lunch.
Yeah, exactly. That's like
the way you do it.
That's your breakfast.
It's like your mid-afternoon snack at 7.
What are you going to have in 3 hours when you get hungry again? You're just getting your day started at 7 p.m.
That's a great bit. There's snackage. We can snack on
Are
things
you just
later.
going to graze in the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
Toby,
whip something
you're
together.
also known to stay up very late playing video games.
Toby's a late guy.
Let's guess. I'm going to say Toby is a 7:30 p.m. guy. He's definitely not meeting me at 5:30. It's way too early for him.
He might meet you, but he's going somewhere else.
Okay.
He's like, I'm not eating. I'm eating. I have a reservation for later.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Toby's an 8 p.m. hour guy.
Ooh, that's late.
I was thinking 7, but to be honest with you, I could make it work in Madrid and some of those places in Europe that love to eat at like 9 and 10 o'clock.
Like a Barcelona, for example.
Yeah, like a Barcelona. I
Like
kind of love that.
The problem for you, and this is one of the weird things about Tobes, he does not snack. He doesn't.
Not a snacker.
He eats normally like 2 meals a day, I feel like.
Yeah, 2 meals generally.
And it's good-sized meals. Like you're not, he's eating, but you will not just at 11 p.m. hungry go grab goldfish or Cheez-Its or something.
Yeah, so we like do a trip when we do like the spring training bit, and the rest of us are like, what about the in-between meals? We need snacks, for God's sakes, pretzels and this and that. Tobes has no interest.
Yeah, so I'm not really worried about that, but generally I feel like for a normal day for me, I generally eat when I get in here, so 1:30ish, and then 7:30 is when I'm usually going to eat in the evening. So
But if you're up like last night, let's just say hypothetically, you're playing the show at 2:30 in the morning against your cousin. You're not at midnight hungry to snack on something?
Occasionally I will be, but either I'll just say, screw it, I'm not going to eat, or I'm going to heat up a plate of chicken nuggets, and we're going to eat chicken nuggets.
I do love chicken nuggets.
Sure.
All right, we're up against it, so Strobes, be quick. Best time that you would eat?
5:30, best time.
Strobes.
Let's go!
Strobes.
Man after my own heart.
The youngest old man we got.
Reservation for 2. Let's go. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Spring adventures await at Ted Britt Ford in Fairfax and Chantilly. Slide into spring in a new